Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 153, Chapter 141, Medicine. If we reach top 4 or 5, I'll post another chap. Adam C. POV. Minutes turned into hours, as the laborious journey across the desolate desert continued, until a shimmering mirage on the horizon finally gave way to solid structures. The capital. After hours of seeing nothing but sand, and helping the caravan in anything I could, we were finally approaching the capital, a city described by Caravan to be one with majestic walls and towering spires that stood out starkly against the barren sands. As promised, Jamal muttered beside me, his gaze focused on a spot far in the distance. "We have arrived, my friend." I turned my gaze towards Jamal, gratitude etched on my face. "Thank you, for the ride, Jamal. For everything." He waved off my gratitude with a chuckle. "Don't mention it, besides you worked hard for what we gave you, so if anything, I should thank you. Just remember, if you ever need anything, look for Paradise's market. We'll be there for a week or so." I nodded, not that I would actually keep this in mind. Seeing, I would soon become an enemy of the state by helping take out the current king, but yeah. As we finally arrived at the gates of the capital, the hustle and bustle of the city hit me. People of all shapes and sizes, dressed in a myriad of colors, filled the streets. The scent of exotic spices and the sound of music filled the air, as in the distance, the setting sun was casting a beautiful glow on the city, bathing it in shades of gold and crimson. As I disembarked from the caravan, I grabbed a piece of cloth to cover my face, just in case there was an idola's version of me here. The last thing I needed was to be recognized, or hunted for something I hadn't done. I made my way through the crowded streets, avoiding the guards around, trying to blend in as much as possible. It wasn't long until I reached the outskirts of the city, where the buildings were shorter and less grandiose. In the quieter surroundings, I finally took a moment to fully assess my surroundings, noticing something at the distance. Towering over the rooftops of the city, there was a massive lacrima, its radiant blue sheen visible even from this distance. It was suspended in midair, at the heart of a grand structure that could only be the king's palace. The power that radiated from the lacrima was palpable, even from afar. So, that's where my power went. Good news, I knew where my power was. Bad news, it was at the heart of the enemy, which made my situation a bit complicated. God damn it. Couldn't my situation have been like it had for everyone in the canon? They had lost their powers, but they had recovered them quite easily with a few pills. I suppose the reason why I was so weak was the same reason why I wasn't in that lacrima. Perhaps whatever process was meant to seal me into a lacrima malfunctioned or couldn't finish the process due to unknown reasons. If the spell in question had a certain period of time to do its job, then I suppose it was safe to assume, at least to a certain degree, that the time given for such a task wasn't enough to completely seal me away. That, or the spell had a certain limit of how much it could process. Fuck, I sighed and leaned against a nearby wall, trying to devise a plan. My power had increased a bit since I got here, seeing my body was slowly recharging. That being said, I was still significantly weaker. If I let my power recharge itself alone, I would probably spend years in this place. I glanced up at the palace again, my mind racing with possibilities. Breaking into a heavily fortified palace, dealing with what would undoubtedly be a sea of guards, and reaching a lacrima that was most likely overly guarded with the best soldiers of the kingdom had to offer, one of them being Urza, or her idola's version anyways. Fuck, the task was daunting, to say the least. Urza Nightwalker nearly defeated my Urza in canon, and she had no magic of her own. I couldn't afford the luxury of fighting her as I was right now. A fight between us in my current situation wouldn't be a quick one, meaning that in the end, even if I won, I would still be forced to deal with her companions. I could deal with one of them at the time, but more than that would become unmanageable for me. No matter how I look at this situation, my only bet is to find Mistogan, and see if the pills he gave the others in the canon do something for me. If the pills work, I might be able to recover some of my power, increasing the range of options available for me. And in the case they don't do anything for me, I would still have more allies to work this out. Well, I might be fucked at the moment, but I had a clear objective in mind. It was now all about taking the first step in that direction. Just as I was about to leave the area to start my quest to locate Mistogan, I heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. Who the fuck are you? I froze for a moment before turning around. In front of me stood a woman, her hair as blue as the ocean, and eyes sharp as a hawk's. Her attire was simple, a shirt, a tie, and a skirt holding nothing but an umbrella on her waist. Juvia Loxer, her idola's version. "Can I help you, miss?" I asked, wondering why of all the people to meet first in this world, I would be the most aggressive one. Her gaze narrowed, studying me intently. Well, it's pretty fucking clear you're not from around here, so I'll ask again, who are you? I don't recall the idola's version of Juvia being this aggressive. Could it be that perhaps she was mistaking me for someone? Well, it's a big city, I shrugged casually. First-time visitor. I'm just trying to find my bearings, you know. Juvia narrowed her eyes and growled. Take the cloth out of your face. It seems my suspicions might be correct. This level of aggression and her request pretty much point in that direction. As things were, I had two options. 1. Comply with her request and hope she's willing to listen to me before doing anything stupid, risking in turn giving away my location to the enemy. 2. Knocking her out now, and taking her away to explain without the risk of being discovered. I won't ask again, Juvia growled, reaching for her umbrella, her voice laced with a threat. Option 2 it is. I couldn't risk being discovered yet or giving away my location to the enemy. And unfortunately for her, she didn't seem like a reasonable person. Taking a deep breath, I moved forward, my body tensing as I pulled back my arm and unleashed a punch that landed with a sickening thud in her midsection, knocking the wind out of her before she realized what had happened. Juvia let out a sharp grunt as the air was knocked out of her lungs, and she stumbled back a few steps before she doubled over, losing consciousness. Sighing, I reached down and grabbed her, putting her unconscious body over my shoulders. Now, where to go? On that note, I needed something to cover her body. I will draw too much unwanted attention if people see me carrying a body over my shoulders. I could probably roll her inside a large rug. If I'm lucky, and people is dumb, which they usually are, they would simply assume I bought a rug at the market, not that I have a body inside. Now the question is, where to find a rug? Rugs, get your rug. Buy one, get one free. Rugs. Almost as if answering my prayers, I heard a merchant shouting from a nearby alleyway. Well, isn't that convenient? Shoving Juvia's unconscious body inside a dumpster nearby, making sure nobody saw me, I made my way towards the merchant. Excuse me, sir, I said as I approached him. Do you have anything large around? I don't know, 3 meters tall. The merchant nodded, a toothy grin spreading across his face. Of course, my friend. Weird way to ask for a rug, but don't worry, I have the finest rugs in all the land. I trailed behind him as he led me down a maze of alleyways to a small, cramped shop. The interior was dimly lit, with piles of rugs stacked haphazardly against the walls. The merchant rummaged through the piles, muttering to himself before he finally produced a large, red rug. This one, my friend, he said, beaming with pride. Finest wool from the East. You won't find better quality than this. I examined the rug, making sure it was large enough to fit Juvia's body and heavy enough to conceal any lumps or bumps. I'll take it. The merchant grinned, rubbing his hands together. An excellent choice, my friend. And as a bonus, I'll throw in a smaller rug for free. You can never have too many rugs, am I right? I forced a smile, eager to get back to Juvia before anyone found her. Thank you, but I think one rug will be enough for now. Wait a moment. I have no fucking money. The total would be 10 silver coins, my friend, the merchant said, holding out his hand. I inwardly cursed myself for not considering the payment before moving forward with this idea. Of course, but first, would you mind showing me more rugs? The merchant's smile faltered for a moment before he regained his composure. More rugs. Sure thing, my friend. I have an entire collection of exotic rugs just waiting for someone with your refined taste. He gestured towards the piles of rugs stacked against the wall. Take your pick. I pretended to examine the rugs for a moment, taking this moment to pickpocket the man, taking a few of the coins he was carrying on his person. I think for the time being, I will take the one I saw first, I said, holding up the red rug. But I'll be sure to come back for more once I have a chance to look around the city a bit more. The merchant nodded, seemingly satisfied with my response. Very well, my friend. That will be 10 silver coins, please. I handed over the coins, making a mental note to tell Mistogan to give this man a little something once he became the king. Now, time to make a burrito out of Juvia. Without wasting time, I returned to the dumpster where I had left Juvia's unconscious body, begging the gods nobody had found her. And thankfully, as I turned the corner, I found the alleyway still deserted and Juvia undisturbed. Good, I sighed. Lifting her body from the dumpster, I gently laid her on the rug and began rolling her up. I did my best to make the roll even and tight to ensure she wouldn't be jostled around too much. Soon, I was standing there with a Juvia-filled burrito rug. It was comically odd, but as I stood back to examine my handiwork, I found that from a distance, it did genuinely look like I had purchased a massive, slightly lumpy, rug. I looked down at my rug, contemplating my next move. This was not exactly how I had planned my day, at all. But as I stood there, I couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. It wasn't every day you rolled an unconscious person into a rug and carted them around the city. Alright, next stop, Miss Dogen, I said, hefting the juvia burrito onto my shoulder, starting my journey once again. Chapter 154, Chapter 142, Burrito with Extra Juvia. If we reach top 4 or 5, I'll post another chap note. The next arc is quite short. Adam C. POV. The journey through the city was long and arduous, especially with the weight of a full-grown woman that I had to pretend it was a normal rug bundled up in a rug on my shoulders. Needless to say, I tried to move quickly without drawing attention to myself, keeping to the shadows as much as I could. The city was busier than I had anticipated, filled with people going about their day, merchants hawking their goods, and guards patrolling the streets. Thankfully, nobody seemed to bat an eye at the men carrying a large, lumpy, groaning rug through the city, which worked in my favor. Maybe they thought I had a very peculiar taste in home decor. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the city in a golden glow, and the possible places for Miss Dogen to be started to run out, I began to wonder what would I do if I didn't find him. It was when I was nearing the outskirts of the city that I heard it, a rustle of movement behind me. I tensed, readying myself for a potential attack. When I turned around, however, I found myself staring at a familiar masked figure. "You fucking bastard," I hissed, cracking my neck. I had found him, I had found Miss Dogen. "Adam," Miss Dogen replied, removing his mask. His gaze fell on the rug slung over my shoulder, immediately realizing something was off. "I see you've acquired a rug." The statement was so comically understated that I had to fight the urge to laugh. Instead, I shifted the rug slightly and said, "Well, you know, it was buy one get one unconscious woman free. I couldn't pass such an offer." Miss Dogen gave me an amused look but didn't press further. Instead, he said, "I've been tracking you all day." He had. Well, he fucking sucks at it. I've been here for almost a day, and just now he finds me. Not the best tracker, aren't you? I replied, a mildly angry smirk on my face. Not because he failed to track me faster, because he knew this shit would happen, and didn't warn me. Miss Dogen ignored my jab and motioned for me to follow him. "We need to get out of here before they track you." "Elaborate," I replied, following him as he led me down a deserted alleyway. "You kept your magic, part of it anyways. That's how I tracked you, using a radar to find you. And that's the same way they have found about you. I have information that the guards are searching for someone who fits your description," Miss Dogen explained, a note of urgency in his voice. "And seeing you're one of the few creatures in this world with natural magic in them, tracking you won't be too hard to accomplish." I didn't consider that being a possibility. It seems that for the time being, it might be best to hide my power as much as possible. "You don't seem surprised I kept some of my magic," I replied. "At first, I was, but then, I started thinking, eventually working a theory of my own," Miss Dogen replied, as we continued to move through the alleyways of the city. "It's not a secret your magic isn't like any other magic, not even lost magic operates in the way yours does. Not only that, but there isn't a single piece of information about it." That alone should have been enough for me to see something was wrong, but I never put too much thought into it. Could it be that he really figured it out? "It wasn't until you brought Wendy to visit me that everything clicked for me," Miss Dogen continued, "your familiarity with my situation, that alone explains some of the things I never understood about you." That had given him the insight he had been looking for, about me. "I don't know what conspiracy theory you have inside that head of yours," I replied, following him close behind. "But I told you, the reason I knew about that is because my powers are closely related to the control of space." "I know, you said that," Miss Dogen replied as he turned his head to look at me. "Which is why I didn't tell you about the portal that was about to open above Magnolia." "No fucking way. This bastard. Ha ha ha. I can't believe it. I'm not even mad, that was fucking sick. I had my doubts, so I decided to let your words confirm my theories, or to disprove them," Miss Dogen continued. "That, and the fact you managed not to be sealed in a lacrima gave me all the information I needed to find the answer I wanted." "Oh, and what answer is that?" I asked. "You're not from Earthland," Miss Dogen replied without missing a beat. "You're from another world." Well, I had to admit that was fucking impressive. He got part of the truth behind my existence with just bits of incomplete information. The parts he probably has wrong in that theory of his, are the ones he probably assumes our situations are the same. And that from where I come from, what I do is normal. Am I wrong? Miss Dogen asked. "Who knows," I replied, a chuckle escaping my lips. "I'll take that as a no," Miss Dogen replied, his tone growing softer as if sympathizing with me. "One question though, do you plan to ever return to your world, like me?" So, I was right, he thinks our situation is the same. Good, that's a can of worms I don't want to open, ever. "That's not possible," I replied, chuckling. Unlike Idola's, my trip was a one-way flight to the other side. Miss Dogen remained silent for a moment. "Do you have anyone left there?" "No," I replied truthfully. I had nothing to go back to, nothing to miss, nothing to care about there, my entire world was here, well, not here, in Earthland. I guess that makes it easier, Mr. Ogun replied, a tired sigh escaping his lips. Not having anyone to regret leaving. I wonder, was Earthland's Jalal as smart as this one? Or was this one as smart as he was because he had been forced to overcome his lack of magic with skill and intelligence? I've been in Fiori all of my life, I replied, sighing. My world and life are there. So, how about we expedite things here, so that I can return there? Mr. Ogun chuckled softly. I'm glad you think that way, because I need your help. With those words, we rounded a few more corners and finally, Mr. Ogun stopped in front of an inconspicuous, run-down building. From the outside, it looked just like any other building in this part of the city, but I had a feeling that it wasn't just a regular old house. Welcome to our safe house, Mr. Ogun said, stepping forward and pushing open the door. Safe house? He's been here for less than a day, how the fuck did he find the time to set up a safe house? Looking for me my ass, I bet the bastard started to search me a few minutes ago. The inside of the building was surprisingly spacious. There was a large room filled with maps, charts, and other assorted magical items. At one end of the room, there was a table filled with scrolls, and on the other, a couple of cots that looked like they had seen better days. Mr. Ogun looked back at me, eyes glinting. We can unroll your rug here. I followed him inside, grateful to finally be rid of my burdensome cargo, the Juviarito. Carefully, I unrolled the Juviarito, trying not to jostle her too much. She didn't stir, which both relieved and worried me. Is she going to be okay? Mr. Ogun asked, crouching down next to her, poking her with a stick. She's just unconscious, not dead, I replied, trying to suppress the chuckle creeping up my spine, seeing Mr. Ogun poke her like a dead lizard on the street. Mr. Ogun nodded, standing up and gesturing for me to follow him to the other side of the room. Very well then, I need to brief you on our current situation. And what I plan to do next. As we moved away from Juvia and closer to the pile of scrolls, maps, and charts, I started to wonder how the others were doing. Had they been sealed on lacrimas? And if not, were they looking for us? I sighed. Mr. Ogun cleared his throat and began to explain our situation in more detail. In short, we had a lot to do, and not a lot of time to do it in. First things first, I said, cracking my knuckles. Is there anything you can do about my weakened state? Mr. Ogun smiled and walked over to a desk in a corner, opening one of the cabinets, pulling out a bottle of red pills. I do. Chapter 155, Author Offer. If we reach top 5, I'll post 2 chapters tomorrow. On that note, how's everybody doing? Chapter 156, Chapter 143, Useless Medicine. If we reach top 4 or 5, I'll post another chap. Note, the next arc is quite short. Adam C. POV. Mr. Ogun placed a small bottle of bright red pills into my outstretched hands. I studied the bottle for a moment, before unscrewing the lid, carefully extracting one pill and popping it into my mouth. The pill's bitter taste lingered on my tongue as I swallowed it in one gulp. How do you feel? Mr. Ogun asked, studying my reaction. I remained silent for a moment before finally letting out a tired sigh. They didn't work. The pills hadn't worked. At least not in the way they were intended to work. Instead of recovering my power or allowing me to use more of it. The pills had recharged my magical reserves, working like ether nano recovery pills. Mr. Ogun frowned at this revelation. Perhaps the reason why the pills didn't work on you is behind the same reason why you didn't lose your powers completely. I suspected that would be the case. On that note, I don't know what I was really hoping for with this. I knew very well that most of my power was sealed within the lacrima above the royal castle. It's not like the pills were going to shatter the lacrima, giving me back my powers. I sighed. Letting my power come back naturally would take years, due to the absence of ether nano in the air. And using the pills for that purpose wasn't really an option. There was also the chance that my body would eventually adapt to this environment, finding another way to restore missing energy without using the atmosphere as a medium. That being said, both options would simply take too much time, which at the moment wasn't an option. Meaning the best option would be to face the situation with what I had. They worked on Gajeel, Mr. Ogun sighed, leaning against a wall. But your case is much more different than his. Like all Earthland mages and Idolas, he lost the ability to generate magic power, you didn't. Somehow, you kept most of your abilities, the only reason you are weaker right now is because the portal tried to seal you away with the rest, but only managed to take a portion of your power. A big portion. I know that, so let's instead talk about how we can expedite your mission here. I asked, steering the conversation away from my loss of power. The fastest way to recover what I had lost was by helping Mr. Ogun. Wait a minute. Did he just say Gajeel? I sent Gajeel to find Natsu, Lucy, Wendy, Carla, and Happy, Mr. Ogun replied with a short nod. Unlike in canon, Gajeel hadn't joined the guild after the events of Phantom Lord. which I had attributed to my interference in the same. I wonder what he was doing in Magnolia that somehow forced him to join this war. That leaves us to do something else, I suppose, I replied, deciding it wasn't the time to wonder how much I had fucked the cannon. Mistogen nodded slowly, pointing at the maps that were spread out on the wooden table in front of him. He traced his finger over them, stopping in the royal city. I need you to deal with someone. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Who? Adam Cromwell, Mistogen replied, his voice hardening. That explains why Idola's Juvia had been more aggressive than normal. I had reminded her of someone, the Idola's version of myself. I wonder how that works out. I was reincarnated into Earthland, my existence wasn't natural to the world in question, so I wasn't entirely sure how that would affect the Idola's version of myself in this scenario. He's known as the Executioner, Mistogen continued, leaning in closer. He's considered to be nigh undefeatable in combat, to the point no one would dare to engage in battle against him. And those who are forced into that situation, just accept the fact that they will be killed by him. Is it bad that I'm getting hyped over my Idola's version? Anything else? I asked, grabbing a chair and sitting down next to Mistogen, my eyes fixed on the map. He wields a blade named Nox, Mistogen replied, his voice low. I don't know much about this blade. All I know is that the blade is rumored to be able to cut through anything. I see, so my Idola's version is staying in theme. Very well, I nodded, cracking my knuckles. I'll fight him. It won't be easy, Mistogen replied. You're not just fighting a version of you, you're fighting a sadistic, barbarous, and bloodthirsty person who lacks any form of empathy. I chuckled. Quit drilling, you already struck oil. You had me at nigh undefeatable, you don't have to keep selling me this fight. I won't lie. I was excited at the prospect of fighting this supposed version of me. The idea of fighting someone strong, especially with this level of handicap, it made my blood boil with excitement. It has been a while since I had a decent fight, a real fight. Mistogen nodded, a small smirk on his face. I had a feeling you would say that. I grinned back at him. What can I say, I'm a fairy tale mage. Mistogen chuckled. Very well. In that case, here's what you have to do. My mission was simple, to avoid confrontation until Mistogen gave me the signal to act. In the meantime, he would do his part, setting the pieces to liberate his country in motion. That gave me a lot of free time to act, time, which I had decided to use to regroup with others in this world's version of fairy tale. Now, in order to do that I needed to convince Idola's Juvia that I wasn't her enemy. Sadly, she was still unconscious. I might have punched her a bit too hard, which now that I think about it, it won't help to sell the point that I wasn't her enemy. I sighed, looking down at her unconscious form. I had to do something to wake her up, and fast. From a tactical standpoint, staying alone in the middle of enemy territory wasn't the best decision. If anyone were to manage to find me, it would only be a matter of time before I was forced into a fight with less than ideal conditions for me. So, if I wanted to avoid that possibility, I needed to wake her up. Gently if I wanted to avoid getting on her bad side even more. I glanced around the room, my eyes falling on a nearby basin of water. An idea struck me, and I quickly grabbed the basin and splashed the water onto Juvia's face. She gasped and sputtered, her eyes fluttering open as she coughed up water. Thank God that worked, option B was poking her with a broom. Who did that? Juvia screamed angrily, scanning the room, until her gaze stopped on me. Her eyes widened when they landed on me, her features twisting from fury to pure hatred. You. I put my hands up in a surrendering gesture. Wait, Juvia, I know what you're thinking, but this is all just a big misunderstanding. Juvia's face twisted into a snarl as she brought her umbrella up and around in an arc before thrusting it forward, the metal tip glinting dangerously in the light. I dove away, throwing my body back, avoiding the sharp point of her weapon perforating my eye. I'm not the man you think I am, I continued, dodging another swing of Juvia's umbrella. And if you stop trying to kill me, I could explain why I look like him. Juvia paused, her eyes narrowing as she considered my words. You have 1 minute, she hissed. I nodded and began to explain to Juvia the situation with as much detail as I could shove under a minute. She listened intently, her eyes never leaving my face as I spoke. By the time I finished, she seemed to be contemplating what I had said. That explains why you didn't kill me, Juvia growled under her breath, lowering her umbrella slowly. He doesn't take prisoners. I'm supposed to fight him, eventually, I replied, getting back Juvia's attention. But before I can do that, I would like to regroup with my friends, who are most likely on their way to your guild, if they aren't already there. Juvia crossed her arms, eyeing me skeptically. And why should I help you? I blinked. Hadn't we already established I wasn't her enemy? You might not be him, but you're still a stranger, a dangerous one at that, Juvia said, her tone ice cold. I need a good reason if I am to risk the guild's safety, a damn good one. That's surprisingly understandable and level-headed of her. I thought for a moment, racking my brain for a compelling argument, until the answer hit me. Do fairies have tails? More than that, do fairies even exist? Nobody knows for sure. So, this guild is like them, an eternal mystery, an eternal adventure, a family, one we are a part of. I smiled, repeating Gramps' word as I took my shirt off, showing her my guild mark. Juvia's eyes widened as she saw the familiar symbol etched on my skin. She lowered her guard completely, her umbrella clattering to the ground as she stepped forward, reaching out to touch the mark. That's a damn good reason, Juvia breathed, her voice sounding for the first time since I had met her, vulnerable. I guess I don't have a choice then, do I? I chuckled. So, would you lead the way? Juvia nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. Yeah, let's go back home. Chapter 157, Chapter 144, Idola's Fairies. If we reach top 4 or 5, I'll post another chap note. The next arc is quite short. Adam C. POV. The parched sand gritted beneath my boots, a subtle reminder of where we were, miles away from anything remotely resembling civilization. Heat waves danced on the desert horizon, distorting the world in a bizarre mirage that made the reality of the barren land all the more surreal. I fucking hated sand. I tightened my grip around the bottle of water in my hand, the cooling sensation providing a slight relief from the blazing sun overhead. I glanced ahead at Juvia. Her silhouette was wrapped in a shawl of pure white, seemingly untouched by the dust and sand. She carried no water, no apparent form of sustenance, and yet, she seemed undeterred by the glaring heat and the demanding expanse. It seemed like losing part of my powers had weakened my tolerance to this kind of situation. I lived a year in the desert during my training, and now a few hours under the sun were weighing heavily on me. Perhaps I had become much too reliant on my powers to protect me from any inconvenience. Taking a deep breath, I decided to break the oppressive silence. How much further, Juvia? She paused and glanced back at me, her blue eyes gleaming with an unreadable expression. Not far. The guild is just beyond that dune. I squinted ahead, tracing her pointed finger to the monstrous sand dune in the distance. I couldn't see anything beyond it, just more endless expanse of desolate nothingness. I hate this place. We should be getting there in a few minutes, she added, resuming her unwavering pace. I nodded, taking another sip of water before following her. As we drew closer to the dune, I could see the slightest hint of movement. A figure, maybe two, shifting on the other side. I couldn't feel any ill intent from them. But, considering I wasn't at my best, it was best not to trust my senses without more information. Juvia must have noticed my unease because she placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Don't worry. They're friends. You can recognize them from this far away. I asked, impressed. You can't recognize your friends as easily, she replied with a small smile. We see the ones more easily. We crested over the dune, and I saw them clearly. A group of people, lounging in the shade of a large tent, that was set outside the guild. Juvia, a voice called out, one that I recognized without many problems. It was Mira. Thank goodness you made it. It was here when Mira saw me, her eyes growing wide in shock and fear as she took a step back in complete terror. However, before she could do or say anything, Juvia interjected. He's not that monster. I can't wait to fight that guy. Mira hesitated, eyeing me warily, but eventually nodded. I suppose you being alive is proof of that. Juvia snorted, walking towards the guild. Thanks for the vote of confidence, jackass. The wooden doors of the guild creaked open, announcing our arrival. I stepped in, my boots thudding softly against the worn-out floorboards, getting fearful glances from everyone inside. Despite how unsettling it was in a unique manner to be seen in such a form by the faces of those you considered your friends and family, I didn't pay much attention to their looks. My objective here was one, to regroup with my friends. That being said, I didn't know whether or not I would find them here, but regardless of that, I had high hopes. Thankfully, though, my hopes were not wasted. Because across the crowded room, I saw her. Urza, who as soon as she spotted me, her eyes widened with a sudden spark in them, a bright light that wasn't there a moment ago. Seeing me, I watched as she rose from her seat, her face etched with relief and joy. And in an instant, she was on her feet, making her way towards me, weaving her way through the bustling crowd. Her face softened into a smile as she neared, her eyes twinkling with genuine affection. Adam. She called out, her voice a familiar melody that I'd missed in my time away. Before I could respond, she was already upon me, throwing her arms around my shoulders. The sudden warmth of her embrace enveloped me, washing away the lingering coldness of my journey. I smiled. Missed you too. Urza chuckled as she squeezed me tightly. Gajiel said you were out there, but that we had to wait. I was worried. I pulled away to look at her, taking in the sight of her fiery red hair cascading down her back, her mesmerizing eyes. It was truly shocking how beautiful she was. Well, Miss Dogan needed my help. I frowned. Where did that come from? Urza nodded, her fingers trailing down the tattered edges of my cloak. You feel weaker, what happened? I grimaced, knowing what she was referring to. Yeah. Long story short, the trip here stole most of my power, sealing it away. Urza furrowed her brows in concern, her fingers still caressing the fabric of my cloak. Don't worry, I'll protect you. I shook my head with a mild chuckle, thanks, but I don't think that's necessary. I can handle myself, I didn't lose all my strength. Her smile faltered for a moment, but then she nodded, her eyes shining with determination. Of course, I know you can. But still, it never hurts to have someone watching your back, right? I smiled. No, it doesn't. Urza's eyes locked with mine, and in that moment, I saw a flicker of something I hadn't seen in them ever, desire. I blinked, taken aback by this. Where's the rest? Before Urza could reply, our conversation was cut short as an alarming boom echoed from the distance, making the entire guild drop into a deafening silence. The booming explosion was followed by a tremor, the ground beneath our feet shuddering as if to emphasize the magnitude of the situation. It seemed my time to fight my idola's counterpart had come. Evacuate the building, we might have some company soon, and it would be best to not have them around if that happens to be the case. Chapter 158, Chapter 145, Adam vs. Adam. Note, the next arc is quite short. Adam c. POV. After the explosion that had shaken the foundations of the guild, and leaving Urza to evacuate everyone, as I made my way outside to greet my opponent. If Mistogen was right on his assumptions about the guy, it was now only a matter of time before he arrived at my location. Pushing the massive doors of the guild open, the sudden influx of light and heat made me squint. Before me sprawled a desert landscape, the sun-drenched sand gleaming golden as far as the eye could see. Are you ready, girl? I asked my Zanpakuto, feeling a low hum vibrating through her as my answer. I guess you are. I could tell she wasn't too happy about our situation, about the fact someone had dared to weaken us this much. But, despite that, she was still excited about the prospect of a good fight, even if it came at the cost of fighting in a weakened state. I sighed at the thought, patiently waiting for the enemy promised to me. Thankfully, it wasn't long before something changed in the vast expanse of sand. There, on the crest of a nearby dune, a solitary figure stood, an ominous silhouette against the glaring desert sun. The man wore an armor dyed as dark as night, sporting an eerie, skull-like mask that obscured his features. From the distance, I could see their hand resting on the pommel of a sheathed sword, a claymore, of blackened steel that seemed to go with the armor. It seemed like Mistogen was right. Adam, Urza's voice rang out behind me, the guild has been evacuated. Great, now go help the others, I replied, keeping my eyes locked on the figure in the distance. I'll handle this. Urza hesitated for a moment, for reasons I could understand, before nodding and running off. Cracking my neck from side to side, I smiled, taking the first step forward to meet my adversary. As I walked, the wind whistled a lonesome tune between us, as if mourning the peace that was about to be shattered. Hello there, I waved, a friendly smile on my face. The man didn't reply, hell, he didn't even acknowledge my greeting. Instead, he simply drew his claymore out, the metal ringing out like a bell in the silence of the desert. I chuckled, watching as he began to walk towards me, his steps slow and measured. By the orders of the king, you are to come with me, dead or alive, the man finally spoke, his voice low and gravelly. I raised an eyebrow in amusement, unsheathing my Zanpakuto and twirling it around in my hand. Is that so? Lovely invitation, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline your offer. You see, I don't like people telling me what to do. The man didn't seem fazed by my words, only continuing to walk towards me. As he approached, I could feel the weight of his presence, his aura emanating a sense of danger and power I hadn't felt in a long time. At this, I couldn't help the broad smile that crept up on my face, my eyes glinting with excitement and a strong desire to fight the men in front of me. So, what's your name? I asked, readying myself. What purpose does a name serve to someone who's about to die? The man replied without any emotion behind his words. I suppose he's beyond introductions then. In that case, I will simply acknowledge him by his last name to avoid confusion. Cromwell. Fair enough, I replied, taking a step forward. In the blink of an eye, Cromwell launched himself at me, blurring out of sight, as the sand erupted where he had been standing, shooting in all directions. I, however, remained unmoved, the grip on my blade tightening as I readied myself. Cromwell's attack was swift and ruthless, his claymore aiming to rip through my flesh, looking to end me in a single strike. But unfortunately for him, I was faster than I looked. So, in a graceful arc, I moved aside, my Zanpakuto parrying his claymore in a flash of sparks. Our weapons clashed, echoing through the deserted landscape, sending out a powerful shockwave that surged through the air, rippling outwards across the vast desert, stirring up clouds of sand that expanded like waves around us. Without losing momentum, I retaliated with a swift upward slice, increasing my speed to test the waters. And much to my surprise, Cromwell ducked fast, his body almost melting into the ground, slithering like a snake before rising again, his claymore flashing towards my face at twice the speed he had shown so far. Taken aback by this, I barely managed to parry, the force of his attack pushing me back, dragging my feet across the desert for several meters. Wasting no time, Cromwell pressed on, his movements erratic yet dangerously precise, like a wild beast homing in on its prey. He was even better than I imagined. Grinning at this, I focused on his movements, pressing my senses to read and anticipate his attacks, my battle-hungry smile never wavering. And once again, the sharp ring of metal struck the desert air once more, creating a symphony of steel, as sparks erupted with each continuous clash, igniting the sand around us. In a sudden burst of speed, I moved forward, my Zanpakuto a silver blur in the desert sunlight. Cromwell, taken by surprise, failed to dodge in time, as my blade grazed his side, drawing a line of crimson through his armor against his skin. "What's your name?" Cromwell asked, the tone of his voice sounding different from before, carrying now a mix of respect and curiosity, instead of total indifference. "Adam," I replied. "Ah, I see. That actually explains a lot," Cromwell replied with a dry chuckle escaping his mask. "You're that world's version of me, aren't you?" "Bingo," I replied. Wait a damn minute, he needed my name to get to that conclusion. But I'm not wearing a mask. Is this guy blind? As if reading my thoughts, Cromwell let out a deep, throaty chuckle that seemed to echo in the room. "I'm not blind, if that's what you're thinking." With those words, he slowly reached up and peeled off the skull-shaped mask, revealing underneath a face similar to mine, with a blindfold covering his eyes. "A blindfold," I replied. "He who can only strike what he sees is a second-rate warrior," Cromwell replied, taking a step forward. "Now, show me what you got, and perhaps you will force me to use my eyes." "Ha ha. Cocky little shit. Very well then. I will make you rip that blindfold out of your face, bastard." "Don't underestimate me," I replied, getting into position to resume our fight. How fun this truly was. Chapter 159, Author Offer. If we reach top 1, I'll post 2 chapters tomorrow. This is the sexy offer of the week, get it now, and get a corn-based meme with it. Question of the week. Who would you rather not fight? Aizen, Mayuri, or Urahara? Comment your reason why on the options. Chapter 160, Chapter 146, Clash of Wills. Note, the next arc is quite short. If we reach top 1, I'ma post the next chap question of the day. What's the anime with the most annoying MC? Leave your answers. Adam C. POV. To think the bastard was handicapping himself, and he was still keeping up with me. Granted, I was weakened, but still, it was fucking impressive nonetheless. Don't underestimate me, I said, taking a step forward. I won't, Cromwell. Having said what he wanted, my opponent took a single step forward, and in a blur of movement, resumed our fight, his claymore moving toward me faster than ever before. Seeing this, and the fact his movements had increased in power and speed beyond my expectations so far, I found myself being forced to tap into my power to match him. In a silent struggle, our swords clashed, each strike echoing in the deserted ruins with a delay of sound, each clash sending out a shockwave that expanded outwards through the desert like a tidal wave. We continued clashing, our swords meeting, as each of us tried to get the upper hand over the other. The more power I used, the more powerful he would become. Showing that he was testing me just as much as I was testing him. Despite this development, or the fact I didn't know how strong he truly was, my smile never faltered. Instead, it grew into a wide grin. After all, the stronger Cromwell got, the better. This was what I had been missing all along. This was what I had long forgotten in my quest to save everyone. The thrill of a good fight, the rhythm of an uncertain battle, the possibility of defeat, this was it. A combination of hunger, blood, and death, one that I reveled in. Smiling, Cromwell launched himself forward once more, his blade arching from below. This time, however, I met his attack head-on with my own blade. The resulting clash locking us in place, as our eyes met, a silent battle of wills as we strained against each other. I hadn't had this much fun in ages. I grinned, breaking away, spinning out of the deadlock with a swift kick that sent Cromwell sprawling. Twisting his body around, Cromwell landed on his feet, before moving forward, closing the distance between us in the blink of an eye. Unleashing a barrage of chaotic slashes and stabs, each one more lethal than the last. With each parry and block, his attacks became harder and harder to read, and it wasn't before long that I found myself being pushed back, his blade finally drawing blood from me, delivering a thin cut in my right arm. At this, Cromwell's grin widened, a feral light in his smile that matched mine, as he lunged towards me, his blade gleaming in the desert sun. Grinning, I moved forward, vanishing out of sight, only to reappear behind him, leaving another gash on his other arm. Cromwell staggered back, his grin only growing wider at the sight of his wound. If I hadn't moved, that attack would have cut my head off. I chuckled. That's the fun of it, isn't it? The thrill of the fight, the uncertainty, the possibility of death, it's exhilarating. Cromwell laughed. I couldn't agree more, Adam. I can't remember the last time I had this much fun in a fight. We were more alike than I would have thought, our desire for a good fight, our way of approaching things, it was like looking at a mirror in more ways than one. Our existence might not have started the same way, but we shared a lot in common. Which is exactly why I couldn't help but wonder, why was he obeying the king of Idolas? It wasn't in my nature to obey others, that's why I enjoyed being a wizard, it gave me the liberties of a freelancer, it gave me the freedom to decide whether or not I wanted to do something. Can I ask you a question? I said, my eyes on him. Why do you follow Faust? Cromwell's expression darkened at the mention of the king. I was wondering when you were going to ask that. Faust is nothing more than a means to an end. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And what is that end you seek? War, Cromwell replied with a smile, his voice low and intense. I seek the ultimate battle, one that will test my strength and push me to my limits. And following that old bastard promises to deliver that for me. I see it now. I finally found the difference between us, beyond the obvious. He was the result of what could have happened to a normal person had they endured what I did without the support I had. If our stories had started in a similar manner, then he must have suffered at the hands of this world's Zero. But, unlike me, he had no one to rely on, no Zanpakuto to guide him, no past life to lean on. That's your end goal. War. I sighed, tilting my head slightly to the side. We both know that the ultimate battle it's not there, war is nothing but a waste of lives, where the weak fight for their lives. I know, but the only way to find the strong amongst the sea of weaklings is by eliminating everyone else, Cromwell replied, a chuckle escaping his lips. Besides, the weak are destined to lie beneath the boots of the strong. If that angers them, they are free to overcome their deficits. I frowned. That sounds a lot like the thoughts of someone I knew and killed. Was his name Zero by any chance? Cromwell asked, a mild tone of amusement lacing his words. If you're talking about him, I killed him as well. Oh, good, I was starting to think, this world's version of me, and Zero were friends, I replied. Cromwell hummed. He was my mentor for a while. Once he had nothing more to teach me, I killed him. I reckon that wasn't out of love, so why do you follow his teachings if you hated him? I asked. Cromwell chuckled. Hated him? No, I never hated him. I frowned. He was being sincere. The law of the world is survival of the fittest. It's how the weak are weeded out. That's why I killed him, he was weak. After all, it's only natural for the weak to perish, Cromwell continued, a coldness to his tone that set the line for how different he was to me. Judge all things in this universe, Zanryuzuki, I said, unleashing my shurikai. It was time to bring this battle to the next level, one where one of us would not live to see another day. Before this conversation, I wasn't sure if I wanted to kill him or not. But it might be merciful to do so, considering how deranged he was. Chapter 161, Corn News. Just a quick post to say I didn't forget about the double release, I just didn't have any power all day yesterday. Today is double release, so, don't worry, Corn pays his dues. And unlike the Lannisters, I don't kill ya. Chapter 162, Chapter 147, Monsters. Note, the next arc is quite short. I had no power yesterday. So the double release is today, don't think I forgot. Adam C. POV. Judge all things in this universe, Zanryuzuki, I said, unleashing my shurikai. Immediately after, I felt a surge of energy as my weapon glowed with spiritual power, transforming into its shurikai state. Cromwell's lips curled up into a cruel half-smile as he lifted his blade at me, and the metal began to shimmer, expanding in size before breaking into several pieces. It's been a while since I've used this. At this, Cromwell brought his arm back, and glowing pieces of metal raced toward him. The shards formed around the blade, making it look almost whole, though there were still gaps between the pieces. Are you done? I asked. Smiling, Cromwell lunged forward, his broken claymore cutting through the air like a whip, extending his range by several meters. The impact of his initial attack was cataclysmic, pushing me back as our swords met, unleashing a wave of power that pulsated outwards from the point of impact. Then, before I could react, the pieces of his shattered claymore flew at me in a dance, each fragment weaving independently from one another, but somehow still in sync. Kicking the ground back, I jumped out of the way, aiming my right hand at him. Heido number 31. Shakkeiho. A burst of red flames shot out from my hand, hurtling towards Cromwell, consuming everything on its path. He smirked and held up his left hand, the pieces of his claymore reforming into a shield that blocked the attack with ease. You're gonna have to do better than that, Cromwell taunted. Blurring out of sight with a single step, I dropped my body low, letting the momentum of my movement carry me forward, as I aimed at his legs with my blade. Reacting in time, Cromwell twisted his body, dodging my attack with ease. He then spun around, his claymore now in its whole form, and brought it down towards my head. I raised my sword up to meet his blow, blocking the attack, before unleashing a flurry of quick slashes at him. Cromwell countered each of my moves, his blade moving and breaking apart with a speed and precision that was almost inhuman. My turn. Wasting no time, Cromwell pressed forward, the pieces of his claymore dancing through the air in an erratic ballet of death, where one bad step could mean my end. Yet, despite the increasing difficulty of the fight, I met each strike, each attempt with fluid grace, my blade cutting precise arcs as I parried and dodged. Alas, despite this, a stray blow from Cromwell's fierce onslaught eventually grazed my shoulder, leaving a trail of crimson, one that served as a reminder of my counterpart's unpredictable lethality. Paying my new wound no attention, I retaliated in kind, leaving a shallow cut across his face, one that dripped into his blindfold. However, instead of pain, it seemed like the sight of his blood ignited a maelstrom of excitement within Cromwell, his face breaking into a wild grin. Not bad, a malicious grin spread across Cromwell's face as he ripped off his blindfold, the tautness in his voice betraying his obvious thirst for destruction. Let's see what you can do. I knew it was only a matter of time before he removed that. Good, it means the real fight it's about to fully begin. That's my line, I replied, getting into position. Cromwell bared his teeth in delight and lunged towards me, his broken claymore whistling through the air as he went in for the kill. I met his advance in kind, letting myself enjoy the moment of this fight. And just like that, the desert was once again engulfed in a maelstrom of dust and steel, as our swords clashed in an ever-increasing tempo. The clatter of metal against metal echoed through the air, piercing the darkness with each spark that lit up the desert sand like flashes of lightning. Urza Scarlet. POV. As I stood at the edge of the cliff, overlooking the capital of Idolas, my mission was clear. However, despite this clarity, my mind couldn't help but wander to Adam. The wind whipped at my hair, reminding me of the countless battles he had fought. Each time, despite all odds, he had emerged victorious, showing that his strength and determination were unparalleled. But this time he wasn't at his best, this time, he felt vulnerable, and the uncertainty of this gnawed at my resolve more than I wanted to admit. Despite this, all I could do was trust his own resolve and strength when I could not. He had never failed me before, and there was no reason to believe he would start now. Still, the possibility of something happening to him, and the doubt this brought clawed at my heart like a rusty knife. Focus on your part, he's going to be fine, I muttered to myself, as if the words could dispel the unease in my chest. Adam's the strongest person I know, he's my teacher, my friend, he always emerges triumphant. I hated this. I wasn't one to be uncertain. I wasn't one to have doubts. But no matter what I said, or tried, a tiny voice inside me questioned my every thought, whether his strength would be enough this time. My fingers clenched into fists, nails digging into my palms, as I struggled to banish those treacherous doubts that threatened to consume me. It seemed I couldn't bear the thought of losing him. Then I won't. I declared. For even if he were to die, I wouldn't let him, and while this might not make any sense for anyone, it didn't matter. Fairy tale has never made any sense, and we weren't about to start now. Adam C. POV. Seconds turned into minutes, and before I knew it, our duel had dragged on into the night, moving across the desert in a seemingly never-ending clash. By this time, we both bore the clear signs of our duel. Our bodies, glistening with exertion, moved with diminishing speed, the drawn-out clash draining our strength. But as my movements grew heavier, I noticed a sluggishness creeping into Cromwell's strikes, the once unpredictable warrior now seemingly entering within the realm of predictability. Kinetic charge, explosion. Cromwell growled in a burst of renewed energy, as he swept his claymore in a wide arc, releasing a massive explosion. Taken back by this new power of his, I barely managed to bring up my sword, bending space around me, the ensuing explosion jarring my entire body, as the force of his attack propelled me back. Seizing this chance, he pressed on, unleashing a relentless assault of strikes my way. However, within the onslaught of strikes, I found my moment. As Cromwell lunged, with a grace that belied the exhaustion gripping my body, I sidestepped out of his path. My blade slicing through the air in an arc, its sharp edge aiming to cleave through him. Slashing his chest, I moved to strike again, seeing this wound hadn't been as lethal as I would have wanted. However, this time, Cromwell was ready, and his blade intercepted mine in a shower of sparks. Our blades met in a deadlock, as our eyes locked in mutual acknowledgement. We were both enjoying this, a fight where we could give our all. And while the truth of the matter was that this wasn't my all, seeing that most of my power was within the lacrima that had been meant to seal me, I still felt alive. Not bad, but not enough, I grinned, pushing against him, shattering our impasse. Then, as Cromwell reeled backward ever so slightly at the sudden break, I seized the opening given to me. Wasting no time, my blade moved, flashing like a comet streaking through the night, its path aimed to end this duel. And it did. Cutting him once again across the chest in a wide arc, this time, deep enough to ensure the result I had been looking for. Taking a shaky step back, Cromwell raised a weary arm, his battle-worn face splitting into a pleased grin, as his body buckled under the weight of his wounds, his claymore slipping from his grasp as his knees hit the sand beneath him with a loud thud. "That was a good fight," Cromwell said, his voice strained but content. "I couldn't have asked for a better opponent." "Me?" I snorted at the joke. "Likewise." "Don't be condescending, it doesn't suit us," Cromwell chuckled weakly, his eyes closing as he let out a long tired sigh. "I had fought enough battles to know when someone isn't at their best, you weren't even close to your peak. But it doesn't matter, I had fun." I smiled, my own body dropping to the ground face first. "Well, I guess it's time for a nap." If I had learned something today, it was that sometimes being weak was a lot of fun. Who would have thought? Chapter 163, Chapter 148, I Need a Cat. Note, the next arc is quite short. I had no power yesterday. So the double release is today, don't think I forgot. Gajiel Red Fox. POV. As I trudged through the bustling market of idolas, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. The once proud and mighty Gajiel, who once fought mighty opponents, now focused on a kitty cat search. I rubbed my forehead, trying to chase away the creeping annoyance. You see, my problem was simple, or so I had originally thought. I needed a cat. A freaking, fluffy, mouse-chasing, milk-drinking, English-talking cat. All of the important people in Fairy Tail had one, so it was only natural to conclude that to join their guild, you needed one. Though now that I think about it, Adam has a raven, but that might be due to his obvious superiority over the others. Meaning I first needed the talking cat, and then I would work my way to the raven. In short, having a raven had to be a rank thing. Anyhow, having that in mind, the next logical step to being a proper member of Fairy Tail was to get my own animal sidekick. Only then, my application to the guild would be heard. Gajiel, Mistogen's voice snapped me out of my thoughts, go and retrieve Adam from the desert. I turned to face him, wasn't your plan to let them fight? Mistogen nodded. It was, and he won. But due to his weakened state, he exerted too much pressure on his body, and he's out of commission for now. I nodded, understanding the situation. All right, I'll get him. But what about the cat? I needed the cat if I wanted to join Fairy Tail, he had said so himself after I shared my own conclusions about the psychic thing. Mistogen blinked, before nodding slowly. Yes, the cat. The totally not fake requirement to join the guild. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to find one after you retrieve Adam. I let out a sigh of relief, grateful I would still have time to find the perfect talking cat. Adam C. POV. This sucks. The coarse grains of sand scratching my face, embedding themselves into every crevice. It was a strange sensation, both annoying and at the same time almost comforting. I had to admit, being weak had its perks. Under the right circumstances, it was fun. Thanks to the situation, I had been allowed to enjoy a true fight, one where I had to give me all. That being said, the fight was over, meaning the fun had ended, and without fun, there are consequences. My fun had left me unable to move, spent and drained. I would have chuckled if I could. But even that was out of the realm of possibilities for me, right now. Focusing on keeping myself awake, I exhaled with effort, and grains of sand fluttered away from my lips. The sun was high in the sky, searing through the veil of my eyelids, painting the world in hues of vibrant red and orange. It wouldn't be long before I became dehydrated. That wouldn't be good for me. After that, it wouldn't be long before I died, and dying like this was too stupid for me. Pushing those thoughts aside, I tried to flex my fingers, for maybe if I could, moving wouldn't be so hard. Sadly, they feel weighed down, pinned by invisible unmovable anchors. I could feel Zanryuzuki a few meters away from me. It seemed the wind had moved my blade. Despite that, I could still feel her close to me, her edge glinting under the harsh sunlight. It seemed I wouldn't be able to move. Well, fuck. I guess the only thing I can do right now is wait for one of my friends to come. Oh well, I had my fun. At least, I wanted to believe that. I mean, I had always imagined a fight like this would be a thing of glory, a cause for celebration. Instead, it felt hollow, like an empty achievement. Perhaps it was because I hadn't actually gone all out, on the account most of my power was sealed away. I sighed, trying my best not to worry too much about that. It wasn't before long, however, that my thoughts began to wander, my consciousness drifting like a ship lost at sea. Faces passing in front of me, some familiar, some forgotten. The family I fought alongside, the enemies I fought against, and the events that would come to happen that only I knew. All victims of a cruel dance choreographed by the whims of fate and necessity. I wonder. Will I be enough to kill Acnologia? I was confident in my power, despite the doubts that would sometimes haunt me. But would it really be enough? Perhaps the heat was getting to me. Or the fact I felt weak right now was affecting me more than I had foreseen, but still, I couldn't help but wonder. I guess it didn't matter. Whether or not the answer was what I wanted, I would make my power be enough. I was on a timer, and I only had one shot, one opportunity to end that bastard, and so, I would make it count. It wasn't fair. I really didn't want to die. I had made my peace with my situation, but that didn't mean I wanted it to happen. Sometimes it felt like my life was nothing more than a show to entertain others. I mean, why else would someone reincarnate me, only to give me a power not meant to be used by mortals? If it wasn't so sad, it would be funny. Adam. A shout. I can't recognize the voice. Well, I can only hope the Adam this unknown is looking for, is me. Otherwise, I'm fucked. I might as well try to communicate. I tried to move my lips, to say something, anything, but I was still unable to do a thing. Oh well. I guess my only option is to let this play out. I can smell you, but the sand is making it hard to find you. As the voice grew louder, I could hear the sound of footsteps approaching. God damn it. Adam, the voice called again, closer now. If you can hear me, say something. It seems whoever came isn't the brightest tool in the shed. I mean, for fuck's sakes, hasn't occurred to him that the one he's looking for is unable to reply to him. The footsteps grew closer and closer until they felt almost right next to me. This either meant I was being rescued or being killed off. Crossing my fingers for the first option. Fuck, the footsteps stopped abruptly as the person cursed under their breath. What the hell happened to you? Less questions, more saving you beautiful unknown bastard. As if reading my mind, I felt a firm hand under me, brushing aside the sand, and another sliding beneath my knees. Then, the world tilted. My body jostled, the sand under me replaced by the strange sensation of being hoisted onto someone's shoulder. It seems the other guy fucked you up pretty good, my mysterious savior grumbled. I would have rolled my eyes if I had the energy. Forcing my eyes open with a Herculean effort. I focused on seeing who had come for me. It didn't take me long to find out who my mysterious savior was, despite how blurry my sight was, and how out of commission I was, there was no mistaking the sight that greeted me as I opened my eyes. Metal-studded bands encircling muscular arms, piercings, hair as dark as the night sky, and eyes that held the stubborn glint of hardened steel. Gajiel Red Fox. I could see the usual scowl that seemed permanently etched onto his face now twisted into a frown of concern. As he adjusted his hold on me. It seems despite the fact I had pretty much changed the events leading to him joining the guild, the Iron Slayer had still found his way to join the guild. I managed a weak, half-hearted smirk. You better put up a good word for me with the old man, Gajiel sighed, before shifting his hold on me, tightening slightly. That done, he took a few strides before stopping, crouching down slightly. I opened my eyes again, just in time to see him reach out and pluck something from the sand. Zanryuzuki. Even in my exhausted state, I could feel the familiar hum of my weapon. Just what is this sword made of? Gajiel mused out loud, examining my blade with interest. No metal of any kind, that's for sure. It's got some serious weight to it. I'm truly glad he didn't just leave her out here. God knows I would not hear the end of it if that happened. Jokes aside, I was truly grateful. I didn't like being apart from my blade. After all, it was a part of me, an extension of my will, my strength, my spirit. Gajiel secured Zanryuzuki on his back, adjusting her with a thin strap across his chest. With my sword in his possession and me securely hoisted over his shoulder, he started moving again. Take a nap, and don't worry about a damn thing. You're under the protection of the best dragon slayer there is, nothing can harm you now. I could almost hear Laxus scoffing at that statement. Oh well, I will take Gajiel on his offer, and sleep. I wasn't needed for the rest of this, I had done my part, it was up to the others to finish it up. Chapter 164, Chapter 149, Urza vs. Urza. Question of the day. What is the stupidest power you have seen in a novel? And why? Third person. POV. The grandiose doors of Faust's castle creaked open before being shattered into pieces, as Urza Scarlet ventured inside, her heart throbbing with a mix of worry for her friends and resolve. The entrance hall stretched out before her, a looming cavern of shadow and silence, disturbed only by the echo of her boots against the cold stone floor as she made haste. Her goal being a simple one, destroying the lacrima that kept Adam weakened, and defeating a certain someone. Suddenly, a sharp swoosh cut through the eerie tranquility, and a glistening spear shot through the dim light towards her. Instinctively, she swung her sword, clashing with the spear in a spark of steel on steel. The echo of their collision reverberated through the halls, shattering the ground beneath her feet, a loud proclamation of an inevitable confrontation. Dashing through the air, grabbing the spear that had been hurled, emerged Nightwalker, her chilling gaze locked on Urza. Her eyes, as cold and unyielding as her weapon. She brandished her spear, its tip reflecting a malicious glint. So, you're supposed to be my counterpart. Nightwalker sneered, the corners of her lips curling into a sadistic smile. How disappointing. Urza tightened her grip on her sword, her gaze steady on the foe before her. Nightwalker, she acknowledged, a hard edge to her voice. My goals right now don't require that I deal with you. So, here are your options, move out of my way, or I'll be forced to move you. Such confidence, Nightwalker taunted, twirling her spear with an intimidating grace. It seems you don't understand your situation. The one who doesn't seem to understand a thing here is you. Urza's eyes narrowed, her stance showing she was readying herself for what seemed to be inevitable. Right now, I'm fighting for the sake of someone important to me, and because of that, I won't hold back. You won't hold back, you say? Nightwalker chuckled, a cold, disheartening sound. Well, by all means, cheap copy, go through me. Very well, Urza shot back, her voice echoing through the hall. I hope you don't regret your choice. Nightwalker tilted her head, a twisted smile playing on her lips. Oh, don't worry, I won't. Urza squared her shoulders, an unwavering determination reflecting in her eyes. Enough talk. Nightwalker's cold laughter filled the hall once more. On that, we both can agree. As the final word left Nightwalker's lips, Urza lunged forward, the distance between them vanishing in a blink of an eye. Her sword swung through the air, but Nightwalker parried, the clash of their weapons rippling through the grand hallway, shattering the deafening silence with an earth-shattering shockwave. Without a warning, Urza and Nightwalker blurred into a whirl of steel and force, their weapons clashing at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. Each impact sent a shockwave that echoed through the castle, rattling, and breaking the stone walls as well as cracking the floor beneath where they met. Paintings fell from the walls and the opulent chandeliers above them trembled, shedding showers of crystal that echoed the battle's ferocity. The two figures twisted and turned, vanishing and reappearing amidst the dust and debris, in a deadly dance that whipped up a storm in the grand hall as they moved, both matching each other in strength and speed, two sides of the same coin locked in a lethal struggle. Urza struck fiercely, changing her armor when needed, each swing of her blade a testament to her resolve. But just as her, Nightwalker was relentless, countering with an equal measure of skill and precision, her spear morphing to deal with her adversary. You won't defeat me, not when I am fighting for the sake of those I love. Urza shouted, pushing back against Nightwalker's spear. You'll have to do much better than this. Nightwalker sneered back, pushing against Urza's blade, her eyes gleaming with savage delight. The two warriors clashed again, the power behind their attacks being such that both found themselves reeling back, as the castle trembled. As the dust began to settle, Urza and Nightwalker stood opposite each other once again. No words were needed now. Leaving one thing clear, both had a mission to accomplish, and neither was willing to back down no matter what. Taking a calming breath, Urza threw herself back into the fray, a fierce light igniting in her eyes, reflecting her determination to end this encounter by going all out. Their weapons clashed again, but this time, Urza pressed the attack with a newfound ferocity. Her every move, parry, and dodge, leagues above what she had shown so far, being at a level that only a few close to her had witnessed. It wasn't before long before this relentless assault began to take its toll on Nightwalker. Now being painfully apparent for her that there had been a clear shift in the tide of their battle, her smirk gradually fading as she found herself forced back step by step as a flicker of doubt ignited in her eyes. After all, the once evenly matched encounter was now turning into a one-sided event, and it wasn't on her favor as she had originally imagined it would happen. How? Nightwalker growled, parrying a particularly fierce strike from Urza, only to be cut multiple times by a series of unseen attacks delivered by Urza. How can you be this strong? Urza didn't falter, her gaze meeting Nightwalker's as she cut her once more. You don't seem to get it, do you? It's not that I am strong, it's that you are weak. Nightwalker staggered, the grip on her spear loosening as she tried to regain her balance. Urza took her chance and delivered a swift kick, followed by a series of fast slashes, each one cutting through her with ease, before sending Nightwalker tumbling to the ground, crashing against a wall. Urza's eyes hardened as she watched Nightwalker struggle to stand, her once confident demeanor now replaced by a look of desperation and disbelief. Give up, you can't win, Urza said, advancing towards Nightwalker with her sword raised. End this, while you can. Nightwalker gritted her teeth, refusing to submit. She might not have the strength to fight her counterpart, but she would rather die than submit. Urza watched as Nightwalker struggled to get back on her stance, a wild look of defiance in her eyes. And for a moment, Urza almost respected her opponent's determination. Almost. You'll have to kill me. Nightwalker spat out, her voice filled with venom as she shakily readied her spear once more. I will never submit, as long as I can draw a breath I will fight. Urza paused for a moment, before raising her sword and prepared to deliver the final blow. Very well. In a swift motion that showed nothing but power, precision, and resolve, Urza charged at her counterpart, her blade ready to end this once and for all. Despite knowing she would lose, Nightwalker tried to parry the upcoming attack with all her might, but as expected her strength wasn't enough to do so, and her spear was kicked away as Urza's blade cut through the air towards her. For a moment, the world around them seemed to slow, coming to a halt, before suddenly, Urza's sword struck true, slashing across Nightwalker's chest and sending her sprawling across the stone floor. A gasp filled the room as Nightwalker crashed onto the ground, her body sliding across the stone floor before coming to a stop, her body splayed out and motionless. Her eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, the once fierce and unyielding gaze now filled with disbelief and shock. After all, she had never imagined she would lose in such a way. The castle fell silent. Urza sheathed her sword, her eyes never leaving the fallen form of her counterpart. "It's over," she said, her voice echoing through the silence of the castle. Nightwalker remained silent, the sight of her own blood confirming there was nothing she could do, even if she wanted to. With nothing more to say, Urza turned away from the fallen Nightwalker, her gaze moving to the castle's inner chambers. After all, the lacrima still awaited, and she would not rest until she shattered away the chains that kept Adam shackled. Chapter 165, Author Note. A quick post to let everybody know I'm taking today off, for self-care reasons, as in, mental health. Not many know this, at least in web novel, but my cat, of many years, died. And I've been having a rough time adapting to, well, her departure. I need a day to breath. Chapter 166, Chapter 150, A Celestial Mage. Goals and Rewards of the Week. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Y'all can even pick the days for these. Adam C. POV. I woke up in a small, dimly lit room. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and antiseptic, instantly bringing back memories of past battles and subsequent recoveries, most of them having a broom or two breaking over my head. My body ached, the exhaustion from my fight still a heavy weight on my bones, but now to a much tolerable degree. In front me, I saw the one treating me, Wendy, the petite dragon slayer, with her sky-blue hair tied up in a high ponytail, was sitting next to me, her brow furrowed in concentration as she gently applied a soothing salve to the array of cuts and bruises that marred my body. "Hey there, Tiny," I croaked, my throat dry and raw. She immediately looked up, her wide eyes brightening in relief. "You're awake. You shouldn't be awake this soon." I am mean, how are you feeling?" I tried to sit up, but a wave of dizziness forced me back down. Wendy gently pushed me back onto the makeshift bed, her eyes filled with worry. "Don't even think about it. You're still recovering." "What happened to Gajeel?" I asked, smiling at her. It seemed that when it came to healing, she could be assertive. "He's out fighting," Wendy replied, before reassuring quickly. "And don't worry, he's okay, he said he had to do something about a cat." "I see," I chuckled, finding the fact that some things remained the same, despite all the changes, a bit comical. "So. Everyone is still fighting." "Yes, and don't even think about going out to help them," Wendy scolded me, mistaking my tone for an intention to go and help. "You need to rest and recover properly." I had no intention of moving from where I was. I had done my part. Now, it was up to the rest to finish this up. "Don't worry, Wendy," I replied, leaning back into the semi-soft pile of linen serving as my bed. "I mean, I can't disobey my diligent doctor, can I?" The corners of her lips turned upwards ever so slightly in what might have been a relieved smile. It vanished as quickly as it had appeared though, her worry-filled eyes flickering back to the bundle of bandages in her hands. "Promise," she asked, the small word carrying so much weight, showing she wasn't entirely certain my words were true. "Pinky promise." I nodded, smiling faintly. "Besides, with how beaten I am, I don't have much of a choice." Wendy let out a soft giggle. "You really don't," she agreed, dipping a piece of cloth into a bowl with salve. Smiling at that, I settled back into my bed, trying to get as comfortable as I could. In the corner of the room, I saw my blade, Zanryozuki, leaning against the wall. I could feel her steady pulse, letting me know she was here for anything. The rhythmic swish of Wendy's cloth over my wounds, and the crackling of the fire gradually luring me towards the precipice of sleep. However, before that could happen, a brief expression in Wendy's face made me open my eyes and turn towards her. She was worried. She was trying to hide it for my sake, but she was worried about everyone. "Wendy," I started, and she paused, her hand stilling on my arm. "They will win, don't worry." She met my gaze, before replying. "They can handle it, right?" I nodded without hesitation. "There's nothing here they can't face." Wendy didn't answer immediately. She sat there for a moment, looking at me before the smallest of smiles dawned on her face. "Yeah, you're right, they can. They're strong, just like you." I wouldn't go as far as to say they were as strong as me, but whatever kept her from worrying. Nodding at Wendy, I closed my eyes again, allowing myself to drift, slipping into peaceful oblivion, having no doubts that by the time I woke up, this entire situation would be a thing of the past. Lucy H. POV. The battlefield was a whirlwind of chaos, more so than what I could handle, as Faust's army surged forward, making it harder and harder to advance. Despite how afraid I was, I stood at the heart of this storm, fighting alongside Loke, the lion, the golden shimmer of his magic, Regulus, gleaming. However, despite how strong he was, and our best efforts to work together, we were slowly being pushed back. My magic slowly, but surely running out. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before I couldn't keep his gate open, and if that happened, I would lose. I was breathless, tired, and beyond my breaking point, feeling as my heart pounded like a war drum against my chest. But taking a page out of Urza's book, I would not back down, not here, not now. As much as I wanted to just run, and wait for someone stronger to deal with this, I would not give up. Everyone was counting on me. Pushing through my exhaustion, I danced through the battlefield, narrowly avoiding a swing from a soldier's sword, while parrying another with my whip. My only option now was to keep moving, keep fighting until I couldn't anymore, and even then, I would still give it my all. That being said, it was in my best interest not to drag this more than it was absolutely necessary, meaning that I needed to find a strategy, a plan, something, anything that could turn the tides in our favor. And then it hit me. We had done this before, with Urza. We had shattered the lacrima that had sealed her. If I could do that again with the lacrima these soldiers were so fiercely protecting, then maybe things would improve. Loke! I shouted, as one of the soldiers struck me in the face, drawing blood. Forget the soldiers and strike the lacrima they are protecting with all you have. Loke turned my way, worry flickering in his eyes. But despite the sight of my blood, and the situation around, he nodded. I could take a few hits, and deal with this for a few moments alone, and that was all we needed, a few moments to change the tides of this fight. With a final glance in my direction, Loke shifted his attention, his gaze set on the massive glowing lacrima. Knowing what we were planning to do, the soldiers tried to stop him. And with every step he took, more and more soldiers hurled themselves at him, trying to prevent him from reaching the lacrima, throwing everything they could his way, cutting and damaging him, but not slowing him down. Unfortunately for them, Loke was relentless. And each soldier that came his way met the golden force of Regulus. I could only watch, as the soldiers continued to hit me, my heart pounding in my chest, as Loke finally reached the lacrima, his body threatening to disappear due to his wounds and my lack of magic. With a final roar, he swung his hand forward, his golden magic illuminating the battlefield. The lacrima shook violently, cracks appearing along its surface until, with one final shatter, it broke apart, its glow dissipating into nothing. A smile stretched across my face, a weight lifted off my shoulders as Loke's form began to flicker, as his gate began to close. My body ached, my magic was completely drained, and I was on the verge of collapse. And the soldiers Loke had kept away from me were now closing in on me, their swords ready to strike me down. You will pay for that, whore. As the first soldier lunged at me, there was a sudden shift in the atmosphere, and the battlefield went quiet, the noises of the ever-approaching army drowned out by a deep, resounding rumble. The air crackled with energy, static electricity dancing on my skin. An unnerving calm fell over me, the calm that came before a violent storm. Then, in an explosive burst of raw power, a bolt of blinding yellow lightning shot down from the clear sky, striking the ground between me and the oncoming soldiers. The shockwave threw the soldiers back, as the ground beneath me trembled with the force of the impact. When the dust settled and my ringing ears could hear once more, a figure emerged from the epicenter of the lightning strike. His frame was tall, the silhouette backlit by the residual energy of his entrance, his body crackling with electricity. Laxus, I breathed, recognizing him instantly. I don't know where the fuck am I, or who any of you are for that matter, all I know is you will regret hurting my family, Laxus growled, his voice low and dangerous. The tides of this battle had changed. Wait. I needed to give him the pills Mistogan gave me before he lost his magic. Laxus. I shouted, my voice hoarse from exhaustion as I pulled the bottle of pills from my bag, you need to take these pills, otherwise you won't be able to use your magic. Laxus snatched the pills from my hand and swallowed them without a second thought. As the soldiers who had been knocked back by the lightning strike scrambled to get back on their feet, fear etched on their faces as they stared at Laxus. You can rest now, Lucy, Laxus said, turning back to me with a rare softness in his voice and gaze, I'll take care of this. I smiled, dropping to the ground. I had done it. Now I can finally rest. Chapter 167, Chapter 151, Thunderstorm. Goals and rewards of the week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Y'all can even pick the days for these. Laxus Dreyer. POV. With the fury of a brewing storm echoing in my chest, I stared down at the soldiers in front of me, who had made the grave mistake of hurting my family. I hope you're ready for the consequences of your actions, I growled, as rage boiled up inside me, my knuckles turning white as I clenched them. With that said, I took a step forward, releasing a massive shockwave of pure, raw energy that engulfed the entire battlefield in a blinding explosion. As the dust settled, I saw the soldiers scattered across the field, their bodies crackling with electricity, their limbs twisted at impossible angles, every single one of them defeated. With the army dealt with, I turned my attention to figuring out what was happening, eventually feeling a familiar presence a few miles away. Urza. I could feel her magic flaring like a beacon in the midst of this place which felt like a void devoid of all magic. By the feeling of it, it seemed like she was fighting someone or something. I couldn't tell what exactly, seeing I wasn't sure what I was feeling outside Urza in the distance. Either way, I was pretty sure she was fighting someone. Meaning it was very likely that the one behind all of this was the one she was currently facing. Without a second thought, I moved, my body transforming into a bolt of lightning in order to soar through the sky. As I approached the place, I saw Urza locked in combat with what appeared to be a mechanical dragon, her sword clashing against the creature's metallic skin. Having seen enough, I moved forward, just as the mechanical dragon was rearing back, preparing to attack her. However, just as the massive claw descended on her, I raised my hand, landing between them, stopping the metallic beast's attack with a single hand. Laxus. Urza looked up at me in surprise, her eyes widening at the sight of me. Is this bastard the one behind all of this? I asked, my eyes locked onto the mechanical dragon in front of me, as electricity crackled around me. Urza nodded, her eyes never leaving the mechanical dragon that was now struggling against my grip. Good, I said, happy to have found the one responsible for this shit. It made my job of thoroughly eliminating the problem a whole lot easier. Let's show this pile of scrap metal what fairy tale is made of. Let's, Urza replied, using her magic to change into her Nakagami armor. Fools. Faust's voice echoed off the metal interior of his mecha as he pounded his fist against the control panel of his armor. No one can stop me now. Third person. POV. The mechanical dragon, known as the Dorma Anim, roared, rearing back to free its claw from Laxus' grip, while unhinging its jaw open, as an energy beam began to form at the back of its throat. Seeing this, Laxus forced the claw down, before slamming the head of the dragon into the ground with his foot. The impact caused a shockwave which rippled through the ground, causing a few rocks to roll down the nearby hill. Urza, seizing the opportunity, leapt onto the dragon's back attempting to plunge her halberd through the mecha. However, before she could successfully land the blow, the Dorma Anim thrashed around, causing Urza to miss. Don't think you can defeat me that easily, Faust gloated, his voice echoing from within the mecha. I am the righteous blade of this kingdom, the one who will save this world. Laxus snorted, his body crackling with electricity as he opened his mouth, aiming at the mecha. Lightning Dragon's Roar. A concentrated blast of lightning shot out of Laxus' mouth, striking the Dorma Anim head-on. However, as the dust cleared up, much to Laxus' surprise, the suit despite taking the full power of his attack was unscathed. Laxus frowned, his eyes narrowing at the Dorma Anim. An expression that Urza was mirroring. It seemed, both were thinking the same thing. Urza, Laxus said, gesturing towards the Dorma Anim. On it, Urza nodded, changing her armor to the Flame Empress armor, before charging at the Dorma Anim, leaving a trail of flames behind her. Her sword blazed with orange and yellow flames as she slashed relentlessly at the mecha. Sparks flew from each strike, yet the menacing robot remained unaffected, showing that similar to Laxus her attack had failed to do any damage. Laxus, Urza called out, dodging a swipe from the mecha. Laxus nodded. I know, it seems we have to destroy this thing without using magic. Faust laughed from within the Dorma Anim. You think you can defeat me without magic? You're nothing but mere ants against the ultimate power. The weapon that can nullify all magical threats. That only means you're going to suffer more than it's absolutely necessary, moron, Laxus replied, moving behind the mecha, snatching its tail in his grasp before swinging the entire thing forward, slamming the entire thing against the ground. Urza smiled at the sight. Laxus, can you deal with this by yourself? Why? Laxus asked, turning to face her. I need to help Adam recover what he stole from him, Urza said, glaring at the Dorma Anim, her anger directed to its pilot. Laxus grinned, cracking his knuckles. Ah, that makes sense, sure go ahead. I can handle this guy, besides I can use the workout, I was about to ask you to leave me to fight him alone anyway. You think I will let you take my lacrima? My magic. Faust screamed from within the mecha, attacking Laxus. Laxus ducked, avoiding the blow of the claw, before quickly slamming the mecha's head down on the ground. You don't have a choice in the matter, bastard. Now be quiet, your voice annoys me. Having all the confirmation she needed, Urza turned on her heel, sprinting towards Lacrima holding Adam's power. Having no doubts that Laxus would swiftly deal with the demented king, without any problems. Chapter 168, Chapter 152, The Lacrima. Goals and rewards of the week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Y'all can even pick the days for these. Urza Scarlet. POV. As I left Laxus fighting Faust, the resolve to save everyone had once again ignited a fire in my heart as I set my sights on the enormous Lacrima, keeping Adam's power away. Each step felt heavy, burdened not by fear, but by determination. I will save them, I will save you, I vowed to myself, my heartbeat echoing my conviction as the images of my friends, especially Adam, played across my mind. Despite having no real enemies ahead of me, the path to the lacrima wasn't clear. Soldiers, hundreds of them, had stepped forward to block my trajectory, following the king's command. Part of me understood, they were just doing their job, still, their actions were beyond forgiveness. Move. Or I'll be forced to go through you. I warned them, my voice echoing across the field. They answered with a silent display of their gleaming weapons, showing that they were ready to die for their cause. It was admirable, but futile nonetheless. I sighed, gripping my sword tighter. So be it. Respecting their resolve, and my own goals, I moved like a tempest, cutting through them with power and precision, clearing my path to the lacrima. It wasn't before long that the battlefield fell into silence, as all the guards that once stood against me, now lay on the ground, defeated. Adam, hold on, I murmured. Standing before the lacrima, I could feel the immense power trapped within. It was more than I could have possibly imagined, making me wonder just how much power Adam was really hiding. The lacrima pulsed with an eerie light, not quite blue like the rest of the others. It seemed almost ethereal, its light reflecting in my widened eyes. The face of Adam, and a woman I had never seen before, seemed to stare back at me from within its depths, both carrying an expression I couldn't quite grasp. Pushing my thoughts aside, I gripped my sword tighter. This ends now. Without any more words, I lifted my sword, the weight of it seeming to echo the weight of my responsibility, and as I did so, the world seemed to slow around me, as the echoes of the battles behind me faded into an almost deafening silence. The light from the lacrima painted long, ominous shadows around me, the silence broken only by my breath and the faint humming of the trapped magic. Silently, I drew back my blade, every muscle in my body coiling like a spring. Then, in a blur of motion, I struck, my sword cutting through the air. In an instant, the sharp edge of my blade met the surface of the lacrima before a brilliant burst of light erupted from the point of contact, pushing me back as the release of magic created a massive shockwave that rippled through the air and the entire city, taking my breath away. As more and more power continued to pour out, the world itself seemed to shudder under its pressure, giving me just an idea of how powerful Adam truly was. I did it, I muttered with a smile. My words were lost in the explosion of magic, and for a moment, I was suspended in that bright light, the immense energy threatening to consume me. Despite this, I was happy. I had saved Adam, I had helped him where no one else could, and now I could leave the rest to the others. Adam C. POV. Pain. The world came into focus through a veil of pain. Every breath felt like 1,000 needles jabbing into my chest, every heartbeat a hammer to the anvil. Despite Wendy's best effort to fix the consequences of what was happening to my body without power, my situation was becoming worse by the moment. Though I was pretty sure most of this was because my counterpart had poisoned me, if Wendy's words were anything to go by. Maybe it was a 50-50 kind of thing. I tried to move, to sit up, but as of now, my body refused, drained from whatever it was happening. Sadly, I was trapped in my own body, unable to move, unable to do anything more than hear. Not going to lie, it was maddening. As minutes turned into hours, I could do nothing but reflect on my plight, and wonder for just how long I would be here, and to think all of this was happening. My power had been drained to sustain a world that wasn't even my own. However, this situation didn't last for much longer, because all of a sudden, there was a change. A surge of energy coursed through my body, making every nerve sing with life. It was like a river breaking through a dam, unstoppable, uncontainable. Power, my power, was returning. I forced my eyes open, a smile spreading across my face as the pain in my body subsided. "Hey Adam," Wendy muttered, her breath shaky. Showing that the return of my power had taken a toll on her, which was to be expected seeing that for one moment I hadn't been able to contain it. Smiling at her, I pushed myself to sit up, as I took a brief moment to savor this sensation, my power surging and pulsing within me. As fun as being weak had been, it felt good to be strong again. I could feel my power in every beat of my heart, in every breath I took. Then, a thought crossed my mind. Urza. I don't know how, but I knew she had been the one to free me. For a strange reason, I had the memory of her, standing before the lacrima, keeping my powers away. "Thank you, Urza," I smiled. Deciding it was time to end this charade. Once and for all. I wanted to go home, and if that meant taking this entire arc by the horns, then by all means I would oblige. I mean, sure, I had originally wanted to leave the others to deal with the situation, but that was then. Now I'm tired of this place. "Why you can't leave?" Wendy stammered, panic lacing her voice. "You still haven't recovered, and I haven't fully treated the poison in your system. So if you want to leave, you'll have to go T through me." So, I was right, the bastard had tried to poison me. I turned to her, my expression softening as I placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. It was adorable to see her caring so much about my health. "I know, but don't worry. This will only take a second." I wasn't kidding when I said that. Now that I was back to full strength, this entire thing would take just that, a second of my time. Chapter 169, Author Offer. If we reach top 4, I'll post nothing. Kidding, I'll post another chapter. Chapter 170, Congratulation, or should I say CORNatulations. Y'all won not 1, but 2 chapters, 1 for top 4, and 1 extra for top 3. Now all you have to do is pick the dates for the release. You can either get 2 double releases, or a triple release. The dates are the following: Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. These days are for next week, and yes, I count Sunday as the start of the week, so the earliest day is this coming Sunday. So pick your dates, and how many chapters of the ones y'all won you want there. Also the votes will be counted by the paragraph comments of each day, so, comment away. Chapter 171, Chapter 153, Goodbye. Goals and rewards of the week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. There was a posting error. But here's the good shit. Urza Scarlet. POV. As the dust cleared and the debris settled, I realized I had been pushed quite a distance from the lacrima. With a groan, I pushed myself to my feet, swaying slightly from the force of the explosion. Looking back, I saw the shattered remnants of the lacrima, the glow it once held now dispersed, a clear reminder to what had just occurred. Feeling some of my strength return, I allowed myself a small smile. It had worked. Adam was free. That being said, there was no time to celebrate. From the corner of my eye, I could see movement, catching glimpses of Laxus fighting Faust without using his magic. For what I could see, both seemed somewhat evenly matched. If only the dragon suit wasn't immune to magic. Suddenly, a flash of light burst forth, a silhouette descending from the sky and landing between Faust and Laxus, creating a shockwave that pushed them apart. As the light dimmed, and the dust cleared, the figure turned, and my heart caught in my throat. Adam. The world seemed to come to a halt as he turned around, and calmly lifted his hand, all while the mechanical behemoth rushed forward to crush him, Faust roaring from within. Adam. The suit is immune to magic. I shouted, worried he would get hurt by it due to his well-earned confidence. Adam remained silent, not moving a muscle, and as the giant claw closed in on him, then, with a simple flick of his hand, something snapped, shattering the mechanical suit into pieces. What? Laxus shouted in indignation. I could understand his frustration. After all, a mere touch, that's all it took for Adam to do what we hadn't been able to accomplish. Faust's surprised shout was lost in the commotion as his machine crumbled away, the magical energy maintaining its form dispersing in a brilliant flash as the battlefield went silent. Everyone in the scene watched, stunned, as Adam stood there, unscathed amidst the wreckage. His eyes held a certain calmness, a sense of control that hadn't been there before the last time I had seen him. Thanks, Adam, I smiled, my voice lost in the wind. My eyes met his across the battlefield, a silent acknowledgement passing between us. This was my fight. Bastard. Laxus barked, one of his eyes twitching as he advanced towards Adam. Was it? Adam replied with a mischievous smile curling up the corners of his lips. I mean, I saw you struggling so I thought you wanted your big brother to help you out. Laxus scoffed, his fists clenched as he stepped closer to Adam. I didn't need your help, he spat. I could have taken him on my own. Adam chuckled, his eyes bright with amusement. Of course, you could have, you're a big boy now, he said. Isn't that right? Do you want to die? Laxus muttered, glaring at Adam without much of a bite behind his words. Bring it on, double AA, Adam replied, his smile transforming into a challenging smirk. I chuckled. No matter what, some things always remained the same. And for that, I was grateful. What are you laughing at? Laxus barked, and for a moment, I could swear I was seeing him pout, perhaps it was my imagination. Adam C. POV. After defeating Faust, things followed just as they had in canon. We pretended to be evil, Mistogen defeated us, and everyone with magic within them returned back to Earthland. Meaning every single Exceed also came back with us to Earthland. That also meant that Gajeel, who had been trying to join the guild, had finally found his cat. Which for some reason he thought was a requirement to join, something that once cleared up and enraged him, as he asked for anyone to open a portal back to Idola's in order to allow him the opportunity to have his revenge. I guess Mistogen tricked, for what reason? I don't know, maybe this was his sense of humor. Adam. Mavis floated over to me, her eyes dancing with excitement. You're back, I missed you. I narrowed my eyes. I found you reading a book in my bed. I can feel how much you missed me. Mavis giggled like an anime girl, her hands covering her mouth as she tried to hide her amusement. I couldn't help myself, she said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Your bed is just so comfortable. But I wasn't lying when I said I missed you. I rolled my eyes, resisting the urge to smile. Whatever you say, Oompa Loompa. Mavis huffed, her cheeks puffing out like an annoyed chipmunk. I told you not to call me that. I don't know what it is, but I know it is insulting, she whined, floating closer to me and narrowing her eyes. I couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable pout. You might not know what it means, but be sure it suits you so well. Mavis crossed her arms over her chest, her expression turning even more sour. You're so mean sometimes, she muttered, before flying off in a huff. I watched her go, shaking my head with a smile. Mavis was like the little/big sister I never wanted, and had no choice but love and deal with her shenanigans. Did anything happen in my absence? I asked her. Mavis spun around, her eyes wide with excitement once again. Oh, you won't believe it. Your familiar and I had a blast talking about magical theory, she exclaimed in a rush. Master, please don't leave me alone with her again, my familiar squawked from the bookshelf he had been hiding in. She's insatiable, the questions never stop coming. I'll be having nightmares about her for a while. Mavis pouted at my familiar. Oh, come on. I'm not that bad. Yes, yes you are, you evil tiny demon. I wouldn't wish what my familiar endured on anyone. Enough about that, tell me about this world you visited. Mavis demanded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Did you meet anyone interesting? Discover any new spells, magic, species? See what I mean? I sighed, rubbing my forehead. It's not really something I want to talk about right now, Mavis. I'm honestly pretty tired right now. Mavis' expression fell, her lower lip jutting out in a pout. Oh, okay. I understand, there's never enough time for Mavis, I get it. I'm old, obsolete. God, she was good at the game of shame. You're evil, you know that. Mavis giggled, her mood shifting back to her usual mischievous self. Maybe a little bit. But that's what makes me so lovable, right? I rolled my eyes, unable to hide the smile tugging at the corners of my lips. Sure, Mavis. You're lovable. I guess I could give her the summary of what happened. After all, I had time. All I had to do after this was prepare to help the Master with the upcoming S-Class trials in 3 months. Chapter 172, Chapter 154, Dangerous Ambitions. Goals and Rewards of the Week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. There was a posting error. But here's the good shit. Adam C. POV. It had been 1 week since our triumphant return from Idola's, and as usual life had settled back into its usual rhythm at the Fairy Tale Guild, that is. The cheers and celebrations had long subsided, but the sense of accomplishment still lingered in the air. Now, with the S-Trial exams on the horizon, there was a palpable excitement within the guild walls. As I walked through Magnolia's bustling streets towards the guild, I couldn't help but feel a mix of nerves and determination bubbling inside me. Adam. There you are. Makarov's hearty voice called out as I entered the guild hall. The old guild master was standing in the center, surrounded by other members who were busy preparing for the upcoming S-Trials. The atmosphere was charged with magic and anticipation. Good morning, Gramps, I greeted with a smile, making my way towards him. So, what's my job for the upcoming exams? Makarov's eyes twinkled with pride as he patted me on the shoulder. Well, as one of the proctors, your role will be crucial in evaluating the candidate's skills and character. I smiled. It was an honor to contribute to the guild's future in this way. Alongside guildarts and a few other experienced wizards, I would be evaluating the candidates' performances in the various trials they would face. With a clear sense of purpose, we set to work on the preparations. First, we carefully selected the candidates who had shown exceptional growth and potential within the guild during this last year. We considered their personalities, strengths, and areas of improvement, aiming to provide them with trials that would help them grow and learn. The candidates were Natsu, Gray, Kana, Elfman, Fried, and Lilia. As proctors, our goal was not to make the trials impossible, otherwise no one would ever pass, but to ensure they would challenge the candidates to go beyond their limits. We designed a series of tests that tested their magical abilities, teamwork, and problem-solving skills. Each trial had its unique twist, requiring the candidates to adapt and think on their feet, and out of their comfort zone. Unlike other times, this time, the candidates were noticed they were selected beforehand. Thanks to me, seeing I had suggested we did just that, to better help them prepare. In the days leading up to the S-Trials, Guildarts and I spent time with the selected candidates. We provided guidance and support, helping them understand the expectations, without actually telling them what to do. Needless to say, the candidates were both nervous and excited, each one eager to prove themselves worthy of the S-Class title. Makarov, as the guild master, also held meetings with all the Fairy Tale members to rally their support for the candidates, as usual, encouraging and cheering for those who would participate in the trials, something that only helped to strengthen the resolve of the candidates even further. We also conducted mock trials, simulating some of the challenges the candidates might face during the actual exams. This allowed us to assess their readiness and identify any areas where they might need additional preparation, or a little push. The candidates embraced these mock trials with determination, and each session revealed their potential for growth. By this point, the preparations were now almost complete, meaning my time here was almost over as well. I knew what these trials meant for me. Acnologia. As I looked around at my fellow guildmates, I couldn't help but feel proud of the family we had become, and sad that I would be saying goodbye to them. Oh well. I had a good time here. And as long as I can kill that which threatens them, I'll be fine. We can find another way, Mavis said suddenly, breaking me out of my thoughts. I turned to face her. Maybe, but I won't risk it. Mavis looked at me with a sad expression, knowing that my mind was set on the task that lay ahead. I understand, she said softly. I wish I could do something to stop this, but I can't. As I am, I'm useless. I smiled at her. You're not useless, Mavis. Some things are just outside our control. Mavis looked up at me, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Thank you, Adam. Celine, the moonlit beauty. Third-person POV. In the dimly lit underground laboratory, Celine stood before a mysterious dark shard of energy floating ominously in front of her. The walls were lined with ancient tomes and arcane symbols, hinting at the depth of her research. Her silver eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and dark ambition as she gazed at the shard, her long silver hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. For months, she had dedicated herself to unraveling the enigma behind Adam's existence, seeking its source and potential. Countless experiments, sleepless nights, and relentless determination had led her to this moment of revelation. As she observed the shard, Celine's lips curled into a twisted smile, betraying the sinister nature of her discovery. As she had concluded, the secret behind Adam's power was one that held immense power, and she knew that she could harness it for her own purposes, if she played her cards right. Finally, after all this time, she murmured, her voice laced with a mixture of triumph and a hint of madness. I've found your origin, my sweet Adam. Her fingers danced through the air, and a soft, ethereal glow enveloped the shard. Symbols and runes etched themselves into the air and into the soul shard, forming an intricate web of magic around the energy. As the runes shimmered and pulsed, a holographic projection appeared above the shard, before a portal opened. Celine's eyes widened in fascination as she witnessed her work and dedication pay up. A world outside the threads of existence as I knew them, Celine whispered, her mind racing with the implications of her discovery. The potential of this power is limitless. With this, I can reshape the world, bend reality to my will, and destroy Acnologia once and for all. Her smile grew wider, but her excitement was tinged with a chilling aura of darkness. Unaware of the terrible danger that might lie beyond the portal she had created, Celine's smile remained fixed on her face. The allure of the untapped power before her clouded any sense of caution she might have had. The thought of acquiring enough strength to destroy Acnologia was simply too intoxicating for her. Without hesitation, Celine stepped forward and plunged herself into the portal. Her body was engulfed in a blinding light as she hurtled through the unknown space, setting the beginning of an event that was never meant to happen, shattering the history of two worlds, with a single action pushed by the desire of revenge. Chapter 173, Author Note. Korn is sick. The flu, updates will return Sunday with the triple release you voted for. Chapter 174, Author Note. What up guys, Author here. Good news, and bad news. Good news first, I don't have the flu. Hooray. Bad news. I have COVID. Now, onto the news most of you want to read about. Will I stop updates? No, I won't unless I can in any shape or form right. What I will do is break the triple release in 2 parts. I can't do it all today, so I will post 2 chapters today. And 2 more Thursday. That being said, the voting event continues. If you reach top 3, you get 1 extra chapter. Top 2, 2 chapters. Top 1, 3 to 4. Anyway, Korn out, he needs to sleep, COVID has Korn pretty tired, and annoyed, all drinks taste like shit now. See. Chapter 175, Chapter 155, The Moon. Goals and rewards of the week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Double release Wednesday. Change of plans, Wednesday and Friday. Celine the Moonlit Beauty. Third person. POV. As Celine stepped through the portal into the new world, she found herself in an otherworldly landscape unlike anything she had ever seen before. The world seemed to be made of an energy that was totally foreign to hers. The air crackled with this energy, and the very ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse with power. Her silver eyes widened with wonder and excitement as she took in the strange and magnificent sights around her. It seemed the world was a few thousand years behind her in terms of technological advancement, but other than that, she found little to no difference in appearance. Well, there was the fact that the entire world's population seemed to be in a single place. Now, where to begin, Celine muttered, smiling at the possibilities this new world brought. Her initial thrill, however, was interrupted by a sudden cold and detached voice that pierced the air. What an interesting development. Celine whirled around immediately, her senses on high alert. There, before her, stood a figure clad in unusual attire, a man with pale skin and a pair of sharp, calculating eyes. Who are you? Celine asked, her voice steady and defiant, despite the shock of encountering someone in this new world capable of sneaking on her so fast. The man's lips curled into a slight smirk. Is there a meaning to answering that? His smile grew wider. On the other hand, it would be a problem if I don't hear your name. It would make it difficult to know what to write in the jar where I will put you. Celine's confidence wavered slightly as she felt the weight of the man's scrutinizing gaze. It was as if he could see through her, tearing her apart with just a gaze. It was unsettling for the dragon. My, how confident you sound, Celine replied cryptically, her silver eyes narrowing. Leave, before I change my mind and kill you, worm. The man's expression turned into one of utter delight. Is that so? How fascinating. That you think you have an option. Celine growled. You might regret this, little man. I have power beyond your comprehension, and I have no need to answer to the likes of you. The man's eyes glinted with intrigue. Power, you say? I suppose we shall see just how powerful you really are. After all, experimentation is key to unveil the secrets of the unknown. Before Celine could react, the man unleashed a burst of energy, aiming it directly at her. But to his surprise, Celine effortlessly deflected the attack with a wave of her hand, her silver hair swirling around her. I warned you, Celine said calmly, a hint of arrogance in her voice. You would do well not to underestimate me. Is there a point to your talk? The man asked, tilting his head. The experiment already started, so do what you are supposed to do. Angered by the man's words, Celine moved to attack, ready to unleash her power on the unknown man without any mercy. However, before she could reach him, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over her. Her body trembled, and she fell to her knees, gasping for breath. Coughs racked her weakened form, and she clutched her chest, trying to ease the pain. The man grinned, observing her with a calculating gaze, seemingly unfazed by her sudden vulnerability, as if she was nothing more than a lab rat. It seems the effects of my drug are finally taking hold, he remarked, his voice detached and clinical. Your resistance seems to be above average. Further tests are required to have a conclusive result. Celine glared at him, her silver eyes burning with defiance even in her weakened state. You'll regret this, she managed to choke out, her voice strained but determined, as blood poured out of her eyes, ears, and mouth. The man's smile remained intact. Wonderful. Your resilience will provide valuable data for my research. He approached her slowly, his eyes never leaving her form. Celine gritted her teeth, her mind racing for a way to counter the effects of the drug, but her weakened body betrayed her efforts. As the man reached out to touch her, Celine summoned a last surge of strength and lashed out with a wave of dark energy. But the attack was feeble, barely a fraction of her true power, and Mayuri effortlessly dodged it. Such a futile attempt, he remarked, seemingly amused by Celine's defiance. It seems your attacks lack any spiritual qualities. How strange. Despite her weakened state, Celine refused to back down. This isn't over, she gasped, her voice determined. The man chuckled darkly. It seems your species are below average in terms of intelligence. Not that it matters, I'm more interested in experimenting in your body than with your intellectual prowess. Celine's eyes narrowed, her mind racing for a way to break free from this predicament. I won't be your guinea pig, she spat, trying to stand but faltering. The man tilted his head, intrigued by her defiance. It seems you are even dumber than I had concluded. Don't you realize you are already my guinea pig, willingly or not? And as such, you will provide me with invaluable data. Celine's strength was waning, and her vision blurred, but she clung to her determination, refusing to surrender. However, it seemed that the man's drug had taken a toll on her, leaving her powerless and at his mercy. Now, let's get to know each other, shall we? The man stated coldly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Rest assured, my drug's effects are only temporary. You will recover soon enough. After all, I need you to be in top condition to run the tests I want. As the world around her darkened, Celine could do nothing but watch helplessly as the man's form faded from her view. She was filled with frustration and anger, but also a sense of dread she hadn't experienced in a while. Just now realizing just how big of a mistake this plan of hers had been. All it had taken this new world to defeat her was a single man in a few minutes' time. Chapter 176, Chapter 156, Results. Goals and Rewards of the Week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Double release. Friday and Saturday. Third person. POV. In the chilling depths of the 12th Division headquarters, the gleaming stainless steel lab pulsated with a crypticom as Mayuri Kuratsuchi, the captain of the 12th Division and president of the Shinigami Research Institute, stood in its center, bathed in the harsh fluorescent lighting that washed out his already pallid skin. His lips twisted into an insane grin as his eyes, concealed behind unnerving golden goggles, glistened with a disturbing fascination. Interesting, Mayuri muttered to himself, as he examined the latest sample that he had extracted from his test subject. The subject, Celine, a woman with blonde silver hair, lay strapped to a cold metal table, her eyes wide with anger and pain. Mayuri's twisted mind reveled in her agony, as he prodded and poked at her body with gleeful curiosity, noting down his observations in a small notebook. "Why, you won't get away with this," Celine muttered, her voice strained and weak. Mayuri approached the table, each step echoing ominously against the cold, clinical walls of his lab. His purple-streaked hair, shaped to the side, casting long, distorted shadows on the polished floor. It seems the subject is still suffering from heavy delusions. With an unsettlingly smooth motion, Mayuri drew out a syringe filled with a fluorescent liquid, its eerie light dancing on his painted, skeletal face. "Delusional or not, however, your body will provide me with unprecedented data, my dear," he crooned, his voice a chilling serenade in the sterile silence. "The advancements I'll make will even leave that man in the dust." Celine strained against her bonds. "I will kill you, monster." He chuckled low, an eerie, hollow sound that bounced off the cold steel surfaces. "Will you?" "How absurd." He shrugged nonchalantly, injecting the liquid into her bloodstream. "Though I suppose I don't mind this kind of absurdity." Having said that, he injected her. As the liquid coursed through her, she convulsed, her body buckling against the restraints in an agonizing symphony. Her face contorted in pain, in tears, in blood, but no scream could escape her lips. Kuratsuchi's eyes sparked with a demented interest as he closely observed her reactions, scribbling notes with a speed that rivaled the agony engulfing her. "Fascinating," he murmured, relishing each spasm, each sign of her pain as if it were a delicacy. "Mayuri-sama," Nimue interrupted, her voice resonating through a nearby speaker in her usual monotone. "You have been summoned by the Captain Commander, they want to report on your findings." Mayuri moved his eyes away from his experimental subject, his face twisting into the most unnerving smile. "I see how, annoying, very well, Nimue. Tell them that I'll be there momentarily." "Understood," Nimue replied, before the speakers went quiet. Shaking his head with some annoyance, Mayuri returned his gaze to Celine. "I'm truly sorry, but I'm going to have to cut this experiment short for the time being." He leaned over her, his lips brushing her ear. "But fear not, we will meet again." Celine gritted her teeth, her body growing weaker by moment. "I will kill you." A cold gust of wind swirled into the grand meeting hall of the 1st Division headquarters, the ancient wooden door creaking open to admit the figure of Mayuri Kuratsuchi. The captains of the Godi I-13, each a paragon of spiritual prowess, turned to regard their late colleague with a mixture of anticipation and curiosity. With a huff of annoyance, the mad scientist sauntered to his assigned place at the large hall, his attention only partially on his peers. He regarded them with clear irritation, his annoyance etched into every painted line on his face. "Is it really necessary to disturb my work with such trivial meetings?" Mayuri began, his voice a dry rasp echoing throughout the silent room. "I have experiments that require my attention." The stern figure of Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the captain commander, observed him quietly. His scarred visage seemed unaffected by Kuratsuchi's complaints, his stern gaze unwavering. "You have a duty to accomplish. We wouldn't have summoned you if it wasn't important." With a click, Mayuri activated a holographic projector, and an intricate diagram of a soul sprang to life, hovering above the table. He still looked frustrated, but there was no mistaking the spark of enthusiasm in his eyes as he began his presentation. "Very well," Mayuri grumbled. "But let's make it quick. I've made a groundbreaking discovery in soul reconfiguration of a foreign soul, and every minute here is time wasted." "Who is the woman that dared to invade the Soul Society?" Komamura growled, his tone filled with barely suppressed rage. "There shouldn't be any of her kind in this part of the world, the London Division makes sure of that," Yukitake added, his eyes narrowing as he gazed upon the diagram. "That's because she isn't one of them," Mayuri replied with a sadistic smirk as he tapped at the image of the woman, zooming in to show a particular organ within her. "See that?" Anohana's gaze hardened, and her eyes glinted with an unspoken sense of malice that for most went unnoticed. "I see. It appears that these organs do not match the anatomy of the dragons we are familiar with." "Precisely," Mayuri confirmed. "It would seem that this woman, while being a dragon, it's not one of our dragons. In terms of energy and body, her physiology is strikingly similar to a hollow and a human." Toshiro sighed. "Is she a new type of dragon then?" Aizen shook his head, a kind smile on his face. "I doubt it. If she were, the London Division would have reported her existence long before this." Mayuri clicked the image off, and the diagram returned to a blueprint of the soul. Indeed, in fact, I have determined that her soul, it's not from this plane of existence. Shunsue Kayaraka's eyebrows rose in mild surprise, letting out a small yawn. No kidding. You're certain? Are you questioning my intellect? Mayuri scoffed. Of course, I'm certain. Yukitake sighed. How did she get here then? Another click, and a new image appeared. A blue and white sphere, suspended in space amidst a sea of darkness. She created a key, an oken, using the soul of someone connected to our world. Aizen's eyes widened for the briefest of moments. Byakuya closed his eyes. Should we prepare for an invasion? Mayuri clicked the image off and turned to face Byakuya with a blank gaze. I'm monitoring that, so if I detect anything, then yes, we should prepare for a possible invasion. But until then, this is a matter for the science division. Mayuri, Yamamoto said, breaking his silence since the meeting had started. What about the anchor she used to come here? Mayuri smiled at that. Don't worry, I'm already working on a way to bring it back, so to speak, that way we would prevent a situation like this happening again. I should be done with this project in 2 months, 3 if you keep bothering me. Chapter 177, Author Note. Korn is on the hospital for the day. Nothing bad, just COVID shit, will return tomorrow. Chapter 178, Update. I'm fine. Don't worry guys, updates will restart next week, with the triple release. Korn is just resting, recovering from the aftermath of COVID. Chapter 179, Chapter 157, Preparation. Goals and rewards of the week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Back to the game, if you reach one of the 3 rewards you'll pick the days for the release. Adam C. POV. The 3 months leading up to the exam passed in the blink of an eye. Preparations, training, and other things taking most of my time. And it was for the best, the last thing I needed right now was being alone with my thoughts. That never ends well. That being said, the day for the trials had finally arrived, meaning things were about to change, and to end, for better or for worse. Right now, I was working on some last-minute paperwork in the old man's office, letting the minutes go by as I waited for the time to leave for Tenro Island. Adam, are you ready? Makarov asked as he walked into the room, an excited expression on his face, probably due to the occasion. Almost, I replied, putting the finishing touches on the documents in front of me. Just a few more signatures and I'll be good to go. It was surprisingly shocking how simplistic Fiori laws were, it almost made me want to get my law degree again, maybe if I had more time. Makarov nodded, his eyes scanning the papers before him. Good, good. You sure you don't want to be the next master? I chuckled at the thought. Not in a million years, Gramps, I think I'll stick to being a simple mage for now. As I signed the last document, I couldn't help but feel nervous. This was it, the moment I had been preparing for 4 years, was finally coming. The moment that would decide the fate of the world. I sighed. Perhaps it was best not to think too much about it. Are you all right, son? Makarov asked, noticing my sudden change in mood. I nodded, forcing a smile. Yeah, just a bit tired from all this work, you know how it is. He patted my shoulder reassuringly. I do indeed, why do you think I look this old? Because you're old. I chuckled half-heartedly at the joke. It was a much-needed distraction from the weight of the upcoming events. Don't worry, Gramps. You still look great for being only 300 years old. Makarov gasped dramatically, clutching his heart. 300. I'll have you know I'm only 88. I couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. My mistake, Gramps. I guess that means, you still have plenty of years left to boss me around. Makarov grinned at my comment, nodding proudly, his eyes twinkling with amusement. You bet I do, brat. Now, let's go. Before I cancel the trials, Natsu is driving me insane. One by one, everyone boarded the ship that would take us to Tenro Island, each step feeling heavier than the last. Having settled on the ship, I took a deep breath, allowing the salty sea air to fill my lungs, a harsh yet invigorating reminder of the journey ahead of me. Acnologia. Zerif. I chuckled. As the ship began to move, Magnolia's coastline started to blur, becoming a distant sight, a speck in the massive sea around us. Makarov, Gildarts, and I sat together, engaging in random conversations about the trials, double-checking our plans, and reassuring each other that we had made the right choice letting Natsu take the exams. This was nice. As difficult as my choice was, I was happy with everything. As the hours slipped by, I found myself at the ship's bow, watching the hypnotic dance of the waves. The sea, vast and relentless, was a silent companion, slowly carrying me toward my fate. It was calming. In a way at least. Gildarts joined me, his expression serious. "Everything good, son?" he asked, his gaze fixed on the horizon. I wanted to tell him. I wanted to, more than anything, but as much as I wanted to do so, what good would it do? They would only try to stop me, in a fruitless attempt to save me. I couldn't blame them though. I had taken this choice for the same reason they would try to stop me, to protect them. I would protect them. No matter what, I would. That much, I vowed. "Everything's good, why?" I replied, tilting my head. Gildarts gave me a long look, his eyes filled with concern, before he turned his gaze back to the sea. "No reason. Just wanted to make sure you were okay. We're all in this together, you know." It was almost as if he knew. I smiled at the thought. "Would you die for the sake of others?" Gildarts raised his eyebrow at my question, his expression thoughtful. "Depends on the person," he replied slowly. "But for you guys?" "Yeah, I would. I would give my life for everyone in the guild, without hesitation." "Don't let Kana hear that," I chuckled. Gildarts remained silent. "Why the question?" I hummed. "No reason, just felt like asking that." Gildarts nodded, still looking out at the sea. "Well, I'll tell you this much. I don't know what you're going through right now, but know that you're not alone in this. We're all here for you. Whatever you need, we've got your back." I felt a lump forming in my throat at his words. These people, my family. If there was an afterlife in this world, I would miss them. "Don't worry," I replied, slapping him in the back. "Well, if you need me, I will be drinking with the old men." Gildarts chuckled and walked away, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, facing the sea, its surface reflecting the brilliant hues of twilight. And as the wind tousled my hair, I thought about what Gildarts had said. He was right, I wasn't alone. Which is exactly why I was able to do this, without second thoughts. To love, is to give your life away for the sake of others. I wasn't doing anything they themselves wouldn't do for me, or for the others. Perhaps I was being a bit more selfish than them, who knows. Either way, selfish or not, Acnologia will meet my blade. Chapter 180, Chapter 158, The Trials. Goals and Rewards of the Week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Remember, if we reach one of these tiers and remain, you can pick the days for the releases you won. Adam C. POV. My role for the exams was simple. Wait for someone to get to my area, and fight them, and if they showed during said fight enough talent to warrant an attaboy, allow them to pass. It might seem like a simplistic path to success, and well, it kind of was. The real difficult part was before they reached me. I had set a bunch of traps and other things that required most of the guild to think outside the box. People like Levi and Lucy, scratch that, Levi alone would excel in that part of the test. But for them, well, we had a few surprises. "How long do you think before someone reaches you?" Mavis asked, as she sat next to me, her eyes scanning the dark forest below us. I shrugged. "It's hard to say. They might not even make it this far." I was, after all, a bonus path. I wasn't one of the main options for any of them to take. It was the option that would present for them, in the course of the trials, leaving them the option to continue with the path they had so far, or the alternative. Mavis smiled. "Don't be too hard on them." I smiled at her, pretending to pat her on the head. "I won't be. But I won't make it easy either." "Do you really think Acnologia will come?" Mavis asked, her eyes darkening with worry. "If things went the way I knew, yes. But then again, seeing I'm a part that wasn't supposed to exist in this world, there was always the possibility of things not going the way I knew." I had pondered this thought for quite a while. What if Acnologia didn't come? It was an important question, after all. Well, in the event that came to happen, I suppose my best call would be to hunt him down. He was the strongest, or at least, one of the strongest beings on this planet, so even for my sensing skills, it should be easy to find him. "He will," I replied, leaning against a tree. Mavis sighed, looking out into the forest below us once more. "You put quite a lot of traps. Are you sure it is even possible to reach you?" Changing the subject, "Are we?" "Okay. It is," I replied. "I think it was. I mean, Urza and Laxus could, so I wasn't asking for much. I mean, the place wasn't that hard to complete. Sure, the forest was filled with traps, illusions, and other obstacles that I had set up to test the guild members, some of which could traumatize any normal person. It was a somewhat sadistic approach, perhaps, but it was necessary to weed out the weak and allow only the strong to move forward. Maybe I did put too many traps in my path. Are 792 traps too much? Now that I think about it, I wonder if that's why Gildarts and Gramps were looking at me like I was some sort demented supervillain in the making. Mavis seemed to sense my thoughts and chuckled softly. You put too many traps, didn't you? I laughed nervously, scratching the back of my head. I might have gone a bit overboard. Mavis shook her head, a small smile on her lips. Well, let's just hope they don't hate you too much after this. Kana Alberona Clive. POV. I faced the forest before me, a seemingly innocuous spread of trees and undergrowth. At first glance, it looked just like any other forest, maybe a bit creepy but mostly harmless. But this was the path that led to my big brother. If I could show him how strong I was. If he could acknowledge how much I have grown. Then, all of this would be worth it. All right, Kana. You can do this, I muttered to myself, stepping hesitantly into the forest. The silence was deafening. Every rustle of leaves had me on edge, every snap of a twig made me flinch. And then it happened. My foot plunged into a hole that wasn't supposed to be there. I tumbled forward, shrieking as a net suddenly ensnared me. I dangled upside down, my world spinning. A little disoriented, I grabbed onto the net, trying to untangle myself. Traps, great, I grumbled, finally freeing myself and dropping onto the ground with a thud. Since when is he into traps? I brushed myself off, shaking my head and then pushed on. 10 steps later, a shower of something gooey and sticky splashed over me. I gagged at the smell and tried to wipe it off but only ended up spreading it more. I'm going to kill him, I groaned in disgust. Pushing forward, I stepped on what seemed to be an innocent-looking twig, only for it to spring up a boxing glove on a spring, punching me square in the face. Where did he get these things? A cartoon catalog. I roared, rubbing my sore nose. As I continued walking, the forest echoed with my exasperated groans and occasional screams of terror. Why? Well, a tree that swung down to hit me on the head. False grounds that dropped me into pits filled with mud, honey, maple syrup, and something I'm telling myself was cake. Strange mechanical contraptions that launched all sorts of things at me, water balloons, rubber chickens, custard pies, rubber chickens carrying custard pies. It was like being in an old-fashioned cartoon. And I hated every second of it. After a while, I found myself laughing. Laughing at the absurdity of it all. It was funny, really. Frustrating, very frustrating, but funny. Each trap was more ridiculous than the last. Okay, if the next one is a flock of rubber ducks, I swear. I began, only for a rain of said rubber ducks to pour down on me. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I will burn your house for this, brother. I shouted to the heavens. I knew he was near, and I knew he could hear me. This might be a daunting path, full of hilariously annoying trials, but I was determined to get to the end, to prove my worth. Adam C. POV. I laughed maniacally as I watched my little sister struggle through each of my carefully crafted traps, most of them inspired by Acme. Thank God, she didn't pick the saw path. But boy oh boy, was it amusing to watch her get hit by all sorts of things, without actually being hurt. I could barely contain myself as I saw her get hit by the boxing glove on a spring. It was a classic. They don't make cartoons like they used to anymore. Oh God, this is too good, Mavis gasped, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes as she watched Kana's ordeal with me. You do know she will burn your house, right? I shrugged nonchalantly, still grinning from ear to ear. It's a small price to pay for a good laugh. Besides, Gildarts destroys my home on a weekly basis. At this point, it is a family tradition to destroy each other's property. Mavis chuckled, shaking her head in disbelief. You're insane, you know that, right? I gave her a mock salute. Why thank you, I try my best. Mavis paused her laugh, her eyes narrowing ever so slightly. Do you feel that? She asked, her voice soft but filled with concern. I met her gaze, a knowing look passing between us. Yes, I do, I replied calmly. It seems it was starting. Based on what I could feel, it had to be Hades and his underlings. The energy approaching was unmistakable. One of the energies in particular felt like yours, but different, which if I had to guess was Altair. It seems like many presences are drawing near, Mavis added, her eyes turning cold as she gazed at the horizon, from where we could feel the energies approaching. I nodded, acknowledging her observation. Indeed, they should reach the island in a few minutes. Chapter 181, Chapter 159, Uncertainty. Goals and rewards of the week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Adam C. POV. There was no mistaking it. They were coming. I could feel a shift in the wind, an electric charge that heralded the coming of Grimoire Heart, and something far, far worse. The forest around us was eerily silent, with only the distant murmur of the sea as its lullaby. Mavis remained silent for a moment, her ethereal form glowing faintly in the twilight, before her large, inquisitive eyes settled on me, with concern etched into them. Adam, Mavis began, her voice as gentle as the evening breeze, do you feel that? I nodded. Yes. Mavis tilted her head, reading between the lines. Are you planning to just let them come? I sighed, running a hand through my hair. I need them to come. Her gaze hardened. Don't worry, I'm not planning on letting anyone get hurt, I added. I see, Mavis sighed, turning her gaze back into the horizon. You plan to use them as bait? I smiled weakly. Something like that. The term bait wasn't entirely accurate, seeing I didn't actually need them to bring Acnologia here. Why? Well, the bastard was already coming. It seemed the bastard was coming for something other than destruction, the dragons within the island. Mavis nodded, her eyes flickering with understanding. All right then, what's the plan? There's no plan, I replied, standing up from the ground with a yawn as I stretched my arms. I was strong. Unfathomably strong. So much so, that my power hurt my body on a cellular level, tearing it apart piece by piece. Because of this, I had to hold back, always. Keeping my power in check, in a cage without doors. Only to be used against Acnologia. The time for that had finally come. There was no need to hold back, to restrain myself. Today was my last day on this earth. Today, I was finally free. No plan. Mavis repeated, furrowing her brow in concern. Adam, you can't just go in there without a plan. I smiled at her, closing my eyes, before letting go for the first time, in years, opening the doors of what I once held back with all my might. Mavis Vermilion. POV. The wind stopped, every whisper of nature and ambient noise faded away as the stillness intensified around Adam. He began to emanate a soft, almost inaudible hum, a precursor to the devastation about to be unveiled. Then, a deafening roar of energy exploded around him, as his power, his magical power, burst forth, swallowing the entire forest in an overwhelming sensation. The moment he released his power, it was as if the very fabric of the world screamed in agony, creating ripples in the air, as the very atoms seemed to vibrate, trembling at the raw display of power. I had seen him train. I had seen him grow stronger. But this was beyond my wildest expectations. This wasn't merely an increase in power, this was a colossal burst of power, one that threatened to consume everything in its path. The ground, unable to contain or absorb such might, convulsed violently. Huge chunks of earth were lifted, floating weightlessly for a moment, before crashing back down, turning into dust, as massive fissures raced across the entire island, opening up like the jaws of a monstrous beast, swallowing anything and everything in its way. Above, the once pristine blue of the sky started to change, as dark, ominous clouds swirled into existence, rapidly covering the sun. It was as though the heavens themselves were reacting to his unleashed might. Lightning forked and danced amidst the clouds, the bolts jagged and wild, illuminating the sky in a spectacle of raw, elemental fury. Each thunderclap resonated in tandem with the surges of his power, creating a symphony of chaos and power. This was a testament to the nature of Adam, a man I knew as untamed, unyielding, and utterly unstoppable. I couldn't even breathe. I had no physical form, and his power was affecting me as if I had won. I mean, I had won, as useless as it was, but it was hundreds of miles away. And even then, nothing had ever affected me before. Yet, despite all of this, I felt as if at any point, I would lose my conscience. This is my plan, Adam said, his voice ringing out with a gravely seriousness that belied the raw power he was unleashing. There won't be a fight. I understand now. He wasn't planning on fighting them. He was going to execute them. Third-person POV. The labs of the 12th Division. The laboratory was a sprawling maze of steely surfaces and winding corridors. Dim blue lights emanated from various stations, casting cold illumination upon the myriad of instruments that cluttered the space. At the center of it all stood a particularly macabre figure, Captain Mayuri Kuratsuchi of the 12th Division. In front of him hovered a shimmering blue orb, pulsating slowly as though it contained a living heartbeat. Suspended within its depths was a fragment, an intricate web of energy that twisted and turned with a life of its own. It was clear to those who understood, this was no mere object. It was a piece of a soul. Mayuri's long fingers danced around the orb, making precise and calculated movements as he manipulated it. Such an impressive specimen, he mused aloud, voice dripping with a mixture of awe and malice. So malleable, so strong, so breakable. Sir, I'm trying to understand these readings, but they don't make sense, one of Mayuri's subordinates interrupted, holding up a clipboard filled with notes and data. It seems like there's some interference coming from the fragment. And that is exactly your problem. You try to understand. I, on the other hand, reshape the world to fit my understanding. Therein lies the difference between you and me, Mayuri replied, not even glancing at the men. Suddenly, the orb vibrated, causing ripples to dance across its surface. The soul fragment within shimmered and twisted, reacting to Mayuri's presence. It was as if it was trying to escape, to flee from the hands of its tormentor. Ah, you wish to resist. Mayuri's voice grew colder, his grin even more darkly predatory. Fear not, for pain is merely an instrument of discovery. After all, through suffering, we transcend our limitations. Without warning, he plunged a needle-like instrument into the orb, directly into the soul fragment. The orb emitted a sharp, pained sound, a ghostly wail that echoed through the room. Drawing back, Mayuri observed the fragment as it writhed in torment. He felt no pity, only a burning curiosity to unlock the mysteries it held. Wonderful. Prepare the machine, and let the Captain Commander know that we should be bringing back the source of this piece back in a few hours. As his subordinate scurried to obey, Mayuri turned his attention back to the orb. The soul fragment continued to writhe and twist, but now it pulsed with a new energy, one that Mayuri had never seen before. How interesting, Mayuri muttered to himself, his eyes narrowing as he leaned in closer to the orb. It seems that pain has unleashed a hidden component within you. What else are you capable of? Chapter 182, Author Offer. Remember, if we reach top 3 y'all get a reward. Stone me, like you would to someone trying to wake you up at 4 a.m. Chapter 183, Chapter 160, Overwhelming Power. Goals and Rewards of the Week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Third person. POV. A flying ship, surrounded by dark skies and heavy with rain clouds, slowly approached the ferry's island, its flags waving defiantly as soldiers scramble around, fortifying their defenses for what they knew was coming. The atmosphere was tense, as the soldiers looked up into the sky, their eyes widened in terror as a fiery silhouette shot down upon them like a meteor, its trajectory aimed straight at the heart of the enemy base. The impact sends shockwaves throughout the land. A vast cloud of dust and debris rises, obscuring the vision of all those who look on. Moments later, the dust settles. At the center of the newly formed crater, stood a man known by many as the newest wizard saint, Adam Clive. Dark energy pulsated around him. His blade clutched firmly in his hand. His normally playful demeanor, completely replaced with a cold, calculating look. His eyes, filled with cold rage, scanned the area. This is where it ends, Adam muttered, his voice chillingly calm. The enemy soldiers, already on edge, began to panic. Each and every single one of them, taking several steps back, most of them visibly trembling. It wasn't hard to see why. The power Adam was emanating was beyond anything they had ever seen before. Is that Adam? One of the soldiers said, his voice shaking. Master Hades never said he was this strong. The very same. I've heard stories of how he decimated entire armies single-handedly, another soldier replied, taking a step back, as if that would change a thing. Where is Hades? Adam demanded, his voice carrying an aura of dominance that left no room for objections. No one dared to answer him, the fear on their faces increasing at every passing moment. Adam's eyes darkened, his grip on his sword tightening, the metal creaking under the pressure. Despite the palpable fear, however, a commander found his voice, trying despite all the odds to rally the troops against the invincible threat in front of them. Hold your ground. And give him all you got. We are Grimoire Heart. As the enemy prepared, a few brave souls attempted to confront Adam. Charging forward with swords, spears and axes drawn, pushing forward with fear in their eyes. Adam stood motionless, watching as the soldiers ran towards him, their screams of false bravado piercing through the air. As they closed in on him, he unsheathed his sword and swung it in a wide arc, sending a blinding wave of dark energy towards them. The wave hit the soldiers, sending them flying back, their bodies disintegrating upon contact with the ground. Adam stood there, looking at the destruction he had caused, his eyes empty of any emotion. I'll ask again, where is Hades? Makarov is raising monsters, it seems, a voice spoke from the shadows. Adam's eyes immediately moved to the source of the voice, his calm demeanor intact. Hades, Adam said, a mocking smile on his face. I was starting to think I would have to kill everyone on this ship to get you. Hades stepped out of the shadows, his expression unruffled. You have a high opinion of yourself, don't you think? Adam chuckled, his eyes glittering with amusement. I have every right to, that is the privilege of the mighty. Hades smirked. Aye, that's true. But don't you think you're pushing your luck a bit too far? Coming here, alone, a bit cocky of you. You're playing with fire, Adam. You talk as if any of you represented a threat, Adam snorted, tilting his head in a condescending manner. I could take on your entire guild without breaking a sweat. Hades raised an eyebrow. Is that so? And what makes you so confident? Adam's smile turned into a smirk. Well, isn't it obvious? You are all weak. Hades chuckled, a sly grin spreading across his face. Is that what you think? He said, stepping closer to Adam. You're underestimating us, boy. You have no idea what we're truly capable of. You think so? Adam said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Well, let's put that to the test, shall we? 7 kin of purgatory, show him the error of his ways, Hades commanded, his voice echoing through the ship. Instantly, 7 figures stepped out of the shadows, their eyes fixated on Adam with a deadly intensity, some carrying hints of cockiness, others of hesitation. As the members of Grimoire Heart advanced, the sea beneath their base seemed to hold its breath, creating a quiet sanctuary. But as they continued to approach, the wind shifted, as an oppressive aura blanketed the entire place, taking their breath away. You can all come at once, Adam said, breaking the silence that had taken place. It won't make a difference. Hades sighed and stepped forward with an arrogant smirk. I know it's usual for fairy tale mages to be crazy, but do you truly believe you stand a chance against us all? Adam's lips twisted into a chilling smile. I don't believe. I know. Without another word, Azuma lunged, drawing power from the very essence of nature in the air as thick roots sprang from the ship's ground aiming to ensnare Adam. However, with an agility that belied his size, Adam tore through them as if they were made out of paper, closing the distance between him and Azuma. Wadash! Azuma's mouth gaped open, as a sharp crack filled the air. He stumbled and dropped to his knees, his head suddenly detached from his body, rolling away lifeless on the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Altair, thinking she could gain the upper hand, tried to manipulate time around Adam. However, Adam's speed was unparalleled to anything she had faced so far, so before she could even register what was happening, she was on the ground, losing her consciousness. Mirti, in her desperation, seeing what was happening, sought to link her senses with Adam, aiming to turn his emotions against him. Alas, she wasn't prepared for the sheer intensity of his power, the emotions behind them. The overpowering sensation made her stagger back, her face pale, before falling to her knees, puking her guts out. The 4 remaining members of Grimoire Heart shared a look, all of them taking a small step back. Seeing his guild members falling one after the other, and the remaining ones stepping back in fear, Hades roared, "Attack him, all of you." Together. Snapping out of their fear, they obeyed his commands, and in an instant, magic of various elements converged on Adam in a radiant spectacle, creating a massive explosion on their intended target. For a moment, as the smoke cleared, it almost seemed as if the combined might of Grimoire Heart might have triumphed. Yet, when the smoke and light fully dissipated, Adam stood unscathed. "Is that all?" he asked coldly. Zancro, the fire god slayer, stepped forward with fury in his eyes. "Don't speak so lightly, you bastard. You don't get to look down on me." Adam simply shrugged and beckoned him forward with his hand. "Come at me then." Zancro charged forward, his entire body ablaze with black flames, the heat emanating from him causing the air to waver around him. However, as he swung his fist at Adam, a single gesture from the latter was enough to shatter his arm into pieces. Zancro screamed in agony, rolling around on the ground as the flames around him died out. "I didn't expect anything from you, and you still managed to disappoint me," Adam chuckled, before cutting Zancro's head with a single swing of his blade. Kane Hiraku, the voodoo puppeteer, watched in horror as his guildmate's head rolled on the ground. "I don't want to die." At this, he ran away, frantically trying to escape the same fate his guildmates had met. However, before he could get any further, something pressed him down, exploding his body into a mush. "Your weakness disgusts me," Blue Note, the gravity mage, sneered as he appeared behind Kane's remains. Adam glanced at Blue Note. "Blue Note, try not to kill any more of our allies," Hades warned him. Blue Note merely grunted in response, his eyes fixed on Adam. He stepped forward, clenching his fists. "You think you're so powerful, don't you? Let's see how you fare against me." Adam raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Sure, why not? Let's," Blue Note began, but before he could finish his sentence, Adam disappeared. In the next moment, Adam appeared behind Blue Note, dismembering him. Blood sprayed out of Blue Note, his body collapsing onto the ground. "So, who's next?" Zoldio stepped back, his eyes wide with fear, a stark contrast to the normally calm composure he would wear within Capricorn's body. "Stay AWA. OOR or I. I'll take over your body. Will you now?" Adam asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Well, you're welcome to try." Zoldio gritted his teeth and raised his hands, attempting to channel his magic into Adam's body. "So?" Adam asked, his voice calm and collected as Zoldio continued to try and take over his body. "Are you getting any closer?" "Shut up." Zoldio screamed before moving forward, slamming his hand onto Adam's forehead, breaking his entire arm upon impact. "I bet that hurt you more than it hurt me," Adam snorted, watching Zoldio's arm, or was it Capricorn's? Adam wasn't entirely sure. "Ah!" Zoldio stumbled back in pain, fear evident in his eyes. What are you?" "Goodbye," Adam smiled, driving his blade into Zoldio's chest, destroying his soul, releasing Capricorn out of his control. Master Hades, Rusty Rose muttered, looking at Hades. That's enough, Hades interrupted, stepping forward. It seems I was wrong. You've proven your point, you're powerful enough to defeat anyone in this guild, perhaps even myself. But what do you hope to gain from all of this? Adam turned to face Hades, his expression unreadable. To make sure Acnologia comes. Hades' eyes widened. What? Adam chuckled, moving behind Rusty Rose, putting one finger on his head. Hado number 1. Show. At this, Rusty Rose's body fell to the ground, his eyes going white as blood pooled around his head. Very well then, Hades muttered before snapping his fingers, activating the devil's heart. I'll admit, you're stronger than I thought. But that won't help you. Adam chuckled, tilting his head. Oh, let me guess. Because of the magic generator at the center of the ship fueling you with power. What? Hades murmured before taking a step back in realization. Word of advice, don't put your trump card in an easy-to-locate spot or a big-ass target like this ship, Adam began, bringing his blade down on the ship, cutting it in half. Especially when facing mages prone to destruct things. No. Hades roared, only to be kicked by Adam into the core of the ship, faster than the old master could see. Well, Adam said, looking at the two halves of the ship as they began to drop high from the sky into the sea. This was certainly fun. But I believe I'm going to leave now. I have a dragon to meet. He paused, watching the bodies of Myrti and Altair. I owe you R1, Adam muttered before grabbing the two, quickly returning to Tenro Island. Chapter 184, Chapter 161, Bankai. Goals and rewards of the week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Adam C. POV. The wind rustled my hair as I set foot on the shores of Tenro Island, my hands firmly gripping the unconscious forms of Altair and Myrti. I had decided to save them, not because they would eventually turn into good people, if the anime was anything to go by anymore, but because I owe you R1. She was family. Even if she wasn't around anymore. Gildart's presence reached the area, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock, confusion, and relief, his brows furrowed deeply. Son. What the hell happened? Why did you leave the island so abruptly, unleashing such power? What's going on? Is this about our talk in the ship? I took a moment to catch my breath, gently laying the two defeated women on the ground. In a way, I began, smiling under my breath, as for why I left the island without telling anyone. Well, long story short. Grimoire Heart. They were approaching the island, and I couldn't risk them reaching here, reaching Fairy Tale. So, I killed them. Gildart's eyes widened even further, his expression shifting to one of shock. You killed them? All of them, he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. I nodded. All of them, I confirmed, taking a deep breath. Most of them, at least, not sure if any of them survived the fall. Gildarts looked thoughtful, nodding slowly. Your heart's in the right place, son. But remember, it's not your duty alone to protect this guild. We are family, and we face challenges together. I smiled. I know. I promise, next time, I won't be so reckless. A blatant lie. Gildarts placed a hand on my shoulder, his eyes still filled with worry. We both know that was a lie. But for now, let's focus on getting these two to safety and figuring out our next steps. I shook my head. You take them. Gildarts frowned. What do you mean? You're not coming. I smiled, shaking my head once again. I have some unfinished business to attend to. You take care of these two, and I'll meet you guys back at the ship, when all of this is over. Another lie. You're not coming back, are you? Gildarts asked, his voice heavy with understanding. I guess if someone was bound to figure it out, it was him. No, I'm not. Gildarts stared at me, his eyes searching for any hint of deceit or misdirection. He must have found none, because his shoulders slumped with resignation. Why, he whispered, his voice shaking. Why not come back with us? With your family. I wish I could, I responded, struggling to keep my own voice steady. It's just. Look, I'll go straight to the point, I'm dying, whether I like it or not. My power, the very energy that courses through me, the very reason I'm this strong, it's ripping me apart, cell by cell. It's always been a double-edged sword, but now. Now it's coming to its bitter end. Gildarts took a step closer, his grip on my shoulder tightening. But there must be a way. There's always a way. You don't have to face this alone, I'm sure if we ask poor Lyusica, she can help. I chuckled softly. I already talked to her, and she said there's nothing she can do. Besides, remember our talk on the ship? About making choices for the greater good. This is one of those moments, old man. I've always known that this day would come, and I was okay with it, as long as I get to take a certain someone down. Gildarts looked down, tears brimming in his eyes. No. Fuck that, and fuck whoever you want to kill. What about us? What about the guild? What about Kana? Do you have any idea how this feels? Seeing you like this, seeing you walk away knowing I might never see you again, it breaks me. I could feel the weight of the emotion behind his words, the pain evident in his voice. I reached out, placing my hand on his shoulder. I know how it feels, because I feel it too. However, this is a situation none of us can change. That being said, I still have one more thing to do, something only I can. A last stand, so to speak. And when it's done, I want to go on my own terms. He looked up, his eyes filled with a mix of pain and pride. Promise me one thing, he said, his voice cracking. Promise me you'll fight with everything you've got and come back to us. Even if it's just to say goodbye. I hesitated for a moment before nodding, the weight of the promise heavy on my chest. I promise. Gildarts pulled me into a tight embrace, the two of us holding on for what felt like an eternity. Take care of yourself, kid. Pulling back, I smiled through the tears, you too, old man. Turning away, I began to walk, the weight of the moment pushing me forward, knowing that even though the path ahead was uncertain, I had to keep my promise. Time to kill a dragon, I muttered, moving to meet Acnologia before he reached the island. As I moved through the air to face Acnologia, the weight of every step, every breath, and every heartbeat pressed against my soul, as my mind began to wander through the vast corridors of my memories. I've lived quite a life, haven't I? From the early days of struggle, discovering my power, from hate to love, from death to live. Every scar, every wound, each one told a story, marking not just my body but also my spirit. I died. And came back to life. Fairy tale. They were more than just a guild to me. They were family. Gildarts. Kana. Laxus. Gramps. Had I done enough? Had I left a mark? Were they ready to live without me? What am I thinking? Of course they were. They would mourn me, but they would push forward, because that's what a fairy tale mage does. I chuckled. The choices I made, the people I met, the lives I touched, and the ones who touched mine. I may have regrets, but in the grand scheme of things, I wouldn't trade it for the world. Life has a funny way of teaching us lessons. Every challenge, every adversary was a stepping stone, shaping me, making me who I am today. I remember the fear, the doubt, but also the hope and the unwavering belief that things would get better. And they did. This power. It may be tearing me apart, but it also gave me so much. It gave me a purpose, a direction, a reason to push forward. It might be the reason for my impending end, but it's also the reason I would leave my loved ones in a safer place. I wish I had more time. Not to say goodbye, but to let them know they made my life worth living. I don't think I'll get enough time to do that. Are you ready, girl? I muttered, glancing at my Zanpakuto, who remained silent in my grip. I know you don't want me to die. But I would rather go out on my own terms, than die sick in a bed. As if answering my words, the breeze brought with it a sudden, all-encompassing chill, and the world seemed to grow a shade darker. There was an unmistakable aura of power that emanated from the horizon. Acnologia. The black dragon of the apocalypse. The being who once stood as a dragon slayer but lost himself to the very power he wielded, turning him into the most formidable dragon in the world. Well, time to fight, I said, tightening my grip on my Zanpakuto as I brought it forward. Bankai, Muriokusho. Chapter 185, Chapter 162, Bankai Part 2. Goals and rewards of the week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Third person. POV. As Acnologia approached Tenru Island, to destroy everything and everyone. Adam's voice cut through the noise of the sea like a sharp blade. I had a good life. At this, his stance in the middle of the air shifted, legs slightly apart with his Zanpakuto firmly grasped in his right hand. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes momentarily, a hint of sadness and resolve playing upon his features. Bankai, he whispered, and the world around them paused. A palpable shift in the atmosphere was the first sign. And before anyone could blink, the very fabric of reality seemed to warp and change. As an overwhelming pressure cascaded upon them, so potent that even the most seasoned warriors staggered back, in fear. The sky, previously a vivid blue, now brooded with swirling, tempestuous clouds and while the sea parted apart. Muriokusho, Adam declared, his voice echoing as if it came from the depths of time itself. As the name left his lips, the outwardly nature of Zanryuzuki transformed. The translucent aura, which once danced around it wildly, disappeared, alongside the entire blade save for the handle. But that didn't signify a reduction in power, quite the opposite. Not only that. Adam's appearance had changed with his Bankais as well. His once short brown hair was now white, cascading down his back in wild, untamed locks. His eyes were now a piercing shade of silver with blue and golden undertones, and his skin seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. His clothing had also transformed, now adorned in a long, flowing white robe with intricate golden and silver designs woven throughout. The transformation Adam had endured was such that even Black Dragon of the Apocalypse, a being not easily fazed, hesitated for a brief moment. Feeling perhaps for the first time in centuries, a force that could genuinely challenge its dominance. "What are you?" Acnologia's voice rumbled, echoing with disdain. The dragon's eyes, filled with malevolence, bore into Adam with an intensity that would have petrified any other being. Adam ignored the query and swung an arm towards the heavens, blasting the dragon back by some unseen force. The force of the attack was so powerful that it shook the very foundations of the earth, causing mountains miles away to crumble and oceans to rise up in fury. That being said, Acnologia was not an enemy to be underestimated. For even as its immense body was thrown violently towards the ground below without seemingly any effort, its deafening laugh rang throughout the entire place, as crackling blue light formed upon the scales that composed its massive chest, before gathering within its mouth, to form an immensely luminous sphere of energy. Arcane Dragon's Roar, Acnologia roared, unleashing a powerful blast of destructive energy straight at Adam. But Adam was ready for it. With a flick of his wrist, he hardened the space between them, creating a translucent wall of energy that not only absorbed the full blast of the dragon's attack, but also redirected the entire blast back at the dragon. The blast hit Acnologia with such force that it sent the dragon hurtling through the air, crashing into one of the nearby mountains. "You'll have to excuse me, it takes my body a bit to fully grasp the power of my Bankai, so you'll live for a few minutes more," Adam sighed, cracking his neck. "I'll ask again, what are you?" Acnologia smiled, its voice now filled with a hint of respect and curiosity. It slowly rose from the rubble, its massive body unscathed from the previous attack. "I have never encountered such power in a human before." Adam stood his ground, his silver eyes locked onto the dragon's slitted gaze. "I am a god of death, and you are a dead memory." Acnologia laughed once again, a deep and menacing sound emanating from its throat. "A god of death, you say? Very well, let's see how much you can do." Adam C. POV. I had finally unleashed my Bankai. And now, unimaginable power pulsed through me, every fiber of my being alights with an energy that felt simultaneously awe-inspiring and terrifying. That being said, the sheer weight of it all threatened to crush me from the inside out. Each heartbeat felt like an explosion within my chest, each breath a battle. I could feel the sting of blood at the back of my throat, I could hear my own breathing. Each movement, every swing, felt like I was tearing myself apart from the inside. The battle had just begun, and I had already fractured 2 fingers by failing to perfectly control my spiritual power. If I made even the slightest mistake, I would die before killing Acnologia. I needed to focus. I needed to hold it out long enough to see this through. I needed to wait for my body to acclimate, for my Bankai to fully reach its intended state. It wouldn't be long before that, a minute or so, maybe 2. I didn't have much time, it seems. But I didn't regret a thing. Roaring, Acnologia charged at me, its massive claws aimed to tear through my flesh, moving the empty handle of my blade down on the dragon. Time seemed to stop, before suddenly, the tail of Acnologia was severed from its body, falling to the sea floor, leaving a trail of blood as dropped. I grinned at the sight, then winced as I brought a hand to my mouth and coughed up a spray of blood into my hand. The strain was bigger than I imagined. Snapping me back to reality, Acnologia opened its mouth, letting out a deafening roar, unleashing a torrent of pure arcane power. Acnologia POV. I watched with pleasure as my power rained down on my opponent, the supposed god of death. Or so I thought. One moment, my attack was about to hit him, the next, he had disappeared only to reappear behind me, slicing through my scales and leaving a deep gash in my flesh. This wasn't the first time it had happened. He had cut through my flesh, not one, but twice. And without any difficulties. Not only that, but his movements. I couldn't follow them. And it wasn't because he was faster than me. It was more like, his movements were instantaneous. I grinned, amused by the challenge he presented. It had been a long time since I had faced someone as skilled as him. Not since I battled Igneal. I apologize for my performance so far. It seems you are truly worthy of my time, god of death, I roared in approval, my eyes narrowing as I prepared to strike again. With a thundering roar, I charged forward once again, extending my massive claws towards him. This would be fun, maybe just as fun as it was killing all those dragons. Chapter 186, Chapter 163, The Void. Goals and Rewards of the Week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Adam C. POV. Bankai. Normally a Bankai means the culmination of power behind a Zanpakuto. The denouement of a work of art. I wasn't part of that normal occurrence. Why? Well, the thing is that thanks to my human body, there are some limiters I have to go through before I could actually use the full power of my Bankai. Steps I have to accomplish. These steps prepared my body for the true essence of my Bankai. Is that all? Acnologia roared, his eyes glinting with amusement. I smiled, dodging the dragon's claws as I continued to gather my energy. Not yet. I had to admit, Acnologia's power was beyond my wildest expectations. Despite having cut him multiple times, despite having the clear upper hand, his body was adapting to my power, making it harder and harder to actually harm him. Granted, his body was adapting to the larva stage of my Bankai, a stage that only existed because my mortal body wasn't capable of withstanding the full power of a Bankai without first acclimating to it. Acnologia roared, rushing towards me. Show me what you got, god of death. I chuckled, to think Acnologia, the dragon of the end, would become so excited to face me. I was flattered. Unfortunately for him, the time was finally coming. My body was finally acclimating. I smiled, closing my eyes, clutching tight the empty hilt of my Zanpakuto, a blade that reflected the cosmos itself. You have no idea what lies beyond the veil of stars, king of nothing. Before Acnologia could respond, a wave of energy enveloped the battlefield, several times bigger than the one everybody had felt upon the release of my Bankai. The ground and the sea trembled wildly as the stormy sky above breaks open, taking away everything, revealing the vastness of space. Stars, nebulae, galaxies, and black holes become visible. It's as if the universe has unveiled itself for me. As my power continued to grow, my attire changed as well, my robe now reflecting the Milky Way and other constellations. Seeing this, Acnologia opened his mouth, releasing a massive blast of dark energy towards me. What are you? Acnologia cackled, grinning at me. The embodiment of the cosmos. Prepare yourself, I muttered, my voice echoing as if it came from the vast reaches of space. Growling, Acnologia lunged at me with blinding speed, but before he could reach me, I effortlessly sidestepped him, manipulating gravitational forces around him to throw off his trajectory. Galaxy Eater, I muttered, raising a finger, creating multiple rips in spacetime. Manifesting several black holes around the Dragon King. This won't stop me. Acnologia roared as he struggled to escape the gravitational pull of the black holes. I smirked, pleased with his tenacity. I wouldn't expect anything less from you, king of nothing. Acnologia roared again, releasing a burst of energy that caused the black holes to collapse in on themselves. I smiled, swinging my right arm forward. Cosmic fog, from my palm, a beam of energy shot out, colliding with Acnologia's energy. The resulting explosion created shockwaves that rattled the very fabric of the universe. I really need to keep my focus, otherwise I might end up killing everyone on the continent. Taking a step forward, I coughed, blood spilling from my lips as I struggled to maintain my balance. Is this all you've got? Acnologia growled, charging at me again. I chuckled, watching his movements as if they were in slow motion. Not by a long shot. With a flick of my wrist, I created a miniature star, a blazing ball of fire that illuminated the entire battlefield. Acnologia's eyes widened, realizing what I was about to do, but it was too late. The star exploded violently, sending waves of heat and radiation that engulfed the Dragon King. Not bad, Acnologia grunted as he emerged from the explosion, his body battered and burnt. I couldn't eat the entire thing, however, you will never defeat me this way. I raised an eyebrow, surprised by his resilience. I'll be the first to admit, I thought that last attack would have done more damage. Then again, I was holding back, a lot. To avoid killing myself before its time, and to avoid killing everyone around. I felt my throat tighten and the wetness of blood on my tongue as I choked out another cough. My vision blurred and my body began to shake. I can't keep this for much longer. I had to kill him quickly, it was only a matter of time before my control faded away completely. Acnologia moved, closing the distance between us, before slamming me back into the island. The impact shook the very foundation of the island. He sent me back to Tenru. This bastard. I could feel the blood oozing out of my mouth and nose, and my eyesight was getting hazy. At this rate, I will die in a minute or so. I smiled. Either way it didn't matter. The time had finally come, the power of my Bankai was ready to be unleashed. Adam. Urza shouted, her voice muffled by the ringing in my ears. You promised. Kana cried out, tears streaming down her face as she watched from a distance. I smiled. I lied, closing my eyes as I took a step forward, bringing my hands together. Abyssal void. Acnologia POV. One moment I was staring at the god of death who had challenged me, and the next, I was in the middle of nowhere, lost in the nothingness. There was nothing around, no sound, no magic, nothing. It was like I had been transported to another dimension entirely. An endless void, a space without time or escape. I gritted my teeth. I was Acnologia, the Dragon King. I refused to be defeated by this, even if he had managed to catch me off guard. Before you die, allow me to explain, I heard a voice echo in the emptiness. Show yourself. I roared, or tried to, but no sound came. This is the true power of my Bankai. A space where nothing exists, not even time. You can't escape, you can't fight back, you can't do anything. I opened my mouth, trying to destroy the entire place with the full might of my magic, but as soon as I did so, I realized something, my magic. I couldn't feel it. I couldn't feel my magic at all. My magic was gone. The voice spoke once more, your magic doesn't work here, dragon. Nothing works here, that's the beauty of the void, a vast expanse of nothingness. I refuse to be defeated like this. I still haven't killed them all. I still haven't destroyed all the dragons in the world, I can't die, not yet, not when my mission hasn't been completed. This couldn't be the end. Not for me. Not for the one who had stood atop the world as the epitome of power. I couldn't be defeated by something so abstract. Time to die, Dragon King. Third-person POV. As Acnologia raged against the nothingness around him, a sudden sense of constriction filled the void around him. The emptiness, already suffocating, seemed to become tangible, pressing in from all sides, crushing him tightly. For the first time in eons, a spark of genuine fear lit in the Dragon King's eyes. What? Acnologia gasped, struggling to breathe as the void closed in on him. What's happening? The voice spoke again, cold and merciless. You cannot fight the void, dragon. It consumes all, it kills all. As those words were spoken, the nothingness around the Dragon King began to coalesce, shadows merging with shadows, swirling in an ever-tightening spiral around him. The oppressive nothingness thickened, as though the void itself sought to snuff out his existence. In the encroaching darkness, memories flashed before Acnologia's eyes, not of the battles or the countless souls he devoured, but of simpler times. Moments of laughter, fleeting instances of camaraderie, and flashes of joy from his human days. The weight of lifetimes of choices bore down on him, and for a moment, Acnologia's fiery spirit dimmed. Fighting with all the ferocity that had once made him the most feared being on earth, he roared, a desperate and primal scream echoing into the encroaching void. Yet, no sound emerged. The abyss swallowed it whole, just as it was swallowing him. Then, as the blackness touched him, an icy chill began to creep into his very soul. It was the cold of finality, the end of an era. The void was not just a physical place but a metaphysical one, and it sought to erase him from the very fabric of existence. Despite his struggle, a crushing force enveloped him, and as the last flicker of Acnologia's consciousness began to wane, a singular thought rose above all else, was this what true oblivion felt like? And then, there was nothing. The Dragon King, a force that had once threatened the entirety of the world, was no more. The void had claimed its due, leaving only the silence of a universe at peace. Chapter 187, Chapter 164, Death. Goals and rewards of the week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Adam C. POV. I had done it. I had killed Acnologia. I smiled, closing my eyes. The ground comes at me fast, a hard embrace as I crash onto the dirt. Each grain of sand bites into my skin, reminding me of my reality. I feel the wet warmth spill over my lips and trickle down my chin. Blood. More blood. Breathing feels hard, each inhalation a tortured rasp. I can feel the weight of my injuries, the slow leaching of life from my being. Time seems to slow, and I'm trapped in this liminal space between the present and what might be an inevitable future. I had a good life, didn't I? Images and memories blur together. The face of my friends, the smile of my sister, the laughter I had, the many sunsets I've watched, and the dreams I've chased. All those moments lead to this single, defining one. It's cold. Colder than it should be. I don't want to die. I really don't. Now that I'm close to. I can say with certainty, I don't want to. But it's never what you want, isn't it? Oh well. I've always imagined death to be a gradual fade, like an old film reel ending. But it feels like a wall I'm about to run into. Every breath is a battle, my body begging for relief. Maybe it's better this way. At least I won't feel the pain anymore. I did what I had to. I protected everyone I cared around. Everyone I loved. I have to admit. The acceptance is both terrifying and liberating. I'd always thought I'd go down fighting. I mean, I am. But I mean more against the concept of dying. I always thought I would go out clawing at life with everything I had. But maybe, just maybe, there's a peace in letting go. Funny, isn't it? They say your life flashes before your eyes. But all I see is a deep, comforting void. Maybe that's what peace looks like. Kind of poetic considering the power of my Zanpakuto. I smiled, focusing on those I'm leaving behind, trying to imprint their faces in my mind one last time. I won't lie, the guilt of not saying goodbye threatens to choke me, more than the blood does. If there's an afterlife, after this one, I hope I remember them. And, well, I hope they remember me as well. Tears mix with the blood on my face, but it's not sadness that brings them. It's gratitude, for every fleeting moment, every challenge, every love, and every loss. It's the acknowledgement of the beauty of existence. Just one more breath. One more thought. One more. And then, with a whisper of regret and a sigh of resignation, the world fades away. Third person. POV. Urza Scarlet. Urza Scarlet, the Titania of fairy tale, had faced countless horrors and heartbreaks, but the scene that unfolded before her now shattered her. Adam, a warrior of unmatched spirit and strength, her teacher, her friend, lay on the ground, each breath more labored than the last. The vitality that once coursed through him had dimmed, leaving behind a fragile shell. He was dying. The wind carried her scarlet hair behind her as she sprinted, her armor gleaming under the fading sunlight. Every heartbeat, every sound of her armor felt like a countdown, time she couldn't afford to lose. Adam. Urza's voice was filled with desperation as she skidded to a halt beside him, kneeling in the dirt. His eyes, once so full of life, now stared blankly upwards, the light in them dwindling. She cradled his head gently, her fingers brushing away the blood that stained his face. Those eyes, which had always held so much determination and fire, now only reflected pain and a silent resignation. No, 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 Urza murmured, her voice quivering. Not like this. You can't leave like this, you promised me. Silence was her only answer. The rhythmic, shallow breaths that once gave hope now only served as a grim reminder of the approaching end. Pressing her forehead against his, Urza willed him to fight, to defy the shadow encroaching upon him. Stay with me, Adam. Please, she pleaded, her voice breaking, her tears falling freely onto his still face. Please. I beg you. Brother. Kana's soft voice reached Urza's ears, and she turned to see Kana dropping to her knees. The sorrow in her eyes mirroring her own. For a moment, the world seemed to stand still, leaving only the sound of Urza's quiet sobs, her grief raw and palpable. She held onto Adam, her embrace desperate, as if she could somehow transfer her life force into him, as if her sheer will could anchor him to the world. But the weight of reality pressed in from all sides, and Urza felt a part of her own spirit break with the cruel truth of the moment. Tears streamed down her face unchecked. Kana Alberona Clive. POV. Urza's sobs echoed throughout the place, each one like a knife through my heart. There he was, Adam, my big brother. We had shared so many memories together, the laughter, the fights, the secrets whispered under the cover of night. Now, his form was motionless, a stark contrast to the vibrant soul I had always known. He was supposed to be invincible. He was supposed to be unreachable. I gasped. My heart ached, with a pain so profound it felt as if it was physically tearing me apart. One step at a time, I approached slowly, every step heavy, like walking through deep water, through mud. And kneeling beside him, I reached out tentatively, brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead. It was cold, too cold. Memories flooded back, of a younger Adam taking me out to watch the stars, of the promises they made to always have each other's backs. Tears welled up, spilling over, tracing hot paths down my cheeks. You idiot, I whispered, my voice breaking, you weren't supposed to leave me alone. You promised. Mavis Vermilion. POV. He was dying. I could feel his magic slowly dissipating. The bright light that once glowed within him was now dimming, fading away. I had seen many deaths in my time, but each one still pained me as if it was my first. No. It pained me even more. He was my friend, the only friend I had right now. And he was dying. What's that? Gray shouted beside me, snapping me out of my train of thought. I followed his gaze and saw a massive portal opening above the island, chains coming out of the portal, each chain making their way to Adam. Everyone. Defend Adam's body. I shouted, my voice echoing through the island. I had no idea what those chains were, but I wouldn't let them desecrate him. Chapter 188, Pick Your Days. You guys won the second place reward, and now it's time for you to pick the days for them. Sunday. Monday. Tuesday. Wednesday. Thursday. I'll be waiting for the results despite already knowing what day you'll pick. Chapter 189, Author Note. Today there won't be a chapter, preparing for tomorrow's update. I might even throw an extra chapter, 'cause I'm sexy. Chapter 190, Chapter 165, Chains. Goals and rewards of the week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Third person POV. Tenru Island. Above the serene Tenru Island, a giant portal tore open the sky, releasing dark, metallic chains that snaked downwards, their fiery tips shining malevolently. As they descended, the humming noise intensified, creating a sense of impending doom. Mavis Vermilion's ghostly figure floated above Adam's weakening body, her expression etched with terror and desperation. His breaths were shallow, the life fading from him, and now this ominous force sought to claim him before his time was truly over. Protect Adam. Mavis's ethereal voice echoed, piercing the air with its urgency. And despite no one knowing at the moment who she was, they all reacted to her orders accordingly. The guild didn't need a second call. Natsu roared, flames encircling him, as he lunged towards the descending chains. Lucy summoned her celestial spirits, Loke and Taurus leaping into the fray. Gray's hands became sheathed in ice as he struck at the chains, hoping to freeze them in their tracks. Urza, in her Heaven's Wheel armor, summoned a flurry of swords, each blade slicing through the air to sever the chains. Juvia's eyes were a storm, water spiraling around her, aiming to ensnare and pull the chains away. Yet, the chains were unyielding. For every one they managed to halt, another would surge forward. Wendy's attempts to push them back with gusts of wind proved futile, the chains' momentum overpowering her magic. As the chains neared, Mavis tried to form a protective barrier around Adam's fading form, using the only spell she could write now, one of the fairy tale's 3 great magics. Fairy Sphere. A spell made to protect the guild from any evil and, an absolute defense magic, powerful enough to defend against even time. For a brief moment, her barrier shimmered, reflecting the chain's fiery glow. But it wavered under the chain's force, finally shattering into a myriad of sparkling fragments. What? Mavis gasped. Adam. Urza shouted. The chains wrapped around Adam's body, pulling him up towards the portal. His friends reached out, trying to grasp him, but it was too late. The chains retracted with Adam in their grip, disappearing into the ominous portal which then snapped shut, leaving nothing but the clear blue sky. Silence gripped Tenru Island, as Fairy Sphere began to seal them in time. Mavis, her transparent form quivering, floated down to the spot where Adam had lain. We will bring him back, she whispered, her voice trembling but determined, and just like that, the entire island was sealed in time. Third person. POV. Soul Society. 12th Division. For most of the Soul Society, the 12th Division's laboratory was an eerie labyrinth of dimly lit passages guarded by strange contraptions and murky alcoves. The walls, lined with beakers bubbling over with mysterious concoctions and specimen jars housing creatures of unearthly origins, seemed to whisper secrets that their creator wished to keep hidden. At the very center of this chaotic environment, stood Captain Mayuri Kuratsuchi, eyes gleaming maliciously as he observed his grandest experiment in progress. Surrounded by towering machines that emitted a ghostly glow, and adorned in his usual eccentric garb, he meticulously adjusted a series of knobs and dials. The room's centerpiece was a vast machine, humming with an eerie energy. Within its metallic framework was a portal, a swirling vortex of colors, each hue more unnatural than the last. Lieutenant Nimue Kuratsuchi stood a few steps behind, carefully noting down the fluctuating readings from a panel of screens. Her voice, steady and calm, broke the room's electrified silence. The energy readings are consistent with our calculations, Captain. We are approaching the extraction phase. A glint of anticipation flashed in Mayuri's eyes. Finally, after all these tedious calculations and recalibrations, I will be able to extract that strange soul from its realm into mine. Captain, are you sure that the portal is stable? Nimue inquired, tilting her head. Mayuri, irked by the doubt in her voice, of course, Nimue. I've accounted for every possible variable. As the moments ticked away, the room's atmosphere grew palpably tense. The portal's colors became more erratic, like a storm brewing at its center. Shadows within began to coalesce, gradually taking on a recognizable shape, a soul, albeit one that seemed to dance and flicker as if resisting its inevitable extraction. Yet, just as the silhouette began to sharpen, a cacophony erupted. Alarms blared, machines sparked, and screens displayed frantic error messages. Nimue's eyes widened in alarm. Energy fluctuations detected. The portal's alignment is deviating. What? Mayuri's voice boomed, his eyes widening as he frantically scanned the readings on the screens. That's impossible. It should be stable. Attempting to override the system, Mayuri's fingers danced over a touch panel. But to his horror, nothing he did worked, and the soul, instead of materializing within the confines of his lab as planned, was violently thrust in a different direction. The vibrant whirlpool of colors within the portal transitioned to the mundane hues that mirrored the aura of the human world. As the last machine powered down, the room was plunged into an eerie quiet, disrupted only by the rhythmic dripping of a leaky pipe somewhere in the distance. Mayuri, usually a paragon of confidence and arrogance, was momentarily at a loss. His voice, though laced with frustration, bore an edge of incredulity. That was not part of the plan. My calculations were perfect. Rapidly processing the unfolding situation, Nemu presented her findings. Preliminary analysis suggests the soul has been displaced into the human world, Captain. Mayuri's face contorted with a mixture of rage and intrigue. He began to pace, his every step echoing with deliberation. A soul capable of defying my state-of-the-art technology. Even for me, this is an unprecedented anomaly. Nemu nodded. Captain, the portal's energy surge was off the charts. Stopping mid-step, Mayuri turned, his face mere inches from Nemu's. The human world, you say? It seems further research is needed. Pausing to consider the implications, Nemu finally nodded. Yes, Captain. What's our next move? A sly smile crept onto Mayuri's lips, his momentary lapse in composure now fully recovered. For the moment, we will wait and monitor the situation. It will be interesting to see what happens to the soul in the human world. Perhaps it will provide us with some valuable data. Shall we inform the Captain Commander? Nemu asked. Mayuri shook his head. No need. This is simply a minor deviation from the original plan. We will handle it on our own. Besides, they would only get in the way of my research, and that is something I can't allow. Third-person POV. Soul Society. 5th Division. Inside the grandeur of the 5th Division's captain's chambers, Sosuke Aizen sat poised, his fingers lightly tapping the hilt of Kyoka Suigetsu. His quarters, unlike the cryptic chaos of Mayuri's laboratory, were pristine and orderly, a reflection of his meticulous nature. The dim light from the solitary lantern in the room cast dancing shadows upon the walls, but Aizen's eyes gleamed brightly with mischief. The soft rustle of papers from his desk was the only sound, but his thoughts were far louder, resonating with the thrill of the game he'd just initiated. He replayed the sequence in his mind. The intricate Kido spell he'd woven into Mayuri's portal apparatus, ensuring it wouldn't function as intended. To many, it would have seemed a simple malfunction, a miscalculation. But Aizen knew better. It was an expertly laid trap, and Mayuri had walked right into it. A slow, self-assured smile curled Aizen's lips. Always so certain of your own brilliance, Mayuri, he mused aloud, relishing in the momentary triumph. So, predictable. He leaned back, the wooden chair creaking softly under his weight, and looked at the ceiling. From the intricate patterns, he could faintly see the spiritual energy threads of the Siriitii, each representing a flow of power and influence. And now, one of those threads, a wild, erratic one belonging to Mayuri, was entangled, just as he had planned. Aizen had no interest in the unique soul that Mayuri sought, or rather no interest in the soul being within the grasp of the Soul Society. His intrigue lay in the consequences of its displacement. Disruptions like these would sow seeds of doubt, create divisions, and distract from his larger machinations. And a distracted enemy was always easier to maneuver. There was also the added benefit of observing Mayuri's actions in the human world. The eccentric scientist was unpredictable, and while Aizen was confident in his control over the situation, he was also pragmatic enough to know the importance of information. Jin Ichimaru, Aizen's close confidant and fellow conspirator, slid the door open, his ever-present smirk in place. So, the puppet show has begun. Aizen, without looking at him, replied, every puppet believes it dances on its own, Jin. But the strings, they are always there, waiting to be pulled. Jin chuckled, tilting his head in a playful manner. And you've just given Mayuri a tune he can't resist dancing to. What's the endgame? Aizen finally turned to face him, his smile ever so enigmatic. Chaos, Jin. From chaos comes opportunity. And opportunity is what we seek. Chapter 191, Chapter 166, Hats and Fans. Goals and rewards of the week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Third person. POV. A handsome shopkeeper. The old, cobbled streets of Karakura town echoed softly with the mundane sounds of the afternoon. Birds chirped merrily, children laughed in the distance, and the gentle hum of life carried on. Yet in its midst, a figure out of place stood still, catching the attention of the very few who could perceive him. Keisuke Urahara, clad in his signature green-striped hat and clogs, walked with casual confidence. His ever-watchful eyes scanned the town, always alert to the spiritual energies that pulsed around him. As he strolled, his sharp senses caught onto something, causing him to halt abruptly. Something new had entered the town, something powerful. A few meters away, amidst the shadows of an alleyway, he turned, finding an injured man. He was sprawled out, his clothing torn and stained with dirt and blood. What caught Urahara's attention wasn't just the man's injured state, but the raw, unbridled spiritual energy emanating from him, an energy that seemed immeasurable. Not anyone I know, Urahara muttered, carefully inspecting the men from afar. How odd. Curiosity piqued, Urahara approached the men. The sheer intensity of the spiritual energy made the air thicken, and Urahara's footsteps grew cautious. Bending down, he examined the stranger. His breath was shallow, the life within him waning rapidly. Urahara frowned, scratching his chin. How did someone with this much spiritual energy end up here, and in such a condition? Not only that, how could a human have this much spiritual energy for that matter? It wasn't uncommon for humans to develop spiritual abilities, but not to this extent. No human body could withstand this much power, not without tearing itself apart, that is. The spiritual energy this man was emitting was dense, too dense. Captain-level dense, maybe even more than that. He pondered the situation, knowing that leaving the man in his current state was not an option. Not only for the stranger's sake but also for the safety of the town. An energy this great could attract unwanted attention. Decision made, Urahara carefully hoisted the man onto his shoulder. The stranger's energy flared momentarily, causing a gust of wind to pick up, rustling Urahara's cloak. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed in thought. "Just who are you?" he murmured to the unconscious man. "I guess my store just got its newest employee, hee. Adam C. POV. Every breath was an agony, the weight of an unseen burden crushing me. A sharp pain lanced through my temples, making me wince. I felt as though I was being torn apart from the inside out. I was drowning in darkness, waiting for my end, but with one last gasp, I opened my eyes. "What?" I rasped, my voice barely above a whisper. The world around me was a blur, and my surroundings remained unfamiliar. I tried to move, but every muscle in my body screamed in protest. I was alive. I scanned the room, moving as much as I could, finding myself staring up at a beautiful wooden ceiling, adorned with intricate carvings of clouds and cranes. Soft light filtered through the paper walls, casting a gentle glow across the room. The smell of tatami mats and fresh wooden panels filled my nostrils. Was heaven Japanese? I gingerly pushed myself up, confirming that I was sleeping on a traditional Japanese futon. The room was sparsely decorated, with sliding paper doors and a single painted scroll hanging on the wall. It felt like I had been transported back in time, or maybe to a completely different world altogether. Just where am I? I whispered to myself, my voice barely audible. Before I could begin to piece together my thoughts, there was a loud, dramatic crashing sound outside the room. The sliding door was flung open, revealing a man with messy, straw-colored hair, dressed in a green and white kimono. He held a folding fan in one hand and had a pair of wooden clogs on his feet. "Good morning. Or should I say afternoon? Or maybe evening. Time is nowadays," he declared, waving his fan flamboyantly. My eyes widened in recognition. Kasuke Urahara. The man chuckled at my expression, striking a pose as though he was expecting applause. "I know what you're thinking, and yes, it is I. The magnificent shop owner, as fabulous as ever. And I must say, you've woken up in quite a peculiar situation. What is going on? This shouldn't be possible. I should be dead. He shouldn't be here. What, where am I?" I asked, my voice hoarse and weak. Kasuke tilted his head, looking amused. "Ah, questions, questions. People are always so curious." "Kasuke, leave the brat alone," interrupted a stern voice from the doorway. A black cat with piercing yellow eyes stood there, its tail flicking impatiently. "Yoruchi!" Kasuke exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "You're just in time. Our newest employee just woke up. Yoruchi. She's here as well." Wait a moment, did he say newest employee? Never mind that. Just how am I still alive? My Bankai should have killed me. But, somehow my condition seemed stable. Zanryazuki. I could feel her close, but I couldn't see her. Kasuke chuckled, sensing my inner turmoil. "It seems you have many questions," he remarked with a glint in his eyes. "But first, allow me to formally welcome you to the Urahara shop. We deal with all things supernatural, and apparently, miraculous recoveries from life-threatening conditions." He had healed me. "I know that look, and the answer is no," Kasuke said, shaking his head as though he could read my thoughts. "I didn't heal you. I just slowed your peculiar condition with a little help from some spiritual pressure stabilizers. I'm in the Bleach universe now." "But, how?" "The last thing I remember is killing Acnologia. Urza. Kana. Mavis. Just. What the hell happened?" As my mind entered a state of panic, Urahara's playful demeanor suddenly shifted. The glint in his eyes transformed from mischief to a deep, calculating intensity. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. I could feel a heavy pressure on my shoulders. A level of strength I had never felt before. Something that far outclassed the likes of Acnologia. His voice was now a serious, deep undertone. "Your abilities and energy aren't common, even among the most potent of spiritual beings. Not to mention." He paused, casting a glance at the corner of the room where Zanryuzuki lay, sheeted. Your blade. Tell me, who are you? How does a human possess such a weapon? I had failed to see her there. No. It was more like. I couldn't see her until he mentioned her. Don't pay attention to Kisuke, he likes to pretend he's scary, Yoruichi interjected, stretching like a cat would before laying down at the door. He's not. Yoruichi. Don't be mean. Kisuke chuckled, his demeanor returning to its playful nature. Oh well, questions for later. Now rest my unpaid employee, and let your handsome boss take care of you, free of charge. As soon as he said those words, I felt my eyes grow heavy, my body succumbing to exhaustion, and before I knew it, I had fallen into a deep sleep, my mind still reeling from the shock of what had just happened. Chapter 192, Author Offer. Vote my children, vote, and you will receive sexy chapters, and cookies, chocolate chip cookies. Remember, if we reach the top 3 you get to pick the days. Chapter 193, Chapter 167, Fear in Our Heart. Goals and Rewards of the Week. Top 1 equals 3 double releases. Top 2 equals 2 double releases. Top 3 equals 1 double release. Adam C. POV. 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks since I found myself here. I had no idea how that had happened. Or why. This shouldn't have been possible. Then again, I had ended up in the fairy tale universe by some way, perhaps that same way, had pushed me into this world. Still, the question remained. Could I go back home? Or was this a one-way trip? I sighed, deciding not to think too much about that right now. Not when I couldn't even move. Right now, I lay sprawled out on a futon, the soft fabric failing to comfort my aching bones. Every movement felt like a Herculean effort, my spiritual energy, once roaring like a tempest, now feeling like a mere whisper of its former self. I tried to reach out with my senses, to touch the familiar ebbs and flows of the world, but it was as if a dense fog had settled around me, muting everything. I had never felt this weak. The sliding door to my room opened with a gentle creak, and like many times before, Urahara Kisuke stepped in, his straw hat casting a shadow over his eyes. Like always, he had that ever-present, cheeky grin plastered on his face. Kisuke, I muttered. A fan flicked open in his hand, and he wafted himself theatrically. Oh my, he said, feigning surprise, someone's looking quite glum today. Did you get dumped by a pretty girl? Or perhaps you just ran out of ice cream? I still wasn't used to seeing him. To dealing with him. Perhaps this was my afterlife. A unique kind of hell. Despite the fatigue, I managed to roll my eyes. Trust this crazy bastard to break the gloom with his peculiar sense of humor. He was worse in person than I imagined, who would have thought? Don't you have some shady deals to complete or another store to run? I mumbled, my voice weak. Urahara chuckled, folding his fan and sitting beside my futon, his expression suddenly becoming serious. He removed his hat, revealing deep, concerned eyes. Jokes aside, he began, voice low, I know that you noticed, so I will skip to the point, there has been a shift in your spiritual energy. Long story short, it's not just a common ailment, seeing you're a human, the answer is simple. You're dying. I knew that much. In fact, it was a miracle I was still alive, especially after using my Bankai. Well, calling it a miracle was a stretch, I'm pretty sure I'm still alive thanks to him, though I can't say why he would help, he doesn't seem to be kind of guy to help others without getting anything. He helped Ichigo to defeat Aizen. He helped Rukia to destroy his creation. He was a dependable ally, sure, but one that never revealed all of his intentions. I tried to muster a smile, though it probably came off as more of a grimace. Well, aren't you the bearer of good news today? Urahara sighed, opening his fan again. Don't be too hasty now, I didn't say your condition is final, he said, I might have a few tricks up my sleeve. Of course, he had something. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite my exhaustion. Urahara always had a trick or two up his sleeve, and I was curious to know what he had in mind for me. You can heal me. Perhaps was the desperation talking, but the idea of, not dying, of being able to return back to them, alive. Well, it was enough for me to ignore any possible ulterior motives he might have. Urahara's expression was unreadable as he closed his fan and placed it on the floor beside him. Of course, I can. I am the most handsome manager there is after all. That being said, it won't be easy, he said, his voice serious. Years of using your spiritual energy as you have, made your soul unstable, and getting this under control will require more than just a band-aid. I might not be a genius, but if I was understanding his words right, he was referring to the process my body used to transform my power into magic. You must be thinking about your magic, right? Urahara tilted his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes. How? Had he toyed with my mind? Could he even do that? Before you jump to conclusions, you talk in your sleep, Urahara explained with a chuckle. I may not be able to read minds, yet, but I can certainly decipher what others say when they are not fully conscious. I blinked, realizing I had let it slip. I had been so careful up until now, making sure to not reveal anything about my world, especially to those possibly capable of reaching said world. Now, thanks to my nighttime talks, I had potentially given Urahara, one of the most, if not the most intelligent minds of this universe, more information than I had intended to, before confirming his intentions. Urahara leaned in, studying me intently. Now, all I know, because Yoruchi didn't let me examine you in your sleep, is that you've been converting your spiritual energy in a unique way for most of your life. This process, alongside your massive Ryatsu, being the reason your body is beyond repair. I am aware of that, I nodded. Then, you might be able to answer this question: how does this process work? Urahara asked with a calm smile, tapping his chin with his fan. I shifted uncomfortably, weighing my options. I knew I was being paranoid about my distrust, but I had to protect everyone, and the people from here, they were leagues above anything my home could handle. However, if I lied, if I tried to trick him, to hide information from him, things could end bad for me. I could lose the only path to healing myself. It's complicated, I muttered. He smiled, that familiar mischievous glint in his eyes. Isn't it always? But don't worry, your secret is safe with me. What matters now is stabilizing your energy. I blinked. What secret? I didn't answer your question. Urahara tapped his fan against his chin thoughtfully. I know, but your spiritual energy did. I just needed to keep you focused on something else long enough for me to skim you. He tricked me. Now, don't get angry at me, Urahara said, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. I had to confirm a few suspicions I had. That, and well, I'm trying to save your life here, and once I start a project, I finish it, even if said project wants to bite me in the end. A few suspicions. I see. He hadn't said anything, yet he had said enough. He wanted to confirm whether or not I was one of Aizen's projects. I can blame him for that one. So, you know everything about me now, huh? I asked, letting out a sigh. Urahara snorted. You have a high opinion of me. I know about the workings of your body, a bit, not enough, but enough to work on your condition, but everything about you. Ha. Hardly. I haven't invented anything like that, yet. Who knows, I might in the future, but right now, nah, out of my immediate capabilities. I chuckled, perhaps I did have an inflated opinion about him. But then again, he was the man that created the almighty wishing marble, so, who knows? Either way, whether or not he knew everything about me, my best call was to trust him. He was my best bet at surviving this. Fishy or not, I had to play by his eccentric rules. Chapter 194, Chapter 168, Healing One's Soul. Goals and Rewards of the Week. Top 1 equals 3 to 4 chapters extra. Top 2 equals 2 to 3 chapters extra. Top 3 is equal to 1 extra chapter. To clarify, the Bleach arc and sub-arcs will ignore all filler, and well, a lot of things will change. Canon in the Bleach universe will be fudged worse than the one in Fairy Tail. Adam C. POV. The room tilted and blurred as I tried to push myself to my feet. Every bone, every muscle seemed to scream in protest. The dim room swayed, shadows elongating and contracting as my vision threatened to black out. I gritted my teeth. I hated being sick. I hated feeling this weak. It was infuriating. A rush of nausea forced me to grab onto the nearby table, knocking over a vase. I tried to steady my breath, leaning heavily on the wood, but the floor seemed to move beneath me like a rocking boat. Come on. I whispered to myself, trying to will my legs to carry me forward. With a heavy effort, I took one trembling step, then another. I could hear my heart thudding loudly in my ears, the pulse echoing through my weakened frame. Suddenly, before I could take another step, there was a rustling sound, like cloth being dragged over wood, followed by an all-too-familiar chuckle. A flash of green and white appeared from behind one of the room dividers. Urahara Kasuke emerged sliding in socks, crashing into the wall in an utterly ungraceful manner, shattering the wall upon impact. Whoa. You know, I really need to practice that entrance more, he remarked, straightening his hat. Despite my situation, a weak chuckle escaped my lips. Sure, I didn't completely trust him, but I had to admit, trust or not, the guy had a way of making others laugh. Quite the entrance, I managed to say, gasping for breath. He raised an eyebrow, tapping the side of his chin with his fan. Well, it lightens up the mood, doesn't it? And speaking of lifting spirits, I watched as he drew out a small vial from his robe, the liquid inside shimmering with an ethereal light. Guess what, my bedridden friend? After a lot of research, tests, and a little eavesdropping here and there, I might have stumbled upon something that could help with your current predicament. A cure. I asked. Urahara winked, twirling the vial between his fingers. Not exactly. I mean, it could cure you, or it could turn you into a frog. With this stuff you never really know. I snorted. Hilarious. He walked closer, his usually playful demeanor shifting to a more serious one. Jokes aside, I actually found a solution to your situation. You do? I replied, thinking to myself almost immediately, of course he does, he's fucking Urahara. Urahara's eyes twinkled mischievously, and the corners of his mouth curled upward into a half-smile. Well, you see, there's a slight catch to this elixir of life I've concocted. The solution to your problem is dying. Say what now? I stared at him, dumbfounded. Dying? You can't be serious. Urahara chuckled, waving his fan in front of his face as if to ward off the absurdity. Oh, but I am. Temporarily, of course. Think of it as a hard reset for your system. Sometimes you have to turn it off and on again, you know. I blinked, grappling with the weight of his words. I'm not a computer. He shrugged, snapping his fan closed and tucking it back into his robe. I'll go to the point, kid, your body can't handle your spiritual pressure. I knew that. I have always known that. But was dying really the answer? Perhaps I would become a soul, like him. But then again, perhaps I wouldn't. This is crazy, I sighed weakly. But insanity often walks hand in hand with genius. Urahara exclaimed, looking exceedingly pleased with himself. And let's not forget, you're not exactly brimming with options. I sighed again. That's true, so. I die, and then what? I'm cured. Urahara snorted. Not exactly. I blinked. Could you elaborate on that? Well, Urahara began, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, your peculiar affliction has not only affected your body, but also your soul, and the inner workings of the same. Sure, getting rid of your body will fix most of your problems, but it won't fix the main issue. I guess that answers my question of whether or not I would become a soul. But that leaves the question, if not having body eliminated the problem I had, what was left? I frowned. What main issue? Urahara gestured for me to sit, and as I did, he began pulling out a series of scrolls and intricate diagrams from his seemingly bottomless bag. Spreading them across the table, the diagrams depicted a complex web of lines and nodes, representing the flow of spiritual energy within a being. You see, he began, using his fan to point at various spots on the diagram, every living being has an innate flow of spiritual energy, a rhythm if you will, that courses through them. Think of it as the bloodstream of your soul. He tapped a particular node which glowed brighter than the others on the diagram. This is your spiritual core, the source from which all your energy flows. I leaned in closer, trying to decipher the intricate patterns. And mine is broken, I suppose. Urahara looked up, his eyes searching mine. Over the years, due to the immense exertion you've placed upon yourself, your soul and spiritual power have undergone severe strain. It's like, imagine a river that's been dammed or diverted so many times, it's lost its natural course. I see. I had damaged my soul by the same process that had kept me alive, how ironic. His fan moved over the diagram, showing places where the lines were knotted or frayed. These represent disruptions in your energy flow. Some areas have been bottlenecked, creating a buildup, while others have been deprived, causing overwhelming weakness. I traced a finger over a particularly twisted segment. So, my soul is just as damaged as my body. In a manner of speaking, yes, Urahara nodded. It's akin to an athlete pushing their body to its absolute limits. Over time, without proper care and recovery, injuries happen. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Your spiritual injuries, however, are far more complex. They've twisted the very fabric of your inner soul. So, this death you're proposing is for you to fix that. I murmured, looking back at the shimmering vial. Urahara nodded, a sad smile on his face. Yes, but it won't be an easy process. It requires a complete severing of your soul from your physical body, a permanent death in terms of your humanity. So, to live, I had to leave behind my humanity. Very well, Kasuk, I sighed, weakly smiling at him. I trust you. That wasn't entirely true, but what other choice did I have? Out of all the characters in this world, he was possibly the best one to have as an ally, even if that led to being used by him, eventually. Chapter 195, Author Note. There's no power in my area and I can't access anything, like chapters and stuff. Tomorrow I'll post 2 chapters, so don't worry. Chapter 196, Update. Still no power, apparently one of the power lines was destroyed, but according to the company the repairs should be done by today. So that means I owe you today's chapter as well. Meaning I will post tomorrow 3 chapters. I apologize, but well, shit is out of my control. Again, I will compensate this. With love, Korn. Chapter 197, Power is Coming Back. My power company is finishing their repairs today, so I will be updating either today or tomorrow. Thanks for your patience. With love, Korn. Chapter 198, Chapter 169, Mysteries of a Soul. Alright, let's crunch numbers. I owe you all 4 chapters due to the electrical problems, plus the 2 of the event you won. Making a total of 6. I post Sunday to Friday. So this week, to make things easier for me, I will make double releases every day, that way I compensate, pay the event, and leave enough time to write on my schedule without killing me. Adam C. POV. As Urahara handed me the vial, his fingers lingered for a moment, and I could feel the weight of not just the small container, but of the decision I was about to make. His eyes, always so unreadable, seemed to hold a mixture of pity and determination. Remember, he murmured, this journey is one you'll have to navigate alone. But your soul will guide you. I nodded, uncapping the vial. The iridescent liquid seemed to glow even brighter now, almost as if connecting to my very soul. Taking a deep breath, I drank it. There was no point in wasting time. As soon as the liquid hit my tongue, a tingling sensation began to arise at the base of my throat, rapidly spreading through my entire body until everything turned black. Good luck, kid, Urahara said, his voice sounding distant as the darkness enveloped me, leaving only an echo behind. When I opened my eyes, I was no longer in Urahara's shop, nor was I in any world I recognized. I stood in the midst of a vast expanse, a strange blend of twilight and dawn. Far away, an enormous crescent moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow over everything. As I turned, my gaze fell upon a figure standing a few feet away from me. It was a woman, with hair cascading down in dark, endless waves, shimmering like the night itself. Her eyes, deep and profound, mirrored the universe, holding stars and stories untold. Zanryuzuki, I whispered, recognizing her instantly, meaning this was probably my inner world. Which seemed to have changed again. She inclined her head slightly, a soft welcoming smile on her face. It's been some time since we last spoke. The world around us seemed to shift and change with each passing second. Flames licked at the edges, burning away the horizon. It was as my world, this inner realm, was disintegrating, turning to ash. I don't understand, I said, looking around. Why is our world burning? Zanryuzuki moved closer, her form almost floating. This world is a reflection of your soul. Its current state shows the damage and turmoil within. The flames, the instability, they signify the imbalance you've been facing. A soul destroying itself, just to avoid dying, how ironic. I swallowed hard, memories of my loved ones, Kana, Gildarts, Makarov, Urza, flashing before my eyes. Can it be fixed? She looked at me, her expression inscrutable, pausing for a moment before answering. That is a complicated question. The soul is a resilient thing. It can endure and recover from much. But the path to healing is never linear, nor is it certain. I'm willing to do whatever it takes, I said determinedly. To live, meant to have a chance to go back to them, and for that chance, I was willing to do anything. Zanryuzuki's eyes softened. I know you are. That's always been your strength, and your weakness. Your determination, your will to push through, has led you here. And now, we must navigate these flames, this hell together. As the world continued to burn, the very ground beneath our feet started to crack, revealing a bottomless abyss. My soul was truly dying. Well, this is new, I chuckled, fear evident in my voice. I wasn't one for fear, but watching something outside your control happen in front of you shattered any bravado. Is this the end, love? That being said, fear or not, I refuse to die. She took my hand, her grip reassuring. It could be. Or it could be a new beginning. Remember, rebirth often comes from destruction. But the choice is yours. My heart thudded loudly in my ears, much like it had before, but this time, it was not out of weakness or fear, but decision. Zanryuzuki leaned closer, her voice a soft whisper against the chaos surrounding us. Do you trust me? I nodded, looking deep into her cosmic eyes. Always. She smiled, pulling me closer. Then let's walk through these flames together and see what awaits us on the other side. And with that, hand in hand, we moved forward into the inferno, ready to face whatever came next. Hopefully, it wouldn't be that bad. Third person. POV. In the dim lighting of Urahara's shop, 2 figures stood in hushed conversation, casting furtive glances at the prone form on the floor. Kisuke Urahara, his fan tucked away, wore a more somber expression than usual, while Yoruichi Shihuin's cat-like eyes reflected concern. He took the elixir, Urahara began, adjusting his hat. I would have loved to prepare him for what he might face, but time was running short, and there's only so much one can anticipate in these matters. Yoruichi approached Adam's still body, kneeling beside him. She gently placed a hand on his forehead, sensing his spiritual energy. His soul is still connected, but it's turbulent. Like a storm. Urahara sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. That's the issue. His spirit and physical body were always in turmoil, always at odds. But now, it's entirely up to his spirit to find its way. I've given him the tools, but it's up to him to rebuild. She looked up, her eyes sharp. And if he can't? If he loses himself entirely? Urahara remained silent for a moment, considering. Then, he'll be lost. Possibly forever. Yoruchi's gaze turned icy. You took a huge risk, Kisuke. I hope you knew what you were doing. He met her eyes steadily. I did it to give him a fighting chance, Yoruchi. Without intervention, he wouldn't have had much time left. There was a moment of tense silence before Yoruchi spoke again, her voice softer. He's strong. Stronger than he even realizes. I have a strong feeling he will be fine. Urahara nodded, looking down at Adam. His soul is indeed very powerful, it almost makes you wonder. Yoruchi raised an eyebrow in question. Wonder what? Nothing, don't mind me, Urahara replied hastily, a secretive smile playing on his lips. Let's just hope Adam surprises us all with his resilience. Chapter 199, Chapter 170, Beyond the Veil. Alright, let's crunch numbers. I owe you all 4 chapters due to the electrical problems, plus the 2 of the event you won. Making a total of 6. I post Sunday to Friday. So this week, to make things easier for me, I will make double releases every day, that way I compensate, pay the event, and leave enough time to write on my schedule without killing me. Adam C. POV. I was lost. In a world of nothingness. In a world of black. In this blackness, there was a sensation of weightlessness, of emptiness. Everywhere I turned, there's an endless expanse of nothingness. Yet, despite this, it felt as if every particle of the void pressed against me, seeking entrance, trying to replace the space within me. It wasn't long before I started to feel pain, agony. The pain began as a distant throb. My body. My bones. They began to hurt gradually. Like 1,000 burning knives are slicing into me at once. Why was I here? Why was I feeling this pain? The thoughts swirl inside my head, echoing the emptiness of the abyss. Each thought pierced my mind sharper than the last. Memories. I didn't have any, or rather, I didn't have them right now. All I know is the present, the pain, my world, as consuming as the vast darkness that envelopes me. Am I dying? I wonder. Or am I already dead? Both options seemed within the range of possibilities, right? Then again, I had nothing to compare this to, so perhaps this was it when it came to life. I chuckled through the pain. Despite my lack of awareness of memories, I knew that was wrong, I knew there was more to it than this. But then, something changes. More pain courses through my veins, but this pain was different, this pain wasn't mine. However, before I could gather more about this change, the pain started to recede, as suddenly as it began, like a tide going out, revealing an untouched beach full of secrets. The intense burning that once threatened to destroy me, to consume me, becomes a gentle warmth, soothing my tired senses. And as the pain recedes, another sensation takes its place. Peace. Calm. From hell to heaven, I suddenly felt like I was floating on a calm sea, no waves, no wind, just the gentle rise and fall of the water beneath. And in this newfound tranquility, this new world, I noticed something else. Far away, there was a glimmer. A pinprick of light at the horizon. It's weak, almost imperceptible, but it's there. It calls me. The light seems to pulsate, growing brighter, then dimming, but the call is all the same, it wants me to go. Drawn to it, I will myself towards the light. Every inch of my being is focused on reaching it. As I drift closer, the warmth intensifies, and the once tiny speck expands, filling my vision. It's inviting, promising something that I can't quite understand, but, somehow, I feel I need. Is this the reason I'm here? The thought emerges as a whisper in the depths of my very soul. I paused, looking at the light. I don't know what waits beyond that light, or what will happen once I reach it, but the pull is irresistible. Then, just as I'm about to cross into the realm of that enigmatic light, I hear something, no, someone, calling my name. The voice feels like a distant murmur against the backdrop of my head. Familiar yet strange, like an old photograph, worn and faded by time. The light flickers, hesitating, as if it too heard the voice. I stop. Now torn between the captivating luminance ahead and the voice pulling me back, a wave of emotions crashes over me, as if 2 gravitational pulls were tugging me in opposite directions. A thought rushes into my mind. Maybe the light wasn't the answer I was looking for. With one final, lingering look at the light, I make my choice. I turn away from its warmth, its unspoken promises. As I do, the light dims, flickering once before vanishing, shattering this new world, leaving me once again in the abyss. But this time, I wasn't afraid. No, for the first time, I felt grounded, connected, alive. The voice calling my name becomes clearer, more distinct. And in a burst of colors and sensations, I am pulled back to a reality I had momentarily left. My eyes flutter open, the pain gone, replaced by a profound tiredness and yet an undeniable sense of being. I muttered, my hands shaking. I was back at Urahara's shop, lying on a futon, covered in a few warm blankets. My clothes were different, suggesting someone changed them while I was out. The room smells like a mixture of herbs and something uniquely ethereal. Sitting next to me was Urahara himself, straw hat slightly askew, looking down at some sort of ancient, ornate book. He sensed my awakening and looked up, eyes meeting mine through the thin rim of his glasses. Ah, you're back. We were worried for a while there, Urahara sighed, closing the book and setting it aside. Worried? What happened? The questions spill out, barely giving him time to respond. I remembered drinking his potion, then, nothing. Then, darkness, pain, and confusion. Urahara leans back, hat casting a shadow over his eyes. Well, you were somewhere in between. Between life, between death, and something else. The boundaries of your soul were stretched thin, but it seems you've made it back, so all good. How? I asked, still disoriented, yet relieved to be back in a world I recognized, in a world where I knew who I was, and what I was meant to do. He smiled, a cryptic smile filled with unspoken secrets. Hard to explain, but perhaps you had something or someone to come back for. And maybe, just maybe, that made all the difference. Then again, that's just me, being a helpless romantic. I snorted, causing Urahara to pout. Everyone is mean to this handsome shopkeeper. Anyway, you should rest now. You've been out for a while, he said, standing up and adjusting his hat. Your soul needs time to recover fully. I'm cured. I asked, wondering if this was the end of my situation. Not exactly, Urahara replied, his eyes unreadable. But it's a start, a good one. The rest won't be as hard, kid. Now rest, doctor's orders. I nodded, feeling the exhaustion pull me back into a deep slumber. Third-person POV. The black cat known as Yoruchi walked into the shop, her eyes scanning the room before they settled on Urahara, who was meticulously rearranging some oddly shaped jars on a shelf. Kisuk, she began, her tone casual yet tinged with clear curiosity. How's our mysterious guest doing? Urahara turned around, placing the last jar carefully on the shelf before meeting her feline gaze. Ah, Yoruchi-san, perfect timing. Our guest is stable now. Took a little stroll between the worlds, so to speak, but seems to have decided that this one is more to their liking. Yoruchi raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh. He avoided soul suicide. Impressive. Most people would prefer to stick to the path of least resistance, head into the light, embrace the peace, and all that. Why do you think he chose to come back? Urahara tilted his hat back, revealing his eyes which look more serious than usual. Well, isn't that the question of the day? There's something about them, something different. I would even say there's more to them than meets the eye. Yoruchi crossed her paws, now fully intrigued. You're being cryptic, even for you. Come on, spill it. What did you find? Urahara moves over to a table cluttered with spiritual tools, scrolls, and manuscripts. He picks up a small piece of paper filled with symbols that continuously shift and change, as if alive. I did some harmless research on him while he was sleeping. And well, to summarize my discoveries, his spiritual pressure fluctuates in a way I've never seen before. It's as if it has layers, like an onion, and we've only peeled back the first one. A fluctuating Ryatsu. Like mine. Yoruchi mused, her eyes narrowing in thought. Or is he perhaps hiding his true power? Urahara shook his head. That's what I initially thought, on both accounts. But no, he's not like you, and he isn't hiding anything, at least not intentionally. It's more like, something within him is fragmented, or, a piece of something. Yoruchi hummed, her ears flopping back. Well, isn't that fucking great? Another mystery, we don't even know where he's from, and now this. Bah, who am I kidding? I down for this kind of thing. I know, Urahara chuckled. Yoruchi grinned, baring her feline fangs. Very well. Keep me updated, Kisuk. This could either be a boon or a curse for us. Urahara smiled wryly. Isn't that always the way for us? As Yoruchi prepared to leave, she paused and looked back at Urahara. Do you think he would help us when the time comes? Urahara adjusted his hat again, obscuring his eyes. Who knows? With nothing more to say, the black cat blurred out of the store, leaving Urahara alone with his thoughts and artifacts. For a moment, he looked at the space where their mysterious guest had laid, now empty but for the traces of fluctuating spiritual pressure. A smile forms on his lips. Ah, the unpredictability of life, he mused, it makes you appreciate the little things, doesn't it? Chapter 200, Author Offer. If we reach one of the following, you will get something next week. Top 1, 3 to 4 extra chapters. Top 2, 2 to 3 extra chapters. Top 3, 2 extra chapters. Chapter 201, Chapter 171, Wake Up. Alright, let's crunch numbers. I owe you all 4 chapters due to the electrical problems, plus the 2 of the event you won. Making a total of 6. I post Sunday to Friday. So this week, to make things easier for me, I will make double releases every day, that way I compensate, pay the event, and leave enough time to write on my schedule without killing me. Adam C. POV. I woke up in the middle of the tatami, the woven straw mat cool against my back. My eyes snapped open, and the intricate patterns of the wooden ceiling came into focus. The room, with its paper doors and sparse furniture, emitted an aura of tranquility. A light breeze blew in from the window, rustling the paper screens and carrying with it the faint scent of cherry blossoms. That's when I realized there was no pain. The agonizing ache that had haunted my every waking moment for as long as I could remember was gone. I felt light. As if a massive weight had been lifted off my shoulders. Every cell in my body felt alive, rejuvenated. I'm okay. I muttered, pushing myself to sit up, as I tried to recall how I'd ended up in this room, but the memories felt blurred, as if looking through frosted glass. My memories felt like a jumbled mess. Perhaps it was side effect of what Kasuk had done to me, in order to heal me. A deep sense of gratitude washed over me. Whether or not he intended to use me, he had done what I had long given up on, he had healed me. I could now live on with them, with Urza, with Kana, with Gildarts, with Gramps, with everybody. Sure, I was a soul now, I think. But I hadn't died, at least completely, meaning I could still find a way to actually live. I smiled at the thought. The soft shuffle of sandals on the wooden floor interrupted my musings. The door slid open, revealing a figure that was all too familiar, Urahara. With his green and white striped hat tilted slightly, shadowing his eyes, he bore that signature mischievous smile. Good morning. Or should I say, afternoon. You slept quite soundly, Urahara remarked, folding his fan and placing it in the folds of his yukata. I smiled at him. I slept like never before. His eyes twinkled with amusement. That's good to hear. I'm glad you're feeling better. So, I'm a soul now? I asked tentatively, still trying to wrap my head around the idea. Urahara nodded. Indeed, well, a Shinigami to be exact. I blinked, there was a difference. I mean, wasn't being a Shinigami a title, more than a state of existence? Based on your expression, you must be wondering what's the difference between the two, right? Well, let the awesome Urahara explain. Urahara chuckled at my confusion before settling down on a nearby cushion. To put it simply, Shinigami are souls with exceptional spiritual prowess that train their bodies to reach the next level, that being a Shinigami. Huh. Would you look at that? And here I thought the term Shinigami was just a title, when in reality was a state of being. How curious. I tried to push myself to my feet, surprised at how easily I stood. The room felt different from this vantage point, bigger, brighter. Urahara watched, that enigmatic smile never leaving his face. You'll need some time to adjust. The world might feel a bit different now, he advised, offering a supportive hand. I nodded, taking a deep breath. The air tasted sweet, filled with promise. Thanks again, Kasuk, I smiled, to the point my face hurt. Ha 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 ha. This was so confusing. I had no body, but somehow it didn't like I had lost it. I just felt better than ever, body and all. I wonder how that works. He simply winked, the bells on his clogs jingling as he turned to leave. You're welcome. Now, let's see what you're truly capable of, shall we? I blinked. You mean a spar? Urahara turned around, nodding. Of course, what else did you think I meant? A spart with Kasuk Urahara himself. Didn't he just said I needed time to get adjust? Who fucking cares, I finally get to fight without holding back. Despite my own concerns, about different things, I couldn't help but grin at the offer. Very well. Urahara frowned. For a moment there you reminded me of someone. I tilted my head. Who? Urahara shook his head with a dismissive tone. It doesn't matter. Follow me. Kasuk Urahara, POV. As I led Adam to the training grounds, the weight of my thoughts seemed as tangible as the lantern lights flickering on the walls leading to the basement. Every step I took echoed with questions that buzzed in my mind, each more persistent than the last. I couldn't help but steal glances at the young man I had aided, trying to decipher the enigma behind the man. Since our first encounter, his very existence had given me more answers than questions. How is it possible? I mused internally. That first time our eyes met, the flicker of recognition in his was unmistakable. He knew me, he knew who I was. But I am certain, absolutely certain, we've never met before. I've encountered countless souls throughout my life, each with their own stories, their own mysteries. But this was different. He knew me. He knew Yoruichi. But we didn't know him. Could it be he was working for Aizen, or manipulated by him? The idea swirled in my mind, but it seemed far-fetched, even for someone like me, especially knowing Aizen. As smart as Aizen wanted to believe he wasn't one for these kinds of tactics. I knew that meant more than I wanted to admit, and this wasn't his style. No, that's not it. I thought, completely dismissing the idea. There's something else at play here. A deeper mystery, one that I'm yet to unravel. Beyond our first interaction, the kid behind me carried more mysteries, some more concerning than others. His spiritual energy felt ancient and powerful, yet there was an innocence to it, a purity that was hard to put into words. It was as if they carried the weight of ages, and yet, were untouched by time's relentless march. It was confusing. Confusing, there's a word I never thought I would use. Who are you, really? I wondered, as we neared the entrance to the training area. And why do I feel your role in what is coming will be so important? I smiled. One thing was for sure, though, discovering the truth behind his existence would be an adventure in and of itself. And I was more than ready to embark on that journey. After all, it's been a while since something challenged me, intellectually speaking. Chapter 202, Chapter 172, Training Match. Kasuki Urahara. POV. The tension in the underground training area was palpable. I could feel the waves of energy emanating from Adam, even as I tried to read the uncertainties playing across his face. He seemed both confident and anxious, a volatile mix that made him unpredictable. Are you ready? I asked, breaking the silence. Adam turned to me, his piercing blue eyes locking onto mine. Adam nodded, trying to hide his excitement, terribly might I add. Feel free to start, I said, motioning for him to take the first move. Without warning, he lunged at me, his movements a blur. But I'd anticipated this, sidestepping just in time as his fist slammed into the spot I'd just vacated, creating a crater. So, he can use Shuinpa. I thought, taking a few steps back. As I moved, weaving through his attacks, I could perceive every detail, the slight tremor of Adam's muscles, the tiny beads of sweat forming on his brow. He's strong, but uncontrolled, I thought, dodging another of his attacks. He wasn't used to fighting as a soul. I smiled wryly, drawing Benihime from its sheath. The crimson blade gleamed menacingly, its energy pulsating in response to the challenge. Awaken, Benihime. Let's see how he deals with an enemy capable of using his shuriken. Judge all things in this universe. Zanryozuki. Adam grinned, releasing his own shuriken before moving forward meeting my blade. His advance was relentless, his every attack fueled by raw power and emotion. But for all his strength, he was still unbalanced, still coming to terms with this new version of himself. Though he was undoubtedly stronger than when his body was holding him back, he was weaker without it. Because right now, he couldn't control his power as well as he did before. Smiling, I danced around him, using Benihime to parry and counter his attacks, trying to guide him rather than overpower him. Our blades clashed repeatedly, sparks flying with every impact, illuminating the dim training area in a spectacular display of force. Adam shouted, "Uchiryu no Kiba," as he thrusted his sword forward, releasing a powerful force that reverberated through the air. The energy created by the sword seemed to bend and distort the very space around us, sending shockwaves that rippled across the room. His connection with his Zanpakuto is impressive, I mused as I dodged his attack. The way the energy flowed between Adam and his blade was seamless, a true testament to their bond. Few achieved such synergy, especially in such a short span of time. That alone was telling. However, as our little dance intensified, it became clear that he had much to learn. He had the raw power, the connection with his Zanpakuto, but he lacked the restraint and understanding that came with mastery. It was like watching a storm, wild and untamed. Potent, yet directionless. His strikes. Each one bore the weight of intent, but they lacked finesse. There was a desperation to them, a hunger. Was it validation he sought, or perhaps an escape from something? A past scar, a memory, or maybe a fear? I wasn't entirely sure. But amidst the chaos of his moves, there were moments, fleeting as they were, that showed potential. When his focus aligned just right, when his emotions were in check, even for a split second, the brilliance of his abilities shone through. Those moments, they were glimpses into the warrior he could become. If only he could harness that potential, temper it with understanding and patience. Benihime responded to him differently too. There was an undercurrent of curiosity. My Zanpakuto has always been attuned to the energies around me, and its reactions to Adam were intriguing. It wasn't just the challenge of the fight, it was something more profound. A resonance, perhaps. I guess time will tell. Time to finish this. Are you certain you can return to them with this power? I said, forcing a flicker of doubt, a momentary lapse in his concentration. Window open, I took advantage, redirecting his strike and landing a blow of my own. It wasn't enough to injure, but it was enough to unbalance. Adam stumbled backward, landing in the keto trap I had set hours before he even woke up. I guess you win. That was a low blow though. It was. Using his emotional pain to create an opening to end the fight was quite possibly one of the lowest blows there were out there. However, those were the kind of blows everyone needed to be ready for. My apologies, I replied, not sounding apologetic at all. I feel weird, Adam sighed, sheathing his blade. I feel stronger, but somehow weaker. Oh, so he had noticed. Perhaps there was more to him than I had thought. That's to be expected, you're not in sync with yourself, Adam, I said gently, sheathing Benihime. You were used to using your power a certain way, and now that you don't have to, you're back to your training wheels. Adam looked up, his eyes filled with a mix of frustration and determination. I need your help. It didn't take a genius to know what he was going to ask. He wanted my help to go back home, wherever that was. As much as it pained me to admit it, from a scientific point of view, I didn't know where he had come from, but I knew he didn't belong here. Perhaps his point of origin was the same that mysterious creature that had invaded the Soul Society had. I wasn't sure. Either way, I was more than glad to help. After all, he would help us as well. Against the very person that saved him from falling into the hands of Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Aizen. I smiled, offering a hand to help him up. To go back to them. Adam frowned. Do I talk that much when I'm sleeping? I chuckled, you do. And you talk about them a lot. The people you left behind. As he took my hand, pulling himself to his feet, I could feel the shift in his energy. The raw, uncontrolled power was still there, but there was something else now, a spark of understanding, a glimmer of hope. It was a start. Chapter 203, Chapter 173, Doubts. Adam C. POV. The light of the evening sun had faded, painting the sky with hues of dusky purple and molten gold in Karakura town. Right now, I found myself sitting on the old wooden steps outside Urahara's store, my thoughts as muddled and clouded as the twilight around me. Had I made the right choice trusting him? Trusting Urahara? I sighed. That hat-wearing, sandal-sporting, ever-smiling merchant with an air of mystery always dancing around him. There was something so enigmatic about him, something I could never quite pin down. I remembered the first time I had met him, how he seemed to know everything, anticipating each move and question. It was almost unsettling. Despite already knowing him, due to the anime, he was still an enigma for me. Deep down, I knew I couldn't fully trust him. Too many secrets, too many half-truths. The way his eyes sparkled with a mischievous light whenever I posed a question, it was as if he relished in the game of withholding just as much as he revealed. Every encounter with him felt like a mind dance, a balancing act of seeking the truth and being led astray. Yet, even with all these reservations, here I was, right outside his shop, desperate for his help. It was ironic, to say the least. The one person I couldn't fully trust was also the one person who possibly held the key to my way back. A bittersweet pill to swallow. But then, wasn't life filled with these kinds of paradoxes? Besides, while he wasn't the most trustworthy individual, he was the best option I had by a long shot. The other options were worst by many reasons. Mayuri. Aizen. Those two were simply out of the question. I let out a deep sigh, the weight of my predicament pressing down on me. I missed home, the familiar surroundings, the voices of those I loved. This place, this world, was not mine, and the longer I stayed, the more I felt like a ghost, untethered and lost. My worst fear wasn't being manipulated by Urahara, or someone else, was taking the monsters of this world to mine. I gazed up at the darkening sky, stars starting to dot the vast expanse. What would you do, Mavis? I whispered to myself. I had put my life on the line to protect them, I had died to protect them. Every breath I drew now was a gift, a second chance that I never expected, but received anyways. My fingertips grazed the rough grain of the wooden steps beneath me, reminding me of the tangibility of this world, this life. And, despite the cold distance that separated me from those I loved, from everything that had once been my universe, I didn't regret my choice. If given the choice, I would do it again, without hesitation. I was sad, sure, but I couldn't be resentful. To protect those I loved was an instinct as natural as breathing. I couldn't regret something so intrinsic to who I was, even if it led me down this labyrinthine path, so far from home, so entangled with the story of this world. Fate had a strange way of intertwining lives and situations, weaving a tapestry that was sometimes too complex to decipher. Drawing in a deep breath, I decided. Tomorrow, I would speak with Kasuke again. Because, in the end, no matter how much I questioned his motives, he was my only option, the only possibly bridge to the place and time I yearned for. That being said, I had to tread carefully, this world wasn't like the one I knew. I sighed, noticing midway a sleek black feline figure appeared from around the corner. Recognizing it instantly, I paused, surprise etched across my face. I hadn't been able to feel her presence at all. If she wanted to kill me, I would have a hard time stopping her. Evening, came that unmistakably deep voice. Yoruchi, in her cat form, gracefully leapt onto my lap before I had a chance to say anything. Her yellow eyes gleamed with that same cunning and mischief I had come to associate with her thanks to the anime. Yoruchi, I greeted, offering a half-smile. To what do I owe this pleasure? On that note, isn't she role-playing her character too much? I mean, sitting on my lap, honestly. She stretched languidly, taking her time before replying, oh, just checking on a certain brooding kid who seems to have a penchant for dramatic inner monologues. I raised an eyebrow. What? Wait, were you watching me as I sat outside? She purred, rubbing her head against my hand. Can't blame a cat for being curious, can you? Besides, I thought you could use a friend, and I was the perfect choice for the job. I don't recall Yoruchi liking puns, please let this be a one-time thing. That being said, the warmth of Yoruchi's gesture wasn't lost on me. For all her playful antics, she had an uncanny ability to be there when you needed her most, if the anime was anything to go by. Thank you, I murmured, scratching behind her ears. If she was playing the part of the cat, I would play the part of the cat lover. Not that it was hard, I loved cats, and she was a cat right now, one capable of killing me. I really needed to get my power under control. Yoruchi purred again, her contentment evident. So, what's on your mind? Girl problems. I chuckled. Girl problems. Ha ha ha, no. Oh, guy problems then. She tilted her head, whiskers twitching. No, I replied with a deadpan. I might not know her on a personal level, but I knew when I was being played. Then talk to the cat, we are wise beyond comprehension mortal, Yoruchi said with a smirk and a flick of her tail. I rolled my eyes but couldn't help the small smile that tugged at my lips. Taking a deep breath, I took a moment, looking into her golden eyes. I don't know what to tell you. It's just that, everything feels so complicated right now, and for the first time in years, I don't even know where to begin. She leaned into my touch, forcing more pets, her eyes half-lidded in comfort. You know, life is inherently complex, choices, and consequences. It's easy to get lost in the labyrinth of what-ifs and maybes. But, amidst the complications, there lies a simplicity that we often overlook. I shifted slightly, my attention fully on her. And what's that? She nudged my hand with her nose. That everything will be all right as long as you do what you can. I chuckled. She wasn't lying about the wise part. Yoruchi yawned, tilting her head. That's life for ya. The moment you think you have it all figured out is often the moment life decides to throw you a curveball. It's like a game of cat and mouse, just when you think you've caught the mouse, you realize it's just a shadow of the real thing. An assassin metaphor. I nodded slowly, taking in her words. And what if I make a mistake? Yoruchi stretched, her claws extending and retracting in a rhythm. Every choice carries the possibility of a mistake. But mistakes are not always failures. They're opportunities for growth, for understanding. Life isn't about making the perfect choice, it's about learning, adapting, and moving forward. There was a long pause as I processed what she said. Thank you, Yoruchi. I think I needed to hear that. She smirked, the corners of her feline mouth curving up. Just remember, amidst the chaos and complications, sometimes the answer is simply to trust yourself. And if that fails, remember you've got a pretty awesome cat to back you up. I chuckled. I knew she was trying to befriend me to gather information, but right now, I needed a friend, even if said friend was a fake one. Chuckling, I continued to pet her. That I do, Yoruchi. That I do. Chapter 204, Chapter 174, Memories. Adam C. POV. 2 months had passed since I'd been thrust into this reality, a place so alike and yet so distinct from my own world, that sometimes made me wonder. As I stood on the balcony of Urahara's shop, the cool evening breeze brushed against my face, carrying with it the nostalgic sense of summer. I had to admit, despite everything, things were undeniably better now. There was a rhythm to my life, a sort of predictability that had been absent from me. I'd started helping out in the shop, deciphering the oddities of Kasuke's wares and engaging in small banter with the occasional visitor. I even had a jigai made specifically for me. It was weird, like wearing a sock over your body, everything felt different, muffled. But it was better than being forced to interact only with souls, which Karakura was full of. On that note, I had yet to see a hollow, which was surprising, considering the amount of souls wandering on the streets. Urahara, for his part, seemed to enjoy our little exchanges, while Yoruchi, always elusive, would appear from the shadows now and then, often with a teasing remark or a new game she insisted I played with her. It was a weird dynamic. Yet, for all the camaraderie and routine they had given me, there was a part of me that remained on guard, a piece of my heart that I couldn't, or perhaps wouldn't, let them access. It was hard to explain, but every time Kasuke laughed a little too heartily or Yoruchi's feline gaze became a bit too scrutinizing, I felt that familiar pulse of distrust. I knew they weren't bad, at least compared to the alternatives I knew of. But still. Urahara was a puzzle, an enigma wrapped in layers of charm and genius. And while Yoruchi was more direct and approachable, her loyalty to Kasuke was undeniable. Taking a deep breath, I tried to quell the churn of anxiety within. Perhaps it was my innate survival instinct, sharpened by all the perils I had faced, that made it difficult for me to let my guard down. Or maybe, it was the very nature of this world, where nothing was quite as it seemed, that fed my reservations. I sighed, rubbing the back of my head. A soft meow interrupted my thoughts, and I glanced down to see Yoruchi, in her cat form, winding herself around my ankles. "Penny for your thoughts," her deep voice inquired, a touch of amusement in her tone. I was starting to wonder if she would ever show me her true form. "Just reflecting on the past couple of months," I replied, bending down to stroke her fur. She purred, her eyes narrowing slightly. "I hope they've been good to you." I chuckled. "Better than I expected, to be honest." She tilted her head, her gaze piercing. "But you still don't trust us." It wasn't a question. It was a statement, one that caught me off guard. How much did she know? How much did they both know? I hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Don't take it personal, besides, would you trust others in my situation?" I asked, looking up at her. Yoruchi's expression softened, and she nudged her head against my hand. "Fair enough. But remember, trust is a two-way street. Or a one-way ticket to something terrible." She was right though, but so was I. Before I could say or think anything else, the door behind me slid open with a creak. Out stepped Yururu, her eyes meeting mine as she walked towards me. Urahara-san would like your help with restocking the store," she said, her voice soft but tinged with the seriousness that always seemed to accompany her. "Sure, Yururu. I'll be right there," I replied, offering her a small smile. As she turned to leave, I found myself looking back at Yoruchi, who was now leisurely grooming her paw. "Duty calls," I muttered. She flicked her ear in acknowledgement but didn't look up. As duty often does. Don't keep them in waiting. With that, I made my way back into the shop, the atmosphere inside a stark contrast to the calm I had felt on the balcony. Boxes were strewn across the floor, and Urahara stood amidst the chaos, his fan in hand, as though pondering some great conundrum. It was another reminder of how surreal my life had become. Here I was, about to engage in the mundane task of stocking shelves, but in a place where the goods ranged from harmless candies to items that could disrupt the composition of a soul. As I picked up a box labeled Soul Candy, my thoughts drifted back to my earlier reflections. Could I ever fully trust my hosts? Was the very idea of trust even applicable in a world as multi-layered and complex as this? Then again, perhaps I was overthinking things. Even if I kept my guard up, I would not be able to outsmart Urahara, so perhaps the best way to proceed would be to give a little bit of trust. As Yoruchi had pointed out, trust was a two-way street. And while that street was filled with turns, nooks, crannies, and dark alleys that I still couldn't navigate without caution. Urahara and Yoruchi had given me shelter, the hope of returning to my family, and even companionship to some level, but they hadn't yet given me the key to understanding their true intentions. I sighed. I might as well deal with this the fairy tale style, with a smile and lots of collateral damage. Urahara looked up as I approached, the corners of his eyes crinkling in a smile. "Ah, there you are. Would you mind placing those on the third shelf?" "Of course," I responded, carefully setting the box in its designated spot. "Excellent," Urahara beamed, seemingly content. But his eyes, always so inscrutable, gave nothing away. And so, I found myself back in that familiar state of flux, torn between gratitude and skepticism. He didn't make trusting him easy. Perhaps he enjoyed playing with my mind. Maybe, with time, his eccentricities would grow on me. But until then, I could only continue to navigate this delicate balance, living each day with caution, but also the hopeful anticipation of a future where doubts could finally be laid to rest, and I could return to where I belong. "Tessai was wondering if you liked your breakfast this morning," Urahara said suddenly, bringing me back from my thoughts. I blinked, surprised by the sudden change in topic. Yes. It was great, thank you." "Ah, good. Tessai takes great pride in his cooking," Urahara chuckled. "Speaking of which, we should probably get some more food in stock. You never know when unexpected guests might arrive. Is there a time this bastard isn't cryptic or elusive with his way of talking? Expecting any guests?" I asked as I followed Urahara out of the room and down the stairs. He shrugged, a mischievous glint in his eyes that told me he was enjoying my discomfort. "Not that I know of, but it's always good to be prepared, don't you think?" "I suppose," I replied. "So, how's the new Jigai treating you?" Urahara asked, changing the subject yet again. It's fine, I said, letting out a sigh. Though it feels a bit weird, like I'm wrapped in plastic. Urahara chuckled. It takes some getting used to, but you'll adjust. And it's a necessary precaution, given your circumstances. I nodded, knowing he was right. Captain-level jiggies had a lot of things to make sure they didn't hurt others around them, mortals to be specific. Things like seals and such. That makes sense, I sighed. On that note. You've been here for a couple of months now, and I've noticed something. You have potential, power, how would you like to harness that, refine it? Urahara asked, turning to look at me with a glint in his eyes that made me uneasy. He needed me for something, but for what? To stop Aizen. Perhaps, but he already had Ichigo for that, or would eventually have him, whenever the time came. I raised an eyebrow. Are you offering to train me? He nodded, adjusting his hat. Of course, I am. After all, I offer my unpaid employees nothing but the best package around. Besides, raw talent without direction can be, well, volatile. I chuckled. Sure, why not? I might not trust the guy, or know why he wanted to train me exactly, but I wasn't going to reject such an offer. Chapter 205, Chapter 175, Rukia Kachiki. I know I owe you all 3 chapters from the double releases. I will post them soon, just working on something, bear with me till Saturday. Adam. C. POV. The sun pierced through the storefront windows, casting a soft glow over the haphazardly stacked goods. The usual morning routine had me dusting and rearranging, making sure that Urahara's wares were at least somewhat presentable. I was starting to get a hang of the whole store assistant gig, and though the store and his owner were eccentric, to say the least, it had a peculiar charm. Besides, other than training with Urahara I had very little to do, so helping out around the shop made things more bearable for me. As I was adjusting some particularly quirky-looking candies on a shelf, the door chime rang. Expecting it to be a regular customer, I didn't bother to look up. Morning. Let me know if you need any help. But the voice that responded was unfamiliar. Is Kisuke Urahara in? I straightened, meeting the gaze of a young woman with raven black hair and piercing violet eyes. She donned a black kimono-like uniform, one that I recognized all too well, the garb of a Shinigami. Rukia Kachiki. You must be Rukia, I observed, recalling some offhand comments from Urahara about a new Shinigami being assigned to Karakura Town. She looked momentarily taken aback, then nodded. And you are? An associate of Urahara's. He mentioned you might come by, I replied, smiling at her, though her sudden appearance had me on edge. After all, if she was here now, then the world was about to get a lot more complicated. Rukia's gaze scanned the shop, an almost imperceptible frown forming on her lips. This place is different to what I expected. That's one way to describe it, I chuckled, trying to break the ice. Urahara has a flair for the unique. She seemed to consider this for a moment, her demeanor cautious yet curious. Is he here? I need to speak with him. Before I could respond, a familiar voice echoed from the back. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Urahara, donning his signature green-striped hat and wooden sandals, emerged from the store's depths. Kachiki Rukia, I presume, he greeted, offering a slight bow. Welcome to my humble abode. Rukia bowed in return, her expression professional. Thank you, Urahara-san. I was informed you could assist with certain supplies. Of course. We have a wide array of goods tailored to a Shinigami's needs. He winked at her, and I could see Rukia trying to decipher whether he was being genuine or just his usual playful self. As the two engaged in a discussion about supplies, I couldn't help but wonder about the implications of her arrival. With Rukia in Karakura Town, events were about to unfold that would forever change the course of this world's history. And, whether I liked it or not, I was now part of it. The thought was both exhilarating and a bit terrifying. Are you okay? Yururu's voice pulled me out of my thoughts, and I realized I must have zoned out. Yes, I'm fine, I replied, giving her a reassuring smile. Things were about to get a whole lot more interesting, for better or for worse. Third person. POV. The skies over Siriidii were as clear as they ever were, giving the white stone walls and walkways a luminous glow. Behind the doors of a captain's quarters, a man with brown hair and glasses sat at a wooden desk, an untouched cup of tea beside him. Sosuke Aizen. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, a sign of contemplation. The whispers in the wind had brought him an interesting tidbit, a newcomer by the name of Adam, now entrenched in Urahara's shop in the world of the living. It wasn't hard to deduce that this stranger was the one Mayuri had tried to collect with his experiment. I hadn't expected Urahara to harbor such an interesting stray, Aizen murmured to himself, a small smile on his face. But then again, Kisuke always did have a penchant for collecting rarities. Adam's presence was a variable Aizen hadn't fully anticipated, a new piece on a chessboard meticulously set for a game spanning centuries. Despite his clear lack of information about him, it was clear this Adam had some connection to something unique to say the least, making him an anomaly. But in every anomaly, Aizen saw potential. His plans for the Hogyoku and the worlds beyond were intricate, layered. Every player had a part, every event a purpose. The question now was, could Adam's arrival be a serendipitous boon, or would he prove to be a hindrance? Either way, things would become interesting. A knock on the door pulled Aizen from his thoughts. Without waiting for a response, Jin Ichimaru slid the door open, his fox-like eyes betraying nothing. "Captain," he greeted, his voice light, almost playful. "Jin," Aizen acknowledged, his gaze never wavering. "What brings you here?" Jin leaned against the doorframe, his ever-present grin in place. "Just thought you'd like to know that Rukia has finally arrived at Karakura town, safe and sound." Aizen smiled. "Perfect. Have you finally decided what to do with the new variable, Adam was it?" Jin asked casually, twirling a strand of his silver hair around his finger. Aizen's fingers stilled. "Still thinking on it, but for the sake of curiosity, what do you think I should do, Jin?" Jin's grin widened, if that were possible. "I think it's always fun to have a wild card in the game." Aizen was very well aware of Jin's intentions, his ultimate goal. So, it was easy to see the motives behind his answers. He thought Adam could prove to be a hindrance, one hopefully big enough to turn the pieces around. It would be easy to dispose of Adam right now, unimaginably so. But that would give him nothing. Aizen leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Have someone keep an eye on him. I'd like to know more before making a decision." Jin's eyes sparkled with mischief. "As you wish, Captain." As Jin exited, Aizen's thoughts returned to Adam. Would this newcomer be an asset, or another thread to be snipped in the grand tapestry of his design? Only time would reveal the answer. But for now, Aizen reveled in the unpredictability of it all. Chapter 206, Chapter 176, A New Dawn. Adam C. POV. The chime of the closing bell reverberated in the quiet store. The faint, warm hue of the setting sun streamed through the windows, casting elongated shadows. It was already quite late. So, I went about the usual ritual of tidying up and making sure everything was in place. Though it had only been a short while since my arrival in this world, there was a certain comfort in the mundane tasks of the store, a quiet calm after the storm of uncertainties. I wasn't happy with my situation, but I was aware it could be worse. "Well, time to turn off the lights," I muttered. However, just as I was reaching to turn off the lights, a sudden sensation washed over me. It was a tug on my senses, a ripple in the otherwise calm pool of spiritual energy that usually surrounded Karakura town. This particular signature was familiar, Rukia. We hadn't interacted much since our first meeting, beyond the usual greeting whenever she came at the store to talk with Kasuke, we never talked. Despite that, I had grown accustomed to her spiritual presence. Her spiritual power felt, fragmented, panicked, and most disturbingly, wavering, as if she was in pain. It didn't take me long to conclude she was fighting against a hollow. So, it had begun. The moment that would set off a cascade of events in Karakura town and this world as a whole. The day Ichigo Kurosaki would become a Shinigami. I closed my eyes, letting the information sink in. A feeling of déjà vu hit me. I was aware of the narrative of Bleach, the highs and lows, the battles, and the pivotal moments. And this was where it all truly started. I sighed. Rukia felt afraid. Normally that would have been enough to push me to action, however, this was not my fight. My place in this world was still ambiguous to say the least, but one thing was clear, I was not here to alter its destiny, not to such a fundamental level. If I intervened now, there was no telling what would happen. Besides, there was no need for me to intervene. My instincts told me that Rukia would survive this, that Ichigo would rise, and events would proceed as they should. Yet, curiosity tugged at me. Not an urge to intervene but a wish to witness. To see with my own eyes the birth of a legend. That and well. I hadn't seen a hollow yet, which pretty much felt like one of the few things you had to see in this world. Decision taken, I swiftly made my way to the rooftop, the cool night air greeting me. From this vantage point, I could sense the energies more distinctly. Rukia's Ryatsu was weakening rapidly, but another, stronger, more untamed energy began to emerge. I smiled. Ichigo. I leaned against the railing, looking in the direction of the energies. A distant shout, what I assumed was the roar of a hollow, and the clash of spiritual pressure filled the air. Talking about hollows, they felt weird, like an incomplete puzzle, perhaps that's where their name came from, that and their whole I suppose. Eventually, the energy stabilized. The hollow's presence faded, replaced completely by Ichigo's Ryatsu. Rukia's own energy was diminished, by a lot, but stable. They had made it through. And I hadn't had to intervene. With a deep breath, I turned away from the balcony, only to find Yoruichi waiting for me. "Yoruichi," I greeted, slightly surprised. Her eyes gleamed with mischief and a hint of something else, curiosity, perhaps. She sat there, poised and elegant, even in her feline form. Adam, she replied in that deep voice of hers. Seems like you've been playing the spectator tonight. I gave a half-smile, leaning against the door frame. I could say the same about you. A low purr escaped her. Touché. We stood there for a moment, watching the stars twinkle in the sky. The silence between us was comfortable, but I knew Yoruchi wouldn't let me off that easily. You seemed deep in thought, she commented, her voice edged with curiosity. In a way, I suppose I was, I replied, smiling at her. Her tail flicked casually. Were you going to help her? Meaning, would I have helped Rukia if things went south? The answer, simple, I would have. Of course, I'm not like others who like to watch others die in the sidelines, I replied, smiling at her. She sauntered closer, her movements graceful, every step measured and deliberate. That an accusation, pretty boy. We stood in silence for a moment, the unsaid words between us like a tangible entity. There was a mutual understanding of what our words meant. It is but a small one, I replied, my eyes on her. Yoruchi's eyes held mine, a depth of wisdom and experience in them. Fair enough, that being said, remember, not every moment is ours to change or influence. Sometimes, we're just witnesses. Sometimes, that's enough. The weight of her words hung heavily in the air. It was a reminder, perhaps a warning. I smiled. With a quiet meow, Yoruchi began to retreat into the shadows, pausing only to glance back once. The world has its players, and the game is in motion. Let's see where the pieces fall. And with that enigmatic statement, she disappeared, leaving me alone with the night and my thoughts. I wonder how's everyone doing? I sighed, deciding to go back to my room to sleep. One day at a time. Kasuke Urahara. POV. A glimpse beyond the veil. The serenity of the underground training area was always a welcome solace for me. Here, amidst the stark, silent walls, I found clarity, sometimes at least. I glanced at the series of papers spread out before me. Reports, readings, and data collected over the past months, all focused on one individual, Adam. Despite the vast amount of information, the core mystery surrounding him remained unsolved. I picked up a spiritual reading, tracing the complex patterns of Adam's unique soul. It wasn't the sheer strength of his soul that intrigued me, but its unique composition. I had never seen something like this. There was something ancient about it, a whisper from epochs long past, resonating with an energy I had encountered only when I had been making the thing I now wanted to destroy. His soul held a key. A key to something monumental, something that could redefine the very fabric of our existence. Adam, I murmured, what are you, truly? It wasn't just idle curiosity. If Adam's soul held what I suspected, then its potential could be both a salvation and a curse. In the right hands, it could be the key to unlocking new realms of understanding, of bridging worlds and harmonizing the chaotic forces that govern them. But in the wrong hands, it could become a weapon, a tool of unimaginable devastation. And therein lay my greatest concern, Aizen. Should he come to realize what Adam possessed, the balance of power would shift irrevocably. Aizen's insatiable thirst for supremacy, combined with this newfound knowledge, would be catastrophic. The very thought sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't let that happen. Yet, keeping Adam in the dark was not a solution either. From our interactions, it was clear that he wasn't just a pawn in this intricate game. He was a player, aware of his surroundings, ever vigilant, always analyzing. Sooner or later, he would seek answers, and I would have to decide how much to reveal. For now, keeping him close, under the guise of training and camaraderie, was the best approach. He needed to be protected, not just for his sake but for the world's. I sighed, feeling the weight of the decisions ahead. The road was fraught with uncertainties, but one thing was clear, Adam was central to the unfolding saga. How we navigated the challenges ahead would determine not just our fates, but the fate of countless souls. As I collected the papers, folding them neatly into a drawer, a determined resolve settled within me. Whatever lay ahead, I would be ready. In the shadows of the underground chamber, I steeled myself for the trials to come, hoping that in this dance of destinies, we would find a way to harmony rather than destruction. Chapter 207, Big Ass Release. Tomorrow I will post the double release chapters owned, plus the normal amount. Get your asses ready. Chapter 208, Author Note. Alright you sexy bastards. I wanted to take a moment to address something that's been on my mind, because I'm constantly reminded of it. Look, I know I haven't been able to keep up with my promises, especially when it comes to the chapters 10U. I've seen the comments, and I want you to know that I'm ducking aware. This year has been incredibly challenging for me. I've undergone 3 surgeries, faced multiple hospitalizations, and battled infections as a result of all these health issues. It's been a rough fucking year, to say the least. And that's just the medical side of things. On a personal level, well, multiple family members have died during this year, so yeah. For those of you who know me well, and have been with me since the early days, you know how I am when I'm not sick, when I'm at my full power. What I want to convey is that I'm genuinely doing my best under the circumstances. I will post a bunch of chapters tomorrow, and I know that despite my efforts some will still feel like I'm not trying hard enough, or not doing enough. I love writing, I love seeing others like what I do, it's fulfilling. I will continue doing this, and eventually, I'll be back to the rate I had before. I will fulfill all of my promises, even if they take longer than expected, and I will finish all of my novels, even if that takes longer than expected. Hopefully that clears some fog in the situation. With love, a sick corn. Chapter 209, Chapter 177, Hollow. Adam C. POV. My day off. The soft hum of Karakura town enveloped me, with the streets bustling in their usual, rhythmic manner. Children playing, vendors selling their goods, and the distant chatter of school students, it felt oddly comforting, all things considered. What can I say? Having been in this world for a few months now, the ordinary became familiar, almost nostalgic. The sun cast long, stretching shadows as I wandered through the streets, lost in my own thoughts. It was in this seemingly mundane moment that a chilling sensation pricked at the base of my neck, making my senses go on high alert. The atmospheric energy shifted, the air growing colder, heavier. A ryatsu, dark and foreboding, wafted through the air. Instinctively, I turned, my eyes landing on a ghastly apparition, my very first hollow. The creature was grotesque, its mask a contorted mockery of joy and despair. Its body was an amalgamation of twisted limbs, an embodiment of corruption. Yet, as my eyes laid on the beast, and I felt its spiritual pressure, I was unimpressed. This was the threat that had made so many souls quiver in fear. He was as scary as a cat on a wheelchair. The hollow, seemingly confident in its intimidating form, drew closer, each step echoing with an eerie echo. A fresh soul, ripe for the taking, it hissed, its voice a guttural whisper. Its beady eyes assessed me, mistaking my calm observation for fear. No need to be afraid. It'll all be over soon. A smirk formed on my lips. The irony was almost laughable. Here was this creature, born from the darkest of human emotions, thinking it had the upper hand on me, someone who had faced far more potent threats. I tilted my head, scrutinizing its form. You know, for all the tales and warnings, you're not quite what I expected, I remarked casually. He honestly wasn't. I had faced stronger monsters in the forest near Magnolia, most Vulcans were stronger than this. The hollow, taken aback by my nonchalance, paused. Its anger was more than palpable as it roared, "You dare mocking me? Is that mask supposed to be intimidating?" "Because it just looks like someone failed arts and crafts," I replied, tilting my head at him. The hollow roared once more, before rushing forward. I sighed. As it lunged towards me, I didn't move, my own ryatsu bursting forth, creating a seemingly solid barrier between us. The hollow collided with it, the shock of the impact sending it staggering back, heavily injured. Gasping, it looked at me with wide eyes, the realization of the power difference slowly dawning upon it. What are you?" I stepped closer, the smirk now a full-blown smile. "A guy trapped in a part-time job. By the way, if I were you, I'd pick my battles more wisely, then again, it's not like you will live long enough to use the advice." The hollow screeched in terror as I raised my hand, my index finger pointing directly at its grotesque form. In an instant, a beam of bright light shot out from my fingertip, enveloping the creature in its brilliance. The hollow writhed in agony, its body disintegrating as the light consumed it. The stench of its soul lingered in the air, for a moment before it disappeared, leaving nothing but a small memory I would soon forget. Yawning, I pulled out my phone and checked the time. Putting my phone back, I continued my leisurely stroll through the town, pondering the hierarchy of hollows. If that creature was considered a threat, how did the more evolved forms fare? I was curious, eager even, to see how far this rabbit hole of spiritual creatures went. Perhaps a Vasto Lord would provide an actual challenge. My train of thought was interrupted when I caught a blur of orange speeding towards me. I barely had time to sidestep when a teenage boy, with unmistakably bright orange hair, barreled past, almost knocking me off my feet. "Watch it," he yelled, not looking back, obviously in a hurry. But I knew that voice, and I knew that distinctive hair. It was him, Ichigo Kurosaki. It felt strange seeing him this way, so young and so normal. In the screen, he was a legend, the young Shinigami who'd faced down threats that were considered insurmountable. Yet, here he was, just a high school kid running late. I could feel the spiritual power within him. Despite being weak, at least right now, his power had increased a lot in just a few days. It was impressive how fast he was growing. As he disappeared around a corner, I found myself pondering. How would my presence here affect his journey? Would the fates of many still revolve around his decisions? Or had my very existence in this realm already set forth a ripple of changes? If he couldn't defeat Aizen, would I have to step up? More importantly, was it even my place to care about this world, when my own was so far away? I shook my head at the thought. Urza would scold me from thinking this way, my world or not, fairy tale didn't leave anyone behind if they could help it. Maybe I can get some ice cream. I muttered, it was hard budgeting especially when Urahara didn't pay me. Kasuke Urahara. POV. The underground chambers beneath my shop are a sanctuary of sorts, away from prying eyes and unsuspecting souls. It's a place where the veil of charm and humor can be lifted, replaced by unvarnished seriousness. Today is one such day when that levity seems far removed. Yoruchi sits across from me, her feline form now replaced by her human one, her gaze as penetrating as ever. So, she starts, her eyes never leaving mine, what do you make of him? Adam, I murmur, setting aside a sheaf of notes and arcane diagrams. He's an enigma, that's for sure. Is that all? An enigma, she prods, a faint smirk crossing her lips. I chuckle. Ah, Yoruchi, you know me better than that. She leans back, her eyes half closed, clearly waiting for a more substantial analysis. He's powerful, I continued, unusually so, and I can't yet determine the origin of his strength. It's almost as if his soul carries the vestiges of something ancient, something that goes beyond the common spiritual entities we know of. Yoruchi raises an eyebrow, intrigued but not surprised. A wild card, then. More than that. A key, perhaps, to something better left hidden, I reply, my eyes drifting toward one of the esoteric seals etched into the walls. Especially from someone like Aizen. Her eyes narrow at the mention of the name. Do you think Aizen knows about him? If he doesn't yet, he will soon, I say with a grim certainty. And if Adam's soul truly holds something ancient and potent, we can't afford for Aizen to manipulate it. Are you suggesting we intervene? I hesitated for a moment, considering our options. Let's keep observing him, for now, shall we? After all, we don't yet know which side of the chessboard he belongs on. She sighs, knowing that the lack of clear knowledge often brings us to this point, hovering between action and inaction. Very well, Yoruchi agrees. But remember, Kasuke, sometimes the pawns can change the entire game. I know, I murmur, picking up my notes again, but not before giving Yoruchi a final, thoughtful look. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. After all, I was almost certain that Adam was a part of the Soul King. Chapter 210, Chapter 178, Please No. Adam C. POV. As I strolled into the shop, fresh from a morning walk around Karakura town, Urahara greeted me with that annoying smile of his. Ah, Adam. Just the man I wanted to see, he said, waving a hand in his characteristic, casual manner. Morning, Kasuke. What's on the agenda today? More cryptic tasks. I replied, raising an eyebrow. He held up what looked like a Karakura high school uniform, complete with a green blazer and a matching tie. My eyes widened in surprise, as I realized what he was going to ask. You've got to be kidding me. Urahara winked. Ever thought about going back to high school? They do say it's the best time of our lives. Best time my ass, maybe in another country, but Japan. Honest to God, I love their media, but they overwork every part of their lives, including school. I stared at him, unamused. Yeah, no. Once was enough, thank you very much. He sighed dramatically, setting down the uniform. Okay. Here's the deal, I need someone to keep an eye on Rukia and our young friend with the orange hair, Ichigo, was it? I'll even double your salary. You've got people for that, I countered, trying to ignore the uniform that seemed to taunt me from the counter. And I don't get paid, so the double of 0 is still 0, jackass. He wagged a finger at me. True, I have people, but none who possess your unique perspective on things. Besides, with your powers, you could help them out if things get dicey. Something didn't quite click here, and I didn't like it. The worst part was, I had no chance of figuring out what Kasuke's game was. God, I miss Mavis, she would know what to do. I crossed my arms. You can't seriously be asking me to go through high school all over again just to babysit your latest project. Urahara leaned in, his fan covering his mischievous smile. Think of it as an extended undercover unpaid mission. Besides, with your looks, you'd blend right in. Maybe even become popular. I rolled my eyes. Flattery won't work, Kasuke. He chuckled. Fine. But seriously, Adam, I think your presence there would make a difference. Plus, you get a first-hand look at the events unfolding. I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose. Why does this feel like one of those decisions I'll regret? Urahara laughed heartily. That's the spirit. And who knows? Maybe high school the second time around won't be so bad. Somehow, I highly doubt that, I muttered, already dreading the thought of homework, pop quizzes, and teenage drama all over again. I didn't know why I was agreeing to this shit, but I suppose I could humor him a bit, until I figure out what's going on in that head on his. Urahara continued, a wicked smile on his face, as if he was relishing each moment of this little game. Oh, and I've taken the liberty of enrolling you already. I gave him a deadpan look. Of course, you did. What did you sign me up as? His eyes twinkled with mischief. Ah. I've enrolled you as Hiroshi Urahara. I choked on air. Hiroshi Urahara. You've got to be kidding me. So not only do I have to go to school, but I'm also your relative now. Urahara chuckled. Nephew, to be precise. I thought it would be a nice touch. Plus, it gives you a valid reason to be associated with the shop. I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to stave off the impending headache. Kisuke, this is. Tessai and Yururu are thrilled to have you as family, Urahara cut in, grinning widely. Jinta said he'd give you a week before you'd get into trouble. I glared at him. Of course, you told them before you told me. Urahara waved his hand dismissively. Details, details. Besides, it's more fun this way. I groaned. And what am I supposed to study there? Am I starting from the first year? Of course not. I've enrolled you as a third-year student, he responded, seemingly proud of this decision. I thought it'd be best if you're in the same grade as Rukia and Ichigo. More efficient. I crossed my arms. You will do my homework, I hope you know that. Urahara handed me a bag, ignoring my comment. Here, I got your school supplies, textbooks, and uniform. Opening the bag, my eyes widened. This is a female uniform. Urahara blinked, faux innocence dancing in his eyes. Oh my, how did that happen? I held up the sailor-style uniform with a deadpan expression. Kisuke. He suppressed a laugh. My apologies, Hiroshi-kun. Simple mistake. I'll get you the right one. Hiroshi, ugh. I sighed. Fine, but I swear if anything else goes sideways, I'm holding you responsible. Urahara placed his hand over his heart, his face all too innocent. I promise only the best high school experience for my dear nephew. I shook my head, already regretting this decision. So. When do I start? Today, you're actually late, Kisuke said, checking his watch. But no need to worry, I've already informed the school that you're transferring today. They're expecting you. Would siding with Aizen really be that bad? 5 minutes later. I regret this already. The classroom was a cacophony of hushed whispers and the sound of shifting chairs, but all of that faded into the background as I stood at the front. Watching everyone. The teacher, a stern-looking woman with glasses perched precariously on her nose, cleared her throat. Class, we have a new transfer student today. Please introduce yourself. Time to use a cliché. Taking a deep breath, I straightened up. Hello everyone, I'm Hiroshi Urahara. I've just transferred here and hope we get along well. There were murmurs and a few nods. Most students seemed indifferent, a few appeared curious, and then there was one who looked unmistakably shocked. Rukia Kuchiki. Her wide eyes met mine briefly before she quickly averted them, her face slightly flushed. The teacher gestured toward an empty seat near the back. You can sit next to Kuchiki-san. She can help you get up to speed. Perfect, I thought with a hint of sarcasm. As I navigated my way to the back, I could feel the eyes on me, gauging, assessing. I ignored them, focusing solely on the seat beside Rukia. She looked straight ahead, not acknowledging my presence until I was right next to her. Then, in a low voice, she murmured, "What are you doing here?" I leaned in, my voice equally hushed. "Blame our mutual friend Urahara. He has a peculiar sense of humor." She frowned, her brows knitting together. "This isn't a joke. This place isn't safe for—" I know, I interrupted, but apparently, I need to keep an eye on things. He never said I wasn't supposed to say a thing. Rukia sighed, her expression turning resigned. Fine. Just, try not to draw attention to yourself. I smirked, even as I took out a notebook and pen. Wouldn't dream of it. I would give this place a week. If it started to bother me by then, I would throw my uniform at his face. Chapter 211, Chapter 179, Pretending. Adam C. POV. The weight of the morning classes on my shoulders, I breathed a sigh of relief. Lunch break had finally arrived. I pitied those studying here. I felt like I was in college, but if college had guns and knives. Forget the 1 week, I reject this shit. I fight, I kill, and that's my thing, not this. Exiting the classroom, I spotted Rukia at the end of the hallway, engaged in a whispered conversation with a tall, orange-haired teen. Ah, Ichigo Kurosaki, the very person whose life I was inadvertently intertwined with. I decided to steer clear for now, not wanting to overcomplicate things on my very first day. Before I could even blink, a large hand landed on my shoulder, causing me to nearly jump out of my skin. Turning around, I met the stoic gaze of a towering teen with tanned skin and an expression that screamed, "I've seen things." "Holy fuck, he's big." "You're the new guy," he remarked, his voice deep and somewhat raspy. It wasn't a question. "Chad's the first one to greet me, huh?" I would have bet on Orihime. "Yes, Hiroshi Urahara," I responded, looking up at him. I tried not to dwell on the fact that he was easily a head taller than me. "Sato Yasutora. But everyone calls me Chad." Just then, a bubbly voice piped up from behind Chad. "Oh, hi. You're in my class, right?" "I'm in no way Orihime." The cheerful redhead beamed at me, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Beside her stood a bespectacled boy with a stern face, taking my measure with a sharp, assessing gaze. "Hello," I greeted, mentally taking note of these unexpected introductions. "It's a pleasure to meet you both. Are you related to Mr. Hat and Clogs?" Orihime asked, tilting her head in genuine curiosity. Wait, she knew him already. I don't recall seeing her at the store, then again, I don't work every day there. "Oh, Kisuk. He's my uncle." I tried to sound as convincing as possible. Orihime's eyes widened. "Wow. Your uncle has the coolest candy. And that shop of his, so many mysterious things. You are so lucky." I chuckled. "Yes, it's quite a unique place." The bespectacled boy finally spoke up. "Ishida Yuryu. If you're related to Urahara Kisuk, you must be aware of." I tried to feign ignorance, raising an eyebrow. "Of." Yuryu's eyes narrowed. "Never mind. I was mistaken." I nodded slowly, sensing the undercurrents in the conversation. "Well, nice to meet you too, Ishida-san." The bell signaled the end of the break, and I found myself back in class, seated next to Rukia. "You've made some interesting friends," she murmured, her eyes focused on the board. "I wouldn't call them friends just yet. More like acquaintances who seem really interested in my supposed uncle and his shop." Rukia sighed. "Just be careful. You're already drawing attention." I sighed, leaning back in my chair. "It's only my first day, Kachiki-san. Let's see where the winds of fate take me." The day progressed, each class a blur of facts, figures, and the occasional glance from a curious student. As the final bell rang, I decided to head straight home, my brain fried from the sheer effort of blending in. Yet, fate had other plans. Exiting the school gates, I almost collided with Ichigo, again. We both paused, sizing each other up. "You're the new guy," he remarked, an edge of suspicion in his voice. I nodded. "Hiroshi. And you're Kurosaki Ichigo, right?" He raised an eyebrow. "You've done your homework. Was he this cocky in the anime?" "Oh well, time to play my role of the awkward student." I laughed nervously. "Just overheard it in class. First days, you know. Trying to remember names and faces." Ichigo eyed me for a moment longer before nodding slowly. "Well, watch where you're going next time." "Will do," I responded, watching as he strode off. Third person. POV. The dim lighting inside Aizen's office in the 5th Division set a contemplative mood. Aizen sat behind his desk, fingers steepled in thought, his glasses reflecting the subtle light in the room. His focus was on a particular name that had recently appeared in the living world, Adam. Tosin stood off to one side, his unwavering stance a testament to his loyalty and determination to the cause he believed Aizen would see through. Despite his blindness, he sensed the shift in Aizen's thoughts, a small deviation from the usual. "Adam," Aizen mused, the name rolling off his tongue as if tasting it for the first time. His presence in the living world has become an unforeseen variable. His connection with Urahara Kisuk is, however, quite interesting. Tosin shifted slightly. "Is he a threat to our plans?" Aizen smiled at that. "Every piece on the board can be both a pawn and a threat. It depends on how you move them. The question is not whether he's a threat, Tosin, but how we can utilize him." Tosin contemplated this. "He possesses power beyond most lieutenants. But according to Jin, there's reason to believe his power is captain level." Aizen nodded. "Yes, I'm aware. But if Urahara Kisuk is involving him in matters of the living world, especially with Kurosaki Ichigo." Tosin trailed off. Aizen looked up, removing his glasses and polishing them with a cloth. "Then Urahara has plans of his own. It's a dance, Tosin, a dance of strategy and foresight." "We must be cautious," Tosin responded, a hint of concern in his usually calm voice. "We don't know what he's capable of, our mission could be compromised." Aizen placed his glasses back on, his eyes piercing with intensity. "Then we adjust. We observe. And if necessary, we act. Remember, Tosin, in every game of strategy, the player who can best adapt to change will be the victor." Tosin nodded, taking solace in Aizen's confidence. "Understood." Good, Aizen murmured, leaning back in his chair, his gaze distant. Adam, whoever he truly is, will be an interesting piece in our grand game. Let's see which way he moves. Chapter 212, Author Sexy Note. If you want them sexy chapters, stone me, my children. Stone me. Note, tomorrow you're getting 3 chapters again regardless of the stoning cuss I owe you guys, but yeah, anything after those 3 chapters depends on the stones. Again, stone me if you want more double releases this week. With love, a sexy corn. Chapter 213, Chapter 180, Tag. Adam. C. POV. Dragging my feet, I entered the confines of Urahara's shop. My head was throbbing from the absurdity that was high school, round 2. Why Kisuke ever thought this would be a good idea was beyond me. I had managed to avoid most of the pitfalls of a typical high schooler, but dealing with the sheer energy of teenagers was mentally exhausting. I didn't even know why I had agreed to this. Perhaps I just wanted something to distract me from my situation. I was in an unfamiliar place, with people I couldn't trust, dealing with problems that weren't my own, while my own family was out of reach. As I loosened my tie and set my bag down, I heard a soft meow from behind me. Turning, I found Yoruchi, in her feline form, lounging on the counter. Rough day. Her deep voice held a note of teasing. I let out a deep sigh and crouched down to pet her fur. You could say that, I muttered under my breath. Her whiskers twitched in amusement. Need a distraction? How about a game of tag? I raised an eyebrow at that. Was the Flash Goddess really offering what I thought she was offering? A game of tag? I replied. Her tail flicked excitedly. Nothing better to unwind. I chuckled, I might as well. All right, you're on. As I agreed, Yoruchi's form began to blur, her feline shape shifting and enlarging until it transformed into her human form. And there she was, in all her glory, her ebony skin, completely naked. She flashed a teasing grin, clearly expecting me to react. I simply deadpanned, grabbing my jacket from the nearby chair and tossing it her way. Be decent, will ya? I'm sorry Yoruchi, but I'm not easy to tease. I mean, I basically had to fight the women off me in Fiori, so a naked body mild in my books. She caught the jacket mid-air and chuckled, wrapping it around her. You're no fun. I shrugged. Meh, I've seen better. Besides, it's a public shop. Who knows who might walk in? Slipping her arms through the sleeves, she smirked. Fair enough. So, shall we begin our game? It seems she ignored my comment about seeing better, and here I thought I was going to get a rise out of her. Ready when you are, I nodded, mentally preparing myself for what I knew would be no ordinary game of tag. Yoruchi was fast, incredibly so, and if I had any hopes of tagging her, I'd need to bring my A-game. She grinned, the thrill of the challenge lighting up her eyes. Catch me if you can. And with that, she vanished, a mere blur against the evening light filtering through the shop's windows. As I darted after her, chasing her elusive form through the maze of Karakura town, I couldn't help but smile. I was nowhere near catching her, but still, I was having fun. In a way, this was the closest to normal I had felt since I arrived here, playing tag, training. It allowed me to forget, for a moment. Every time I thought I had her, she'd slip away, always just a few steps ahead. The fact that she could keep ahead of me was impressive. I was no slouch when it came to speed, but she was the Flash Goddess for a reason. Once or twice, I got close, my fingers grazing her arm or leg, but she'd pull away with a mischievous glint in her eyes and a laugh on her lips. She was enjoying this as much as I was, if not more. Is that all you got? She called out, her voice teasing. I couldn't help but grin. You'll see. As we dashed over a canal, our reflections mirrored our movements on the water's surface, shimmering under the sunlight. I took a deep breath, centering myself, and decided to try a different tactic. She was faster than me. Her mastery of Shuinpa was leagues beyond mine. I was good at it, but she was the best. So, instead of chasing her directly, I tried predicting where she might go next. As we neared the outskirts of the town, there was a clearing up ahead. Thinking quickly, I veered to the right, circling around to try and intercept her. I saw her pause for a split second, taken off guard, and that's when I lunged. But Yoruchi, true to her name, vanished just in the nick of time, reappearing on a rooftop several feet away. She saluted me with a cheeky smile. Nice try, brat. Catching my breath, I laughed. Well, can't blame a guy for trying. She hopped down from the rooftop, jacket billowing behind her, her hair a wild cascade of purple. Not at all. It was fun, wasn't it? I nodded, still panting slightly from the exhilaration. It was, I almost won. She winked. Dream big, Adam. I chuckled. Yoruchi leaned against a pillar. You know, most people react quite differently when they first see my true form. Especially in, well, the state I was in. Why weren't you surprised? Are you gay or something? I shrugged. Well, Yoruchi, in my life, I've met many who could change their forms. From mages who could take on the appearance of animals to spirits who could shift into human-like forms. Your transformation, while unique and impressive, isn't the first of its kind I've seen. I then smirked a bit. As for why I didn't react to your naked body as you imagined, well, I told you, I've seen better. Her eyes sparkled with humor. Really? I chuckled. Yeah, I've seen beings of unimaginable beauty, some even ethereal in nature. Yoruchi raised an eyebrow. Is that a challenge I sense? Should I be trying harder to impress you? I laughed. Feel free to try, but I'm hard to impress. I knew she had no real interest in anything with me, which is exactly why our interactions were so fun. There were no expectations, just fun. Chapter 214, Chapter 181, Fuck this shit. Adam C. POV. The door to Urahara's shop swung open with a little more force than necessary, and I stormed in, tossing my school uniform right at Kisuke's face. I'm out, I declared, throwing my hands up. I'm dropping out. Urahara, ever unflappable, just adjusted his hat and pulled the uniform from his face, looking at me with amusement. Adam, you've been at school for 2 months only. What could have possibly gone wrong? I threw him a look that I hoped conveyed the sheer exasperation I felt. Remember when you said enrolling me in high school would be beneficial for you, in order to keep an eye on Rukia and Ichigo and all? Yeah, well, no amount of covert surveillance is worth sitting through another class. I did my time once, I won't do it again. I hadn't gone to a school in decades, since my first life, and now I know why. Urahara chuckled. I'd think someone from a different world, who has faced otherworldly dangers and who holds such a powerful Ryatsu, would be able to handle a little algebra. I groaned. Kisuke, it's not just the algebra. It's the entire high school experience. It's the awkward teen angst, the stupid lunchroom politics, the unnecessary drama, the crushes, and yes, the algebra. Fuck algebra in particular. Urahara looked thoughtful for a moment before breaking out into a broad smile. Tell you what. How about I tutor you in the evenings? That way, you can bypass the classes and enjoy the moment. Think of it as selective schooling. I was getting tired of this charade between us. I wanted to go home, I wanted to forget ever being in this place. You know very well what I want, and yet here we are, I hissed at him. You haven't made any progress in getting me out of this place. Urahara waved his fan dismissively. I'm working on your conundrum as fast as I can, unfortunately there are other matters that require my attention, dear Adam. Just as I opened his mouth to reply, the curtain at the entrance was pushed aside, and in walked Ichigo, Rukia, Orihime, and Chad. All 4 of them looked slightly puzzled but mostly curious. Good evening, everyone. Urahara chirped, holding out his arm theatrically. I've invited our fellow classmates here for a study session. You could use some friends, Adam, and what better way to build friendship than the stress of academia? Had he predicted this? I stared at him, then at them. You've got to be kidding me. Ichigo looked as surprised as I felt. Wait, you work here? More like I'm indentured here, I retorted under my breath. Though it seems Urahara's attempts to enrich, my life know no bounds. Orihime giggled. Oh, a study session could be fun. And it's nice to get to know our new classmate. Chad merely nodded, a tacit agreement that he was here for the ride. Rukia, however, looked at me with a narrowed gaze, as if piecing together a puzzle. But she remained silent. Urahara clapped his hands together. Well then. Shall we get started? I've got some high-level snacks for all of you, and, he paused, reevaluating the group's collective expression. And I've also got some math and science textbooks. Ignoring everyone's stares, I just shook my head. This was becoming farcical. The universe, it seemed, had decided to make a full-fledged comedy out of my predicament. I was done playing these games. I was done pretending I enjoyed this attempt at normality. I looked at Kisuke and then at my classmates one last time. Without a word, I turned and walked out of the shop. The cool evening air felt liberating against my skin, and the fading sunlight cast long shadows on the street, as if they too were trying to escape something. Behind me, I heard Kisuke's voice rising in a half-pleading, half-amused tone, Adam, you can't be serious. School isn't that bad. Plus, who's going to help me explain complex equations to Ichigo? Shut up. I growled, the earth beneath my feet cracking, as a wave of energy that spread out and dissipated like ripples on a pond burst out of me. My Ryatsu had flared up involuntarily, a manifestation of the anger and frustration I was feeling. A tiny part of me regretted the outburst, it was unlike me to let emotions so openly affect my powers. I stopped and turned around. Even from this distance, I could feel Urahara's gaze on me. It was calculating yet concerned, a look I'd come to recognize but couldn't fully decipher. I didn't like being a pawn in someone else's game, especially when the stakes involved people I'd come to, well, if not care about, at least respect to some degree. Our deal, I finally spoke, letting my words carry through the air, augmented by my reacts so he could hear them clearly. Was not about me playing high school. I've told you what I want, Kasuk. Don't forget that. I didn't wait for his response. With a flicker of my own speed, I vanished from the spot, reappearing on a distant rooftop, where I sat and looked over Karakura town as it transitioned from day to night. As I sat there watching the sun dip below the horizon, I couldn't help but wonder if I would ever truly return. I miss them, I muttered, tears running down my face. So fucking much. A soft whisper of footsteps caught my attention, and my senses immediately picked up the unmistakable Ryatsu signature. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was, but I did so anyway. Yoruchi, in her human form, gracefully landed on the rooftop next to me. She tilted her head slightly, her golden eyes observing me with a mix of concern and curiosity. You're a difficult person to find, she commented, taking a seat beside me. Well, that's a compliment coming from her. I smirked, my gaze still fixed on the horizon. I guess. There was a moment of silence between us as we both appreciated the beauty of the setting sun. It was a tranquil scene, contrasting sharply with the emotional turmoil that was boiling inside me. She finally spoke, her voice soft but filled with resolve. You're running away. I scoffed. Observant. What gave it away? She ignored my sarcasm. Why? You don't look like an impulsive kid, Ichigo does, not you. What did Kasuk do? I took a deep breath, steadying myself. It's not just Kasuk. It's everything. I'm trapped in a world that isn't mine, bound by rules that make no sense. I just want to go home. Yoruchi studied me for a moment before speaking. I understand the feeling, but don't let things get to you. This is just another challenge. Another puzzle. I glanced at her. A puzzle I never asked for. She smirked, slapping the back of my head. When do we ever get to choose our battles? I couldn't help but chuckle at that. She had a way of simplifying things. I know Urahara has a plan for me, and that the only reason I'm not home yet is that. Yoruchi sighed, her gaze momentarily distant as she recalled her own struggles with Kasuk and his scheming. Kasuk is complicated. But he's not the enemy, no matter how much it may feel that way. He has his reasons, and while they might not always be in line with ours, they tend to work out. I looked at her incredulously. And I'm just supposed to trust that? To wait patiently? She chuckled lightly. No one said you have to be patient. But trust. Yes. Kasuk has a lot on his plate right now. The balance of souls, the threat of the hollows, the politics of the soul society. You're a puzzle piece in a much larger game. I don't want to be a game piece, I mumbled, frustration clear in my voice. Yoruchi placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. Neither did I, and neither did Kasuk once upon a time. But here we are. Sometimes the universe throws us into situations we neither want nor understand. But what we do with those situations, that's on us. I sighed, rubbing my temples. Why is it taking so long? Why can't he just send me back? Yoruchi hesitated, looking conflicted. Kasuk is working on a way, but sending you back isn't as simple as opening a portal. Not with the threats of this world already being aware of you. Aizen. So that was it, as long as Aizen lived, going home wasn't an option. I can't keep living like this, I whispered. Yoruchi tightened her grip on my shoulder. But don't worry, kid, Kasuk will figure it out. In the meantime, you have us. You're not alone in this. And who knows? You might even come to like it here. I gave her a half-hearted smile. I doubt it. She chuckled. Never say never. The world has a way of surprising us. I stared at the horizon, lost in thought. With Yoruchi by my side, the weight on my shoulders felt a little lighter. Maybe, just maybe, I could deal with this a little longer. Chapter 215, Chapter 182, The Lost Son. Adam C. POV. The bright lights of Karakura town shone down upon the streets, casting an array of shadows against buildings and alleyways. As I strolled through, the cool breeze tugging at my hair, my thoughts were preoccupied with my earlier conversation with Yoruchi. There was comfort in her words, but that didn't diminish the weight of longing in my heart. Since when I became this mopey? I muttered, closing my eyes. Then again, who could blame me? It's been but a few months since I arrived. That's when it happened. Two Ryatsus entered the vicinity. The force of their presence was so tangible, it felt like the very atmosphere had thickened, pushing down on my lungs. It was a feeling I hadn't experienced in a while, excitement. If my suspicions were correct. This was the moment when Rukia was to be taken back to Soul Society, due to Urahara's and Aizen's game for the reality marble, whose name I can't pronounce. A chain of events leading to her execution for transferring her powers to Ichigo. The best option would be to leave things to play out as they should, that would be the smart choice, but I was from Fairy Tail, so fuck being smart, and fuck Aizen and Urahara. Whatever Urahara's plans for me were, letting an innocent girl be taken to her death wasn't something I'd allow, even if I knew she would survive. Decision taken, my feet started moving of their own accord, picking up speed as I felt the concentration of Ryatsu grow stronger in one direction. I was nearly there when a sharp pain exploded in my side. I gasped, clutching at the gash that now marred my torso, staining my clothes with my own blood. Staggering back, I tried to summon my Ryatsu to counteract whoever had done this, but there was nothing. No distinct signature, no telltale Ryatsu. Whoever it was had masked their presence impeccably. I barely registered my knees hitting the ground, the pavement cold and unforgiving beneath me. The world spun, lights blurring as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. The pain was unlike any I'd felt before, it wasn't just physical. There was a spiritual burn, something that felt like it was gnawing at my very core. I gritted my teeth. It will take a hell of a lot more than this to kill me. Pushing through the pain, I managed to prop myself up against a nearby wall. The streets were empty, the night now eerily silent save for the distant echo of the clash between Renji and Ichigo. I sighed, focusing on healing myself as I wondered. Who could have wanted to prevent my interference? I hadn't done a thing to warrant being in the radar of anyone important yet, unless my existence was enough reason to warrant that. Not only that, but whoever had attacked me, hadn't aimed to kill, only to incapacitate me. It had to be Aizen, right? As I pondered on this, a soft, familiar Ryatsu approached. I didn't need to see to know who it was. Yoruchi, she rushed beside me, pressing her hands against my wound in an attempt to stop the bleeding. Who did this? Yoruchi asked, a frown on her face. Shit if I know, I snorted. Aizen probably. Third-person POV. Sosuke Aizen. From the shadows of a rooftop, Aizen watched as the scene unfolded below. The moonlight glinted off his glasses, masking the true intent behind his eyes. There was a certain satisfaction in witnessing the results of his machinations. Interesting, he mused, observing the young man who had suddenly appeared in Karakura town. Adam. A being from another world, if Urahara's reports are to be believed. Aizen had monitored the newcomer closely, intrigued by the enigma the man presented. Adam's Ryatsu was potent, but there was a distinctiveness about it that set him apart from other souls. A blend of familiar and foreign energies, intertwined in a complex dance. The moment he'd felt the intention radiating from him to intervene in Rukia's capture, Aizen had made his decision. The cut was precise, enough to incapacitate, but not to kill. He'd ensured that Adam's Ryatsu was disrupted enough to keep him from making any hasty moves. After all, his brash decision to intervene in Rukia's capture, though pathetically noble, could have caused unwarranted complications. It's fascinating how even everyone can be so predictable, Aizen mused. Emotions. They make everyone vulnerable. He cast another glance at Yoruchi, who was tending to Adam's wounds. There was a connection between them, he noted. The feline Shinigami was always one to take strays under her wing. He could exploit that. For now, the young man poses no threat, Aizen pondered. But his presence here is not mere coincidence. Urahara wanted him to intervene to see my reaction, and that man always has a plan, meaning that if I want to win, I need to anticipate his every move, now more than ever. Adjusting his glasses, he took one last look at the scene below. Adam, he thought. A puzzle. A variable in my grand design. It will be entertaining to see how you fit into this. With a silent flash step, Aizen disappeared from the rooftop, leaving behind only the whispering winds of the night. Third person. POV. Yawach. In the grandiose hall of his palace, Yawach sat atop his imposing throne, eyes narrowed as though peering through the veils of space and time. The air was heavy with an otherworldly stillness, and the silence was as deep as the abyss itself. Arrayed before him were shadowy representations of the realms he had eyes upon, Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, and the world of the living. Karakura Town was no exception, it was, in fact, the focal point of his vision at the moment. His eyes, so often vacant, held a spark of interest as he watched the unfolding events. The clash between Renji and Ichigo, the appearance of Byakuya, Rukia's forlorn expression, all were anticipated developments. Yet, it was the presence of Adam, the unfamiliar spiritual pressure, that drew a rare smile to his lips. The lost son returns, Yawach murmured, a shadow of emotion crossing his normally stoic face. His voice was a blend of warmth and ice, a sound that could simultaneously comfort and chill the spine. Welcome home, brother. In that moment, the eyes that saw the future, that could glimpse endless possibilities, focused solely on Adam. His Ryatsu was unlike any other, not Shinigami, not Hollow, and not Quincy. Like Yawach was the embodiment of the Quincy, Adam was the contrary, a being that defied categorization. Intriguingly, there was a resonance there, a note in Adam's spiritual pressure that echoed something deep within Yawach's own essence. Your presence here is no accident, brother, Yawach spoke softly, as though confiding in an old friend, despite the fact he was alone in the vast hall. Fate has a way of bringing together those who are bound by ties stronger than mere blood. A light, almost imperceptible chuckle escaped his lips. His fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of his throne, like a conductor contemplating the first notes of a symphony yet to be written. Ah, brother, you've stepped out of the shadows onto the grand stage at a most fortuitous time, he continued, as pieces move into place, you'll find that some games have stakes higher than life or death. And in the end, even lost sons must choose a side. Yawach leaned back, his gaze drifting toward the abstract symbols that floated before him, each representing elements of his grand design. For now, let's see what role you choose to play, he whispered, a smirk forming on his lips. After all, every tale could use an unexpected twist. And with that, Yawach's focus shifted, leaving Adam to navigate the treacherous currents of destiny. For in Yawach's grand tapestry, every thread had its place, its purpose, and it was only a matter of time before Adam realized his own. Chapter 216, Chapter 183, Anger. Adam C. POV. The world greeted me with a gentle hum as consciousness seeped back into my mind. It took a few moments to shake off the weight of darkness that had gripped me, but as my senses sharpened, I became aware of the scent of tatami mats and incense, mingling with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs. My first thought being, had I lost my consciousness? Opening my eyes was a slow process. A dull pain throbbed at my side, the bandage taut against my skin. It seemed the cut had gone deeper than I had originally thought. I will kill Aizen myself. He messed with the wrong motherfucker. Turning my head slightly, I spotted an unconscious Ichigo, lying not far from me. His brow was creased, his face painted with the vestiges of a battle fought with all his might. Bandages were wrapped around his torso and arm, suggesting the wounds he had suffered were not superficial. His spiritual pressure was almost gone, leaving nothing but whispers of what I had once felt. Sitting up, albeit with some difficulty, I tried to take in my surroundings. I was back at Urahara's, I guess better here than anywhere else. Footsteps echoed, drawing nearer. The sliding door opened to reveal Urahara Kasuke, his ever-present fan in hand, and an inscrutable expression on his face. Ah, you're awake, he remarked, his voice as casual as if we were discussing the weather. And quite resilient, I might add. I've been told that. It was Aizen, wasn't it? Yes, Urahara replied, waving his fan. I shot a glance at Ichigo, worry creeping into my thoughts. Will he be all right? He was a good kid, a loud one, but a good kid nonetheless. Heck, he would fit perfectly in fairy tale now that I think about it. Urahara nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. He's tough, he's not one to be kept down easily. But he did face Byakuya Kachiki, after all. It's a miracle he's still breathing. There was a slight pause as I absorbed that information. Canon remained, despite my existence, but for how long? What about Rukia? The words left my mouth, laden with concern. Urahara's expression turned somber. She's been taken to Soul Society. They intend to execute her for the crime of transferring her powers. That pretty much confirmed my suspicions. However, one question remained, had Urahara planned this, from Rukia's capture, to Aizen's interference? Pushing through the pain, I managed to get on my feet, my gaze never leaving Urahara's. I have a question though, is this one of your little games, Kasuke? I was tired of playing around him, of trying to read him. I had to accept I would never play on the same level as him. He was smarter than me, which is why I had to be as straightforward as possible. Urahara looked taken aback by my aggressiveness but held his ground. I assure you, I have no intention of seeing Rukia harmed. You expect me to believe that, after you put that thing inside her? My voice came out colder than I intended. Or did you really think I wouldn't notice? I know everybody is dumb compared to you, but we are not that dumb, Kasuke. Urahara lowered his fan, his gaze intense. Believe what you will, Adam, but I'm not your enemy. I sighed. As much as I wanted to ignore it. He was telling the truth. Urahara's stance remained unfazed, even as I towered over him. I won't deny that I have my own plans, Adam. But they don't involve sacrificing innocence. The tension hung heavy between us for a moment before I exhaled, letting some of the built-up tension seep out of me. Hard to believe. Urahara nodded, his posture relaxing slightly. I understand. I've been told I'm quite difficult to trust. It took Yoruchi 3 decades to fully trust me. I still don't trust you. Yoruchi screamed from somewhere outside. Was I letting paranoia affect me? I didn't know what to think at this point. All I knew was that I was getting tired. I know I haven't been entirely forward with you, as you haven't been with me, Kasuke began, taking a deep breath. The truth of the matter is, I'm using you, just as much as you're using me. He wasn't wrong. I needed him to go back home. And he needed me for something, what exactly, I wasn't sure. Fair enough, I sighed, leaning against the wall. For now, I had something to gain out of this, just for now. Third person. POV. Sosuke Aizen. The dimly lit chamber, hidden deep within Las Noches, was filled with a subtle, almost serene atmosphere. A single ornate table stood in its center, a tea set neatly arranged atop it. Seated at the head of the table was Aizen Sosuke, his face calm and contemplative. The past events had played out almost to perfection, with the exception of Adam's interference, one he had been forced to deal with. After all, had he not interfered, Adam would have saved Rukia. That being said, the bait had been taken, and now Rukia Kuchiki was back within the walls of the Siriidii, carrying the invaluable Hogyoku within her very soul. Aizen poured himself a cup of tea, the soft clinking of porcelain resonating in the silence. The liquid's amber hue shimmered as steam danced upward, only to disappear into the dimness above. Everything is falling into place, he mused. Aizen Taicho, came a voice from the entrance. Jin Ichimaru, his right-hand man and confidant, slid open the door and stepped in, the trademark smirk never leaving his face. The preparations are complete. Aizen nodded. Very good, Jin. It's time to set the next phase of our plan in motion. Jin's eyes sparkled with mischief. It's amusing how easily they dance to your tune. Aizen took a sip of his tea, savoring its flavor. The time has finally come. A brief silence followed, punctuated only by the quiet sounds of their breathing. What about Adam? Jin inquired, tilting his head ever so slightly. A slight frown creased Aizen's face. Keep a close eye on him. His presence might prove useful, or a hindrance. It's still too early to say. Jin chuckled. Always one step ahead. Aizen placed his teacup down gently. Indeed. With the Hogyoku within my grasp, the power to reshape both the world of the living and the world of souls will be mine. Nothing can stand in my way. Standing up, Aizen looked out into the vast expanse of Hueco Mundo. The white sands stretched endlessly, bathed in the constant moonlight. Soon, the balance will shift, and a new dawn will rise. The stage was set, and the pieces were in motion. The next act of his grand play was about to begin. Chapter 217, Chapter 184, Training and Secrets. Adam C. POV. The wind ran across my face as I moved around the training ground, blurring in and out of sight, the only sound around being the sharp clash of metal meeting metal. Each footstep I took, each slash of my blade, a rhythm like a dance between me and Yoruchi. I had to admit, fighting Yoruchi was like fighting a tempest. Her fighting style was unpredictable and very unforgiving. Her mastery of Shuinpa made it appear as if she was teleporting rather than merely moving. The world around us would blur, and she'd be behind me, a blade's edge away from landing a decisive blow. She was faster than me. Or was it more skilled? At this level, it was hard to tell the difference. You're holding back, pretty boy, Yoruchi taunted, her golden eyes shimmering, as she kicked me back, before she pivoted on her heel, launching another series of attacks that I narrowly dodged. I chuckled. It wasn't that I was deliberately holding back, I was used to fighting people weaker than me, people I could simply overpower, and her style made it difficult to go with my usual method. Breathing heavily, I leaped backward, trying to create distance and buy a moment. I needed to strategize, to analyze her moves, and adapt. If I could anticipate even one of her moves, I might gain the upper hand. Her playful smirk seemed to say, good luck with that. Remember, Adam, she began, her voice carrying through the space between us, it's not just about raw power or speed. It's about understanding your opponent. Anticipate. React. Flow. Good advice, kitty cat. A deep breath in. Exhale. I readied myself. Move, flow, and adapt. Easier said than done, especially when your opponent is a speed demon. Grinning at my reaction, she was on me again. Left, right, a feint, then a true strike from above. I tried to keep up, creating a small barrier between us. She smiled, and before I knew it, there was pain. A kick sent me sprawling, the taste of blood lingering in my mouth. Before she could capitalize on that, I rolled back to my feet in one fluid motion. The world spun slightly, but I kept my gaze locked onto hers. This was more than just physical training, it was a mental and spiritual test of wills, so to speak. I could feel our Ryatsu clashing, hers commanding and wild like a storm, mine deep like the sea. I smiled at the thought, moving forward as I caught a glimpse of her next move. Trusting my instincts, I attacked, our blades locking with a loud clang. The force of our clash created a shockwave, sending a gust of wind throughout the training ground. We stood there, face to face, the silence punctuated only by our ragged breaths. Yoruchi's lips curved into a smile. Better, she murmured approvingly. I haven't had this much fun in ages. I smirked, wiping away a smear of blood from the corner of my mouth. Glad I could provide some entertainment. Jumping back, I swung my blade, unleashing Hado number 78. Zonyarin, destroying a good portion of the training ground. Though as expected, before the attack had reached her, she dodged. However, this time, I followed. I figured that instead of my passive approach thus far, it might be best to just go for the kill, so to speak. So, as she moved left, trying to land a surprise attack, I anticipated right, shifting my weight and parrying her strike. "You're getting predictable, Yoruchi," I teased, aiming to unsettle her just a tad. A flash of amusement lit up her eyes. "Is that so?" As if answering my unspoken challenge, her next attack was a blinding flurry, designed to overwhelm and confuse. And for a moment, it worked. Her blade, kicks, and punches seemed to be everywhere at once, left, right, above, below. I grinned, taking all of the attacks head-on, not dodging a single one. Then using all the strength I could muster, I anchored my foot deep into the ground, the earth beneath giving a reassuring solidity. With a quick twist of my wrist, I deflected her blade to the side, receiving a shallow cut, while simultaneously using my other hand to land a swift, powerful punch to her midsection. She went flying back, the surprise evident in her golden eyes, before hitting the ground with a thud. For a moment, there was silence. I stood panting, covered in cuts, bruises and blood. With a groan, she sat up, rubbing her abdomen. "Well, that was unexpected," she said, flashing a wry smile. "But effective." I extended a hand to help her up. "Would you look at that, I won," I replied with a smirk. Yoruchi laughed, taking my hand and allowing me to pull her to her feet. "Well, what can I say? Every now and then, I have to let the student feel good about himself." "Whatever helps you sleep, kitty," I replied, cracking my sore neck. I was getting used to my power as a soul, without a body holding me back. It was just a matter of time before I could fully grasp this. Yoruchi Shihoin. POV. I stepped through the sliding doors of Urahara's shop, my feet padding softly on the tatami mats. Kisuke was leaning over some papers, scribbling furiously with a brush, as usual. He looked up as I entered, his eyes widening a bit before he masked his expression with that ever-present smile. "Yoruchi, to what do I owe the pleasure?" he greeted, setting the brush aside. Like he didn't know, no wonder Adam didn't like him. Sometimes I even wonder how I deal with him. "I came to talk to you about Adam," I began, opting to dive right into the subject. "Oh." His eyebrows rose slightly. "How did the training session go?" I sighed, taking a seat on a cushion across from him. "It went better than I expected." "He's progressing at a rate that's troubling." "Troubling?" Kisuke echoed. Troubling was an understatement. That kid was a fucking monster. Not to say I didn't like him, but it is what it is. I nodded. A few weeks ago, I could have killed him in a fight without breaking a sweat. Now, I'm not so sure. His adaptability and his rate of learning are off the fucking charts. Not to mention, his spiritual pressure feels different, more complex, more intense, dense. Urahara steepled his fingers, his expression becoming more serious. "Is that so?" "That pretty much confirms some of my suspicions. Kisuke is hiding something, again." "Yes," I continued, narrowing my gaze on him. "And I don't like things I can't understand, Kisuke." "Just what is he?" Urahara sighed, a weight suddenly filling his eyes. "It's best if you don't know, Yoruchi." "It was that bad?" "Don't know," I replied, raising an eyebrow at him. "If he's going to be fighting alongside us, I have a right to know what he is." "Yoruchi," Kisuke interrupted softly, "I assure you, if I thought Adam was a threat to us, to you, I would not have let him into our circle in the first place." "Then why the secrecy?" I replied, crossing my arms. I didn't like not knowing things, especially when said things affected me. He closed his eyes for a moment as if weighing his words carefully. "Because the less you know, the safer you'll be. Knowledge can be a dangerous thing." "Oh, so guarding the reality-altering marble was safe mode." I scowled at him. "Ignoring the fact we've been protecting the Hogyoku from Aizen for over 100 years, you know I've never been one to shy away from danger, Kisuke. You of all people should know that." He chuckled softly. "Indeed, I do. But this is one of those times where ignorance might truly be bliss." He regretted finding out. He regretted knowing what Adam was. It wasn't like Kisuke to be like this. I stared at him for a long moment, finally sighing in resignation. "Fine. But you better know what you're doing, Kisuke." "I usually do," he replied, his smile returning. I rolled my eyes but couldn't help smiling back. Despite my reservations, if Kisuke trusted Adam, then that would have to be good enough for me. For now, at least. That being said, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that we were all venturing into dangerous, uncharted territory. Chapter 218, Chapter 185, The Siratii. I will post an extra chapter later today. Adam C. POV. The sensation of hurtling through dimensions is one that no amount of training can truly prepare you for, that Urahara had made the experience as uncomfortable as possible just to be a dick. A whirlwind of colors, spiritual pressure, and gut-wrenching twists had enveloped us as we made our entry into the Soul Society. By the time the world finally solidified around us, I found myself standing with Ichigo, Orihime, Chad, and Yuryu in a sprawling, old city, the Rakangai. Normally, we should have entered the Soul Society through the Dangai, but Urahara said something about my power being impossible to hide from the eyes of the Soul Society if I went that way. That was awful, I muttered, trying not to puke. It was, Ichigo agreed, with a light shudder. I smiled. I really liked the kid, he was brash, ready to throw hands, and loyal. If the guild were here, I would have asked him to join. This past week, I saw him recover his powers, and double them. Heck, I just might, our first member from another dimension. Well, second if you count me, but I don't count me. We need a plan, Yuryu declared, scanning our surroundings. We can't just barge into the Siri-IDI. They'll be expecting us. As much as I wanted to just go full fairy tale on these bastards, I knew I wouldn't win if I did that. There were a lot of people capable of fighting me here, so I had to be smart about my approach. I nodded. We need to be smart. We should. Before I could continue, a feeling washed over me, a pull, subtle but insistent. It was like a magnet drawing me in, whispering for me to come closer. I glanced around, but no one else seemed to notice anything amiss. Are you okay, Hiroshi? Inoue asked, concern evident in her voice. I have to go, I murmured, the urge becoming more potent, to the point I didn't even correct her about the fake name. Ichigo looked at me, confusion clear in his eyes. What the hell are you talking about, Adam? We just got here. I know, but something's calling me. It sounded absurd even to my own ears, but the sensation was undeniable. Yoruchi, who'd transformed into her cat form for the journey, looked up with her piercing eyes. Adam, whatever it is you think you're hearing, don't. I chuckled. Sorry, but I'll be right back. Ichigo hesitated for a moment. Fine, but you better regroup with us as soon as you can. We're going to need all the help we can get. You can count on me, I replied, patting him on the head. Hey. What gives? Ichigo barked at me. I chuckled, he reminded me of Laxus, so angry, but so friendly. Waving at them, I began following the pull, weaving through the narrow streets and alleys of the Rakangai district. The further I went, the stronger the sensation grew, until I found myself standing before a massive building, dark and foreboding. A lab. Why was I drawn here? Steeling myself for whatever lay ahead, I cautiously entered the lab, every instinct on high alert. The air was thick with the scent of chemicals, and the soft hum of machines echoed throughout the vast space. Somewhere within this maze of technology and dark secrets, I felt the call, growing more intense with each step. As I moved deeper into the labyrinth, memories I didn't recognize began to flood my mind. Flashbacks of experiments, of pain, of an insidious laughter. Mayuri's laughter. What had this place done to me? And why did it feel so hauntingly familiar? I had never been here before. Suddenly, the shadows shifted, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness. A voice, cold and mocking, sliced through the silence. Welcome back, Subject 42. I've been waiting for you. Mayuri Kuratsuchi stepped into the light, his grin revealing more than just malice. There was recognition there. I think I know why I am here. I don't know how, but I know it. A piece of my soul was here. Sosuke Aizen. POV. From the inner sanctum of the 5th Division's headquarters, I watched the events transcurring in the Soul Society through a subtle spiritual projection. In the human world, plans had their complications, its various pawns moving unpredictably across the board. But here, in my domain, the pieces were aligned almost too perfectly. A smile tugged at the corner of my lips. As I had predicted, Ichigo Kurosaki and his friends had infiltrated the Rakangai. His spiritual pressure was still weak, barely a flicker, but I knew in time he would grow strong. The boy had a penchant for shattering expectations, a trait that made him simultaneously interesting and dangerous. Perhaps he would grow strong enough to truly entertain me. But it was not Ichigo who caught my attention this time. No, my gaze was fixed on another anomaly, a wild card, even more unpredictable and enigmatic, Adam. He had arrived with Kurosaki to the Soul Society, and was now standing before the 12th Division labs, the very reason for him being here. Interesting, indeed. I smiled at the thought. My initial calculations had accounted for Ichigo, Yuryu, Chad, and even Orihime Inoue. But Adam was an unforeseen variable, an equation left unsolved, because I had yet to determine what role he would play. As I stood there, contemplating, I realized that his spiritual pressure had begun to resonate with something deep within the bowels of Mayuri's lab. It seems the piece of his soul trapped within Mayuri's grasp wanted to go home. What a fascinating development. A soft knock on the door interrupted my musings, as Momo Hinamori entered, her face etched with innocent concern. "Captain Aizen, is everything all right? You seemed lost in thought." I turned my eyes away from the projection she couldn't see, and favored her with a reassuring smile. "Ah, Momo, always so diligent, I don't know what I would do without you. I was just contemplating the complexities of our current situation." She nodded, her trust in me absolute. A trust that would be her downfall, just as it would be for all the others who dared to stand in my way. "Please continue with your duties, Lieutenant. There are many preparations to be made." "Of course, Captain," she bowed before exiting the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts once more. As the door closed behind her, my smile faded. It seemed it was time that I assessed the situation about Adam. After all, a ripple in a pond that could grow into a wave, powerful enough to wash away even the most intricate plans. He was a mystery, a cipher. And as much as I relished the challenge, I knew that enigmas had a way of becoming obstacles, and obstacles needed to be addressed. Chapter 219, Chapter 186, Science vs. Power. As promised. The extra chapter, The Sexy Corn Promises and Delivers. Third person. POV. Mayuri's lab. The chilling sound of Mayuri's laughter echoed through the dimly lit laboratory, making Adam frown. The walls around them were adorned with various instruments of torture and experimentation, perhaps a mix of both. It didn't take Adam long to come to a conclusion about this place, thinking that there was something deeply unsettling about this particular setting. Adam's eyes narrowed as he focused on a particular aura that felt strangely familiar, the moonlit dragon. Selene. A gentle yet potent pulse that contrasted sharply with the spiritual energies that surrounded them. Now it made sense how he had arrived here. At least part of it, he thought. "Seeing you decided to return out of your own accord, I will let you name yourself," Mayuri declared, his grin stretching unnaturally across his face. His eyes, behind those bizarre golden lenses, glinted with a mix of amusement and malevolence. "After all, I'm quite pleased that my lost experiment decided to waltz back into my lab." Adam snorted. "Not only you're ugly, but delusional as well." Mayuri pointed with his slender finger toward a nearby jail cell, its bars reinforced with what seemed like layers of spiritual seals. "And here I was being nice. Oh well, meet your new roommate," he sneered. "I'm sure she's been dying to see you." Adam glanced at the cell. To his eyes, it was empty, void of any presence. He could detect some traces of Selene's magic, but he couldn't see anyone there. "Ugly, the cell is empty," he declared, tilting his head. Mayuri's laughter resumed, this time with a mocking undertone. "Oh, how naive. Perhaps you're simply blind. Or maybe, just maybe, you haven't tapped into the full potential of your senses." If Mayuri's taunts had any truth to them, then Selene's presence was being masked, hidden from plain view. But somehow Adam doubted that was the case. "This is one of my finer works," Mayuri boasted, tapping the bars of the cell with a gloved finger. "I've managed to imprison her very essence, transmuting her soul." Adam sighed, unsheathing his blade. "Would you please, shut up, and fight already? I already met my quota with mad scientists with Kasuk." Mayuri gritted his teeth. "Very well then, let's begin the experiment." Third person. POV. The Rukongai. As the group moved through the Rukongai, Yoruchi felt a massive surge of Ryatsu from afar, and though she was leading Ichigo and the others stealthily through the alleyways of the Siriitii, the undeniable clash of energies pulled at her senses, making her momentarily pause. The group behind her continued to move, their urgency clear. But Ichigo, sensing Yoruchi's distraction, glanced back at the black feline with a questioning gaze. "Is something wrong, Yoruchi-san?" Oriheim asked, noting the cat's attention was fixated somewhere distant. "It's Adam," Yoruchi murmured, her voice tinged with concern but also confidence. "He's engaging Mayuri." Yuria froze. Chad frowned. "He's a captain, right?" Rukia said that he was a scientist of some kind, Ichigo replied. Yoruchi's tail twitched in thought. "Mayuri is not just a scientist, he's a madman. As for why Adam is here, well, I suppose it has to do with whatever he felt before leaving us." She paused, listening intently, her sharp senses trying to decipher the flow of the battle. "Don't worry though, Adam is strong, very strong, and while Mayuri might be cunning and resourceful, I have no doubt that he'll be okay." Ichigo's grip on his Zanpakuto tightened. "In that case, we need to hurry and complete our mission. The sooner we get to Rukia, the sooner we can regroup with Adam." Yoruchi nodded, "Right. Stay close. We're getting close." Third person. POV. Jin Ikamaru's snake-like eyes gazed out over the Siriitii. From where he was, he and Tozen could feel the intense Ryatsu emanating from Mayuri's quarters. He smiled. "Who do you think will emerge victorious, Jin?" Kanami Tozen asked, his voice calm and collected. Jin's lips curled into his trademark grin, the one that sent shivers down many a spine. You really think Mayuri's intellect can win against that overwhelming force?" he drawled lazily. Tozen's face remained impassive. Mayuri's mind is his most dangerous weapon. If he can outsmart the boy, overpowering him becomes easier. Jin chuckled softly, the sound almost eerie in the otherwise quiet day. Power and intelligence have their places, Tozen. But sometimes, pure, raw power can bulldoze even the smartest strategies. From what I've seen, Adam has that sort of power, kinda scary, you know. Tozen's brow furrowed slightly. It's a dangerous combination, especially if he learns to harness it. Jin's grin widened, a glint flashing in his eyes. Oh, it's gonna be fun watching how things unfold. But if I were to place bets, my money's on Adam. No amount of intelligence can truly stand up to that sort of strength. Silently, the two captains continued to observe, feeling the pulses of Ryatsu and waiting to see how the conflict would pan out. Third person. POV. First Division. The headquarters of the First Division was a place of stillness and absolute respect. It was where the most critical decisions concerning the Siriitii were made, and where the most powerful Shinigami to have ever existed resided. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, Captain Commander and founder of the Godii 13, sat behind his desk, a scroll spread open in front of him. Suddenly, his usually calm demeanor shifted ever so slightly. The room seemed to drop several degrees as a chilling wave of Ryatsu spread from the 12th Division into his own. It was a power that was raw, wild, and undeniably potent. Yamamoto's eyes narrowed as he felt it. This Ryatsu was new. His lieutenant, Chojiro Sasakaibe, who had been meticulously organizing scrolls on the side, paused, sensing the change in the atmosphere. With a concerned expression, he approached the captain commander. "Sir, what do we do?" Yamamoto didn't reply immediately. He allowed himself another moment to truly gauge the strength and intent behind the Ryatsu he had just felt. It felt like an unstoppable storm, threatening to engulf everything in its path. It reminded him of the days of his youth, of the days of the first generation. Nothing. Chojiro clasped his hands, anxiety evident in his posture. But, what if Captain Kuratsuchi can't contain it, what then? The captain commander's gaze hardened, an old fire igniting in his eyes. "If Mayuri fails to address the threat that has infiltrated his division, then I shall intervene," he declared. "The Siriitii has stood for thousands of years, and I will not let it be jeopardized by the incompetence of a brat." By brat, he meant Mayuri. His lieutenant nodded, fully understanding the gravity of the situation. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that, sir." Yamamoto leaned back, gazing at the ceiling. Indeed, Chojiro. In the old days, he would have rushed to meet this threat, eliminating without wasting a second. But now, he was letting others try to do that before him. The old Shinigami couldn't help but wonder, was he going soft? Chapter 220, Chapter 187, Science vs. Power, Part 2. Adam C. POV. The cold sterile air in Mayuri's laboratory, already thick with anticipation, seemed to grow denser as our face-off began. Mayuri was one of those characters I never would have liked to fight. From his bizarre appearance to his eccentric makeup, he was a monster playing to be a man. Yet, despite how much his very existence perturbed me, I couldn't help but feel a wave of confidence rushing through me. His crazed confidence, his title, his status, none of it fazed me. Why? Simple. I was stronger than him. Mayuri was the first to strike. With a flourish of his Zanpakuto, he unleashed a wave of dark energy towards me. It was a straightforward attack, too straightforward for the guy, making me suspect a trap. Still, I casually sidestepped the wave, letting it crash and burn against the wall behind me. "You'll have to try harder than that," I taunted, my voice dripping with a hint of amusement. He responded with a glare. "It seems your time with that man damaged your ability to assess your situation properly." Suddenly, from the ground sprouted tendrils, attempting to wrap around me. Closing my eyes, I moved behind him with a single step, dodging his surprise attack. "For a genius you're quite predictable," I said, meeting his gaze with a smug grin. But Mayuri, being the mad bastard he was, only chuckled as moments later, my senses grew hazy, and my limbs felt heavier with each passing second. I had been poisoned. But how? I dodged all of his attacks. Mayuri's laughter echoed eerily. "Feeling a little under the weather, are we? That poison is my own concoction. There's no antidote." I could feel the venom pulsating through my veins, trying to take hold of my body. "When?" "Ah," the curiosity of the afflicted, Mayuri crooned, the sharp edges of his painted lips curving upwards. "You're under the impression that my attacks are limited to just the blades and tendrils. How quaint." I took a step back, trying to assess the situation while still battling the increasing weight of the poison. "What did you do? Did you really think the environment within my lab was simply for show?" Mayuri taunted, circling me like a vulture awaiting its meal. "From the moment you stepped into my domain, you were breathing in my creation. My lab's ventilation system constantly emits a minuscule amount of the venom. Every breath you took made you more vulnerable, saturating your lungs, then your bloodstream. Your earlier exertions. They just accelerated the process. So that's how he did it. I could almost chuckle. I should have expected something like that from the likes of him. Then again, I wasn't expecting to fight him when I came here. That's good and all, but do you think a little venom will stop me? I growled, flaring my Ryatsu. Sure, I was in pain, but this was nothing. I knew true pain. My body had endured far worse than this. Mayuri's smile widened, the joy of the chase evident on his face. No, I expect it to slow you down, make you desperate, make you predictable. I let out a challenging roar, sending a blast of energy towards him, which he deftly dodged. Even though my movements felt sluggish, I still had the upper hand. I wasn't done yet. You might have caught me off guard, ugly fuck, I admitted, my vision blurring intermittently. But never mistake surprise for defeat. Mayuri paused, then cackled. Bold words for someone on borrowed time. Shaking off the dizziness with some healing keto, I locked my eyes on Mayuri, and with a burst of speed, I appeared right before him, my blade inches from his throat. My turn. Mayuri tried to hide it, but I could see the surprise in his eyes. His attempts to incapacitate me had failed, and now the tables had turned. Blocking the cut by sacrificing his arm, Mayuri took a few steps back, his gaze glaring into me. Bankai, Kanjiki Ashisoji Jaizo. On cue, a giant creature with the body of a caterpillar in a red cape, with a grotesque golden baby's head and arms, and a silver halo hovering around its head appeared. I grinned, coughing some blood before bringing my sword down, cutting the baby in two. Oops. Insolent fool, Mayuri hissed, his eyes wide in rage as he lunged forward, probably mistaking my earlier cough as a signal his poison was working as intended. However, as he lunged, I danced around his attacks, countering and parrying with precision. Each strike I made was calculated, not to kill, but to toy with him, to make him feel the weight of his arrogance, to make his feel how his experiments felt. Mayuri's Ryatsu flared with every hit he took, his frustration evident. You think you're so superior, I mused, dodging another swipe from his transformed arm. But all I see is a desperate man, playing with powers he doesn't understand. Mayuri, spitting blood, managed to hiss back, you know nothing. I could have ended it right there. I had countless opportunities to deliver the final blow. But there was something exhilarating about having the upper hand, about seeing the mad scientist grow more and more desperate. So, I played the cat to his mouse, letting the chase go on. Have you had enough yet? I taunted, evading another of his frenzied strikes. Or should I keep embarrassing you? Mayuri's face contorted into a snarl, his eyes burning with a crazed fire that was both fascinating and repulsive. I will not be humiliated by the likes of you. Just as Mayuri was about to unleash another one of his surprises, I abruptly ended our little dance, cutting his arms and legs, before slamming my palm against his chest, pushing him backward and crashing him against a wall of his lab. The impact left a sizable indentation, cracking the otherwise impervious walls. As the dust settled, I walked over him. Still alive, huh? Mayuri coughed, his body bloodied and battered, unable to rise from the ground. One of his eyes was swollen shut, with his iconic makeup smeared across his face, a distorted version of its prior self. You will regret this, he wheezed. I knelt beside him, my blade resting casually on my shoulder. They always say that, and here I am, regretting nothing, I whispered coldly into his ear. I wanted you to feel a fraction of the pain and fear that those you've tortured felt. I blinked. So that's the reason I had done this. Whatever he had done to my soul had left a bad taste in my mouth, enough to warrant a side of me I hadn't seen since the Tower of Heaven. His remaining eye widened slightly, a mixture of anger and realization flashing through. You think this will change anything, he spat, blood dribbling from the side of his mouth. Change you, God no, that would be a biblical miracle, I replied, chuckling. I just wanted to beat you up, I'm a rascal, what can I say? Mayuri chuckled weakly, coughing up more blood. I'll remember this, and be certain that our next encounter won't end the same way. Whatever helps you sleep, I said, getting up and stepping back, allowing him the space to breathe. Though, a word of advice, next time, I won't be so merciful. As much as I wanted to kill him, he was a necessary evil to deal with some upcoming threats, so for now, I would be merciful. Turning my back to the defeated captain, I began to make my way out of the hellish laboratory, only to feel a massive Ryatsu approaching. This wasn't good. Chapter 221, Chapter 188, Yamamoto. Third person. POV. First Division. The atmosphere in the 1st Division's barracks was tense to say the least. Every Shinigami present could feel it, the thick, suffocating sensation of unease. And at its epicenter was Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. His dark eyes gazed intently at a small orb, watching as a reflection of the battle between Adam and Mayuri played out. He had seen enough. As Mayuri's defeated form appeared within the orb, Yamamoto's Ryatsu erupted wildly, the ground beneath him trembling from its sheer force as the entire Siriidii shook. Flames, as if drawn from the depths of the sun, swirled around him, making the very air scorching hot. Those flames weren't merely for show, they were a manifestation of Yamamoto's rage at Mayuri's incompetence to defend his division, and at the intruder for daring to attack the Soul Society in his watch. Barely able to withstand the pressure of his captain's Ryatsu, Chojiro Sasakaibe hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, concern evident in his eyes. "Captain Commander. What are you going to do?" Yamamoto's voice was as cold as ice, a stark contrast to the flames surrounding him. "I will eliminate this threat myself." Chojiro swallowed hard. He had been at Yamamoto's side for centuries and had witnessed his strength and wrath firsthand. "I understand he defeated Captain Kuratsuchi without breaking a sweat. But to go yourself? Isn't that a bit overkill? Shouldn't we let the other captains deal with this?" Yamamoto glanced at his lieutenant, his eyes piercing. The fact he dealt with Mayuri so easily is exactly why he cannot be allowed to roam the Soul Society unchecked. Mayuri's methods may be questionable, but he's a captain of the Godii 13, and his defeat cannot be ignored. "I won't let this intruder trample over our pride." "Understood, Captain Commander," Chojiro nodded, his voice filled with admiration and loyalty. "How shall we proceed?" "We isolate him. I'll engage him in combat directly. I want barriers set up around the battlefield. I won't let our battle affect the rest of the Soul Society," Yamamoto ordered, the flames around him dancing more fervently. Chojiro nodded, "I'll inform the Kido Corps immediately." As preparations were made, Yamamoto took a moment to himself. He remembered the early days of the Godii 13, the challenges they faced, the enemies they overcame. He had sworn to protect Soul Society and its people, and he would not let this intruder disrupt the peace he had fought so hard for. For his insolence, this brat would perish under the flames of a raging sun. Third person. POV. 8th Division. The atmosphere across Siriidii shifted palpably. While most might not have been able to decipher the source of the change, for Captain Shunsui Kairaku, the sensation was all too familiar. The lazy captain lounged on one of the elevated wooden terraces of the 8th Division, his straw hat casting a shadow over his closed eyes. The captain of the 8th Division was one of the few who truly knew the extent of Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's power, at least he thought so. They shared a bond that went back centuries, and he had seen the old man in moments of both profound wisdom and terrifying rage. So when the old man's Ryatsu flared, it was impossible to ignore. The overwhelming force sent shivers down Shuinsue's spine. He opened one eye slightly, feeling the warmth of the distant flames. His lips curved into a wistful smile, a mixture of nostalgia and trepidation. "Ah, old man, it's been a while since you've gotten this angry." Nanao Ise approached with an unreadable expression. "Captain Kairaku, that's..." Shuinsue lifted his hat slightly to look at her. "Yes, it's the old man's Ryatsu. He's about to engage that intruder." Nanao's face tightened with concern. "An intruder, where?" Shuinsue nodded, taking a sip from his ever-present sake bottle. "Yeah, someone that defeated Captain Mayuri." "I see. But why would the Captain Commander involve himself? Surely, there are others who..." Shuinsue interrupted her gently. "Nanao-chan, sometimes it's best not to think too hard on these things, regardless of the reason, the old man is angry." Nanao took a moment, processing his words. "I have never felt the Captain Commander this angry before." Shuinsue gazed at the horizon, where the barrier had been erected, the orange glow hinting at the inferno raging within. I pity the soul who finds himself at the receiving end of the old man's wrath. His strength is unparalleled. Adam C. POV. I barely caught my breath after dealing with Mayuri when a sensation surged through Siriidii, a force so overwhelming that it threatened to crush my very spirit. It felt as if the sun itself had descended upon this realm. My skin prickled and sweat formed almost instantly. For the first time ever, I felt a spiritual pressure strong enough to make my knees shake under the pressure. I looked down at my hand. Was it my imagination, or was the very air shimmering like a mirage one might see in a desert? I didn't need to be told, despite this being the first time I had felt this, I knew this force, this unbearable heat, was coming from one being alone, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. As the temperature continued to rise, it became a struggle to maintain my stance. The cobblestones beneath my feet felt as though they'd been baking inside a volcano. I removed my jacket, the material suddenly feeling oppressively heavy and hot. "Fuck," I muttered, watching the old man arrive. The sight that greeted me was akin to watching a wrathful god descend from the heavens. "Intruder," he intoned, his voice deep and echoing. "Your audacity in setting foot in Siriidii, and the harm you've inflicted upon my subordinates, leaves your life forsaken." I swallowed hard, not out of fear but in an attempt to moisten my parched throat. Fuck. This was not part of the plan, at all. "Is there a way we can resolve this without fighting?" I asked. He didn't respond. Instead, his eyes, those ancient, wise, yet unfathomably fierce eyes, bore into mine. They judged, weighed, and seemingly found wanting. And for a fleeting moment, I wondered if this was how the countless souls who'd faced him felt before their end. Chapter 222, Chapter 189, Burning Hell. Today's deal is simple: more stones, more chapters. Adam C. POV. The moment Yamamoto arrived, the atmosphere morphed from stifling heat to an all-encompassing blaze that made it hard to breathe. It was like standing on the surface of the sun. The source of this incredible heat soon materialized, a figure robed in traditional garb, his eyes not just stern but carrying centuries of judgment and authority. You stand as a traitor to the Soul Society. Your life is forsaken, Yamamoto announced, flames erupting all around him. Was he for real? A traitor? Because I decided I won't be someone's lab rat. I really didn't want to fight him. I really didn't. But it didn't seem like I had much of a choice. I drew my blade, flaring my Ryatsu in kind. Judge all things in this universe, Zanryuzuki. For a brief moment, his eyes narrowed, as if he was genuinely disappointed that I chose to fight, almost as if he thought I should simply accept my execution. Then without warning, he swung his sword, reduce all creation to ash, Ryujin Jaka, releasing a massive inferno that moved towards me like a tidal wave of pure, scorching fire. I quickly moved my blade. The area around me distorted, as the searing flames that were a breath away suddenly seemed to slow, trapped within the grasp of my Zanpakuto, allowing me the barest of moments to think. Orbit, I whispered. With these words, a ripple of translucent energy emanated from Zanryuzuki, creating a sort of bubble around me. Inside this bubble, space was my dominion. The flames of Ryujin Jaka, scorching and lethal, were kept at bay, inching forward by the second but unable to breach the barrier. Outside of this bubble, I could see the world in a different light, a slower, more malleable version of reality. With a grunt of effort, due to Yamamoto's massive Ryatsu pressing back against mine, I expanded the bubble, creating a larger sphere of manipulated space around us. Now, within this small limited area, I had the advantage. I could move faster, think clearer, and hopefully, tip the scales in my favor. Yamamoto looked momentarily surprised but quickly caught on. He observed the distorted space curiously, seemingly impressed. An impressive ability, controlling the fabric of space itself. I wonder how it will fare against the oldest and most powerful Zanpakuto. Instead of replying, I lunged at him. Within this domain, my movements were enhanced. That being said, it became clear that Yamamoto was no novice by any means. He not only immediately adapted to the altered reality I had created, but he also parried my strikes with the practiced ease of a warrior with centuries of experience. It had taken him less than a second to adapt. And even less to read the intentions behind my attacks. As our blades clashed, flames erupted around him, burning all the moisture in the air to the point breathing felt like a torture. I smiled, excited, however, before I could begin to enjoy the situation, I felt a pang in my chest. My Yuri's poison, the venom's effects were becoming more pronounced. I had almost forgotten that crazy bastard had poisoned me. My power was slowing down the effects of this, but slowing it down didn't mean it was a solved problem. I coughed, blood violently spraying from my lips, droplets splattering and staining my clothes, coating my chin and trailing down my throat. Seeing my momentary lapse, Yamamoto seized the chance and sent a massive wave of flames towards me. Pushing through the pain, I barely had the time to raise another spatial shield, causing the flames to dance and distort around me, scorching my right arm. You're quite skilled for your age, Yamamoto's voice echoed within the altered space. However, no tricks can change your fate. I chuckled softly. At the pace this was going, I was going to lose. I was poisoned, and fighting the strongest Shinigami, my chances were pretty much slim to none. The only option I had was using my Bankai, but seeing that now it was much stronger than before, that wasn't an option, not because I would die, but because thousands of souls would die in the process. Much like Yamamoto's, my Bankai wasn't something to use around others. Rift. I roared, bringing my blade down on him, as a tear in space appeared before me, twisting the space between us, before sending him crashing across the battlefield. Yamamoto recovered quickly, and gazed at me with a mix of pity and respect. Your power is commendable, a waste in the hands of a traitor. Coughing up more blood, I grinned weakly. I could do without the small talk. Yamamoto's eyes flashed with anger at my words, but he didn't attack immediately. You are a fool, he said, his voice low. Had you not sided with the mortals, you could have been one of the strongest Shinigami in the Godai 13. I laughed bitterly, wiping the blood from my lips. I'm sorry, old man, but I'm only loyal to Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail? I have never heard of such a place. I chuckled weakly. It's a guild, a place where people come to be together, to fight for one another. Yamamoto remained quiet for a moment, his eyes glinting with malice. I see, then I'll make sure this fairy tale you speak of regrets harboring a traitor like you. With that, he charged forward, his sword glowing with intense heat, as flames erupted around us, consuming the space I had created. Grinning, I rushed forward as well, letting myself enjoy this moment as much as I could. The world seemed to blur and reshape as the two of us moved, our movements fast and clear. The echoes of clashing blades shaking the Soul Society, forming a deadly symphony of steel, fire, and space. Each strike, parry, and counter felt like a death sentence, a dance between two warriors, one fueled by duty and the other by desperation. I leaned into Zanryuzuki's abilities, bending the space between our strikes, trying to find an edge, a momentary lapse in Yamamoto's otherwise impeccable defense. With each clash, I would warp the trajectory, making my blade appear in places the old captain wouldn't expect. But Yamamoto was terrifyingly adaptive. His flames curled around him, reacting to each distorted strike, trying to find a way through my spatial manipulations. The flames of his blade, as he had shown thus far, weren't just for offense, they served as his shield, an extension of his will, anticipating my strikes and countering them before they could land. My vision started to blur again, Mayuri's poison manifesting its influence. Every swift movement, every spatial warp, made my head spin. But I refused to let that be my end. I recalled my training, focused on my breathing, and channeled my Ryatsu to try and hold off the poison's effects, even if just for a few moments longer. I was having the time of my life. Finally an opponent that I could go all out with. Finally someone I could aim to surpass. Acnologia had been a necessity to deal with, not a true rival, but him. He was everything I could have asked in a fight and more. Drawing from the depths of my soul, I unleashed a barrage of strikes, each one coupled with a spatial tear, making it appear as though multiple versions of myself were attacking from all angles. It was a feint within a feint, and my last attempt to land a decisive blow. For a moment, it seemed to work. Yamamoto was pushed back, his body receiving multiple cuts as the fierce onslaught caused him to momentarily focus entirely on defense. Alas, this was a fleeting victory. With a faint smile, the old captain unleashed a wave of flames so intense that it seemed to consume everything, the air, the earth, the space, and everything in between. The world became a living furnace. A hell. Even with my spatial manipulation, there was no escaping the sheer intensity of this attack. The heat was suffocating, and the brightness of the flames blinded me. But amidst this inferno that made my skin sizzled, a thought surfaced. If I couldn't dodge it or block it, perhaps I could redirect it. Drawing upon Zanryuzuki's powers once more, I attempted to warp the space around the flames, this time in a different manner, creating a vortex that would send them spiraling away, creating a current for his attack instead of a wall he could burn. The effort was immense, each twist of space drawing heavily upon my already waning strength. For a split second, it seemed to work. The flames twisted and contorted, spiraling into the vortex I'd created. But then, with a deafening roar, they exploded outward, breaking free from my control. The force of the blast sent me hurtling through the air, crashing into the ruins of a nearby building. Coughing up more blood, the weight of the poison and the exhaustion from the fight weighed heavily on me. Yamamoto slowly approached, his blade still wreathed in flames, his eyes reflecting both admiration and sorrow. "You have fought valiantly," he said, his voice filled with a deep, gravelled respect. "But this is where your rebellion ends." I chuckled weakly, my skin melting away layer by layer. The smell of burning flesh filled my nostrils as my charred remains descended into ashes, never again to be found, leaving behind a blackened, charred shell. Now this was pain, not what Mayuri had done. I had even lost an arm. I chuckled again, dropping to my knees as the last of my strength left me. "That was fun, but painful," I gasped, my voice barely above a whisper. Chapter 223, Chapter 190, The Mukin. Today's deal is simple, more stones, more chapters. Adam C. POV. The first sensation that greeted me was pain, an intense, blinding pain that seemed to emanate from every part of my body. I tried to move, but my limbs refused, and a cold, metallic feeling clasped around my wrists and ankles. My body felt heavy, my mind foggy. I tried to move my limbs, to push myself up, but a sharp pain lanced through me, and a muffled scream escaped my lips. It was then that I realized, in horror, that my entire left arm was missing. Panic rose within me, my heart pounding against my chest, trying to recall what had happened. Memories flooded back, the fight with Yamamoto, the heat, our clash, the blinding flames, and then, darkness. I had lost. I chuckled, not that I expected a different outcome. I tried to gather my Ryatsu, hoping to break free from my bindings, but it was like reaching into a void. There was nothing there. Looking down, I saw thick chains wrapped around my torso, glowing faintly, suppressing my spiritual power. They had thought about everything, it seems. Where was I? Taking a deep breath, I attempted to get a sense of my surroundings, but everything was draped in an all-encompassing darkness, so thick it felt almost tangible. The air was stagnant, carrying a weight of despair and hopelessness. It was an unsettling feeling. A faint light flickered somewhere in the distance. Straining my eyes, I could make out a silhouette, a person approaching. The footsteps were deliberate, lazy even, echoing slightly in the vast emptiness. "You're awake," a voice remarked, the tone soft and welcoming, though there was no warmth in it. Squinting, I recognized the figure, Shunsui Kairaku. But he seemed different, a shadow of his usual carefree self. Could it be he actually considered me a threat to the Soul Society? "Hello there," I greeted. "Would you be so kind as to tell me where I am?" His eyes bore into mine, his gaze empty. "You are in the central great underground prison, the Mukon. The deepest, most secure prison in all of Soul Society. The Mukon. They had sent me to the Mukon. The abyss where the most dangerous of beings were kept, isolated and forgotten. Wasn't this the place they would eventually seal and lock away Aizen? I reckon I can't get a lawyer, right?" I asked, a soft chuckle escaping my lips. "You fought the head captain," Shunsui said simply, as if that explained everything. "And defeated one of the captains of the Godai 13, aiding the mortals in their infiltration. In my defense, I defeated Mayuri in self-defense. I managed to choke out, the chains biting into my flesh, making it hard to breathe." Shunsui sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Perhaps. But the matter remains. And consequences must be faced." "Consequences," I echoed, bitterness seeping into my voice. "That's a pretty way of saying, you either do what we want, or we kill you." "Freedom often comes at a price," Shunsui remarked, his hat casting a shadow over his eyes. "In this case, a hefty one." "What are you talking about?" I replied. Shunsui met my gaze. "You are to be executed. In 1 week. Executed. Fuck." Shunsui looked away. "The Central 46 has decreed it. They see you as a threat, especially after your clash with the old man." "Awesome, anything else?" I replied, anger evident in my voice. He hesitated before continuing. "Your execution will be before Rukia Kachiki's. Her execution had already been set before yours, and they decided to make an example out of both of you at the same time." "Wait, does this mean Ichigo will rescue me?" I refused to allow that outcome to happen. "Cool," I replied, letting out a sigh. This was not the time to be angry. I needed to focus on my goal, escaping this hellhole. "You seem pretty okay with this," Shunsui muttered. "You want me to cry?" I snorted, smiling at him. "Because it ain't gonna happen." Third person. POV. The air within the walls of an old hideout in the Siriitii were thick with tension. Yoruchi, concealed within the shadows, fidgeted with the communication device Urahara had given her before her departure to the Soul Society. A faint glow emanated from the device as it hummed to life, revealing Urahara's familiar face. His hat's shadow partially obscured his expression, but Yoruchi could see the worry in his eyes. "Kisuk," she murmured, keeping her voice low. "Yoruchi," he replied. "What's the current status?" Yoruchi leaned in closer, taking a deep breath. "It's worse than we thought. They've thrown Adam into the Mukon. The kid fought and defeated Mayuri, and then went out to fight the old men. The kid is crazy." Urahara's expression darkened. "Taking on 2 captains, one of them being Yamamoto, he definitely belongs in the 11th Division. I've been keeping an eye on Rukia as well," Yoruchi added, concern evident in her voice. "Her execution has been moved up, and it seems they're pushing for Adam's to happen even before hers." Urahara's fingers tapped on his desk, deep in thought. "With both their executions drawing close, it's evident the Central 46 is moving according to Aizen's tune. We need to act, and fast." Yoruchi nodded, her fingers curling into a fist. "I'm here and ready. Just give the word. In the meantime, I plan to train Ichigo. If he masters his Bankai, it would allow me to rescue Adam." Urahara sighed, removing his hat to run a hand through his hair. "It's going to be risky, but we are running out of options as things are." "We've faced worse odds," Yoruchi replied, a smirk playing on her lips. The two shared a brief, understanding look. "Get ready," Urahara said. "I'll send you what you need. For now, stay low and gather as much information as possible, and train Ichigo as much as possible." Yoruchi nodded, shutting off the device and disappearing into the shadows. She had a mission, and failure wasn't an option. She might even have time to visit her little honeybee, who knows. Chapter 224, Author Note. Alright, time to answer some questions. Why did Yamamoto call Adam a traitor? Mayuri is hiding things from him, like always. He didn't tell him who Adam was because Mayuri wanted to use Adam as a guinea pig. Why didn't Adam use his Bankai? Because it would have affected the entire Siriitii, possibly killing Ichigo and the others. Beyond that, had he used it, Yamamoto would have used his, and when 2 Bankais of that level meet, the most experienced one wins. Will Adam be rescued by Ichigo? Hell no, he escapes the Mukon. He isn't just a Shinigami, he's one of the wizard saints, that should give you an answer as to how he escapes. How strong is Adam? Right now, High Captain tier. Stronger than Byakuya, the Ice Kid, nerfed Kenpachi, and the others, but around the strength of Shunsui and Jushiro. Will this novel cover all the arcs? No, Adam's presence will expedite many things, including the confrontation with Aizen. To spoil things, Adam will return to Fiori soon enough. He will return to Bleach eventually because of Yawatch, but after Aizen, home. The final antagonist of the novel will be Yawatch. No, it will be someone far beyond anything Adam, Ichigo, and even Yawatch have faced. Any other questions, leave them on the comments. Chapter 225, Chapter 191, The Mukin Part 2. Third person. POV. The Mukin. The silence of the Mukin was overwhelming, in every meaning of the word, a prison of darkness, and nothingness designed to keep monsters away forever. But that silence was suddenly disrupted by a soft, yet eerie hum of Ryatsu, a power signature Adam had yet to meet. As this Ryatsu approached, the darkness receded, revealing a figure draped in a white haori. Sosuke Aizen. His brown hair perfectly combed, his glasses perched in their usual spot, but his eyes, they held a gleam of something unique, a glint of a dangerous intelligence. He stood just out of Adam's reach, observing the chained, broken form before him. We finally meet, Aizen began, his voice dripping with faux sympathy, such a promising soul, reduced to this pitiable state. The Mukin is no place for someone of your talents. Adam glared at the men, refusing to let him see his pain or vulnerability. What do you want? Aizen chuckled, quite direct, aren't you? Very well. I've come to chat, to offer my condolences for your misfortunes. Despite his situation, Adam snorted. Condolences? From you? I know enough about you to know that's bullshit. Heck, I'd sooner expect a hug from Kenpachi. Aizen tilted his head, amusement playing on his features. Honesty, huh, who would have thought, it's refreshing. He began to pace slowly, his every movement calculated. Tell me, Adam, how does it feel to be cast into the abyss for having the audacity to think for yourself? Adam's eyes bore into Aizen's. Why are you really here? Aizen paused, regarding him carefully. You have something I want. In exchange, I offer you something that Kasuke Urahara will never truly deliver, a way back home. The chained man laughed, a humorless sound echoing in the vast emptiness. You think I'd ever trust you? I'd rather die in this pit. Aizen's gaze hardened slightly. Is that so? Think about it. What has loyalty to them given you? You are broken, bound, missing an arm, and waiting for the executioner's blade. Meanwhile, Urahara hides in the world of the living, sending others to do his bidding. Adam's voice grew cold. I'll admit I don't like the guy, but you're wasting your time. You can offer me the world, Aizen, but I'll never align with you. Aizen stopped pacing and leaned in, his face mere inches from Adam's. You mistake my offer for mere alliance. I don't seek a partner. I seek a tool. If you won't join willingly, there are other ways. Adam spat in Aizen's face, his defiance clear. Do what you want. You won't break me. For a moment, a flash of genuine surprise crossed Aizen's face before being replaced by that infuriatingly calm demeanor he was known for. He wiped away the spit, his expression unreadable. Very well. Remember this moment, Adam. Remember the choice you made. When the time comes, don't blame me for the consequences. Adam struggled against his chains, the suppressed Ryatsu making him weaker than he'd like to admit. Fuck off. Aizen straightened up, his gaze lingering on Adam a moment longer. I will leave you to your thoughts. But remember, every moment you spend here, every drop of blood you lose, is a reminder of the choices you made. And with that, he vanished, leaving Adam alone once more. Third person. POV. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. The old Shinigami sat in his dimly lit chamber, alone, his stern face shadowed by the flickering flames that danced in the hearth before him. The room was otherwise quiet, save for the sound of a brush stroking parchment as he reviewed official reports, but his thoughts were elsewhere. They were occupied by the recent events, the altercation that had shaken the very foundations of the Godii 13, his fight with Adam. His grip tightened involuntarily on the brush, ink splattering across the paper like droplets of rain. He felt a knot of discomfort, of disquiet, that he hadn't felt in over 1,000 years. A traitor, one who had bested a captain and posed a potential threat to the very structure of Soul Society, had fought against him. And had survived. It wasn't the young man's power that bothered him, he had faced foes of great power before. It wasn't even his will, the fiery spirit that resided within many young warriors. It was something else, something deeper that churned within him. He frowned. Adam's abilities were like nothing he'd seen before, something that defied the very fabric of their reality. The manipulation of space, an almost sacrilegious bending of universal laws. It had been a long time since Yamamoto had been genuinely surprised on a battlefield. And Adam, wounded and poisoned, had still managed to land blows, to endure, to challenge him, even if only for a short time. As he stood there, staring into the roaring fire, Yamamoto felt the first stirrings of a rare emotion, doubt. Was Adam truly a threat to the Soul Society, deserving of the harshest punishment, or was he a resource, albeit a complex one, that they were now about to squander? Was his decision to fight and capture him driven by his responsibility to protect Soul Society, or by the threat Adam posed to his understanding of the world? The flames before him crackled and leapt, as if in response to his turbulent thoughts. The fire, an element he had always felt at home with, felt suddenly alien to him, its flickering shadows resembling demons taunting his mind. What had always been a symbol of purity and destruction now seemed to murmur of complexities and gray areas he didn't want to acknowledge. He suspected something else was at play, but what exactly, the old Shinigami couldn't tell. Had they been wrong to label Adam a traitor so quickly, to imprison him without fully understanding the motivations behind his actions? And even if they were correct, what would it cost them, not just in terms of the young man's wasted potential, but in the greater scheme of things? As the flames continued to dance, Yamamoto leaned back, his eyes narrowing. Adam's execution was already scheduled, a message to all who would dare defy the Soul Society. His thoughts of the matter were irrelevant. That being said, for the first time in a long time, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto wondered if he had made a mistake. Chapter 226, Chapter 192, Escape. Adam C. POV. The Mukon. Trapped, and without an escape. It's funny how the mind wanders in the darkest of times. Locked away in the Mukon, chained and powerless, I had plenty of time to reflect on past choices, on potential outcomes that could have been different. I was going to die. I had let others use me. And for what? Aizen was right, Urahara would never return me home, not until I did what he needed me to do. And, in a way, that was okay, it made things easier, because it meant he was my friend. That being said, this didn't mean Aizen was to be trusted. But I was tired of dancing to someone else's tune. I am Adam of Fairy Tale, and I do whatever the fuck I want. I sighed, the weight of the chains a constant reminder of my mistakes. At least, that's what it felt like at first. But as the hours and days wore on, something shifted. I started to become acutely aware of my surroundings, every little sound echoing in the oppressive silence. The Mukon was designed to break spirits, to keep its prisoners in a constant state of despair and isolation. But in that desolation, something stirred. It began as a distant whisper, barely perceptible, like a gentle wind rustling the leaves. I recognized the sensation, something I hadn't felt since my last time in Fiori, long before I became immersed in the complexities of Soul Society. My magic. Through this feeling, the memories flooded back. I remembered the first time I stumbled upon my magical abilities, how they felt so natural, so intuitive, as though they were an extension of my very being. And now, in the deepest recesses of the Mukon, when my Ryatsu was suppressed, my magic began to reawaken deep within the core of my soul. Using spiritual power in the Mukon was impossible, every attempt I made resulted in nothing, as if my very essence was being strangled. But magic was different. It came from a different place, a source untapped and unchained. Meaning, it wasn't bound by the same rules as Ryatsu. With a newfound hope, I concentrated, reaching into the depths of my being, pulling on that familiar magical energy. I envisioned the chains shattering, freeing me from their grip, their sealing spell breaking. Dispel, I whispered. For a split second, nothing happened. But then, with a sound like the crack of a whip, the chains around me shattered, pieces flying in all directions. My heart raced. You gotta be fucking me, that worked. I laughed incredulously. Now, I just had to escape this hellhole, heavily injured, missing an arm, and with most of my body with fourth-degree burns. Based on what I knew about this place, the Mukon was a maze, a vast underground prison designed to trap the most dangerous of souls. Meaning they had contingencies for these kinds of situations. Taking a deep breath, I started to formulate a plan. After all, I'd been in tight spots before. How much different could this be from, say, dodging an angry exceed who'd caught you eating their fish? As I began to slowly feel my way around the dark labyrinth, my fingers brushed against a wall. It was cold, damp, and sticky. I recoiled. EW. What in the seven hells is this? I whispered loudly. Taking a closer look, I realized I'd touched a strange, gooey substance that was clinging to the walls. With a grimace, I wiped my hands on my already ragged clothes, promising myself a long hot shower as soon as I got out. Well, after I recovered the pieces of my body that were missing. Like my arm, and part of my feet. I can't really see how much I'm missing, they just hurt. I shook my head. I had to get my head back in the game, I would count my piggies later. As much as daydreaming helped the overall pain I felt, every second counted if I was going to get out of here. So, without wasting any more time, I pushed forward. Though the path was convoluted, my magic seemed to intuitively know which way to go. As I walked, it felt like an invisible force was gently nudging me in the right direction, guiding me through the maze. Occasionally, I'd hit a dead end, but I'd just blow up the wall with a burst of magic and keep going. Subtlety is overrated anyway, I exclaimed as rubble flew everywhere from another exploded barrier. 3 minutes later. Dispel was proving to be quite the useful tool. I was literally speedrunning my way out of the Mukin with it. To think I never really used it in combat before. I guess it had to do with the fact no one really forced me to be creative. I feel like I'm getting closer to the exit, I muttered, when suddenly, a giant boulder started rolling down the corridor towards me, reminiscent of those old adventure movies. Really? The old Indiana Jones tactic. Wait, that's not a rock. It just looks like a rock, it's a trap packed to the brim with Kitos. Taking a deep breath, I flexed my fingers, the magical energy pulsating at the ready. With a cheeky burnt grin, I moved my hand forward using some minor telekinesis to propel the boulder upwards, crashing it into the ceiling. If I had been hit by that, I would have been done for. Shaking my head, I continued navigating the maze. Until, unexpectedly, I felt a cold breeze and saw a faint light up ahead. Hope surged through me. Could that be the exit? As I neared the light, it became clear that it was, in fact, the entrance of the Mukin, guarded by 2 menacing-looking figures. One of the guards squinted, trying to recognize the approaching figure. Isn't that the prisoner? The other one slapped his companion's helmet. Of course it's him, genius. Sound the alarm. Before they could react, I used Shuinpa, moving behind them, knocking them out. Now, I just had to escape the Godii 13, heavily injured. I chuckled. Piece of cake. Chapter 227, Chapter 193, Rukongai. Adam C. POV. Hidden amongst the rundown buildings and busy streets of Rukongai, I found a quiet, inconspicuous spot to lay low for the moment. A tiny, dilapidated shack with creaky wooden floorboards and paper-thin walls, and broken windows. It wasn't much, but it was perfect for what I needed. It provided shelter from prying eyes and a temporary refuge where I could catch my breath. While the adrenaline of the escape was still pulsing through my veins, the physical toll of my recent adventure was catching up to me. I winced, glancing down at the burns and bruises marring my skin, not to mention the missing arm. Healing Kido was not my forte, and while I was sure I could at the very least deal with the burns, I was quite drained. Basically what I really needed was time, a luxury I didn't have. Why does it hurt more now than before? I muttered under my breath. Using what little energy I had left, I began the healing process, focusing on the most severe injuries first. The spiritual energy swirled around me, warm and soothing. The process was slow, and while it didn't bring immediate relief, it did ease some of the pain. At this rate, it would take me a day to deal with the superficial injuries, and by that I meant on a very superficial level. That old man was a monster. I don't think I could have won against him even if I had used my Bankai. Because if I had, the old man would have used his, so, at the end of the day, the most trained Bankai would have won. I chuckled. It's been a while since I've been forced to hide, hasn't it? To think that I was forced to hide, in the slums of the Soul Society. The Rukongai. The vast, chaotic sprawl where countless souls wandered aimlessly, each seeking something they might never find. I chuckled. The memories of my escape from the Godii 13 were a searing whirlwind in my mind, dominated by one figure, Captain Yamamoto. The sheer force of his power, the roaring flames, and that moment, when his blade cleaved through, taking my arm. I could still feel the phantom pain, a grim reminder of the cost of my recklessness. That being said, I didn't regret a damn thing. I had the time of my life fighting the old man, who not only overpowered me, but outskilled me. I had to admit, I missed this feeling. Being strong grows boring after a while, being the strongest that is. I smiled. It didn't matter, like before, I would grow stronger. Like always, I would overcome this, no matter what. And when that happened, I would have a rematch with the old man, just for fun. But it would be long before that happened. A year, or 2, I reckoned. That's how long it would take me to reach the level of power the old man has. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. POV. The Godii 13's main hall was the epitome of tradition and order. Every detail, from the shimmering walls to the intricate designs on the floor, spoke of the centuries of history that had been witnessed within its confines. But today, that solemn atmosphere was interrupted by an undercurrent of tension, evident in the sharp glances and rigid postures of those present. Standing at the head of the hall, I gripped the hilt of my Zanpakuto, my patience wearing thin. The audacity. The Mukin was designed to be impenetrable, a final resting place for those deemed too dangerous to roam free. Yet, our prisoner, that traitor, had managed to slip its confines, without a problem. The shame of it burned hotter than the flames of my Ryujin Jaka. Before I could summon anyone for an explanation, the doors slid open, revealing Captain Mayuri Kuratsuchi. His blue face was unreadable, but his eyes held that familiar gleam of morbid curiosity. Captain Kuratsuchi, I rumbled, my voice echoing through the hall, do you have information on the escape? Mayuri stepped forward with a slight smirk. Indeed, head captain. While the exact details of his escape remain a mystery, my surveillance equipment within the Mukin detected a peculiar energy just before he vanished. He had installed surveillance within the Mukin. Without authorization. I would address that later. I narrowed my eyes. Peculiar how? It's unlike any spiritual pressure we've encountered, Mayuri explained, producing a small device. The screen displayed a pulsating, colorful energy pattern. This energy doesn't conform to any Ryatsu parameters we know of. It's foreign. I studied the reading, my mind racing. This energy, it seemed, was the key to his escape. But how? And more importantly, why had we not detected it earlier? Could this energy be linked to this place he called Fairy Tale? I mused aloud. A strange name, for a band of traitors. They would feel the wrath of the Gotei 13 soon enough. Mayuri tilted his head, pretending to consider. Who knows? He was hiding something, like always. Taking a deep breath, I tried to contain my frustration and anger. In the old days I would have cut his head for losing, and for keeping information. Our immediate concern is his recapture. Mobilize your division and find him. He mustn't be allowed to recover. Mayuri's grin widened. Of course, head captain. Though, if I may be so bold, capturing him alive would present a wonderful research opportunity. Suppressing the urge to chastise him for his ever-present morbid tendencies, I simply nodded. I had offered the traitor an honorable death, he had rejected my mercy. Have Komamura aid you on his capture. With a final nod, Mayuri exited the hall, leaving me to ponder the implications of this newfound energy and the boy who bore it. Whatever secrets he held, the Gotei 13 would uncover them. It was only a matter of time. That being said, I couldn't shake the feeling that the answer to that would bring about a storm we were ill-prepared to face. Chapter 228, Chapter 194, Thank you, Mavis. Adam's POV. The cool breeze of the Rakongai brushed against my face as I lay hidden in an abandoned hut, nestled amidst the rolling hills. The building where I had stayed, if it could even be called that, was more of a ramshackle assembly of wooden planks and rusty nails. That being said, it had offered me a safe haven while I recovered. The pain that had been radiating through every inch of my body had dulled considerably, now being nothing more than a minor throb. However, the numb, empty spaces where my arm and foot used to be served as a stark reminder of the price I'd paid in my confrontation with Yamamoto. I couldn't regenerate those. I wasn't even sure anyone outside Orihime could. Taking a deep breath, I opened my eyes. The makeshift bandages around my missing limbs came into view. Although the bleeding had stopped and the wound sealed, the void they left behind was more than just physical. It was a gaping hole in my capabilities. I would have to fight, in a crippled state. Pushing aside the thoughts that were threatening to engulf me, I propped myself up against the rickety wooden wall of the hut. As much as I wanted my missing limbs back, I had a bigger fish to fry. Rukia's execution was set to take place tomorrow. If there was one thing I was certain of, it was that I couldn't just stand by and let that happen, especially after Aizen tried to recruit me, another way of saying he wanted to control me. I wasn't involved before, I kind of like Rukia, she's a nice girl, but now, I was hyper-involved, I would kick Aizen's ass. But storming the Sokayaku Hill, especially in my current condition, seemed like a suicide mission. I took a deep breath. I needed a plan, and fast. There was also the matter of the Zanpakuto I'd lost during my capture. Without it, my combat capabilities were severely diminished. But tracking it down now was a detour I couldn't afford. Maybe I could rely more on my magic during this fight. The thought was both comforting and terrifying. I had never fought without Zanryuzuki before. My mind wandered back to Rukia, to our brief interactions, to her kindness, and to the clear injustice of her situation. I didn't know everything about the laws of Soul Society, the anime hadn't shown much, but executing someone for a seemingly necessary action felt unjust to the core. And the worst part was, I knew Aizen was the one orchestrating this, but the fact everyone else is going with it, was sick. I sighed. If I wanted to have a shot at this, I needed to first locate my blade. This wasn't the hard part, I could find her right now, if I wanted to, but that would alert anyone else of my current location. I suppose there was some relief in knowing she was okay. If they had done something to her, I would have felt it. No matter how far away we were still connected, as one. Wait. Didn't Mavis force me to put a summoning rune on Zanryuzuki's hilt in case this situation ever occurred? Fucking damn it, she did. With a pang of irritation mixed with gratitude, I scolded myself for forgetting about the rune, and I mean, who could blame me? I was missing an arm, and a foot, and the damn rune had been set in place years before my fight with Acnologia. That being said, Mavis, with her foresight and unparalleled strategic mind, had probably predicted a situation like this. And while at that time, I had brushed it off as another one of her excessive precautionary measures, now it seemed she was once again several steps ahead. Taking a deep breath, and smiling at the thought of her, I concentrated, picturing Zanryuzuki in my mind, recalling the intricate design of the summoning rune that Mavis had made me etch onto its hilt. I murmured the summoning incantation under my breath, weaving the magic through my essence, and reaching out to that familiar energy of my Zanpakuto. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a shimmering portal began to form in front of me, magic swirling and dancing as it coalesced into the shape of my blade. With a final flourish, Zanryuzuki appeared, hovering before me in all its glory. Love. I rushed, grabbing her. God, it felt good to have her back. Grasping her hilt firmly with my remaining hand, the weight of the blade felt reassuring. The odds were still stacked heavily against me. But with Zanryuzuki by my side, I would tip the scales in my favor. Third-person POV. 1st Division. Within the vast, towering walls of the 1st Division's barracks, the air was thick with tension, and how could it not? The news of the Mukin breach had already sent ripples of unease throughout the Godai 13, and the head captain Yamamoto's raging fury to this was no secret. Lieutenant Chojiro Sasakaibe, trying to calm his captain, stood in the office chamber, looking over scrolls detailing recent events. He had always prided himself on his unwavering loyalty and efficiency, making him the perfect right-hand man for the oldest and most powerful Shinigami captain. However, today's news would test even his renowned composure, more so than they already had. One of the division's seated officers, Rhoda, also known as Rhoda the Raven, entered the chamber hurriedly, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He came to a stop, executing a sharp salute. Apologies for the disturbance, Lieutenant Sasakaibe, Rhoda began, swallowing hard. His voice trembled slightly, betraying his anxiety. There's an issue with the blade. Sasakaibe's sharp gaze lifted, meeting Rhoda's. What blade? The one Captain Yamamoto ordered us to secure, Rhoda answered, hesitating slightly. The foreign Zanpakuto, the one named Zanryuzuki. Sasakaibe's heart sank. What happened? He demanded, his calm demeanor beginning to crack. Rhoda took a shaky breath. It's gone, sir. We don't know how or when, but it vanished from the secure vault. We've double-checked every inch of the storage facility, but there's no sign of it. Sasakaibe's eyes narrowed. That blade was under triple-sealed lock, guarded by some of our best. How can it just disappear? Rhoda shook his head. We're unsure, sir. There's no sign of a breach or any evidence of an intruder. It's as if the blade just vanished. Sasakaibe's mind raced. This was bad, really bad. If Yamamoto found out that not only had their prisoner escaped but his Zanpakuto, which was taken to avoid an escalation if he escaped, was also missing, there would be hell to pay. Gathering his composure, Sasakaibe instructed, deploy additional squads to search the area. Speak to anyone who might have seen anything. And get me surveillance from the vicinity for the past 24 hours. Rhoda nodded vigorously. Understood, sir. And Rhoda, Sasakaibe added, his voice low and deadly serious, this doesn't leave this room. I will inform Captain Yamamoto when I deem it necessary. Rhoda gulped, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him. Yes, Lieutenant Sasakaibe. As Rhoda hurried off to execute his orders, Sasakaibe stared at the empty space on his desk, a growing dread settling in his chest. This escapee, whoever he was, had just made things infinitely more complicated for the Godai 13. Chapter 229, Chapter 195, We Have Gojo at Home. Third person. POV. Rakangai. The sky over the Rakangai gradually darkened, revealing a sea of stars painting the vast expanse above. Adam, now in the outskirts of one of the districts, found himself in a clearing surrounded by abandoned builds. The stillness of the night, broken only by the sound of his heavy breathing and the rustle of debris underfoot. 14 hours before Rukia's execution. With the few hours he had left, training was paramount in his mind. The execution was drawing near, and he wasn't about to face that immense power unprepared, not again. He closed his eyes, summoning the memories of his confrontation with Captain Yamamoto. The all-consuming heat, the intensity, the sheer overpowering force of the old man's Ryatsu. Even now, he could still feel the burn of those flames, the force that decimated his spatial control like it was child's play. Every move Adam had made, every spatial shift and distortion, was effortlessly countered by Yamamoto. It felt like battling a force of nature, a monster that he was ill-equipped to face. Zanryuzuki's capabilities, which once seemed invincible, were rendered useless faster than he could have imagined. The vast space he could control, which once felt boundless, was obliterated in an instant. His strength, his power, everything had been overshadowed by that old man. Adam gritted his teeth. He wouldn't be bested again. He wouldn't be made to feel weak. Not by Yamamoto, not by anyone. But how? An idea began to form, sparked by the memory of his failure. What if he had been approaching Zanryuzuki's powers all wrong? All of his life, his opponents had been weaker than him, so change was never a necessity. So, what if? Instead of attempting to control large areas of space, what if he focused, condensed his power to a smaller area? Like a magnifying glass focusing sunlight, the potential behind this idea was intriguing. He recalled how, in his previous battles, he often spread Zanryuzuki's powers, covering expansive areas to manipulate and overwhelm his opponents. But now, the thought of intensifying those powers into a compact zone, particularly around himself, was compelling. After all, one of the main problems with his fight with the old man was that his defenses had been cut down like they were nothing, paper under his blade. He smiled at the thought, raising his remaining hand. He tried to condense the spatial energy, initially focusing it solely around his palm. There was a noticeable distortion, as if reality was warping and flexing around his fingers, as expected. But it was when he drew that power back, concentrating it even more, that he could feel a potent force emanating from that confined space. Reflection. His eyes widened with realization. This could be his way in. The concentration of spatial energy could act as a protective barrier, or even an enhanced propulsion system. The possibilities were limitless. He grinned at the thought. Things are getting interesting. Adam C. POV. 1 hour before Rukia's execution. In the 14 hours leading to Rukia's execution, I had focused on training. But not in order to grow stronger. In that amount of time, such a feat was beyond reasonable, but in order to grow what I already had. I was strong. I just needed to adapt. So, that's just what I did. I adapted. Creating, in record time might I add, a new technique. Infinity. Infinity was the convergence of an immeasurable series of condensed layers of space, which makes anything that approached me slow down. I'll admit, I had taken a page out of Gojo's book. Unfortunately, unlike Gojo, I couldn't keep my version of the technique active for a long period of time. Using the technique was incredibly taxing, both mentally and spiritually speaking, more so than I ever imagined. Limiting the use of the technique to no more than 60 consecutive seconds. The good part of this was, that because during those 60 seconds I would literally be covered in layers of space, I could expand them at will, which would make my attacks heavily unpredictable. Not that I expected the old man to fall for those. But, he would be in for a surprise, that's for sure. I wonder, if Orihime can't heal my arm, should I get a hook? I pondered, trying to make light of the situation. The truth was, that I could feel the weight of the upcoming battle pressing down on me, a mixture of anxiety and excitement coiling tight in my chest. Every minute, every second, brought me closer to that fateful moment. I could hardly wait, and that scared me a bit. I was excited to fight a man who had almost killed me, burning me to crisp, and mutilated me. How crazy was that? I chuckled, as my thoughts shifted back to Yamamoto. That old man, with his vast experience and unmatched strength, had shown me a crucial lesson. It wasn't about having the most power, but knowing how to use it effectively. Raw strength was truly meaningless if it couldn't be harnessed. Before that day, I thought I understood the limits of my power, but that goes to show, you never stop learning. Third person. POV. 1st Division. In the Grand Hall of the 1st Division headquarters, Captain Yamamoto sat at his desk, surrounded by scrolls, parchments, and just one cup of tea. His expression was calm, yet there was an intensity in his eyes that betrayed his anticipation. His lieutenant, Chojiro Sasakaibe, entered the room with a brisk stride, his formal demeanor showcasing his usual respect and professionalism. He paused before the captain, taking a moment to find the right words. Captain Yamamoto, Chojiro began, a hint of hesitation in his voice. The search parties have returned. They found no trace of the intruder. Shall I send them out again? Yamamoto remained silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on a slowly burning incense stick in front of him. The soft tendrils of smoke rising from it seemed to mirror the thoughts swirling in his mind. Finally, he looked up, locking eyes with his lieutenant. No, he responded firmly, the depth of his voice filling the room. There's no need. Chojiro blinked in surprise. But Captain, he's a threat. If we don't find him before he strikes. Yamamoto raised a hand, cutting him off. He'll come to us, the captain said confidently. The lieutenant looked perplexed. Why are you so certain? Yamamoto leaned back, his gaze distant as if remembering their confrontation. When I fought the boy, I saw something in his eyes. It wasn't fear or anger. It was excitement. A burning desire. Chojiro's brows furrowed, trying to grasp the information. After all, for him, it made no sense to not fear the strongest Shinigami. One had to be crazy. Yamamoto continued, the brat is powerful, yes, but raw. Unrefined. Yet, behind that inexperience, I saw the eyes of a warrior, one who craves battle, who seeks to test his mettle against the strongest. A silence settled between them, only interrupted by the soft crackle of the burning incense. Chojiro finally nodded, acknowledging his captain's insight. Then we prepare for his arrival. Yamamoto smirked slightly, something he hadn't done in a long time. Indeed. Let the brat come. It will be a fight to remember. Chapter 230, Chapter 196, I'm here for the fight. If we reach top 2, I'll post 2 extra chapters today. Third person. POV. The vast expanse of Sokayaku Hill was bathed in a cold, blue light. The imposing structure of the Sokayaku itself cast a long, dark shadow that seemed to stretch endlessly. The air was thick with tension as numerous Shinigami and spectators had gathered, awaiting for the execution. Rukia Kuchiki stood, her eyes fixated on the ground. Despite the gravity of her situation, her thoughts were occupied with the fate of her friends. She managed to muster the strength to voice a final plea, her eyes meeting those of Captain Commander Yamamoto. Captain Commander, she began, her voice quivering but firm. I have one last request. Please, after my execution, let the Ryoka return to their world unharmed. Yamamoto, unmoving, regarded Rukia for a few moments before nodding slowly. Very well, he intoned. After the execution, the Ryoka will be permitted to return to their world without further harm. A palpable sigh of relief escaped Rukia's lips, her shoulders drooping slightly as the weight of one worry was lifted. Her friends would survive, even Adam, the men she barely knew a thing about, who despite that, had come to her aid. A few dozen meters away from this, the 4th Division Lieutenant, Isen Kotetsu, frowned at the head captain's words, muttering under a breath. That's cruel. He has no intention of letting them go. It's not cruelty, Isen, Anohana remarked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. It's kindness. Isen turned to her captain with surprise evident in her eyes. Captain Anohana. Anohana gave a slight smile, the serene expression never leaving her face. If her fate is one that is unavoidable, then the least we can do is ease her worries. To give her that moment of peace, even if it is fleeting. Isen looked down, processing Anohana's words. Well fuck, I arrived early. The unexpected words made heads turn and eyes shift in the direction of the voice. A figure, contrasting the cold blue sky, stood at the tip of Sokayaku. His hair, slightly disheveled, flowed with the light breeze, and his posture displayed a readiness for the ensuing confrontation. It was Adam. Yamamoto's deep voice resonated across the hill, You've come, as expected. Adam smirked, shifting his weight to one foot and resting his hand on the hilt of Zanryuzuki. Couldn't let a good show happen without the star performer, could I? You dare. Suifeng stepped forward, her hand gripping the hilt of her own weapon. I will kill you. Adam's smirk widened into a grin. Please, don't flatter yourself, you couldn't kill me even if I let you kill me, so buzz off, little bee. Yamamoto raised his hand, silencing Suifeng before she could retort. Enough, Suifeng. I will deal with him myself. Suifeng gritted her teeth, clearly angered by Adam's audacity, but she reluctantly backed off. Her eyes, however, never left Adam, burning with intense fury and a promise of retribution. There was a coldness in the air that wasn't just from the natural surroundings. The Shinigami looked on, knowing that this wasn't just any confrontation, but a clash between two immensely powerful beings. This being the reason none of the captains besides Suifeng had moved, they were waiting for Adam to make the first move. Grinning, Adam stepped down from his elevated position on the Sokayaku, his step slow and collected, despite the fact he was missing an arm and a foot. Eventually, he came to a stop a short distance from Yamamoto, their gazes locked in a silent confrontation. Old man, Adam began, let's get one thing straight. I don't intend to leave this place without the dwarf. Dwarf. Rukia shouted, clearly insulted by that remark. Yamamoto's eyes narrowed, the fires of his immense ryatsu beginning to flare subtly around him. Your arrogance knows no bounds, young one. You stand upon sacred ground, challenging me to a fight you can't win. And for what? For a single soul. You know, had you asked me this, a few days ago, I would have said something like, I don't know. It's not just about Rukia, Adam replied. It's about challenging a system that's rotten to its core. It's about standing up against blind tradition and tyranny, blah, blah. And what is the answer now? Yamamoto asked, his eyes on Adam. Now. Adam grinned, a wild savage grin. I'm just doing this because I want to fucking fight you, saving Rukia is just a nice bonus. Bonus. Excuse me. Rukia shouted once again. You're getting saved short stack, so zip it, Adam replied, a chuckle escaping his lips. I admire your spirit, young man, Yamamoto admitted, his zanpakuto burning through the guise of a cane. The blade gleamed ominously. But you are a fool if you believe the outcome will be any different this time. Adam's response was swift, unsheathing Zanryuzuki in one fluid motion. Only one way to find out, don't you think? Shuinsue Kayaraku's POV. As the tension between Adam and Yamaji crackled on the hill, I found myself standing silently, watching the proceedings unfold. I knew Rukia's friends were going to show up, but honestly, I had hoped, naively perhaps, that the situation would have gone smoother, that my careful planning with Jushiro would have led to Rukia's quiet escape, well, quieter, because we still expected to fight the old man. Either way, with Adam's brazen entrance, it felt like the threads of our intricately woven plan were coming apart at the seams. Damn it, Adam, I thought to myself, running a hand through my hair, the broad brim of my hat shading my eyes. Couldn't you just taken a bit more time to show up? Just a bit. Jushiro was by my side, his usually calm face displaying a hint of concern. And how could blame him? We'd strategized for days, planning contingencies and preparing for any possible scenarios to save Rukia. It was a delicate operation, one that required finesse and timing, especially timing. But now everything was out of the window. Shunsui, Jushiro murmured, his voice carrying the weight of our shared concern. Did you anticipate this? I shook my head, taking a sip from my ever-present sake bottle. The alcohol, however, did little to ease the tension knotting my insides. No, my friend, I admitted, my voice low. I knew he was a wild card, but I didn't expect him to play his hand so soon. Jushiro frowned, looking towards Rukia. We can't let this derail us. We need to move quickly, use the distraction. I nodded, the two of us making our way to the edge of the hill, preparing to make our move. In the back of my mind, though, I couldn't help but curse Adam's recklessness. I had even tried to warn him when I visited his cell. Why did he have to show up now? I mused internally, though deep down, a part of me understood, this guy was more than it met the eye. Predicting his path was near impossible. I sighed, pushing those thoughts aside. What's done is done, we had a girl to save. After that, we had a kid to save from the old man's wrath. 2 rescues in one day. Today is not my day. Chapter 231, Author Note. If we reach top 1 or 2, I'll release more chapters today. I have a big stack so I can do it. It's up to you now, stone me. Chapter 232, Chapter 197, Fight. If we reach top 2 I'll post 2 extra chapters today. Third person. POV. The charged atmosphere of Sokayaku Hill seemed to vibrate with anticipation. All eyes were trained on the 2 dominant figures who stood facing each other, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the revered captain commander, and Adam, the enigmatic and handicapped outsider whose sheer power had sent shockwaves through the Soul Society in just a few days since his arrival. Between the two, there was no exchange of words, no anger, no banter. Then, with an explosive surge of energy, they closed the distance, their blades colliding with a deafening crash that resonated across the hill. Sparks flew as Zanryusuke met with Ryujin Jaka. Despite his missing right arm and left leg, Adam's movements were fluid. Yamamoto could agree that the brat had improved, however, he wasn't fazed by this, not one bit. Every move the young Shinigami made was met with a calculated counter, their blades dancing in a deadly rhythm that echoed throughout the place. Flames enveloped the captain commander, his ryatsu pulsating and heating the very air around them. The ground beneath them cracked and split from the force of their strikes, while the air was thick with ryatsu, making it hard to breathe for the onlookers. Only the captains around could withstand the sheer pressure. Moving forward, Yamamoto swung his blade in a wide arc, releasing a towering wave of hellish flames. Adam grinned, using Zanryusuke's power, distorting the space around the epicenter of Yamamoto's attack, redirecting the flames, forcing the onlookers to move away to avoid being hit. Wasting no time, Adam lunged, his blade aiming for a direct strike, but Yamamoto parried, their faces inches apart. You have skill, boy, Yamamoto growled, his voice filled with a mix of respect and annoyance. Adam smirked, I'm glad you noticed. They broke apart, circling each other for a moment, when all of a sudden, a burst of energy emerged from another direction. A familiar spiritual pressure filled the air, drawing the attention away from both fighters. A flash of black and orange descended rapidly from the sky, landing with precision in front of the restrained Rukia. The dust settled, revealing the cold and determined eyes of Ichigo Kurosaki. His zanpakuto drawn, his expression showed a clear intent to save his friend. Rukia, he shouted, glancing quickly at her before turning his attention to the ongoing battle. The sheer magnitude of power between Adam and Yamamoto was palpable, even from a distance. As Ichigo processed the scene, Adam, despite being engrossed in his duel, noticed him. Their eyes locked for a brief moment. Ichigo yelled over the clamor, Adam. Do you need help? Adam scoffed, evading another fiery strike from Yamamoto, help. From you? Don't make me laugh. You're too weak for this fight. Ichigo's brow furrowed, a mix of anger, indignation, and concern evident in his eyes. However, deep down, he knew that Adam wasn't necessarily wrong. The scale of power displayed between the two fighters was beyond anything he had faced before. He had gotten stronger, sure. But not strong enough, not yet. But this wasn't the time for self-doubt. Ichigo's priority was clear, to save Rukia. Swiftly moving towards Rukia's restraints, he readied his blade for a strike. However, a group of seated officers quickly surrounded him, their blades drawn, aiming to prevent him from freeing the captive. Their faces showed determination, but Ichigo could sense their underlying fear. They were outmatched. "Out of my way," he roared, unleashing a vast wave of spiritual pressure, momentarily stunning the officers around him. Meanwhile, the battle between Adam and Yamamoto intensified. Every strike, every move seemed to shake the very foundation of Soul Society. "Burn," Yamamoto muttered, summoning a massive wall of flame that threatened to engulf Adam and everyone around. However, the younger combatant countered, cutting through the flames, receiving only minor burns. Faster than the eye could see, their blades locked, neither yielding an inch. Yamamoto's eyes bore into Adam's with unwavering intensity. "Why do you fight so fervently against us? What drives you?" The old man had never questioned the motives of his opponents, because to him, they were obstacles he needed to destroy, to burn back into ashes. However, there was something in Adam that made him wonder. Adam, his face inches from Yamamoto's, replied breathlessly, "Didn't I answer that already? The same reason you once fought in your youth, because it makes me feel alive." The answer seemed to catch Yamamoto off guard, and he hesitated for a fraction of a second. But that was all the time Adam needed, delivering a deep cut on the old Shinigami's chest. Yamamoto's lips curved into a fleeting smile, and his fingers trembled slightly as he carefully touched the wound on his chest. Blood trickled through his fingers, staining his clothes. His expression was one of surprise, as if he hadn't expected to feel pain in such a long time. "Tell me, boy, have you achieved Bankai?" Yamamoto asked, ignoring the wound on his chest. Adam's lips curled in a smirk. "Of course. And you think you can defeat me without it?" Yamamoto asked, the flames of his Zanpakuto dancing around him in a menacing display. Adam's eyes sparkled with amusement at the question as he laughed and released a deep breath. He ran his hand through his hair before he shook his head and said, "No, I don't think so. To be honest, I don't think I could even if I used it, but that's neither here nor there, there's too many people around, I don't want to kill more than it's absolutely necessary." As the tension between the two seemed about to reach its pinnacle, another surge of spiritual pressure made itself known, this time coming from a different direction, as two familiar Ryatsu signatures approached the scene, both with their Zanpakutos drawn out, Captain Shunsui Kairaku and Captain Jushiro Yukitake. Both captains walked with a deliberate pace, neither rushing nor dragging their feet. Captain Kairaku, his straw hat casting a shadow over his face, spoke up first. "Sorry for being late to the party, Adam. Did we miss anything?" "Don't Adam me, we don't know each other," Adam replied with a deadpan expression. "So mean, and after I visited you in your cage," Shunsui sighed, pretending to be hurt by Adam's reply. Yukitake, his white hair contrasting against the chaos around them, simply smiled, his gentle demeanor unchanged despite what was to come. "It seems there's no need for us to help in Rukia's rescue, since Ichigo has arrived, meaning we can lend you a hand, kid." Adam frowned, the logical part of him knew it was best if he accepted the help, however, he still wanted to fight the captain alone. "Fine." He begrudgingly accepted. Shunsui tilted his hat, revealing a playful smirk. "Well, it's not every day you see the captain commander in a duel of this magnitude. Figured we'd have a front row seat. And if we can lend a hand, why not?" Yukitake nodded. "We might be loyal to Soul Society, but we also believe in doing what's right. This current path, it's not the Soul Society we pledged our loyalty to." Yamamoto's gaze shifted between Adam and the two captains. "Shunsui, Jushiro, you would side with this outsider against your own." Shunsui responded, twirling his blade effortlessly, "It's not about sides, Yamaji. It's about what feels right." Yamamoto's brow furrowed, his grip tightening on Ryujin Jaka. "Then you leave me no choice." The air grew even more charged, the spiritual pressure climbing to almost unbearable levels. Ichigo, sensing the scale of the upcoming clash, quickly grabbed Rukia and started to make his way to a safer distance, with Captain Kuchiki following close behind. As Yamamoto readied himself, surrounded by a wall of flames, Adam, Kairaku, and Yukitake stood side by side, in an unlikely alliance, ready for whatever was coming next. Kairaku whispered to Adam, "Remember, kid, in battles like these, it's not just about strength, but strategy." Chapter 233, Chapter 198, Two Kings. Third person. POV. A fierce aura surrounded the area as the four warriors locked eyes. Genryusai Shikakuni Yamamoto, the pillar of the Godai 13, the embodiment of what it meant to be a Shinigami, against Adam, the mysterious outsider, with Captains Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake, the prodigies at his side. Without hesitation, Yamamoto's spiritual pressure rose exponentially. Flames erupted from his Zanpakuto, the heat wave reaching every corner of Sokayaku Hill. "If it's death you seek, then you shall have it," he thundered. Adam, without delay, dashed towards Yamamoto, his blade glowing with a strange energy. However, before he could make contact, a massive wall of flame sprouted, blocking his path. Simultaneously, Shunsui and Jushiro moved. Yamamoto, without moving his feet, manipulated the flames to lash out in waves. Each wave sought a different target. While the captains deftly dodged, Adam was more direct, slicing through them with his blade. But in the midst of this hellish onslaught, one particularly vicious wave of flame surged towards Jushiro, too rapid for him to evade. However, this time, instead of dodging, he positioned his twin blades, Sojio no Kotawari, in a unique stance. As the flames neared him, they were suddenly absorbed into one blade, the energy causing it to glow with a searing intensity, before redirecting the flames he had just absorbed straight at Yamamoto with his other blade. Yamamoto didn't move. Instead, as the flames of his own attack came down on him, the flames of his Zanpakuto rose, stopping the attack as if it was nothing. Adam, seeing the old man focused on Jushiro, seized this moment, lunging at Yamamoto, forcing him to switch his focus as their blades met with a loud clash, sending sparks flying. Following Adam's approach, Shunsui managed to approach Yamamoto from the flank, aiming a swift strike, but Yamamoto, despite being preoccupied with Adam, sidestepped the attack, avoiding Shunsui's attack while repelling Adam with a fierce push. Adam grinned, pointing at Yamamoto with his blade, releasing a concentrated beam of energy that streaked towards the old man, forcing the old man to dodge. After all, had he not dodged, he would have been injured. "Ha, you dodged that one. Your arrogance is your downfall, boy," Yamamoto growled, his eyes narrowing. Adam moved forward with a series of quick slashes, but as always, Yamamoto countered each attack with equal ferocity, each blow landing with bone-crushing force. As the two engaged in close quarters, Shunsui and Jushiro circled around them, looking for an opening to strike, one that would never come under the experience of the head captain. "Do you not see?" Yamamoto's voice echoed. "This battle, this resistance, all of it is futile." Shunsui, panting slightly from the exertion, replied with a smirk, "It sure feels like that." Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's POV. It had been a while since I had a battle like this, more than 1,000 years, to be precise. Today, not only Jushiro and Shunsui were standing against me, my most brilliant pupils, but Adam, a complete unknown, who despite being an outsider, the strength he possessed was undeniable. That being said, his end, no, their end was near. This battle had gone long enough. With a surge of energy, I lunged forward, aiming a strike at Adam's heart. I expected him to try and dodge or parry, but instead, he stood his ground, seemingly defenseless. It felt like a clear path, nothing would prevent my blade from piercing him. However, as the blade neared him, a sensation unfamiliar to me in my centuries of combat was felt. It was as if I had struck a wall of thick, dense water. I couldn't see any barrier, but its presence was unmistakable. It absorbed the impact of Ryujin Jaka's flames, nullifying the force I had put behind the attack. Stunned, I withdrew a step, my eyes narrowing as I tried to discern this unseen defense. The air around Adam seemed to ripple slightly, like a mirage in the desert's heat. "What is this?" I demanded, not accustomed to surprises in battle. Adam merely smirked, his eyes dancing with a mix of amusement and respect. "Who knows," he responded, his voice laced with confidence. "It's something you might not understand, even with all your years." My grip tightened on my Zanpakuto. His enigmatic nature was starting to wear thin on my patience. "Regardless of what shields you, I will break through," I declared, Ryatsu flaring up as flames danced around me, preparing for another strike. Adam just stood there, relaxed, yet ready, the invisible barrier around him pulsating with an energy I couldn't quite comprehend. The challenge was clear, and I was more than willing to rise to it. Yawatch. POV. From the dimly lit hall of my throne, I watched the unfolding events in Soul Society. The Seratai, the very heart of Shinigami power, was vivid through the massive crystal orb in front of me, which allowed me a view of distant places, enabling me to see battles from afar. But what intrigued me now was not the familiar, age-worn face of the monster known as Yamamoto, but my brother. Every strike, every movement, every burst of energy resonated with a familiarity that echoed in the depth of my soul. I could see the power within him, and yet, it felt, restrained, muted. Like a roaring lion confined in a cage, its might clear, but not at its fullest. Why? Why did Adam seem so weak? The last time I felt such an energy was when the two of us were born from the same source, our father the Soul King, a time long lost to history, a time when our fates had yet to diverge. But while I had awakened to my full potential relatively quickly, amassing power and followers, Adam had disappeared, lost in the annals of time. Now here he was, a shadow of what he could truly be, fighting the captain commander of the Godii 13. Why wasn't he as powerful as he should? Could it be that he wasn't truly awake yet? A thought struck me. Just as I had my stern ritter, my chosen knights, to feed and magnify my power, did Adam lack such a source? Did he need his own catalyst to awaken? His combat prowess, even now, was commendable. The way he moved, the energy he harnessed, it was all very impressive. But I knew, deep down, that there was so much more to him. The true extent of his strength was yet to be revealed. The question then was, what would it take to awaken him fully? And more importantly, would that awakening be a threat or an asset to my goal? Surely he would agree that the Soul King needed to die, to be taken out of his misery. Then again, perhaps he would stand against me. Both options worked in the end. My fingers drummed on the armrest of my throne, a thoughtful rhythm in the silence of the hall. The future was a complex weave, ever-shifting, ever-changing. And as always, I intended to be prepared for every possibility. I smiled. 2 pieces of a greater being, 2 souls born from the power of an almighty being. The Quincy, the king of the Quincy in time. The Shinigami, the king of the Shinigami in space. 2 sides of the same coin. Chapter 234, Chapter 199, Aizen's Move. Adam. C. POV. My grip on Zanryuzuki tightened, every muscle in my body tensed. As I moved around the battlefield, the use of infinity was short, so I had to make the most of it. Yamamoto's eyes bore into mine, a challenge and a promise, death. Flames danced around him, the heat threatening to burn away my very soul. I grinned, even though this wasn't a one-on-one, I was having a blast. I had to end this fast though, otherwise things would end very poorly. Before I could contemplate my next move, the Captain Commander lunged. Speed, raw and overwhelming. I laughed, rushing forward to meet him head-on. The world became a blur, and for a split second, it was just him and me. Our blades clashed, once, twice, thrice in rapid succession, creating several shockwaves that made the Siriidii tremble as sparks flew, illuminating the surrounding darkness. From the corner of my eye, I saw Shunsue and Jushiro trying to flank him. Not that it would work, the men had more experience than anyone. Every strike I delivered, he parried. Every move I made, he predicted. The rhythm of our dance, despite that, however, I felt myself growing stronger, faster as the fight progressed. I was reading his movements better, reacting to his attacks faster. He was providing me with something I had never had before, a catalyst for growth. You fight well, Yamamoto's voice growled, amidst the echo of clashing blades. Well, I'm learning from the best, I retorted, swinging Zanryuzuki in a wide arc. The Captain Commander smirked, launching a towering wave of flames towards me. The heat was more than oppressive, but I wouldn't be defeated so easily. Drawing upon Zanryuzuki's power, I distorted the space around me, creating a void where the flames lost their way. Before I could capitalize on this, Yamamoto was in front of me again, his blade inches from my face. I barely managed to tilt my head, feeling the sharp hot edge graze my cheek, burning some of my skin. Blood trickled down, but the pain was nothing compared to the exhilaration of the fight. I can't even begin to imagine how strong the old man was in his prime. Wasting no time, the old man moved again. I pivoted, evading a sweep of Yamamoto's blade and flames, and swung Zanryuzuki downwards, aiming for a direct hit. But the old man was quick, his blade meeting mine midway, preventing the strike. If you want to have any chance, you better use your Bankai, child, Yamamoto said, pushing against my blade, the pressure pushing me back. Haha, keep fighting like that and I just might, I grunted, pushing back with equal force. With a roar, I unleashed a burst of energy, momentarily forcing him back. Seizing the moment, I charged, cutting the old man in the chest. Ha! The first real injury on him, and I was the one to deliver it. Burn! Yamamoto roared, swinging his blade towards me in a wide arc, releasing an inferno of flames. A sudden shadow loomed, and I looked up to see Jushiro, one of his blades absorbing the brunt of Yamamoto's flames, and with the other, he hurled the energy back. I knew Jushiro wouldn't be able to block forever, so I moved through the flames, using infinity to absorb the damage, managing to land a glancing blow on his side. However, before the fight could continue, a frantic voice pierced the air, desperate and filled with dread. Stop! Everyone, stop, the voice gasped, out of breath. It's Aizen. Captain Aizen is alive. He's the one behind all of this. I had almost forgotten about this. Meaning the one behind this message has to be the white-haired girl from Unohana's division. Can't for the life of me remember her name, I want to say. Miri. I sighed, looking at the old man. Yamamoto's reaction to the message was more pronounced. The fire around him dimmed. What did you say? The voice gulped, clearly afraid but determined. Aizen. He's alive. And, he's betrayed us. We found evidence in his quarters, plans and, he killed the entire Central 46. The gravity of her words weighed heavily in the air, and for a moment, the battlefield was silent. Yamamoto's gaze hardened. He lowered his blade and took a deep breath, the flames around him dying down. If what you say is true, then we have a grave situation at hand. So that's it, I reckon. I asked, smiling at him. Yamamoto's eyes found mine again. Our duel will have to wait, young one. Shunsui and Jushiro sighed in relief, sheathed their swords. It seems our priorities have shifted, Shunsui said, his usual playful tone now serious. Jushiro nodded, looking troubled. I always knew there was something wrong with him, but I never expected this. I locked eyes with Yamamoto. I'll lend you a hand, I have a bone to pick with that bastard anyhow. Yamamoto simply nodded. Very well. Third person. POV. The atmosphere on Sokayaku Hill grew thick with tension as Isane's words resonated among the crowd. All eyes, however, were quickly drawn to a sudden surge of unfamiliar Ryatsu. Emerging from a rift in the sky was none other than the man himself, Sosuke Aizen. His bespectacled face bore its usual calm, and he donned a sly smile that hinted everything was going according to plan. Aizen wasted no time, quickly appearing beside Rukia, piercing her chest with his arm, reaching into her soul, extracting the shimmering orb of the Hogyoku that Urahara had hidden within her. As he held it, the gem's eerie glow seemed to dance in his eyes, reflecting a dark ambition. Rukia! Ichigo shouted, rushing forward with his Zanpakuto drawn, every ounce of his being focused on the bastard in front of him. But just as his blade was about to strike Aizen, it was stopped. Not by another weapon or a Kido spell, but by a single finger. The ease with which Aizen halted Ichigo's frenzied attack was both chilling and demoralizing. Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizen mused, pushing the blade away effortlessly, causing Ichigo to stagger back, before being cut down by Aizen like he was nothing but fodder. Silence followed, broken only by the distant cries of horror from those witnessing the scene. Then, out of the blue, an immense force whizzed past everyone, their blade aiming for the treacherous captain. Aizen, seeing this, deftly jumped to avoid the attack, his eyes focused ahead. Landing gracefully, in front of Ichigo, was Adam, Zanryuzuki glowing menacingly in his hand. Aizen, he called out. Why did you dodge mine? Afraid I might actually scratch that pretty face of yours. Aizen smiled. Interesting, he remarked, looking Adam up and down. Your power is intriguing. However, as I said before, it's wasted on the likes of Soul Society. Adam chuckled, I don't fight for them, I already told you that. Before Aizen could respond, the weight of another Ryatsu filled the area. Captain Komamura, his massive, armored form moving towards Aizen. Aizen, he bellowed. You traitor. I won't let you leave here alive. Without waiting for a response, Komamura lunged, bringing down his colossal Zanpakuto with a force that threatened to split the very earth. But Aizen, with his usual calm demeanor, simply raised a hand. Adam, recognizing the spell, yelled, dodge. Alas, it was too late. The moment those words had been spoken, a dark energy enveloped Komamura, trapping him inside the spell's confines. Kurohitsuji, Aizen whispered. The black coffin, compressed around Komamura, crushing him with its dark might, before revealing a severely injured and incapacitated Komamura, his massive frame now embedded deep into the ground in a pool of his own blood. Such wasted loyalty, Aizen mused, turning back to Adam. Are you ready to face the same fate? Adam sighed. What part of? I won't ever join you, is it hard to understand? Before Aizen could reply, the sky turned dark as a Garganta opened, blotting out the sun, as multiple Minos Grande appeared through the Garganta, their long noses and hollow eyes staring down at the Soul Society. The horde of Minos Grande let out a thunderous roar before firing 3 bright beams, holding the power of negation. Aizen smiled, removing his glasses. It seems our time here is up. But this isn't the end. His gaze settled on Adam. Especially not for us. As the negation beams enveloped him, and his accomplices, they began to ascend, the Minos Grande's power drawing them back to Hueco Mundo. Next time, I will kill you, Adam declared, watching without much concern as the trio left. Adam. See, POV. I was fucking glad Aizen hadn't decided to actually fight me right now. I was beyond exhausted. Had we fought, I would have lost. The fight with the old men, along with the use of infinity, had drained my power considerably. I had less than 30% of my full power. That, alongside the fact I was missing an arm and a foot. Well, needless to say, the conditions weren't in my favor. I sighed. It didn't matter. I would recover soon enough. After that, all I had to do was strike Aizen in the heart of his castle. After all, if I did that, I would get my ticket home from Urahara. Chapter 235, Chapter 200, Orihime. Adam. See, POV. As the Garganta in the sky closed, I sighed, relief washing over me as I dropped to the floor only for Jushiro to catch me. Well, hello there, I smiled, waving at him. Jushiro chuckled. You seem okay, all things considered. Meh, I dealt with worse, I replied, shrugging. Without Aizen, or the Soul Society deeming a traitor for reasons I could assume had to do with Mayuri not telling them everything about me, there wasn't anything stopping me from recovering my arm and foot, which meant I needed Orihime. So, would you happen to know where's Orihime? I asked, turning to Jushiro once more. Human, innocent-looking, kind has a save-me princess vibe. Jushiro blinked, frowning. Should I be worried? I know who she is by your bizarre description. I shrugged. Yes, I know where she is, Jushiro nodded. Would you mind carrying me like a sack of potatoes to her? I asked. Jushiro blinked, seemingly taken back by my answer. I guess not. Lovely, I replied, happy he had agreed. Did I need to be carried? No, was I being extra just because? Yes, I was. What can I say, I'm a little rascal. Adam. See, POV. Being whole has a different definition for every individual. To some, it's a state of mind, to others, a state of body. But in my current predicament, it was rather literal. There I was, on a quaint futon, surrounded by concerned faces, my right arm and left leg noticeably absent, because well, I had lost them not so long ago. But the mood was far from somber. Because beside me, Orihime, the gentle soul with the power to reject reality, was busy channeling her abilities. Her hairpins, or the shun rika as they were called I think, danced around, forming a golden barrier around the spots where my limbs used to be. I must say, Adam, Rukia remarked, an eyebrow raised, most would be in agony after a fight with the head captain, yet here you are after that, looking as if you're enjoying a spa day. I chuckled. Oh, trust me, if spas had this service, they'd be swamped. Who wouldn't want a quick limb reattachment after a rough day? Ichigo, leaning against the wall, cracked a smile. You've got one hell of a way to cope, you got your ass handed to you twice by the old man. I chuckled, ain't that the truth? Fucking badass the old man was. The atmosphere lightened considerably as we continued joking, which was good especially considering the events that had just transpired. Though most of them looked at me as if I was crazy for being okay with what happened to me. But what was I supposed to do? Moan and groan over it? Life was too short, or long, in my weird case, for that. I watched with awe as Orihime's powers worked their magic. It was an odd sensation, feeling parts of you that had been severed growing back, as if they'd never been missing in the first place. The tingling sensation intensified, as I felt bones reform, muscles knit, and skin stretch. Orihime's face was one of immense concentration, her eyes closed, but her cheeks were tinted with a rosy hue. I couldn't resist. Ha! If I knew my limbs coming back would make you blush like that, I'd have lost them sooner. She let out a surprised squeak, eyes fluttering open, meeting mine. What do you mean? Ichigo groaned. Adam, now's really not the time. I smirked. Oh, come on. Look at her. She's done an amazing job. The least I can do is compliment her, besides she's adorable. Rukia sighed, shaking her head. Unbelievable. Ichigo sighed. I would bag her before someone else does Ichi, I added, a teasing smirk on my face. Making both Ichigo and Orihime blush. Ah, young love, how adorable. As I continued to tease everyone in a teasing radius, the final stages of Orihime's power wrapped up, and I flexed my right hand, then wiggled the toes of my left foot. Good as new. Thank you, Orihime, I said, hugging her. She smiled gently, a little flustered. It's okay, Adam-san. I'm glad I could help. Adam-san. Yuck. I don't like that. Pushing those thoughts aside, I stood up, testing out my newly reformed limbs. Perfect balance, everything was back to normal. Orihime had done a remarkable job. All right, I began, clapping my hands together, now that I'm all in one piece, what's the plan? Ichigo frowned, his brow furrowing. We need to kick Aizen's ass, that's it. Bitch, he almost killed you with a finger. Rukia nodded in agreement. Yes, however, we need to gather intel. We have no idea what Aizen's next move might be. I stretched, a yawn escaping my lips. Sounds good, but before we jump into that, I think we all could use some rest. Let's regroup later. For now, everyone should heal and recover. Ichigo grunted in agreement, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Fine, but we can't delay for too long. As the others started to disperse, Orihime approached me, her fingers fidgeting. Adam-san, she began, hesitating, I'm just glad you're okay. I smiled warmly. Thanks to you, Orihime. And hey, if I ever lose another limb, I know who to call. She laughed, a soft, tinkling sound. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. As she left the room, I found myself contemplating the turn of events. Aizen's betrayal, the reality marble. Things were moving, and fast. I glanced at my newly restored limbs. The irony wasn't lost on me. Here I was, put back together while the world around seemed to be falling apart. I grinned. Aizen would regret not having killed me in the Mukon. Because I was about to fuck up everything he has ever worked for. I yawned, dropping on the bed beneath me. Resting my head on the pillow, I closed my eyes, letting sleep take over. I had things to do tomorrow, like talking with the old men, who apparently wanted to talk with me. Wait, where the fuck is Ishida? Chapter 236, Chapter 201, News. I apologize for the delay, web novel wasn't working for me. Adam C. POV. The Siri was abuzz with activity. News had spread like wildfire about Captain Aizen's betrayal, and now the atmosphere was thick with tension so palpable you could cut with a spoon. Yes, a spoon. Everywhere one looked, there were clusters of Shinigami, conversing in hushed tones, discussing the implications of the revelations. As dawn broke, I found myself standing before the grand doors leading to the captain's meeting hall, along with Ichigo, Rukia, Orihime, Yuryu, and Chad. The doors swung open, revealing the vast chamber with a large round table in the center. Captains, in their distinct white haori, occupied the seats, their expressions grim. As we entered, there was a momentary lull, a collective inhale, before Captain Commander Yamamoto rose. "We have gathered here to address an unprecedented crisis," he began, his voice echoing through the hall. "But first, an acknowledgement is in order." His piercing gaze swept over our group, and he bowed slightly, a gesture mirrored by the other captains. "We, the Godii 13, apologize for our actions towards you. In our blinded pursuit, we failed to see the true enemy lurking amongst us." Ichigo, ever the hothead, crossed his arms. "Apology accepted. But what now?" "Ha ha ha ha, I love this kid. Can I kidnap him and take him to Fairy Tale?" "No, no, don't." Before Yamamoto could respond, Captain Kachiki Byakuya spoke. "Our trust within has been shattered. Our defenses exploited. We need to rebuild, stronger and wiser." Nodding, Yamamoto continued. "Indeed. And for that, we'll require every resource available. That includes the abilities and insights of all present." As murmurs of agreement filled the room, the Captain Commander's gaze settled on me. I met his eyes, trying to decipher the intent behind them. I was down to fight if he wanted that. "Adam," he began, causing a ripple of whispers among the captains. "You have demonstrated skill, power, and most importantly, integrity. The Godii 13 would be honored to have you amongst its ranks. I hereby offer you the position of captain." "Say what now?" The room was silent, save for the faint rustling of robes. Ichigo's eyes widened, and Rukia looked at me, surprise evident in her gaze. I took a moment, gathering my thoughts. "You do know I'm not one of you, right?" Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro cleared his throat. "You're Shinigami, you might not be part of the Godii 13, but you're one of us nonetheless." I guess that was true, but still, I was trying to kill their boss 24 hours ago. Not only that, but they knew nothing about me. And what of the members of the 5th Division? How would they take this decision? I asked, tilting my head. Captain Unohana Retsu, her voice gentle yet firm, replied, "They, like all of us, have been betrayed. They seek guidance and leadership. You possess qualities that can provide them both. And, they assess that by watching me fight. These people are crazy, and talking about crazy, that woman, is, creeping me the fuck out. I feel as if she's cutting me down with her gaze. I'm kind of excited by the prospect. I need therapy." Taking a deep breath. "I will think about it." Normally, I would have said, fuck no, but this was an opportunity to go back home. I could use their assets to find a way back. Mayuri had brought me here, so it was only safe to assume he could portal me back. Third person. POV. Urahara Kasuke had always been a man of many secrets, but the one he held now was possibly the most crucial he'd ever had in his possession. Sitting cross-legged in the dimly lit backroom of his shop, he inspected the small, intricately designed device in his hands. It was a gateway, a portal that led directly to Adam's world. The mechanism hummed with a mysterious energy, and its creation had been no small feat with the help of the Hogyoku's residual power, intricate Keto spells, and a sample of Adam's spiritual pressure and magical power. He had finally succeeded. Making what Mayuri couldn't, a portal without the need of a soul to power it. Yet, he hesitated. On the one hand, the right thing to do would be to inform Adam immediately, to give him the choice to return home. It was everything he wanted after all. On the other hand, they were on the brink of chaos. And as much as he hated to admit it, Adam's strength was far too invaluable. It was an asset he couldn't afford to lose. He had the power to surpass Aizen and kill him. He was a better bet than Ichigo. As Urahara pondered, Yoruchi silently entered the room, her eyes darting to the device in his hand. "You've done it then?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Urahara nodded. "Yes. But I haven't told him yet." Yoruchi frowned, her golden eyes sharp. "Kasuke, you can't keep this from him. He has a right to know." Urahara sighed, setting the device on the table. "I know, Yoruchi. But think about it. How long did the kid take to catch up to you? A few weeks. With the right training, even Aizen would find it difficult to fight against him. With the situation as it is, we can't afford to lose him. Yoruchi crossed her arms, her expression stern. This isn't about what we can afford. This is about what's right. And deep down, you know that. The room grew silent, the weight of the decision pressing down on both of them. Finally, Urahara spoke, "Give me time, I promise I'll tell him." Yoruchi's gaze didn't waver. "Promise? Because if you don't I will." Urahara nodded. "Promise." As Yoruchi left the room, Urahara picked up the portal device once more, its glow reflecting in his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder if he was making the right choice. The kid had nothing to fight for in this world, was it right to force him to do so for reasons beyond his own? "She's right and you know it," Urahara muttered, closing his eyes. The kid deserves to know, he deserves to have a choice. This isn't his world, this isn't his fight, you can't force him to fight it. Chapter 237, Chapter 202, Honesty is the best policy. Third person. POV. The Urahara shop was quiet when Adam stepped in. There was an eerie stillness that didn't sit right with him. He navigated through the rows of mysterious artifacts and oddities until he reached the back room, where Urahara sat, seemingly deep in thought. "Urahara," Adam greeted, his tone light but his eyes searching. Urahara looked up, a mask of cheerfulness in place. "Ah, Adam. What brings you here?" "Yoruchi told me you fought the old man, scary." Adam paused for a moment, studying Urahara. The man's jovial demeanor was a mask, one even he could see through. "Let's cut the bullcrap, I want to go home." Urahara's smile wavered ever so slightly. "Ah, home. A place close to one's heart, isn't it?" Adam took a seat opposite Urahara, leaning forward. "You know, despite everything I've grown fond of this place, of its quirks and characters. But at the end of the day, it's not my home. I have responsibilities and people waiting for me." Urahara nodded slowly, his fingers playing absently with the rim of his hat. "I have a way to send you back, I managed to complete said way a few days ago." Adam frowned. "And I suppose you didn't tell me, because you want something. What is it that you want, Kisuk?" "Spit it out." Urahara sighed, removing his hat and setting it aside. The gesture was unusual for him, signaling the gravity of the situation. "It's Aizen," he admitted. "He's a ticking time bomb, Adam. Left unchecked, he will bring untold chaos, not just to the Soul Society, but to the worlds beyond. He needs to be stopped." Adam raised an eyebrow. "So I was right, you want me to kill Aizen?" Urahara hesitated. "It's not as simple as that, but yes. That being said, you have to understand, Aizen has the Hogyoku, with its power, he should be nearly invincible soon enough. But I believe that if anyone stands a chance against him, it's you." Adam leaned back. "So I kill him, and you send me home?" Urahara shook his head. "No, that was my plan originally, but, not anymore. I will let you go right now, if that's what you want, but I ask you, help us." Adam tilted his head, narrowing his eyes at the shopkeeper, there was anger in his tone, but also, curiosity. "That's a change of heart. Why the sudden honesty, Urahara?" Kisuk sighed. "The stakes are too high, and the threats are growing by the day. I realized that holding your ticket home as ransom wasn't the right approach. I'm a bastard, but not that big of a bastard. I genuinely need your help, not just for the sake of Soul Society, but for the balance of all worlds. It won't be long before he realizes there are other universes, and from there things will get bad." Adam mulled over Urahara's words. The weight of the situation was evident in his tone and demeanor. "I'll admit, I didn't expect this from you, Kisuk. You're full of surprises." Urahara gave a wry smile. "Life has a way of teaching us, making us reevaluate our choices. In other words, Yoruchi." Adam leaned forward, placing his elbows on his knees. "All right, say I agree to help. What's the plan? Do you have any insights into what Aizen's next move might be?" Kisuk nodded slowly, pulling out a sealed envelope from beneath the table. "I have gathered some information, though it's not complete. There's a pattern to Aizen's actions, and we need to get ahead of him." Adam took the envelope, weighing it in his hand before sliding a finger under the flap and breaking the seal. He skimmed through the contents quickly, his face darkening with every line he read. "This is disturbing." Urahara nodded gravely. "It is. Aizen's ambition knows no bounds. With the power of the Hogyoku, he seeks to transcend the limits of Shinigami and Hollow alike. If he succeeds..." Adam cut him off, he becomes a god. Kisuk's eyes held a serious glint. "Precisely." Adam sighed, placing the papers back in the envelope. "All right, Urahara. I'll help. But not for you, or even for the Soul Society. If what you're saying is true, then my world is in danger as well." We're in this together. Urahara nodded, offering his hand. Together. Adam paused, a distant look in his eyes, as if staring at memories from a lifetime ago. He turned back to Urahara, his voice taking a more somber tone. Now that we're on the topic of assistance, once everything's settled here, I'd need your expertise on another matter, and like you, I won't put my help on a ransom for it. You are free to decline. Urahara raised an eyebrow, his curiosity evident. Oh. What might that be? Adam hesitated for a moment, choosing his words carefully. Back in my world, there's someone very dear to me. Her name's Mavis. She's cursed, and the nature of this curse is, it's unlike anything I've encountered. It has brought endless pain and suffering to her, and I've been looking for a way to break it. She doesn't know, but I have. Urahara tilted his head. A curse? That's rather vague. Do you mind sharing more? Adam's gaze became distant. I don't know much. All I know is that she's afflicted with an ancient curse, called the contradictory curse. The main side effect of this curse is near absolute immortality. Those suffering from this curse, well, their mental state becomes warped to the point where even their own thoughts, feelings, and actions become contradictory as well. If they love life, they reap death. If they don't care about life, they can control their curse. Urahara's eyes narrowed in thought. This sounds like no ordinary curse. From what you tell me, I can deduce it's woven with deep emotional and spiritual ties. I can't promise anything without knowing more specifics, but I'll do my best to help. Do you happen to know the origin of this curse? Adam looked conflicted. The god of death of my world. By your tone, I assume there aren't other gods of death in your world, right? Urahara asked. You guess right, Adam replied. Urahara nodded. Very well then, once we handle the immediate threats, I promise we'll tackle this curse of yours. I mean, I wanted to visit your universe anyways. Adam nodded, standing up. Thank you, Kasuk. You're a bastard. I kind of hate you, but I won't forget this. Urahara tipped his hat with a smirk. Hate me? So cruel. Now, let's get to work. Chapter 238, Chapter 203, Become Stronger. If we reach top 3, I'll post 2 more today. Adam C. POV. I had to kill Aizen. Easier said than done though. The guy was by all means a beast. He was smart, strong, and dangerous enough to warrant some caution from everybody's part. If I had to gauge my strength against him, I would say without a doubt that he was stronger than me. His Ryatsu was staggeringly massive, and his use of it was beyond impeccable. But, unlike Yamamoto, the gap between Aizen and me was considerably easier to close. Yamamoto had thousands of years of experience that made him the closest thing to a perfect warrior. He was beyond dangerous. In battle, he was death incarnated, but that was neither here nor there. My goal right now was killing Aizen, and for that I needed to surpass him, and fast. Because if I allowed him to fuse with the Hogyoku, it would quickly become a battle I couldn't win. The question now was, how to do that? Training with Urahara would hardly close that gap fast enough. The man was smart, smarter than anyone in this world, and resourceful enough to whip out a good training regime, but even with all that I had more than reasonable doubt he could provide me with what I needed. Besides, he had other things to worry about, like planning for Plan B. In case we lose. Anyways. Yoruichi was also strong, stronger than Urahara in terms of pure battle strength, as in, fighting without strategies or plans, but training with her alone would yield even less results than training with Urahara. Meaning my only real option was, the man himself, Yamamoto. Unfortunately, that meant I would have to work for him, in order to get what I wanted. I guess nothing in this world is ever free. I guess it is time to talk with the old man, I sighed. First Division. When I stepped into the First Division barracks, the room fell silent as I entered, and almost immediately all eyes were fixed on me. At the far end of the room, behind a heavy desk made of the darkest wood, sat Captain Yamamoto, the scary legend, a force to be reckoned with, one I could personally vouch for. I could almost feel Zanryuzuki itching in her hilt, begging to fight him again. I've thought about your offer, I began, pausing slightly to gather my words. I'm willing to work for the Godi I-13, but under certain conditions. Yamamoto's aged, yet sharp, eyes narrowed as he assessed me. Go on, he beckoned. In return for my services, I ask that you, Captain Yamamoto, personally train me, I stated, my voice firm. The murmur of the room increased as captains exchanged glances, clearly surprised by my bold request. Yamamoto raised an eyebrow, intrigue evident in his gaze. You wish for personal training from me, he inquired, the hint of a smirk playing on his lips. I nodded. Yes, old man. I want to kill Aizen, so that I can go home. And who better to train me than the most revered Shinigami in all of Soul Society? Yamamoto seemed to contemplate this for a moment, his eyes scanning mine, likely weighing my sincerity and intentions. The weight of his gaze was palpable, but I stood my ground. I had a goal, and I would achieve it, no matter the cost. I would go back home, even if I had to flay Aizen alive with a toothpick. After what felt like an eternity, Yamamoto's stern expression softened slightly. Your audacity is both admirable and foolhardy, brat. But I respect your determination. Very well, I accept your conditions. But remember, my training is not for the faint of heart. I chuckled, it almost seemed the old man had a soft spot for me. Something I would never say, lest I end up like a pile of ashes. Sounds good. Then let our agreement be set in stone, Yamamoto declared, extending his hand. The shop. The bell above the door to Urahara's shop tinkled merrily as I stepped in. God, I fucking hated that bell. Anyhow, I was happy with how things were progressing. For the first time in months, it felt like I was moving in the right direction. As I walked inside the store, Urahara looked up from the counter where he seemed to be meticulously organizing candy. When he saw me, his lips curled up into a wry smile, and there was a particular gleam in his eyes that I didn't quite like. Something was off. So, I heard about your little deal with the old man, he began, sounding far too cheerful for my liking. I raised an eyebrow, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Yeah. And? Urahara clapped a hand on my shoulder, almost making me drop the small item I had picked up. Oh, Adam, oh, dear Adam, he chuckled, his voice dripping with false sympathy, you have no idea what you've gotten yourself into. I frowned, not in the mood for his dramatics. It's just training. How bad could it be? Urahara laughed heartily, his head thrown back in sheer amusement. Oh, just training. With Yamamoto. You'd be better off facing a horde of Vasto lords by yourself. The old man's training is legendary. And by that, I mean it's the stuff of nightmares. Ha. Joke's on you, I'm into that shit. Good, I like nightmarish training, the more it hurts the better. You're just a lazy ass, and everyone knows that. He looked at me with a pitying expression, waving his fan in front of his face as if to cool himself down from his laughing fit. Am I? Ask anyone who's had the pleasure of being trained by him. They'll tell you tales that'll make your hair stand on end. I rolled my eyes at him. Well, it's too late now. Deal's been made. Urahara winked, nudging me playfully. You're a brave soul, Adam. Or perhaps a very foolish one. Either way, I wish you all the best. Remember, my shop is always here if you need some respite. Wait, no, forget that. The old man will come here to get you if you escape from his training, and he will burn everything, so no, don't come here, again, or ever. I snorted, but couldn't help the small smile that tugged at my lips. Thanks, Urahara. I'll keep that in mind. As I walked out, I heard Urahara's voice trailing behind me. And if you ever feel like working, my offer to be a candy shop assistant is still open. Without pay, of course. Despite the weight on my shoulders, I couldn't help but laugh. If nothing else, the days ahead promised to be interesting. Chapter 239, Offer. If we reach top 3, I'ma post more chapters. Chapter 240, well, ya won. I'ma post 2 to 3 more chapters in a few hours, when I get home from buying some groceries. Most of said groceries are beer, and Hot Pockets. Chapter 241, Chapter 204, The First Kenpachi. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Adam C. POV. The sun had barely risen when I found myself standing at the heart of the Soul Society's training grounds. The entire area was massive, with various terrains that catered to different training scenarios. At the center was a large, traditional dojo, and standing there, looking forever angry, stood Yamamoto. Ah, you're on time, Yamamoto noted, nodding in approval. He gestured for me to approach. Before we begin, you should know that I won't be the one personally overseeing your training initially. I frowned. Oh. That wasn't the deal, I wanted to be trained by the best, I won't work for them if I am being handed to someone else. Instead of answering directly, Yamamoto gestured to the side. Stepping out of the shadows was a figure I recognized from the anime, Captain Unohana, the healing expert, with a kind soul. With her gentle demeanor and serene aura, she always struck me as one of the calmest among the captains. But as I met her eyes, I noticed a flicker of something, a darkness I hadn't seen before. No, that wasn't right, I had seen something in her eyes before, something dangerous. Now that I think about it, she has always creeped me out. Meet Retsu Unohana, Yamamoto introduced. The first Kenpachi. Like anyone who had seen the anime before, I had heard of the title Kenpachi before. It was a title given to the strongest, or the craziest. Zaraki Kenpachi was the one I was familiar with, a wild, ruthless combatant. But Unohana. The healer. It made no sense. As if reading my mind, Unohana's soft smile transformed. The gentleness in her eyes replaced by a chilling gleam, and her smile took on a predatory, bloodthirsty curve. Instinctively, I took a step back. Both equally scared and excited. "We are going to have fun, aren't we?" she said, drawing her Zanpakuto. Before I could react, she was upon me. Her blade swung with a precision and speed I hadn't expected. Quickly, I raised my sword to block, and the force of her strike sent shockwaves through my arms. Our blades began to clash, over and over again, and I had to admit, she was pushing me back at a speed I never thought possible. Her blade was fucking whirlwind of strikes and parries. Despite her onslaught, despite her clear longing for blood, she moved gracefully, like a dancer on a stage, her every step and strike choreographed to perfection. At one point of this seemingly endless exchange, our blades locked, and we stood, face to face, mere inches apart. Her cold, almost lifeless, calculating eyes bore into mine, searching for any sign of weakness. "Do you know why I'm here, Adam?" she whispered, her voice a chilling contrast to the warmth she usually had. "To train me," I replied, wondering where she was going with this. She chuckled, the sound devoid of warmth. "Partially. But mostly, to see if you are worthy of fighting for the Goti 13. "What happens if I'm not?" I replied, grinning at her. "You die." Third person. POV. Yamamoto stood at the edge of the training grounds, watching as Anohana and Adam battled. He smiled, it had been so long since he could enjoy this. The sun was setting, casting a warm golden glow over the area, turning the white sands a fiery orange. Shunsui Kairaku approached, his signature straw hat tilted to shield his eyes from the sun's rays. "Old man," he began, his tone casual but with a hint of underlying curiosity. I have to admit I was a bit surprised. "Anohana, really? For the first training session? There are easier ways to kill someone, you know." Yamamoto didn't divert his gaze from the setting sun, but his voice was firm and clear. "You know as well as I do, Shunsui, that the first Kenpachi is not to be taken lightly. Anohana possesses skills and techniques that few can match. Her history as a warrior, before she took on the mantle of a healer, is unmatched." Shunsui took a deep breath, blowing out a ring of smoke from his pipe. "I know her history, most of us do, but Adam is different, you know that very well. Why put him through such an intense initiation?" Yamamoto finally turned to face him, his old eyes filled with purpose. "Adam is unlike anyone we've encountered. His potential is vast, but potential alone means nothing if it's not honed and tested. Anohana's relentless style forces one to either adapt and fight or be overwhelmed." Shunsui raised an eyebrow. "You think he needs that kind of push?" Yamamoto nodded. Before this world, he was a peerless individual, one that didn't need skill, only strength to win anything. He needs to understand the depth and breadth of what he might face here. The two old friends stood in silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts. Shunsui broke the silence. "You really believe he's the key to stopping Aizen?" Yamamoto looked back towards the horizon. "I believe he could be a significant asset in the battle to come. Time will tell." Shunsui smirked, tipping his hat. "Well, old man, here's to hoping your gamble pays off." Yamamoto merely grunted in response, but a tiny smile played on his lips. 4th Division. Anohana Retsu. 4 hours before the training match. Retsu Anohana, captain of the 4th Division, looked up as Yamamoto entered her office. With her serene face and gentle demeanor, no one would have guessed the blood-stained legacy she hid behind those kind eyes. "Captain Yamamoto," she greeted him softly, bowing her head in respect. "Anohana," Yamamoto's deep voice filled the room. "There's a favor I need to ask of you." Anohana's eyebrows arched slightly, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, Captain Commander." "I need you to train someone," he stated. Anohana's ever-present serene smile wavered for a brief moment. "You are asking me to take up my blade again," she said softly, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. "For Adam, I presume." Yamamoto nodded solemnly. "I am." Anohana's gaze turned distant, memories of another time, another self, flashing before her eyes. "I made a promise, Yamamoto. I vowed never to fight again unless it was to restore Zaraki's power. My weakness made him weak, and that's a sin I will never wash away from my hands." Yamamoto nodded. "I remember, and I respect your decision. However, I believe you're the best fit for this. Your past, your true self, might resonate with him, push him further." Anohana looked into Yamamoto's eyes, searching for any hint of doubt. "If I do this, if I train him, it will not be the gentle lessons of healing. It will be the brutal teachings of combat, of life and death. Are you prepared for the consequences?" Yamamoto held her gaze. "If it means preparing him, and us, for what's to come, then yes." Anohana took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. "Even if I wanted to do that, you know what I think about it." Yamamoto nodded. "I know, but consider this, Anohana, there is a possibility that Adam might be the catalyst to ignite Zaraki's true potential, something beyond what you saw. His arrival in the Soul Society, his battles, everything suggests he is an anomaly, a force we have yet to comprehend fully. Anohana looked deep into Yamamoto's eyes, searching for any hint of doubt or deceit, but she found none, though she had to admit, even if she was being played, the offer was sounding more and more entertaining. You truly believe he is the key to Zaraki's evolution? Yamamoto nodded once again. It is a possibility. But to get there, he must be refined, honed. He needs guidance from someone who understands the depth of combat, the weight of a blade, the thirst for a battle he has. He needs you, Anohana, the first Kenpachi. Anohana exhaled, feeling the weight of her past, her very essence, bearing down on her. If what you say holds truth, then so be it. But remember, Yamamoto, the blade I wield, the bloodlust that runs through me, it's not easily tamed. Yamamoto met her gaze squarely. I am counting on it. Anohana inclined her head, a cold, detached smile appearing on her face as she accepted her new charge. The first Kenpachi would rise once more, and the winds of change would blow through the Soul Society. Chapter 242, Chapter 205, The Dragon of the Moon. Third person. POV. Within the stark white walls of Las Noches in Hueco Mundo, the vast desert stretched infinitely, a place of hunters and prey. The palace stood as a testament to the new power structure. Aizen sat on his throne, surveying the grand chamber, his thoughts a whirlwind of problems, countermeasures, and adaptations. He had been aware of Adam's presence in this world almost as soon as the men arrived. However, the level of disruption and the speed at which Adam had managed to earn trust, especially Yamamoto's, had been a variable Aizen hadn't fully anticipated. This wasn't good for his plans. Not one bit. Troublesome. He murmured to himself, swirling a glass filled with a clear liquid. The man had in just a few months increased his power exponentially, more so than any Shinigami anyone had ever seen so far. And now, under the guidance of Yamamoto, there was no telling how much he would improve. Jin Ichimaru approached him, his ever-present grin seeming to stretch even wider in the dim light of Las Noches. Enjoying yourself, Aizen Taishu? Aizen fixed his gaze on Jin. Thinking about our little friend, Adam. His alliance with the Godii 13, coupled with his unpredictable power and growth, means we must accelerate our plans. Jin's eyes glittered with intrigue. You're worried about him? Aizen knew what Jin was trying to say, and that was, are you worried that men could kill you? Aizen could almost chuckle at how bad Jin was at pretending to hide his own agenda. He knew Jin wanted him dead, for as long as he had known him, he knew that, but it was still a bit amusing to see him play his self-inflicted role. Aizen's lips curled into a smile. Not worried, at least not yet. Merely, recalculating. We no longer have the luxury of drawing things out. Our movement must be swift and decisive. That much was true. Right now, Aizen was certain he was stronger than Adam, and while he, himself, wasn't stronger than the old men, he wasn't much of a problem to deal with. Every possible threat to his plan was under the influence of his Zanpakuto, everyone, except Adam. A deep voice echoed through the hall, belonging to Tozen. Are you sure we are ready for such a change of plans, Aizen-sama? Aizen stood up, looking out towards the white sands of Hueco Mundo. We've been preparing for this for a long time, Tozen. We'll make the necessary adjustments, failure is not an option. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. It wasn't like him to rush things, to change his plans, it wasn't like him to worry about things. Not that he was worried. No, worried wasn't the word Aizen would use, but if he had to use a word to describe it, he would say, he was aware. Aware of how much of a problem Adam could become if things didn't move faster. Aizen was proud, very proud, of his power, of his intellect, of many things, but his pride wasn't big enough for him to be blinded by it. It wasn't a matter of if Adam would become stronger than him, it was a matter of when. Meaning, he had to act while he still had the upper hand, and that was now. The Espada, Aizen mused, they'll need to be informed. And our other assets as well. They need to be at full strength. Jin tilted his head, and what about Orihime Inoue? Aizen's gaze darkened. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to play with Ichigo right now. Jin nodded, understanding the implications. In the young captain's mind, Aizen had always been 10 steps ahead of everyone, but Adam's emergence as a player in this grand game of chess meant the board was rapidly changing. Perhaps they weren't even playing chess anymore, Jin could only wonder. Aizen looked back towards his two confidants. Gather the Espada. And bring Celine, she might be an asset against Adam, she knew him personally, or so she says. Aizen wasn't sure if the anomaly he had acquired from Mayuri's lab was telling the entire truth or not, seeing she had claimed to be stronger than Adam the last time they saw each other, which was far from the truth. Either way, there was a level of credibility in her words. As you wish, Taicho, Jin replied, turning around with a slight smirk on his face, showing how much he was enjoying seeing Aizen in this situation. As Jin and Tozen moved to carry out his orders, Aizen took a moment to contemplate, letting out a chuckle. Despite the unpredictability that Adam had brought to his already planned game, there was a flicker of excitement deep within Aizen. As much as he enjoyed winning, he also enjoyed the possibility of a challenge, because challenges are the catalysts of evolution, and if there was someone Aizen wanted more than anything, was to evolve beyond his limiters. And perhaps, just perhaps, Adam would be the one to push him beyond that wall he had reached hundreds of years ago. Third person. POV. Celine the Moonlit Beauty. The vast corridors of Las Noches echoed the soft, almost silent steps of Celine. The white, stark walls of Hueco Mundo's palace loomed around her, yet her eyes remained unfocused, lost in the depths of thought. The place seemed empty, a silence that was only occasionally interrupted by the distant screeches of hollows outside. Celine was a formidable figure, a powerful addition to Aizen's army, even amongst Aizen's top-ranking subordinates. That being said, she despised Aizen, a cold hatred that was rivaled and surpassed only by her disdain for Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Needless to say, her reasons for staying in Las Noches weren't out of loyalty or ambition. It was more of necessity and mutual benefits. Aizen had her on a tight leash, his powers making it nearly impossible for her to betray him, as much as she wanted. As she walked, she allowed her fingers to glide over the cold, smooth surfaces of the walls. These very walls that held her captive also held potential. Celine was always one to seek opportunities even in the darkest of situations. A voice interrupted her thoughts. Celine, it drawled with that familiar mocking tone. She turned to see Jin Ichimaru, his silver hair gleaming under the pale light, his eyes perpetually narrowed in that mischievous squint that she hated with all her might. Snake, she replied with mild annoyance, what do you want? He grinned, revealing that unsettling smile of his. So mean, Celine-chan, I just came here to tell you that Aizen-sama has orders. We're moving up with the plans, thanks to your old friend, Adam. Celine's eyes sharpened, her otherwise placid demeanor wavering slightly. Adam's coming here? Jin's smile widened, taking a step closer. He will, in time. Seems like he's causing quite the stir in the Soul Society. Aizen-sama finds him interesting, perhaps even dangerous, who knows. Deep within, Celine felt a twinge of something she hadn't felt in a long time. Not exactly happiness, but a kind of anticipatory satisfaction. While she and Adam had been on opposing sides in the past, circumstances had changed. In this place, under these lights, perhaps their interests could align. She contemplated for a brief moment, choosing her words carefully. Interesting. And what does Aizen-sama expect from me in this matter? Jin, ever observant, detected the minute shift in Celine's demeanor, but made no sign he cared. For now, just be prepared. A small, enigmatic smile played on her lips, as you wish. Jin met her gaze, the atmosphere heavy with unsaid words and plans. See that you are. Aizen-sama's plans tolerate no disruptions, or at least not unless they are from Adam, he. She nodded, her facade never faltering, understood. As she continued her walk through the corridors of Las Noches she smiled, after all, if luck was on her side Aizen's time in this world had entered a countdown. Chapter 243, Chapter 206, The Life of a Captain. Third person. POV. The courtyard of the First Division was bathed in the early morning's golden light. Birds chirped in the distance, their songs a melody in contrast to the stern atmosphere that had taken hold since the events of a few days ago. Right now, most of the members of the Goti I-13 had gathered, forming a semicircle around a raised platform. Standing on the platform was Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. To his left stood the enigmatic warrior that had taken the Siriitii by surprise, Adam, his posture relaxed yet every bit as intense. In Yamamoto's hand was a pristine white haori, the symbol of a captain's authority in the Goti I-13. All the captains present had their eyes on Adam, some with disdain, especially Mayuri, others with curiosity. Their collective gaze was heavy, filled with a mix of skepticism, expectation, and in some cases, sheer disbelief. Here was an outsider, one who, mere days ago, had been their adversary, now being inducted into their ranks. Temporary as it may be, it was still shocking for them. Yamamoto stepped forward, his voice echoing through the courtyard. In light of recent events, the Soul Society finds itself facing an unprecedented threat in the form of Aizen and his associates. We must adapt to counteract this menace with the full power we have at our disposal. Adam's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, thoughts flowing. This wasn't how he had planned things when he offered his help in exchange for training, not at all, but then again, life rarely followed the script. Yamamoto continued, until Aizen is captured or eliminated, we are in need of strength, of capable individuals willing to die in battle. As such, Adam will be filling the captain's position for the 5th Division. There were audible gasps and murmurs among the onlookers. Captains and lieutenants exchanged glances, the weight of the decision evident in their eyes. Holding out the haori, Yamamoto addressed Adam, remember our agreement, young one. Adam nodded, taking the haori and draping it over his shoulders. It felt surprisingly light and warm. I haven't forgotten. Training in exchange for my services. Yamamoto's eyes seemed to soften a fraction, it's not just about the training, brat. The Soul Society is trusting you, despite having no reasons to do so. Betray that trust, and consequences will be dire. Adam met the old captain's gaze squarely, a challenging spark in his tone. Don't worry, old man. I don't break my promises. With the ceremony complete, the gathering began to disperse. The conversations that broke out were a mix of surprise, fear, and criticism. This was new territory for everyone, and Adam was at the very heart of it. Adam C. POV. I will admit I wasn't even sure what I was doing at this point. From enemy to captain of one of their divisions, it was beyond surreal. Granted, it was a temporary arrangement, but one that was mandatory until the threat that Eisen represented was neutralized. I couldn't complain though. Sure, dealing with administrative work was a pain in the ass, especially for someone that hadn't touched paperwork in forever, but the benefits made the gig worth it. More Urahara's gig anyhow. As long as I worked with them, and followed their rules, as weird as they were, I would have access to not only training with Yamamoto, but the terrifying lady that shall not be named. I am legitimately scared of that woman. It's not even that I think I can't defeat her, I know I will be able to do that eventually, it's more that her personally, and bloodlust are terrifying. Bloodlust in my line of work was as common as the next thing. I mean, you don't fight a monster without dealing with their bloodlust, it is a deal package, the thing is. That for that woman, it almost seemed like that was all she had inside of her, bloodlust. No other emotions, just thirst for blood. No hesitation, no fear, no pain, nothing but that. And well, that made her a terrifying individual. I guess I should go and see my division. I sighed, wondering how they would react. The walk towards the 5th Division barracks was strangely silent. A whirlwind of thoughts consumed my mind, mostly revolving around the recent events and what I had to do to go home. As I approached the entrance, I noticed a petite figure standing in front of the doorway. If I remember correctly, her name was Momo Hinamori, the lieutenant of the 5th Division. Her raven black hair fluttered slightly in the breeze, and as I got closer, she bowed deeply, an action signifying respect. Not that she had any level of respect for me, at least on a personal level that is, considering this was our first interaction, but because she had to, due to my status. Welcome, Captain, her voice quivered slightly, something that made me frown. I smiled, trying to appear as friendly and approachable as possible. Thank you, and there's no need to bow, I don't really care about that. But as I looked at her, I couldn't help but notice the sadness in her eyes, a deep pain she was trying to mask. Her face was pale, and every so often, her lower lip quivered, as though she was battling tears. Are you okay? I asked, my tone softer. She blinked rapidly, averting her gaze. Yes, Captain. Just adjusting to the changes. It didn't take much to connect the dots. Aizen's betrayal had rocked the very foundation of Soul Society, but for those closest to him, like Hinamori, the pain was personal. He had been her mentor, her guiding light, her idol, and now. You know, I started, trying to find the right words. Sometimes we place our trust in the wrong people. It doesn't make you weak or foolish. It makes you normal. And well, no matter how powerful one is, or how much you care about someone, we are always prone to error. She looked up, tears glistening in her eyes, but she fought them back. I should have seen it, Captain. I should have realized. You can't blame yourself for the actions of another. If that was the case, Yamamoto should have seen how much of a scum the guy was before anyone else. What's important now is how we move forward, learn from this, and next time you'll be prepared. I smiled internally. I mean, look at me, 10 minutes in the job, and I'm already being wise beyond my years. High five for me. She nodded, taking a shaky breath. Thank you, Captain. You can call me Adam, if you want, I smiled, patting her in the head. She was cute, and while it was very likely she was older than me, her size would beg to differ. Her eyes widened in shock, and she looked like a deer caught in headlights. Oh. Captain, that's highly inappropriate, she stammered. It's against protocol. I shrugged. Yamamoto hadn't said anything about being a stick-in-the-ass captain, and even if he had, I would have ignored his orders there. Meh, I don't really care for that, so don't worry. She blinked, processing the offer. I appreciate the sentiment, Captain. But I couldn't possibly. I guess the idea of going against protocol was very hard for her. I guess I did my part in offering, now if things are formal, it is up to her. Hinamori, I interrupted gently, it's just an option. No pressure. I just want everyone to be at ease while we navigate this situation together. She hesitated, then gave a small nod. I understand, Captain. I'll think about it. That's all I can ask, I said, offering a reassuring smile. She returned it, albeit hesitantly. Chapter 244, Chapter 207, Training. Adam C. POV. After being named the captain of the 5th Division. The days blended seamlessly, each filled with duties and decisions I hadn't expected, despite how straightforward the role was. As the temporary captain of the 5th Division, my mornings began early, very early, unholy type of early. Reports to review, missions to assign, and the occasional reprimand to issue. If I had to describe my new job, well, it was a life governed by rules, hierarchy, and duty. The nobles in particular were a pain in the ass to deal with, entitled snobs. Then again, that was always the case everywhere. Thankfully, Hinamori was by my side throughout, guiding me with the ins and outs of the Godai 13 bureaucracy. The little girl was stronger than she realized. She was a pillar of strength, even if her eyes still held an undercurrent of sadness. I wholeheartedly admired her resilience and determination to move forward despite her evident traumas. As for the members of the 5th Division, well, they respected me. Or maybe it was more accurate to say they were wary of me. I could sense their unease, which wasn't surprising. They had been betrayed by Aizen, and here I was, an outsider, who had for a short time been their enemy, suddenly thrust into an important leadership role. Trust was hard to come by, but I like to think I was making strides in that area. There were even some members of my division that I had managed to convince not to call me captain, though every time they did, Momo would scold them for their lack of respect, despite being clear I wasn't one for formalities. Anyways, seeing my division had no special duties, like the 12th Division for example, which was in charge of science and technological development, things were considerably easier for me. So, when I wasn't forced to be on my desk, sending Shinigamis to the field, I would be training them. My training drills were focused, rigorous, taking a page from Yamamoto's own training. Every Shinigami under my command trained as much as they could, preparing for what could come. Sure, my position here would be temporary, but I wanted to leave a positive mark on them. That being said, all of the above were my daytime responsibility. Because as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon, and the rest of the Soul Society was consumed by darkness, my true challenge began. Every night, I would head to an isolated training ground where Captain Commander Yamamoto and the one that shall not be named, also known as the First Kenpachi, awaited. The sheer power they both exuded was palpable, a weight that pressed down on me the moment I entered their presence. Each one for a different reason, Yamamoto for his unmeasurable power, and the other, well, for the mountains of corpses behind her aura. Our training sessions were brutal. Yamamoto was relentless, pushing me to my limits and beyond, most of the time stopping only when I was about to die. His flames tested my endurance, my resilience, my will. Every mistake was a lesson learned the hard way, which usually involved lots and lots of pain. Every lapse in concentration was punished swiftly. But through it all, I could feel myself growing stronger, more attuned to my own abilities. Despite the pain, I was more than happy with this arrangement. For the first time, ever, I had someone to actually train with, someone with experience in the same field. Not that Zanryuzuki wasn't a good teacher, she was, but there was only so much you could grow by yourself. Anohana, on the other hand, was a different beast altogether. Her cold, bloodthirsty smile was the last thing I saw before she launched into an attack. When it came to her, there was no structure to her training, no shape, no real goal other than surviving. With her, it was a dance of death, her blade always inches away from a fatal blow, and more than not, it would be a fatal blow. But every time she would kill me, I would wake up, as if nothing had happened, with no option but to continue fighting lest I want to die again. She reveled in the fight, her true nature as the first Kenpachi shining through with every swing of her blade. With them, nights turned into mornings, blisters turned into scars, and exhaustion became my constant companion. But as the days passed, the progress I made was undeniable. My reactions were sharper, my techniques more refined. I could feel more in tune with myself as a soul, becoming aware of things that I had never thought possible. Fighting without a mortal body was freeing, limitless in essence, and as such was my potential for growth. I still had much to learn though, and a small frame of time to do so. As proof, one evening, after a particularly intense session with Anohana, I collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, covered in cuts from her blade, knives, and other things. She stood over me, her smile chilling in the dim moonlight. "You've come far," she remarked, almost contemplatively. "But for all that strength you have, you're still weak." I managed a tired smile, leave it to her to finish a compliment with an insult. "I have no intention of stopping." She nodded, offering a hand to pull me up. As I grasped it, she brought her blade down, cutting my chest before piercing my heart with her blade. "Remember this. The fight never ends, not at least until your enemy is dead." I coughed blood, darkness consuming me. Just for me to wake up, feeling as if no time had passed, as my blade blocked hers again. I chuckled. A valuable lesson indeed. In the battlefield, trust no one but the corpses in your wake, because they can't bear their blades against you, only those alive can. It was almost poetic, if you think about it. Chapter 245, Chapter 208, Training, Part 2. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. POV. As the sun began to rise, casting a warm golden hue over the Siritii, I found myself atop one of the watchtowers, observing the horizon. My thoughts, however, were not on the picturesque landscape, which I had seen more times than I could count, but on the young men I had just finished training. Adam. I had seen countless Shinigami come and go throughout my tenure as Captain Commander. Some showed potential, some were mediocre, and a rare few were truly extraordinary, like Shunsui and Jushiro. But Adam, he was something else entirely. A category of his own. It was not just his raw power, which was undeniably formidable, that much I could admit. It was his impressive adaptability, his unyielding spirit, and his thirst to grow, peace and battle, a weird combination. Every training session would end with him being stronger than the last, this being a testament to how much potential he had. With every spar, every lesson, he absorbed knowledge and technique like a sponge. And the rate at which he was progressing was nothing short of astonishing. In our evening sessions, he faced off against Unohana, with a resilience I had seen in very few. Most by now would have asked for mercy, for Unohana to be removed from their training. And despite what most would think, I understood why. I was harsh with those I trained, but with Retsu Unohana, things were different. She wasn't harsh, she was lethal. With her was a dangerous dance, one that could easily end in tragedy if she deemed him unworthy of fighting again. But despite all this, Adam held his own. Despite dying multiple times, he kept fighting her, to the point he is now matching her strike for strike, adapting to her unpredictable style. He bore the weight of her blade with a smile on his face, taking her challenges head-on, in turn growing stronger with each encounter. That was not to say she was his only sparring partner. The two of us had our fair share of clashes as well. My Ryujin Jaka, an embodiment of raw destruction, tested the mettle of any who faced it. Yet, Adam stood firm. Even when overwhelmed by the searing heat, even with his flesh melting, or the sheer force of my strikes, he would rise again, ready for another round, his spirit unbroken. His fighting spirit was such that I couldn't help but smile during our encounters, and how could I not? I was enjoying them. For the first time, in far too long, I felt the possibility of being challenged rising in the horizon. And this possibility came in the shape of a young man, whose soul was barely reaching his 60s, who despite everything would face, me, the Captain Commander, someone feared even by my own subordinates without flinching, who despite clearly not wanting the job, had willingly accepted a position within the Godii 13 despite the hurdles, doing an exceptional job in it. It was no small feat, and the respect I held for him grew with each passing day. Lost in my musings, I was brought back to the present when I felt a familiar Ryatsu approach. Shunsui, always the carefree spirit, greeted me with his trademark lazy smile. Watching the sunset, old man. I simply nodded in acknowledgement. He's something, isn't he? Shunsui mused, his gaze distant. Adam, I mean. Yes, I replied simply. He truly is. Shunsui chuckled, going to make us all obsolete at this rate. A faint smile tugged at the corners of my lips. Perhaps. You could always train with us, if you feel like you're being left out. Most appreciated old man, but I respectfully decline such an offer, Shunsui replied, a sigh leaving him. I sighed, if only all of my pupils had the same thirst for improvement as Adam, maybe then threats like Aizen would never have the opportunity to grow. Well, see you later, Yamaji, Shunsui smiled, waving at me. I will go ahead and see how Adam is doing. You know how it is, being a captain is hard, and he needs my expert support. As if I would believe such a terrible lie, has Shunsui learned nothing about me? Or does he simply not care that I can read him so easily? Adam C. POV. My entire body ached, and that was putting it mildly. The strain of constantly sparring with Unohana, and the old men were taking their toll. However, with the pain came progress, and with progress came dopamine, or the soul equivalent of that. Either way, the point was that I felt stronger, more attuned to my surroundings, and more connected to my Zanpakuto than ever before. And that was a sensation that I would have every day. I was stronger than yesterday, weaker than tomorrow, so far, an endless cycle. As I wrapped up the final spar for the evening with Unohana, wiping the sweat from my brow, I decided to head back to my office in the 5th Division. Perhaps I could sneak in a few minutes of rest before diving into the ever-growing stack of paperwork that being a captain entailed. Honest to God, I have no idea why there's so much paperwork, when all my division does is patrol some areas, and kill hollows. I could understand this level of paper coming for the specialized divisions, but this one. It felt like it was there to torture their captains, at the very least, it was certainly torturing me. Opening the door to my office, I was met with a sight that was both surprising and somewhat annoying. Urahara Kasuke, with his signature hat tilted at just the right angle to shadow his eyes, sat casually in one of the chairs, the one behind my desk to be precise. Beside him were Yoruchi, her arms crossed and an amused smirk on her lips, Toshiro, who I had no idea why he was here, his serious gaze scrutinizing every corner of the room as if looking for something to complain, and Shunsui, lazily sipping on what I assumed was sake. I raised an eyebrow. Quite the gathering we have here. Urahara offered a cheery wave. Adam. My friend. My brother from another mother. Good to see you. We thought we'd drop by and update you on a few developments. I took my seat behind the desk, tossing Urahara to the other side of the room, before indicating for him to continue. Urahara leaned forward, his jovial demeanor fading to one of concern. Things in Hueco Mundo are starting to move faster than we anticipated. It seems Aizen deems you enough of a threat to change some of his plans. I smiled at the thought. Aizen, deeming me a threat, was actually an enjoyable thought, though him moving his plans forward wasn't as enjoyable. Well, that can't be good, right? I sighed, rubbing my temples. For once, I had wanted things to go according to canon, according to what I knew, because it meant things would be easy to deal with, in terms of planning. But, alas, shit never goes according to plan. Good thing I had kind of anticipated this, which is why I was training so much. Urahara nodded. Indeed. From the intel we've gathered, he's quickly amassing an army of Arrancar. And with the Hogyoku at his disposal, we can only imagine the monsters he's capable of creating. I gripped the edge of my desk, knuckles white. If he fused with the Hogyoku before we invaded Hueco Mundo, before I was ready, things would go back, very bad. No amount of training would be enough to deal with someone capable of evolving as he had in the anime. Had it not been for Urahara in the original timeline, who had made a sealing spell just for him, taking into account Ichigo's final Getsuga, Aizen would have won without much of a problem. And while like Ichigo, I have Urahara on my side, he had yet to make notice about having such a spell. Seeing my tense state, Yoruichi chimed in, we believe that as soon as you finish your training, launching an assault on Hueco Mundo would be our best course of action. Invading the Hollows in their home turf. Ma, that sounds fun, I'm in, Shunsui declared, swirling the liquid in his cup. I owe it to you, after all, he added with a wink. Owe it to me. For what? We have barely interacted. Toshiro's face was a mask of anger. I'll be joining this mission as well. Aizen's betrayal, what he did to Lieutenant Hinamori. I can't let that go. Ah, so that's why he was here. He was revenge. I nodded in understanding. Despite it being obvious he stood no chance against Aizen should they fight, I understood how he felt, at least to some level. The pain and betrayal he felt for what happened to Momo ran deep. He needed this closure, perhaps more than most. Welcome aboard then, I replied. Urahara smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Time's ticking, Adam. Train hard. We need you at your best, none of us here can defeat Aizen. He could. If it wasn't for the fact he was under Aizen's Kyoka Soijetsu, Urahara would be more than capable of defeating the men. This didn't mean he was stronger than Aizen. In terms of spiritual power, Urahara came lacking compared to Aizen, but because this man was a genius, a terrifying one at that. Given enough time, he could defeat almost anyone. That's how good of a strategist he was. Saldi, Aizen knew this as much as I did, which is why he had made sure to have every possible threat under the spell of his blade. I met his gaze. I'll be ready. I had no idea how strong Aizen truly was. Heck, the anime had never shown his Bankai, but I was certain that when the time came, I would be ready to face him. Chapter 246, Chapter 209, Ready for War. I had a problem with my bank, which had me on a 5-day hiatus with some stuff. This week there won't be offers and stuff, not having access to my bank fucked some of my stuff. I will update daily this week. Adam C. POV. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the training grounds. Right now, my body felt like it was forged from iron, and my reflexes sharpened to their peak. Over the last few weeks, every bone broken, every death, every wound received, had pushed me past my limits, over and over again. Be it against the old man, or my current adversary, Anohana. As I moved, I could see my opponent moving. Anohana's fierce, bloodthirsty nature was a force to be reckoned with, that much I had learned during my time training with her. Her initial cold smile, seemingly endless styles of the blade and relentless attacks had almost caught me off guard multiple times, with the times they had, ending in a clear reset, as Anohana would put it. But tonight, as our blades clashed one again, I felt a change, a rhythm, a flow, and before I knew it, I disarmed her with a swift maneuver, delivering a deep gash on her chest, before slamming her head to the ground, creating a massive crater. The first Kenpachi, defeated. She looked at me, a mixture of pride and pleasure evident in her eyes. You've grown stronger, she admitted, breathing heavily. I offered her a hand, pulling her to her feet before kicking her away. Thanks to you. I don't forget what I learned. And last time someone offered a hand to someone, it ended with pain for one of the parts involved. A heavy hand clapped on my shoulder, and I turned to see Captain Commander Yamamoto, his gaze piercing yet not unkind. It seems your training is complete, he rumbled. What you need to learn next can't be taught through sparring. It's life or death that will be your next teacher. I nodded, understanding the weight of his words. Despite how dangerous my training with them had been, there was always tomorrow, meaning there was never a real sense of danger, at least with him. With Anohana I knew that if I failed, I would truly die, but with the old men, that wasn't the case. He would bring me close to pearly gates, but never through them. You didn't forget, Anohana muttered slowly, walking towards me, revealing a knife under her hand, indicating that I had failed to kick her away. She would have killed me again. Smiling at her, I turned to the old man. I still haven't defeated you, are you sure my training is complete? Yamamoto frowned, as if insulted by my expectations for what this training would give. You are foolish to think you can surpass me in such a short period of time. I chuckled, there was no real bite to his scolding. But fair is fair, he wasn't lying. Even with this training, I still considered it would take me a couple of years of hard training to reach his level. That being said, I had no idea how long it would take me to surpass him. That's how powerful the old bastard was. Well, if that's all, I need a shower, I said, turning around to make my way back to the 5th Division. A few hours later. The next day, or a few hours for me, in a room filled with the captains and lieutenants of the Godii 13, we began to strategize the impending invasion of Hueco Mundo, something that if we wanted it to go smoothly, we needed every capable hand. I couldn't just fight Aizen's entire army by myself. I mean, I probably could. But, it would be a waste of precious energy that I needed for Mr. All part of the plan, himself. In front of me, and every other captain, there were maps spread out on the meeting table, maps conveniently provided by Urahara, each one having markers indicating key locations. As strategies were being tossed around, and I remained silent, hearing them all, a thought struck me. What about the Vizards? I mused aloud. The brisk air of the strategy room seemed to grow even colder after I dropped those words, as if I had spoken out loud about a most forbidden taboo. The very suggestion sent immediate ripples of shock through the room, and all chatter halted without delay. I didn't remember a lot from the anime, but from what I could remember, the Vizards were a group of individuals with a unique blend of Hollow and Shinigami abilities, who were considered outcasts, especially now that it was confirmed about their unwilling association with Aizen, and his experiments making them a very touchy subject. However, it was Yamamoto's reaction that was the most palpable. His sharp eyes immediately locked onto mine, and the air grew so thick, I felt the moisture in the nearby air vanish completely. Adam, his voice deep and laced with a controlled rage, you suggest we align ourselves with those aberrations? I held his gaze, feeling the weight of every captain's eyes on me. They have a reason to want Aizen defeated as much as we do. If they can help us achieve that, then why not consider it? Besides, shouldn't it be obvious that their supposed crimes weren't really their crimes after all, or are you still blind to that fact? Urahara, sensing the tension, attempted to mediate. It's a valid consideration, head captain. The Vizards, as Adam says, are innocent, and have a vendetta against Aizen. Their power could tip the scales in our favor. Yamamoto's gaze, still sharp as a blade, shifted to Urahara, though he made no comment about what he thought about the subject. Shunsui sighed, scratching the back of his head, Yamaji, they didn't betray the Soul Society, we betrayed them in their time of need, and while I can admit, enlisting them it's a gamble, you have to admit that these are unprecedented times, and therefore we need every asset we can get. The Captain Commander's jaw tightened. The Godii 13 has stood for centuries without the need for such compromises. Yet, here I am, a compromise, I waved at him, meeting his gaze. A tense silence filled the room, each captain lost in thought. Finally, Yamamoto exhaled deeply. True, but seeing we can't come to an answer, this will be put to vote. We will decide based on the majority. I agree with Adam's motion, Toshiro said, going straight to the point. I vote against it, Suifeng said, crossing her arms as she glared at me. I had no idea why she had a vendetta against me, we barely even talked, and she looked at me as if I was the devil incarnate. Same as Toshiro, Shunsui smiled, before leaning back on his chair. I agree with Shunsui, Joshiro nodded. I vote against it, Komomura replied. If the head captain deems their interference unnecessary, I am no one to debate his decision, and perhaps that is something other captains should learn. That almost felt like a comment directed at me. I agree with Adam, Mayuri grinned, his eyes shining with interest. After all, if one of the Vizard is defeated, I would be able to experiment with their bodies. Of course, he agrees for the worst possible reason. I agree with Adam as well, Anohana replied, in her usual kind demeanor. Not that said demeanor made me see her any different, for me, she was a wolf in sheep's clothing. I agree with Captain Adam, Byakuya nodded, his eyes closed. In war, one does not have the luxury of wasting resources. I did not expect that from him. I was under the impression he didn't like me, then again, it could be that that is just his normal expression. I don't fucking care, Kenpachi barked, slamming his fist on the table. As long as I get to fight someone strong, I don't give a crap about who comes with us. It seems the results were in favor of my proposition. Overwhelmingly so. Yamamoto, true to his word, nodded. Very well, we will proceed with this plan. But be warned, any betrayal, any misstep from them, will be on your head. He's one stubborn bastard. Old dogs don't learn new tricks, and he's the embodiment of that saying. Toshiro piped in, now that we agree on a course of action, how do we get them on our side? I don't think they will be very open to the idea of working with us, seeing our last interaction. I looked at Urahara, knowing he shared some history with them. We need to appeal to their sense of vengeance against Aizen. Urahara smirked, waving his fan around his face. Don't you worry, leave that to me. I have some rapport with them. But be prepared, they might want to be pardoned for the crimes they didn't commit. Yamamoto grunted, as if both angered by Urahara's mock, and embarrassed about the remark. We will see after the fight, and if they prove worthy to serve under the Godai 13 again. Chapter 247, Chapter 210, The Visored. Third person. POV. Kasuke Urahara. The warehouse district of Karakura town had always been an eerie, silent place, but as night fell, that quietude became unsettling. The occasional howl of a stray cat or the distant clatter of metal made the environment all the more haunting. This was where the Visoreds had chosen to hide, in plain sight, within the derelict structures and the long shadows they cast, and a few seals to avoid being detected. Urahara Kasuke cautiously navigated through the maze of containers and old storage units. Each step deliberate, his senses alert. He was well aware that his old friends did not like uninvited guests, especially from the past that they were trying to escape, even if said guest was him. But this wasn't a casual visit, the stakes were much higher. As Urahara approached the central warehouse, he felt a familiar spiritual pressure, one that was now tangled with a mix of both hollow and Shinigami. The door to the warehouse creaked open slightly, and Hiyori Saragaki's voice, as abrasive as ever, cut through the stillness. What the hell do you want, hat and clogs? If someone asked Urahara, he would say he missed her. It was fun having her around, teasing her, annoying her, it really was. Urahara chuckled softly, lifting his wooden clogs slightly. Just a friendly visit, Hiyori-chan. Can I come in? Fuck off, cocksucker. Hiyori hissed, slamming the doors shut. However, after what seemed like an eternity, the door opened once again, this time wider, revealing the dimly lit interior of the warehouse. The Visoreds, in their casual wear, sat in a loose circle, each one observing Urahara with a mix of curiosity and distrust. As Urahara stepped inside, Shinji Hirako, the de facto leader of the Visoreds, tilted his head, his hair swaying with the movement. It's been a while, Urahara. To what do we owe the pleasure? Urahara bowed slightly, adjusting his hat. There have been developments in the Soul Society. I thought it prudent to discuss them with you. Shinji frowned, the light reflecting off his glasses. We have no business with the Soul Society anymore, Kasuke. Urahara took a moment before replying. Aizen has resurfaced. He's made his move. The room grew tense. Memories of their betrayal, and of their forced transformation into what they now were rushed back. Love Aikawa clenched his fists, his anger palpable, while Mashiro Kuna fidgeted, her playful demeanor replaced by unease. And why should we care? Lisa Yadamaru remarked, her voice dripping with scorn. They didn't believe us then, did they? Urahara sighed. Because his plans involve more than just the Soul Society. He's after something bigger, he's after the Soul King, and unless stopped, neither the world of the living nor the Soul Society will survive. Shinji stared deep into Urahara's eyes, searching for any hint of deception. That sounds like Aizen all right. Let's say we join your little mission, which I assume you came to recruit us. What do you expect us to do? Urahara leaned forward. Nothing more than what you already want, fighting Aizen. Mashiro jumped up, her voice breaking the tense atmosphere. That sounds good and all, but why would we trust the Shinigami? After everything. Urahara looked down, a hint of regret in his eyes. After all, he understood them better than anyone, for like them, he had been branded a traitor, even after giving his all for them. I understand your reservations, I truly do. But sometimes, the past must be put aside for the greater good. Plus, he added with a small smirk, there's someone who thought it might be worth involving you. His name's Adam. Shinji's eyes narrowed. Adam. Who's that? A former enemy of the Soul Society, now captain of your former division. He believes in this alliance, hell, he even convinced Captain Commander Yamamoto to recruit you guys. He sees potential in a joint front, and knows you're all innocent. The Visoreds exchanged glances, their guards slowly coming down. They remembered their time as Shinigami, their loyalty to the Soul Society, and the deep-seated pain of betrayal. But with Aizen at the table, the offer was almost too good to pass. After a long pause, Shinji stood up. We'll consider it, Urahara. But remember, if we do this, we aren't doing it for the Godai 13 or any past allegiances. We would do it for us. Urahara nodded, his expression serious. I wouldn't have it any other way. That being said, there's a time limit of this affair, we are planning to make our move within this week. Shinji frowned, letting out a deep sigh. You sure know how to annoy me. Fine, I'll have your answer by tomorrow morning, how does that sound? Urahara smiled. Wonderful. With that said, he turned around walking out of their base, to let them think about the offer he had just given them. Third person. POV. The Visored. As Urahara's steps grew distant, a heavy silence lingered in the warehouse. Each Visored was lost in their own thoughts, and the memories of betrayal were fresher than ever. The dimly lit space, filled with the weight of their shared past, echoed their collective apprehension. It was Shinji who broke the silence first, as he often did. Well, that was unexpected. Lisa frowned, resting her zanpakuto on her shoulder. Urahara always has an agenda. We should be careful. Love Aikawa sighed, scratching the back of his head. He wasn't entirely wrong, though. Aizen's a threat we can't ignore. Mashiro, who'd been unusually quiet, spoke up, her voice trembling slightly. But the Shinigami, after what they did, after how they abandoned us, can we really work alongside them? Kensei Maguruma, sitting cross-legged on the floor, added, it's not about the Shinigami, Mashiro. It's about Aizen. That bastard needs to pay. Rose Odoribashi plucked a few strings on his guitar, the melancholic notes echoing in the room. Revenge is a strong motivator, but let's not be blinded. This alliance, it's about more than just settling old scores. Hayori snorted, crossing her arms. So, what, we're supposed to march into battle, led by some new guy. This Adam. Who even is he? He sounds like a pussy anyways, so my expectations are already low. Shinji leaned back, his gaze contemplative. No idea who he is, but considering Urahara speaks highly of him, we might be up for a surprise. I mean, if he's someone who can get Yamamoto to even consider working with us, then he's no ordinary soul, foolish without a doubt, but very convincing. The old bastard is the embodiment of what it means to be stubborn. Hachi, adjusting his glasses, added thoughtfully, we've been on the sidelines for too long. Perhaps this is an opportunity. An opportunity to reclaim some of what was taken from us. Lisa looked around, gauging the reactions. But are we ready to jump into this mess again? To face Aizen and whatever monstrosities he's concocted this time? Love looked sternly at the group. We're the Visoreds. No matter what's thrown our way, we face it head on. That's who we are, and if this is an opportunity to kill Aizen, I say we take it. The group nodded in agreement. As much as they hated what the Godai 13 had done to them, they hated Aizen a million times more. Shinji stood up, letting out a sigh. Fuck, then I guess it's settled. We'll align ourselves with the Godai 13, with this Adam, but on our terms. We'll lend our strength, but we won't forget the past. Let's prepare. Aizen won't know what hit him. Fine, Hayori grumbled. But I won't follow the orders of a nobody I don't know. Chapter 248, Chapter 211, we have a deal. Third person. POV. The sun hung low in the sky, painting everything in hues of gold and crimson. Urahara approached the Visored's hideout once more, his cane tapping rhythmically against the ground. He could feel the strong spiritual pressures emanating from within, showing they were aware he was outside. The door slid open with a creak, revealing Shinji, with the rest of the Visoreds in tow. Took you long enough, Kisuke. Urahara chuckled. Well, you did say in the morning, but never specified what time in the morning, so I had a broad frame to work with. So, have you all come to a decision? Shinji glanced back at his companions, all nodding in unison. We have. We'll help, but not without our conditions. Urahara adjusted his hat, he had expected this, after all. I'm listening. Firstly, we want a complete pardon. All past animosities, all accusations, everything wiped clean. We don't step back into the fray just to be backstabbed again. Urahara nodded slowly. That can be arranged. Anything else? Lisa stepped forward. Recognition. We've been treated as outcasts for too long. If we're to aid in this fight, the Godai 13 and the Soul Society need to recognize our existence and legitimacy, as well as their mistake in their judgment. Mashiro jumped in, her voice quivering with emotion. And we won't be under anyone during this fight. We're allies, not subordinates, or expendable assets. Urahara took a deep breath. He had anticipated most of their demand. I expected as much. And I believe, with Captain Yamamoto's current stance and Adam's influence, these terms can be negotiated. Shinji squinted, trying to read Urahara's ever-mysterious expression. You better not be playing games with us, Kisuke. Urahara raised his hands defensively. Honesty was always my policy, Hirako. Well, most of the time, but this time it is. Love interjected, crossing his arms. If we're to trust you and march into battle alongside the Godai 13, you better make sure these terms are ironclad. I'll see to it personally, Urahara assured, with a short nod. Kensei grumbled, and once this is all done, we go our separate ways. No strings attached. Urahara smiled. Of course. As allies, we respect your autonomy. Shinji extended a hand, sealing the agreement with a grin that promised retribution for the one that ruined their lives. All right then, Kisuke. Let's bring down Aizen. Urahara shook Shinji's hand firmly, a promise made between two old acquaintances. Together, I believe we will, old friends. Third person. POV. The quiet hum of conversations filled the corridors of the Godai 13. Urahara walked with a composed gait, the shadows from the hallway lights dancing around him, painting his path with an ethereal touch. The air was thick with anticipation, every step towards Captain Yamamoto's office felt weighted with the enormity of the alliance that had just been forged. Adam, in his newly donned white Haori, was discussing some tactical aspects with a few seated officers when Urahara entered the precincts of the 1st Division. His aura commanded respect and annoyance, an influence that wasn't built upon the foundation of his former rank but his undeniable genius and spirit. Urahara's presence drew Adam's attention. They exchanged nods, a silent acknowledgement of how things had gone for him. As Urahara approached, Captain Yamamoto was going through some scrolls, his eyes reflecting the flames from the hearth nearby, pushing the papers aside. He looked up as Urahara entered, his gaze piercing through the men. Urahara Kisuke, Yamamoto addressed in a tone both stern and questioning. Urahara bowed slightly, maintaining eye contact. Captain Commander, he began. I've spoken with the Vizards. Adam folded his arms, his eyes sharp and attentive. This alliance, if secured, could shift the tides of the impending war. Every piece of the puzzle was crucial. The more help they managed to gather, the easier this ordeal would be. And Yamamoto's voice was a mix of anticipation and skepticism. Old wounds, especially those marred by betrayal and conflict, were not easy to heal. Now who would admit who betrayed who? That was another matter altogether. They've agreed to help, Urahara relayed, a smile on his face. But they have terms. Yamamoto's gaze hardened. Adam, reading the silent signals of the old Captain Commander, who was at the verge or raging, intervened. And these terms are a complete pardon, Urahara stated. All past animosities, accusations, everything wiped clean. If they return, they wish to do so not as outcasts but as allies. Adam observed Yamamoto closely. The old man's face was a canvas of complex emotions. He was angry, more than not, he expected others to simply obey, even if said others were supposed traitors. Not that they were. The only thing they could be accused of is abandoning their posts, and even that was because they were pushed out of their posts, despite being innocent. Something that would take Yamamoto some time to admit out loud. They also demand recognition, Urahara continued. They won't be under anyone. Allies, not subordinates. And post Aizen, they wish to retain their freedom, no strings attached. The room went silent. The crackling flames in the hearth were the only audible sounds, their fiery dance casting fluctuating shadows that seemed to mimic the oscillation of thoughts within Yamamoto's mind. Considering how they were treated, I say this is a pretty good deal for you old men. Adam broke the silence, his voice steady. If I were them, I would say fuck you, no offense. Yamamoto's gaze hardened as it shifted to Adam. Adam continued. Aizen played you all. Damaging every thread under your command, right now, your redemption from the chit lies not in forgetting the past but confronting it. A silence befell the room again, a moment of reflection. Eventually, Yamamoto, his gaze still locked on Adam, then turned to Urahara. Very well, tell them that as long as they fulfill their part, I will meet their demands. Urahara nodded. Okidoki. If you excuse me, old man, I have something to talk about with Urahara, Adam said, walking towards Urahara. Adam C. POV. With swift strides, I intercepted Urahara as he left the old man's office. Urahara. He halted, his eyes hidden beneath the shadow of his hat, offering no insight into the storm of thoughts that surely whirled within. I will be brief. We can't afford to delay our attack any further, Kisuke. Every moment we waste is a moment Aizen utilizes to entrench himself deeper, I stated, the cold, unyielding truth hanging heavily between us. For all we knew, we were giving him time to reach fucking godhood with the reality marble. Urahara tilted his head, his gaze locked onto mine. I understand the urgency, Adam. That's exactly why I recruited the Vizard. That being said, do you think everyone is ready to move now? I clenched my fists, the white Haori flapping against the silent increase of my Ryatsu. We will never be entirely ready for Aizen, and you know it better than anyone, Urahara. But I'll be damned if I let that snake slither further into his den, because if I do, going home becomes an impossibility. We need to strike, and strike now. I suppose you want me to summon the Vizard, right? Urahara queried. Yes, Adam replied. There was a silent acknowledgement in Urahara's gaze. As Adam had said, he, of all people, understood the chessboard Aizen played upon. A board where pawns and kings were but pieces, their wills subjugated to the whims behind his grand design. And he was right. The more they waited to strike, the more time Aizen would have to plan, making his defeat harder and harder. I'll get them ready, Urahara replied after a moment of loaded silence. I should be back here with them tomorrow. I nodded, watching Urahara go. A storm was coming, and amidst its furious winds, the precipice of war roared for everyone to hear. Chapter 249, Chapter 212, War. Third person. POV. In one of the meeting grounds of the Siriidii, members of the Godii 13, as well as some unconventional allies, began to gather for a singular purpose. Needless to say, the atmosphere was more than tense, a unique fusion of anticipation, distrust and determination. All around, conversations were hushed, glances exchanged, zanpakutos quietly readied. Adam stood amidst this congregation, a white Haori signaling his temporary status as a captain in the Godii 13. Around him, familiar faces took their places, Captains Hitsugaya, Kairaku, Kuchiki, Kuratsuchi, and Unohana. Then just a few meters apart there were the Vizards, standing alongside Yoruichi and Urahara, all of their expressions unreadable. Captain Commander Yamamoto's booming voice echoed, demanding attention. The impending threat from Aizen and Hueco Mundo necessitates swift and decisive action. However, the Siriidii cannot be left unguarded. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Captains Komamura, Soifan, and Zaraki, you will stay behind to defend the Soul Society, alongside half of our seated officers. A few nods of acknowledgement followed. Zaraki looked a tad disappointed, well, very disappointed actually, probably hoping for a fight, but despite this, he made no sign to protest, perhaps thinking that someone strong would invade them. With that settled, Yamamoto's gaze turned to Urahara, a silent signal for him to proceed. Urahara stepped forward, the hint of his ever-present smirk playing on his lips. Thank you, Captain Commander. He produced a small, intricate device. This, everyone, is our ticket into Hueco Mundo. I called it, the GG, or if you must, the Gargantad generator, patent pending. Whispers broke out among the crowd, but Urahara continued. I won't bore you with the details, but in essence, this will allow us to open a portal directly into the heart of enemy territory. Adam grinned. Time is of the essence. We move out as soon as preparations are complete, Yoruichi replied, smiling to the point it almost seemed she wasn't taking this seriously. The Vizards, despite being former captains and lieutenants, seemed to be sizing up their comrades, perhaps reminiscing old times or weighing up their current potential. Their leader, Shinji, nodded at Urahara. We're with you. Just make sure your device works, hat and clogs. Urahara chuckled. Would I ever let you down? Adam had to stop himself from saying yes. Adam C. POV. The day had finally come. The artificial Garganta Urahara had crafted, swirled open like a vortex, revealing the bleak, desolate expanse of Hueco Mundo. The barren landscape stretched out, seemingly endless, punctuated by the stark white dunes of the desert. It was like a normal desert, but somehow worse. Right away, I noticed something. A delay in Urahara's action to hide our presence. I sighed, wondering what he was planning before taking a step forward. Stepping onto the sands first, I took a moment to let the atmosphere of this desolated realm seep in. I could feel multiple Ryates at the distance, all of them hollows. I sighed, taking a few steps forward. Beside me, the others followed suit, with each Shinigami and Vizard stepping into Hueco Mundo before the Garganta closed. Urahara, with his ever-present fan, glanced around, his eyes hidden, yet the tenseness in his posture spoke volumes. Hueco Mundo, always eerily quiet, he remarked, looking towards the sandy horizon. Byakuya Kuchiki observed, perhaps they are not expecting us. Or it's a trap. Mayuri Kuratsuchi clicked his tongue in annoyance at this. If it's a trap, it's a poorly designed one. No resistance. No scouts. Nothing. He almost sounded disappointed, probably hoping for a subject or two to study. I really didn't like the guy, at all. I have no idea why the old man decided to send him. I already had Urahara, the better and more tolerable version of this crazy maniac. Shuinsue scratched his beard thoughtfully at that. Maybe Aizen is just that arrogant. That was a possibility, but I doubted the bastard wasn't aware of us being here yet. Arrogance or not, we proceed with caution, Toshiro added, crossing his arms. Yoruichi, in her sleek black combat suit, chuckled lightly, hugging Toshiro in a way that made her breasts rest above his head. Leave it to you to always bring the voice of reason, Toshiro-kun. Of course, she would find the time to tease, because why the fuck not? Before Hitsugaya could retort, Urahara interjected, let's set up a base here, regroup and strategize. Entering Las Noches without a plan will be suicide. Hachi, one of the vizards, immediately began crafting barriers, carving out a safe haven amidst the desert wasteland. I will be done in a few minutes. I approached Urahara, who was deep in conversation with Yoruichi and Anohana. We can't wait too long. The longer we stay out here, the higher the chances of Aizen learning of our presence, Yoruichi sighed. Perhaps that was what Urahara was going for. Aizen had to know we had invaded by now. Anohana nodded. Agreed. We need to assess the strength and placement of Aizen's forces within Las Noches. Only then can we make an effective plan of attack. Urahara pulled out a small device. I've brought some surveillance bugs. They can infiltrate Las Noches without being detected. We can get a clearer picture of what we're dealing with. Handing the device to me, he added, I made them especially attuned to your Ryatsu. Think of where you want them to go, and they will. I had questions as to why he had made them for me especially, and not Yoruichi, who was an infiltration/assassination specialist, but I suppose he had his reasons. I really didn't care anyways, as long as I got to fight Aizen, the rest was irrelevant. I nodded, releasing the bugs, which immediately flitted off in the direction of Las Noches, disappearing from sight. I was honestly surprised at how easy their use had been, just a bit of Ryatsu, and off they went. Well, if you'll excuse me, I will go and help Hachi hide this place from prying eyes, Urahara said, making his way towards the burly vizard. As we waited, Shunsui came over with a bottle of sake. A little drink to steady the nerves. Maybe after all of this is over, I replied, forcing a smile. Right now, I needed to be as sober as possible. I would get drunk after Aizen died. He chuckled. Worth a shot. I'll take one, Yoruichi grinned, snatching the bottle from Shuinsui's hand, before running out of the place, Shuinsui chasing her. Chapter 250, Chapter 213, Hueco Mundo. Third person. POV. The vastness of Hueco Mundo, with its desolate sandy landscape under a perpetual crescent moon, a world of hunters and prey, seemed eerily silent right now, more so than normal. This solitude was deceptive, more than anyone imagined, for beneath this stillness, a war was brewing. Seated in the throne of Las Noches, Aizen was seen talking with his subordinates, Jin and Tosen, when a sudden shift in the atmosphere caught his attention. A pulsating Ryatsu, distinct yet scattered, permeated the expanse of Hueco Mundo, hinting at the arrival of some very powerful entities. Aizen smiled. Urahara had purposely allowed him to feel the Ryatsus coming, before masking them. It seems we have guests, Jin remarked, whistling. Aizen smiled, it appears so. And not just any guests, the very heart of Soul Society has come knocking at our doorstep. Aizen knew that if Urahara had wanted to truly hide this invasion from his eyes, he could have, at least temporarily, which was more than enough to make a surprise attack, meaning it was part of his plan to be detected. Tosen frowned, it is unlike Urahara Kasuke to make such a brazen move. It's rash. Aizen leaned back, pondering the implications. Yes, it's not like him, which makes it all the more intriguing. Either he has a card up his sleeve that he believes can guarantee victory, or desperation has led him to take a gamble. There was a pause before Jin added, or maybe it's the influence of that new player, Adam. Who knows, maybe he's actually stronger than Aizen Taishu. Aizen's lips curved up into a sly smile, the weight of his Ryatsu making the air palpable. Who knows, but he certainly knows how to make things interesting. For a moment, Aizen's expression turned contemplative. Should he act on Urahara's move, or let it play out to see what the man was planning? After all, the real threat here was him, not Adam. Power alone wasn't enough to defeat Aizen, on the other hand. The intellect Urahara had, well, that was an actual threat. Jin glanced at Tosen, before he asked. What would you have us do, Aizen Taishu? Aizen's gaze drifted towards the vast horizon of Hueco Mundo, where the winds carried the unmistakable energy of the invaders. Prepare our defenses, but do not engage them head-on, not yet. Let them venture deeper. The fields of Las Noches are vast and full of surprises. And as for Adam. Aizen's smirk widened, have Celine deal with him. I want to see how much he has grown before dealing with him. With their orders clear, Jin and Tosen departed, leaving Aizen to his thoughts. Sosuke Aizen. POV. Alone, I leaned back into my throne, my head troubled with thoughts. Things were changing, faster than I could have anticipated. I mused about Urahara's involvement. That crafty man had always been a wild card. But as Tosen had said, this was an aggressive move for him. It was unlike him. Either Adam had managed to persuade him to take this step, or Kasuke himself had something planned that I hadn't yet deciphered. That second option was concerning. Tosen and Jin would follow my orders to the letter, of that I had no doubt. But Adam, with his unpredictable nature, could very well throw a wrench into those plans. Still, the game of chess had always been more about strategy than the individual pieces, and in this vast game, I was confident of my position as the Grandmaster. However, something deep within me, perhaps a nagging shadow of doubt, or maybe mere curiosity, pondered on a single question: what if Adam was not the pawn I assumed him to be, but rather a player himself? The winds of Hueco Mundo howled outside, carrying with them the scent of an impending storm. I could sense it, the electricity in the air. This was the calm before it, the breath one takes before diving into the unknown. I stood, adjusting my robes, and walked towards the vast window that framed the never-ending horizon of Hueco Mundo. As the sands shifted and danced to the tunes of the wind, I whispered to myself, let this war begin, Adam. Show me what you're truly made of. Adam C. POV. A gentle breeze blew through the vast desert, stirring up the sand that seemed to shimmer under the white moonlight of Hueco Mundo. In the midst of this nothingness, I felt something, a prickling sensation at the base of my neck, a feeling I'd become all too familiar with. I paused, my gaze fixating on the horizon. The energy felt familiar, a blend of magic and spiritual pressure. I took a deep breath, feeling a subtle pull towards the source of that spiritual/magical pressure. I knew this presence. Celine, I murmured, almost to myself. Adam. Toshiro questioned, his sharp gaze observing me. I held up a hand, signaling for silence, which seemed to annoy him, however my focus was unwavering. As the seconds passed, the sensation grew stronger, the pull more compelling. Was she seeking me out? Lost in thought, memories of our previous encounters played out in my mind. Her enigmatic smile, her fierce combat style, the moments where our ideologies had clashed, and now, this. It seems Eisen had recruited her, though knowing her there was no way she was with him willingly. A soft chuckle escaped my lips. It seemed the universe had a way of ensuring my life wasn't mundane. The atmosphere tensed as I braced myself for the inevitable reunion. Celine was calling me, seeking me out. And our next encounter was about to unfold. The reason I'm here, fighting a war that isn't my own, but also the reason I'm alive, I don't know what to feel about that. Angrily grateful. Chapter 251, Chapter 214, Frenemies. Note, I know updates have been slow, nothing to worry about, just taking it easy. Yesterday was my birthday, and I decided to party. Also, I've been meaning to take it easy, at least for a month or two, to avoid burning out. In short, don't worry. I will keep updating, perhaps not as often as before. Some weeks you will get the usual 7 chapters, some other weeks less. The point is that no matter what you will get an update from me. Adam C. POV. The sensation of Celine's spiritual pressure felt like a whisper against my skin, an unuttered beckoning that was both haunting and familiar, in more than one way. And while I knew she was my enemy, or had been my enemy at one point, a part of me wanted to go and see her. Perhaps I wanted to see her because she was the reason I was here, or perhaps I just wanted to see firsthand what her motives were now, or if they had changed since the last time we had seen each other. Either way, I was curious enough to walk into this. Decision taken, I moved to follow the pull, my feet carrying me with an instinctual purpose. However, before I could take another step, a hand on my arm stopped me. It was Urahara, his hat casting an ominous shadow over his eyes. Adam, he warned, his tone a bit different than usual, don't be reckless. You're walking into a trap. That was a possibility, and I knew it. That being said, I didn't really care. I turned to face him, my grin sharp, predatory even. The truth of the matter was, I wasn't one for plans, for ambushes, for calculated battles. Heck, my entire idea before letting Kasuk take the leadership role was to bring hell down on Eisen, but despite that being what I wanted, I decided it would be best to follow Kasuk. I was done with that thought. Kasuk was smart enough to plan around me. Kasuk, I chuckled, the grin never leaving my face. Have you not realized it yet? I'm not one for plans or intricate strategies. I never was. The grip on my arm tightened, a futile attempt to anchor me. I looked at him, my gaze piercing through him. I'll go and do what I've always done. Fight with all my might, face whatever comes my way head on. I don't skirt around the edges, I cut through the center, I said, my voice laced with undeterred conviction. In our stare down, a myriad of expressions flitted across Urahara's face, concern, calculation, and something akin to begrudging respect. With a swift motion, I freed my arm from his grasp, and without anything to stop me, I ventured into the echoes of Celine's call. As the distance between us dwindled, I couldn't help but wonder, what was Eisen planning with this? Was Celine just a tool to measure my strength? Or something else? I grinned, I guess I would find out soon enough. The harsh landscape of Hueco Mundo stretched out endlessly around me as I moved at a moderate speed, making sure not to waste any energy. The sand shifted slightly underfoot as I approached the place where Ariatsa felt strongest. A cave, inside the moonlight filtered down, casting dim lights on everything, but it was her silhouette that drew my focus. The ever-confident, dragon of the moon, Celine. She turned, her eyes locking onto mine with the same intensity they had the last time we had seen each other. There was a challenge in those depths, but also an undeniable sense of familiarity. She was glad to see me, which I had to admit was something I hadn't expected to see in her. That being said, she still held herself in an aggressive stance, ready to pounce at any given moment. Now that I think about it, it felt like eons had passed since our last meeting, and they might as well have passed. Adam, she breathed, her voice a soft caress that betrayed the hostility in her stance. Celine, I replied evenly, with a slight bow for the sake of theatrics. It's been a while. From a first glance I could tell that she was stronger than before, much stronger, in fact, as she was right now, she would have no problems killing Acnologia, she wouldn't even break a sweat with him now. That aside, it seems she also got a blade. A Zanpakuto. It appeared to be one, but I wasn't sure, it felt more hollow-like than anything. That alongside her spiritual pressure, which felt like that of a hollow, could it be that Aizen had hollowified her? If so, I can't imagine Celine agreeing to such a thing, dragons are far too proud, and that includes her. She smirked, the edges of her lips twitching up ever so slightly. Time is a fickle thing, isn't it? Last time I saw you, I almost killed you. But in reality, you could have killed me quite easily, right? I nodded in response. Why are you here? She laughed, extending her arms wide. Isn't it obvious? To stop you. By whose order? I inquired, though I had a good guess. The men of the hour, Aizen. She didn't reply, simply stepping closer, the moonlight casting an ethereal glow on her pale skin. We stood there, just feet apart, a tense silence enveloping us. I knew what was coming, and so did she. Then without warning, Celine lunged, her blade glinting menacingly in the dim light. However, just as her blade was about to reach me, it came to a halt. The space around me keeping her blade ever so close, yet far away from her intended target. A simple spatial barrier, one that I could use without even releasing my shuriken. You have grown stronger, I admit, I said, patting her in the head ever so lightly, increasing the gravity around her by using multiple layers of space to press on her. But so have I. With nothing more to say, I increased the pressure of my technique, adding layers and layers, until her spiritual pressure shattered under mine, crushing her against the ground without escape. Bleeding, Celine lay defeated on the ground, her blade inches from her hand. Unable to move under the pressure, she looked up, surprise evident in her eyes. You truly are a monster, she whispered, her voice filled with disbelief. I chuckled, releasing her from the grasp of my technique before offering her a hand to help her up. Now, how about you tell me, what's your real goal here, Celine? During our brief fight, I had felt no ill intent behind her attacks, no anger, no killing desire, nothing but sheer desperation. A feeling I could understand very well. She hesitated for a moment before taking my hand, rising to her feet. There was a momentary flash of anger in her eyes, but it faded quickly, replaced by resignation. You've grown stronger, she admitted. Good, otherwise you won't be able to defeat that man. So that was her goal, confirming whether or not I would have a chance against Aizen. You didn't go all out though, I replied, smiling at her. Celine snorted. Even if I had, the result would have been the same. I tilted my head, that was true enough, but still. Celine sighed deeply, her eyes clouded with a mix of anger and sadness. As you probably already guessed, I'm different from before, and the man who did this is Aizen. He turned me into this, hollow-like monster. I could feel the anger in her voice, the hate, it was so palpable that it was hard not to pity her. Not after everything she had gone through. She looked at her blade, the distaste evident in her gaze. This thing is also part of this unwanted transformation, a bastard blade, a result of Aizen's tampering with my soul. It can achieve something called resurrection, giving me an immense boost of power. So, my suspicions were right, she had been turned into an Arrancar hybrid. I sighed, why are you here then, Celine? Why are you working for him? I understand you can't defeat him, but with your magic escaping should have been possible. She looked away, her gaze distant. It's not as if I had much choice. After what he did to me, he kept me on a very tight leash, watching my every move. Knowing I had no way to escape on my own, I decided to play the long game, and since then, I've been waiting for someone strong enough to challenge him, to bring him down. When I felt your presence, I had to know if you were the one. It made sense. The desperation in her actions, the lack of killing intent, she was testing me, sizing me up for the inevitable battle against Aizen. I offered her a comforting smile. I will take Aizen down. That's a promise. God knows I didn't like her, but I understood her plight. She nodded slowly, her expression softening for the first time. I don't know why, but I believe you. Our conversation was interrupted by the distant sound of footsteps. Chapter 252, Update. Taking note from one of the readers, the new updating schedule will be like this. 7 to 8 chapters a week for the fight arcs and such. 4 to 5 for the day-to-day chapters. Like the parties after the fight and such. Tomorrow updates restart at the rate above, 7 to 8 because we are in a fight-filled arc. Chapter 253, Chapter 215, Aizen. Adam C. POV. As I watched Celine explain what had happened to her at the hands of Aizen, I offered her a comforting smile. I will take Aizen down. That's a promise. She nodded slowly, her expression softening for the first time. I don't know why, but I believe you. Our conversation was interrupted by the distant sound of footsteps. A sharp sensation cut through the air, and instantly, the very atmosphere in Hueco Mundo seemed to twist and contort. My senses went on high alert. That feeling. It was unmistakably Aizen's spiritual pressure. Aizen stepped out of the shadows, flanked by Jin Ichimaru and Kanami Tozen. His ever-present condescending smile adorning his face. Well done, Adam, he clapped slowly, his voice dripping with arrogance. You've performed even better than I expected. I tensed, my hand on my blade, ready to move at a moment's notice. But I think you'll find that the real test is just beginning, Aizen continued, his eyes moving over to Celine, who was standing beside me. Before I could begin to wonder what he meant by that, Celine let out a sharp angry scream, her hands flying to her head as if trying to block out a cacophony of sounds only she could hear. Her eyes, previously filled with defiance and hope, were now glossed over, replaced with sheer terror. She was seeing something I wasn't. Celine. I said. No, no, you killed him, she shouted, her voice quivering. But she wasn't looking at me, her eyes were fixated on Aizen as tears dropped down her face. I wasn't sure what was happening anymore. I barely had time to react. Celine's blade flashed, a torrent of power erupting from it as she yelled, Dragon Menguant. A blinding light enveloped her, and when it faded, Celine stood transformed, a hollow tail, draconic wings with hollowified parts, and her chin covered and neck by hollow bones as well. Her entire demeanor had changed, she was more menacing, more powerful, and radiated an energy that felt several times bigger than anything I had felt from her. Without wasting a second, Celine lunged at me with unparalleled speed. Her blade, imbued with even more power than before, aimed straight for my heart. If he couldn't do it, then I will kill you myself, Aizen. She growled, using something akin to Shuinpa to close the distance between us. I didn't recall the name for it. But I did remember the Arrancar had something like Shuinpa. I managed to dodge her attack with ease, feeling the rush of wind as her blade passed by. So, that's your game, Aizen. It was clear she was seeing something entirely different under Aizen's hypnosis. In her mind, she was attacking him, not me. I was now beyond furious. If there was one thing I hated, it was people like Aizen, people who enjoyed toying with others. Knowing there was no way to get through to her, at least not as long as Aizen lived, I took a deep breath and waited for her next move. As expected, she lunged at me again, but this time, I was ready to end this show. With a swift punch powered by my own spiritual pressure, I struck her square in the chest. The force of the blow sent her crashing to the ground with enough force to send waves of sand across the desert beyond sight. Due to the circumstances of her situation, I felt a pang of guilt for using such force, but it was necessary. Without wasting a moment, I quickly recited a Kido spell, sealing her movements. Her body lay immobile on the ground, her eyes still filled with rage and confusion. The Kido spell I had used to seal her movements would hold her for at least 2 hours, which was more than enough time. Turning my attention back to Aizen, I could feel my anger boiling. You are a sick bastard. Aizen simply chuckled, his smirk never leaving his face. Just a simple demonstration of Kyoka Suigetsu's power. But don't worry, I don't plan on using my Shirkai on you, it would undermine everything you worked so hard to accomplish, not that you will accomplish anything regardless of that. I narrowed my eyes, clenching my fists. You are underestimating me, Aizen. Don't make that mistake. He raised an eyebrow, still wearing his annoyingly calm expression. You think. Third person. POV. The desert landscape of Hueco Mundo was deceivingly calm for a place who many considered worse than hell, but deep beneath its facade, tumultuous energies roiled and collided. Kisuke Urahara, hat firmly in place, stood with the other captains, each of them carefully tuning into the spiritual pressures in the distance. Urahara's sharp senses zeroed in on 2 particularly overpowering forces colliding in the vast expanse. Aizen's spiritual power was unmistakable, and equally so was Adam's own spiritual power. It appeared they were about to clash, the oscillations from their spiritual pressures causing ripples that every Shinigami in the vicinity could sense. It seems our reckless friend Adam has engaged Aizen, after Fallon in his trap, Urahara noted, the tip of his cane drawing patterns in the sand. Toshiro Hitsugaya turned to Urahara with a frown. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Shouldn't we be moving to aid him? We can't just stand by and let the bastard do as he pleases. Urahara tilted his head, eyes thoughtful beneath the shadow of his hat. I see your point, however, given the situation, it would be best to strike elsewhere. If Aizen is preoccupied with Adam, then the majority of his forces will be uncoordinated. Meaning we have an opening. Byakuya Kuchiki chimed in. Urahara is right. While Adam as a captain of the Goti I-13 is an ally, we must consider the bigger picture. Destroying Aizen's army would weaken his reach, allowing us to deal with him with much ease. Mashiro Kuna stomped her foot in frustration. But he's out there alone against Aizen. We can't just leave him. Urahara sighed, I understand your concerns. But the reality of things is, we would only get in Adam's way. Most of us are under Aizen's spell, which would only make us a liability for Adam to have in the battlefield, Anohana added, a soft delicate sigh escaping her lips. Shuinsue Kairaku chuckled. Ma, don't worry guys, Adam's no slouch. He fought the old man twice, and survived, so I'd wager he can hold his own for a while. Gives us the time we need to do our thing. Toshiro took a deep breath, clearly not happy with the decision but understanding the logic. Very well. We'll strike Aizen's forces. But the moment Adam's in real danger, we move. Agreed. Urahara nodded, agreed. Let's move quickly and decisively. Third person. POV. Aizen and Adam. The world around one particular spot of Hueco Mundo seemed to constrict, tightening around the two monumental figures facing off amidst the sea of white sand, their spiritual pressure making the entirety of Hueco Mundo tremble. In one corner stood Aizen, his eyes cool and calculated, his features softened by a smile that held countless layers of depth and deception. Adam, he began, his voice almost melodic in its cadence, still clinging to Urahara's tales, are we? You do realize he's hiding a lot from you, right? Across from him, there was Adam, his stance was resolute, his aura matching Aizen's spiritual output. The weight of his blade felt familiar and reassuring in his grip as he unsheathed it, its gleaming edge reflecting the pale light of the moon above. Seeing that, Aizen chuckled. You know, there's no need for this animosity between us. It's rather unnecessary. Our goals, when stripped down to their core, are strikingly similar. Adam's gaze never wavered, his piercing eyes locked onto Aizen. And what would that be, he inquired, a hint of skepticism evident in his tone. Aizen's smile deepened, and he took a step closer, his spiritual pressure rising like a tidal wave, yet never becoming aggressive. To create a new world, he murmured, his voice barely more than a whisper, yet carrying with it the gravity of 1,000 promises. A world without the shackles of divisions and classifications, where every soul, living or dead, is free, a world with a system that actually works. The weight of Aizen's words hung in the air, challenging, beckoning. But Adam, with all his experiences, was not one to be easily swayed by honeyed words. You know, had we met under different circumstances, I would have believed you, heck, I would have supported you, Adam replied, the cold edge to his voice contrasting the heat of the desert around them. Because I know that to some level, you are right. The system from which this world operates within is flawed, corrupt, it needs changing. However, I know enough about you to know that what you truly want is a world where everyone dances to your tune. Chapter 254, Chapter 216, Walking into a Dream. Third person. POV. Aizen and Adam. Aizen's laughter echoed in the stillness, a sound that was both amused and somewhat melancholic, something Adam didn't miss. Isn't it fascinating, Adam? Two beings of immense power, both yearning for a similar change, yet divided by the means to achieve it. You mistake my acknowledgement for a desire to change anything, Adam replied, taking a deep breath. This isn't my fight to fight, or my world to change. Aizen sighed, his gaze became distant, reminiscent, is your world better than this? The current system is a farce, a web of lies where the powerful dictate the fate of the weak, and where souls are treated like mere pawns in a grand game. Surely, you've seen it too. Adam tightened his grip on his blade, the still air humming with anticipation. I have, he admitted. But your vision, it's no better than the current system. You seek to replace one tyrant with another. That's not a world of peace, it's a world of submission. Aizen tilted his head, eyes narrowing slightly. Peace comes at a cost, Adam. Complete freedom is chaos. Some form of order, some level of control, is necessary. Don't you think? I do, Adam retorted. But not at the expense of individual will, not at the cost of souls being manipulated and sacrificed. The two stood their ground, neither giving an inch, their beliefs colliding as fiercely as their ryatsu. The sand swirled around them, as if trying to keep pace with their intense confrontation. Adam, Aizen began, his voice softening. Join me. With your power by my side, we can create a world where souls are truly free, where the corruption of the Godai 13 is a thing of the past, we can even change your world. Adam's expression hardened. And what about you? Would you step down after this new world is realized, or will you sit on your throne, watching as everyone bends to your will? Aizen paused, the brief silence speaking volumes. He then smiled, a shadow of his earlier amusement evident. Someone has to rule, after all the reason this world is like it is because the throne is empty. Adam C. POV. The desert winds howled around me, grains of sand striking my face, but my focus remained solely on Aizen. His words echoed in my mind, each syllable dripping with both conviction and manipulation. I hated it. I hated how much sense he made. Hated how his logic, his vision, appealed to that small, rebellious part of me that had seen the flaws in the system for so long. A world without divisions, without classifications. On paper, it sounded like an ideal world. One where every soul, regardless of their status or power, could live freely, unburdened by the chains of the cycle imposed by others. But at what cost? And under whose thumb? Aizen's ambition was clear as day, as bright as the moon that illuminated Hueco Mundo. He didn't just want change, he wanted control. He sought to replace one tyrant with another, under the guise of liberation. It was a seductive promise, one many would fall for. But not me. Peace comes at a cost. His words played over and over in my head. Yes, peace did come at a cost, but not at the expense of one's free will, not at the price of bending everyone to one's whims. Aizen's peace was not true peace, it was control, a world of puppets dancing on strings he held. I tightened my grip on my blade, feeling its reassuring weight. I needed to remain steadfast, remind myself of why I was here, and what I stood against. Aizen may have been persuasive, weaving his narrative so masterfully that it was hard to distinguish the truth from the lies, between right and wrong. But I knew who he truly was. And while part of me did resonate with his desire for change, I couldn't, and wouldn't, let that overshadow the real threat he posed. I had to stay grounded, stay focused, and remember that no matter how much sense Aizen made, his ultimate goal was to stand at the top, overlooking a world of his own design. And I couldn't let that happen. Not on my watch. Taking a deep breath, I held my sword high, and the world around me seemed to stand still. As a few words escaped my lips, judge all things in this universe, Zanryuzuki, reverberating in the air like a sonic boom. There was an explosion of energy that surrounded me as I released my shuriken, ready to face him, once and for all. Such a marvelous display of power, Aizen smiled, seemingly pleased with the results of my training. Could we please cut the chit-chat and fight? I shot back, pointing at him with my blade. As I did so, from the corner of my eye, I could see Jin and Tozen shifting, positioning themselves for what was likely to be a coordinated attack against me. But before they could make their move, a commanding voice rang out, stopping them in their tracks. Jin, Tozen, Aizen's voice was soft yet carried an unmistakable authority over them. Leave us. Deal with the other intruders. I will handle Adam. The abruptness of the order caught them off guard. Jin's ever-present smirk wavered for a fraction of a second, and Tozen's seemingly calm posture shifted, revealing a hint of hesitation. It was clear they hadn't expected this command. Which made sense, seeing he had brought them with him in the first place. Jin turned his gaze to Aizen, his eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and something else I couldn't quite read. You sure, Aizen-sama? He drawled, his voice filled with a mocking undertone. He might get ya, you know. Aizen's response was immediate, his gaze never leaving mine. I'm certain. Now go. Tozen nodded. As you wish. He then moved, using Shuinpa, disappearing from sight in an instant. Jin lingered for a moment longer, his smirk now replaced by a contemplative expression. He looked between Aizen and me, as if trying to gauge the nature of the impending confrontation. After what felt like minutes, he shrugged, his casual demeanor returning. Well, this should be entertaining, he commented, before flashing away to join Tozen. One-on-one. Just the way I wanted it. Aizen raised his hand slightly, the motion prompting a momentary pause. Let us move this elsewhere, he proposed, his tone calm and composed. I frowned at the sudden suggestion, my instincts immediately on edge. Why? Aizen chuckled softly, seemingly amused. It's not a trap, if that's what you're thinking. He paused, surveying my expression intently. You're a powerhouse, Adam. I've seen glimpses of what you can do, but I know there's more. Much more. And I want to witness it firsthand. I cocked an eyebrow, still not convinced. And Aizen sighed, and I know you won't truly unleash your potential here. Not with so many within the range of your power. You've shown restraint before, and I suspect you would do it again. He had a point. If we fought here, so close to everyone else. Every movement, every technique, every swing of my blade would have to be measured and calculated. One wrong move could lead to unnecessary collateral damage, especially with the scale of our combined powers, and even more so if he forced me to use my Bankai. His understanding of my hesitance was unsettlingly accurate. And while it would be more comfortable to keep believing in the inherent malevolence of his character, this foresight he showed made him even more dangerous. You want a no-holds-barred fight, I mused, piecing his intentions together. Aizen smiled, his eyes reflecting genuine interest. Exactly. Somewhere where neither of us has to hold back. Where we can truly test our limits. I pondered the offer. It was true that fighting here, amidst potential allies, was a heavy limitation. But relocating posed its own risks, I could be walking into a trap. After a few moments of contemplation, I nodded slowly. Fine. Lead the way. Aizen's smile widened just a fraction. Excellent, he replied, his voice dripping with anticipation before moving away, with me following close behind. As we moved farther and farther away from the epicenter of it all, I began to ponder how to deal with him. If he managed to get me under the influence of his Kyokusui-jetsu, I would lose, of that there was no doubt in my mind, even if I turned out to be stronger than him. I had to avoid that if I wanted to win. This way, Aizen said, stopping midway in order to open a garganta. I'll lead the way. I frowned. Where exactly was he taking me? Very well, I replied, following inside the garganta. If anything at this point, I was intrigued by this, and wanted to know where he wanted our fight to take place. Chapter 255, Author Note. Updates restart tomorrow. For those wondering, I was dealing with my mom. She had some health issues, her heart wasn't working properly, and I had to take care of her. Things are better now, therefore, I can go back to writing. Chapter 256, Chapter 217, Aizen and Adam. Sosuke Aizen. POV. A swirling tunnel of pitch darkness and shimmering light surrounded us as we moved through the garganta I had created. The sensation, the feeling of being in between realms, was nothing new to me. But this journey held a different weight, a different kind of anticipation. I had always been a patient man, always one to play the long game. It was the best approach to things. But circumstances had forced my hand, making me act sooner than I would have liked. Unfortunately, I hadn't had enough time to fuse with the Hogyoku. And given the situation I found myself in, with Adam, the Godai 13, and Urahara, well, it was a disadvantage, but not one that was insurmountable. To put it simple, the implications of this early move were twofold. On one hand, there was the increased risk of my carefully crafted plans coming undone, that much I could admit. Especially if Kasuke decided to make his move now. I was a proud person, but not a fool. If there was one thing I knew was never underestimate that man. Yet, on the other hand, stood an enticing possibility. If I managed to defeat Adam before Kasuke made his move, and harness his soul, it could provide the Hogyoku the power it needed to reach its full potential. In short, I wouldn't need the souls of hundreds of thousands to achieve my goal, for Adam's soul was unique. His connection to the Soul King, as a part of the former, and his innate power, should be more than enough to catalyze the Hogyoku's evolution. And once that was done, there would be no force in existence capable of standing against me. This presented a peculiar kind of irony. The Soul Society, in their desperation to stop me, sent their trump card. But if things went as I hoped, their trump card would be the very thing that would seal their fate. I looked over at Adam, who seemed lost in his own thoughts, perhaps pondering the forthcoming confrontation or maybe even wondering about the outcome. He was powerful, no doubt about it, a worthy adversary, perhaps the first I had truly had in centuries. He wasn't just another pawn on the board, now I could see that. He was a strong individual, one that was every bit my equal in terms of power, if his demonstration so far was anything to buy. Which is exactly why I needed to use this opportunity, to propel me into becoming something far greater. A being without shackles, a being of transcendent existence. The garganta began to close as we approached our destination, a desolate part of Hueco Mundo, barren and devoid of any distractions. A perfect battleground. Here it is our stage, I said, turning to see him. His eyes were closed. Good, it seems he's smart enough to know the dangers of falling into my Kyokusui-jetsu. Not that I intended to use the power of my Shurikai against him. After all, if things went south, I needed to ensure I could defeat him, and for me to use that, well, I needed him to be free of Kyokusui-jetsu's spell. Adam C. POV. The empty desert around us trembled under our spiritual pressure. As I got into position, my focus, my entire being, was zeroed in on the man standing a few meters away. Closing my eyes was a precautionary measure. Aizen Zanpakuto, Kyokusui-jetsu, had a notorious broken ability to manipulate the senses of anyone who saw its release. Keeping my eyes shut was the best safeguard I could think of. Thankfully, I had learned how to fight without sight under the guidance of the old man and Anohana. I breathed deeply, drawing in the energy around me. Every rustle of sand, every shift in the breeze, every beat of Aizen's spiritual pressure, I committed them to memory. These would be my cues, my guidance. Then, without warning, it began. A rush of spiritual pressure surged towards me. Instinctively, I dodged to the side, feeling the heat of a Heido spell just barely grazing my skin. So, Aizen was starting with Kido. Smart. It would allow him to test my abilities without actually risking falling into them. Returning the favor, I uttered a rapid incantation, launching a Bakudo to bind him. But he sidestepped effortlessly with a flash step, countering with another Heido. The explosive force sent me reeling back, but I managed to regain my footing quickly. The bastard was better than I imagined. His Kido spells had immense force despite the fact he wasn't even using their incantations. Urahara did say you have a penchant for Kido, I muttered, summoning a barrier to deflect his next spell. Did he now? Aizen's voice replied, coming from a slightly different direction than I'd anticipated. He was moving so fast, his spiritual pressure was leaving tangible echoes of his person behind. That would be a problem. At least momentarily, I just needed time to adapt. Once I managed to get his rhythm, it would be easier to react to his attacks. Using my spatial manipulation abilities, I folded space around me, instantly closing the distance between Aizen and myself. Face to face with him, I swung my blade at him, only to meet thin air at the last moment. Damn, he was quick. But then, a powerful kick landed on my side, propelling me meters away. I skidded across the sand, using the momentum to flip myself upright. He was fast enough to give Yoruichi a run for her money, smart enough to clash with Urahara in a battle of the minds, and strong enough to face me on equal ground. I grinned, rushing forward. This was getting fun. Moving across the desert, we clashed again and again, our spiritual pressures colliding, the echoes of our clashes threatening to consume everything around us. Knowing I would never win in a battle of Kido, I decided to focus on what I could do and was confident in, facing each of his Kido spells with my spatial abilities and brute strength. Each strike, each counter, every move was met with a corresponding force. I had to admit, in many ways, we were mirrors of each other's strength. Before today, I had fought enemies weaker than me, and stronger than me. But never someone who I could consider an equal. It was fulfilling. As we continued clashing, the intensity of our battle continued to create shockwaves that resonated through Hueco Mundo. Each exchange being more deadly than the last. And through it all, I was learning, adapting, and evolving, matching Aizen's every move faster and faster. If he saw through the attacks, I would change them. If a technique failed, I would adjust. The best part of it all was that neither of us were going all out. We were both testing each other, weighing our individual value as warriors to see if we came up short. I have to admit, you have grown remarkably in a very short span of time, Adam, Aizen remarked, his tone carrying an almost appreciative note. Your mastery over your powers, the way you wield them, compared to what I saw in the Godii 13, it's commendable. I took a deep breath, readjusting my thoughts and keeping my defenses up. You and I know, we have yet to show our full power, we are both holding back, showing restraint if you will. His laughter, unexpected and almost haunting, sliced through the stillness. Restraint. In this battle where the fate of countless souls hangs in the balance. That's an interesting choice. Especially when facing someone like me. It is what it is, I replied. At this, I could feel his gaze grow colder, as the aura around him was replaced by a tone of deadly seriousness. I suggest, Adam, that you take this battle more seriously. Because as it stands now, if you continue to hold back, you will undoubtedly die in vain. And that would be such a waste. Cocky little bastard. Here I was enjoying the moment, but you seem to mistake that as a lack of seriousness. Very well. If you want this to get deadly, I will oblige. Very well then, I replied, cracking my neck from side to side. I hope you don't regret it. Aizen chuckled. By all means, he spread his arms out invitingly, show me your true power, Adam. As Aizen's words settled, a rush of power emanated from within me. My Zanpakuto hummed in response, echoing my determination. And with a deep breath, I decided to unleash the power of my Zanpakuto, feeling the waves of spatial energy thrum through her blade. Suddenly, the air around us began to ripple and twist as the landscape around us seemed to dance and distort. Then, with a swift slash in his direction, rips in space began to emerge around him. Each of them acting as a vortex, trying to pull him in from every direction. The very sand beneath our feet began to spiral into these voids, making the ground unstable and treacherous. Aizen's spiritual pressure spiked ever so slightly in acknowledgement, but, keeping his calm as I expected him to, he swiftly evaded the pulling forces, weaving between the rips as he made his way towards me. Every now and then, his fingers would flicker, releasing potent Kido, only for his spells to be redirected to the rips, showing he was testing just how much gravitational pull my attack had. Moving forward, I condensed space around my blade by adding several layers of space around it, creating an attraction field directly in front of Aizen. The force was designed to be irresistible, attempting to pull him straight into the arc of my next swing. Yet, as my blade came down, he managed to release a quick binding Kido to halt its progress for a crucial split second, allowing him just enough time to narrowly evade most of the attack. I could feel his blood in my weapon, and his surprise at this. However, I wasn't done nor content with the results thus far, so with another swing of my sword, I reversed the effect on the spatial field, turning attraction into repulsion, blasting Aizen back. Fighting against the push, he skidded across the sands, recovering his ground almost immediately. Such a versatile ability, Aizen commented. Using the malleability of space under the command of my Zanpakuto, I swiftly altered the spatial dimensions around us, momentarily displacing my position and reappearing right behind Aizen. My movements using this technique were so rapid that to an outsider's view, it might have looked as if I'd teleported. Before Aizen could fully turn to face the new threat, I channeled a concentrated burst of my power and, with a thrust of my blade, a void began to form just inches away from him. The black hole, small yet dense, drew everything into it with a force that was nearly insurmountable. The sand, the ambient Ryatsu in the air, everything was getting sucked into its inky depths. Aizen's spiritual pressure spiked as he felt the tremendous gravitational pull. His cloak fluttered violently, and for a brief moment, it looked as though he might be consumed by the singularity. However, with a flash of his own blade and a potent Kido spell, a barrier of light formed around him, acting as a temporary defense against my attack, allowing him to fight the pull of my technique. He had managed to react, and block my attack, avoiding what for most would have been an instant death. However, the strain on his spiritual pressure was evident, showing that even for someone of his caliber, directly resisting such a force was no small feat. Void point, the technique I had used, was the closest thing to a black hole I could achieve without using my Bankai. That alongside spatial relocation was a deadly combination, one that I had hoped would have dealt some damage on him. Both void point and spatial relocation required huge amounts of energy, because they were considered burst techniques, so to avoid exerting myself out, I had to limit their uses. In short, I had to wait a bit before using both techniques in combination. That being said, I might not need to use them again if I play my cards right. He was still fighting against my technique, meaning I still had a chance to make this attack meaningful. Channeling even more power into my Zanpakuto, I attempted to expand the void point's radius, its pull growing stronger with each passing second. Aizen, despite his defenses, was being pushed to his limits. The barrier he had conjured was cracking under the immense pressure. Impressive technique, but not without its faults, Aizen remarked as he released an explosive wave of energy, in a burst of Ryatsu, attacking the center of my technique. The explosion sent us both skidding across the sand, forcing my technique to dissipate with the release of energy. To think he would manage to assess the weakness of void point so fast and under pressure at that, which was the fact that it wasn't a real black hole, meaning the center of it was the result of condensing my spiritual power into a singular point to recreate the effects of a black hole, making the center of the technique the weakest link. Even then, doing what he did was nearly impossible for any other person, because to accomplish what he accomplished, well, it was fucking hard. Either the individual in question had to be considerably stronger than me, to the point he could overpower my own spiritual energy. Or in Aizen's case, perfect control over his spiritual energy. His control over his spiritual energy was such, he had managed to use the pull of my own technique to destroy it without the slightest difficulty. Chapter 257, Chapter 218, Bankai. Sosuke Aizen. POV. The sand under my feet shifted as I pushed myself to stand, my senses sharpening, focused entirely on the figure before me. The very air seemed to hum with tension, with both of us on guard, gauging each other's next moves. Adam's spiritual energy still resonated through the atmosphere, evidence of the immense power he had just demonstrated. His Zanpakuto was a force of nature, holding a power that could arguably rival, or perhaps even surpass the inferno of Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka. A dangerous thought, but an honest one. If I hadn't honed my control over my spiritual energy throughout the years, if I had been even a fraction less precise, that technique would have been my end. Watching him from across the distance, there was a clear message in his stance. He wasn't afraid. And why would he be? With a Zanpakuto like that, the world bent to his will. Yet, as foreboding as the thought was, a smile tugged at the corner of my lips. Because the more I witnessed Adam's capabilities, the clearer the picture became. The raw spiritual pressure he exhibited, the unparalleled might of his Zanpakuto. It was all proving to be more than sufficient for what I had in mind for him. Every clash so far, every display of power, was just further confirmation that Adam's soul would be the ideal catalyst for what I was looking for. The Hogyoku's true potential, its evolution, rested on souls of immense power. And in Adam, I saw more than just power, I saw the essence of the Soul King itself. But it appeared that securing that outcome wasn't going to be as straightforward as I would have wanted to be. It was evident now that underestimating him even a little would be a fatal endeavor. Every move from here on had to be calculated, precise. I couldn't let myself be caught by surprise. So far, I could deal with everything he was throwing at me, but that was only his Shurikai. I had no idea how powerful his Bankai was, meaning that I had to operate under the assumption that it was under my best interest to avoid being caught in its power. There was always the Hogyoku, which I could use if things got complicated. However, using it without being connected to it completely wasn't ideal, seeing as it would drain a considerable amount of my own power to generate the result I wanted. The smaller the wish, the less the amount of energy it required. There was a lot one could do with a well-worded desire, a lot if one knew how to interact with the Hogyoku. I smiled at the thought. Perhaps I was getting in over my head, thinking this fight would push me to the point I would need to use the Hogyoku. Not that it mattered, even if he forced me to use the Hogyoku to escape what could be certain death. My Bankai would seal his fate, though I would prefer it if it didn't come to that. After all, there is a reason why I never use my Bankai. In most situations, it was more of a liability than anything else. Again, I was getting in over my head, for reasons I didn't quite understand. For the lack of more information, he had yet to show any signs of intending to use his Bankai. This was fun, Adam said, snapping me out of my thoughts. But as much as I'm enjoying our clash, I'm ending it. Perhaps I was wrong. Adam C. POV. I was having fun, I truly was. And how could I not? He was the opponent most would dream of fighting. However, during our exchange so far, one thing had become evidently clear: I had to finish this before it got out of my hands. Given enough time, he would learn how to counter me. He had shown that much with how he was dealing with me. He was adapting just as much if not more than I was. I had to end this. This was fun, I said as I held my Zanpakuto tightly and raised it to the sky. But as much as I am enjoying this, I'm ending it. I could feel Aizen's spiritual pressure change ever so slightly, his usual confident demeanor now replaced with a hint of wariness. His instincts, honed through countless battles, were undoubtedly alerting him to the drastic change in the atmosphere, the escalation in energy that heralded the shift in a battle's tide. Bankai, I whispered, and as I did, the space around us twisted, the very fabric of reality seeming to convulse in response to the monumental release of power. Muriokusho. The sand beneath my feet became a swirling vortex, the white dunes shifting and changing as the landscape itself appeared to respond to my call. My blade transformed and body transformed. Though, unlike my fight against Acnologia, the changes to my body were minimal this time, with the most prominent change being my eyes, which now had more than one black iris. My blade had also changed, losing her blade and hilt, turning into a weapon of undiluted space, a weapon that held the power to manipulate reality at my whim. Aizen stood still, observing, gauging the transformation, and the power that now emanated from me. His face was calm, but I could see a glint of excitement, concern, and something else in his eyes. Taking a step forward. Time to die. As I brought my hands together, preparing to unleash my ultimate technique. I could feel the pull of the cosmos, the gravitational forces that held the universe together now at my fingertips. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait like I had during my fight with Acnologia. While I had no doubts, I could end this without using the technique. It was within my best interest to end Aizen right away, making sure it was a permanent matter. At my current state, a stray thought, an uncontrolled movement, and I could inadvertently cause damage on a massive scale. Such was the double-edged sword of my Bankai, especially now that I wasn't bound to a mortal body. Abyssal Void. Sosuke Aizen. POV. Abyssal Void, Adam whispered, his voice echoing eerily in the barren expanse of Hueco Mundo. Suddenly, the world around me vanished. The white sands, the fake sky of Hueco Mundo, the very air, all disappeared, replaced by an all-encompassing darkness that was suffocating in its intensity. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was an abyss of nothingness, a void where existence itself ceased to be. I was someone accustomed to sensing and manipulating spiritual energy, yet here, in this space, there was nothing to sense. No Ryatsu, no time, no space. I felt detached, disconnected from reality. Even Kyoka Suigetsu, my trusted Zanpakuto, was gone. This was an environment where my senses were rendered useless. Every ounce of my being screamed at the unnaturalness of it all. It was, in every sense of the word, an antithesis to existence. He was truly a terrifying individual. To think his Zanpakuto would hold such an ability. In this void, you will meet your end, Sosuke Aizen, I heard Adam's voice echo throughout the void, in a way that couldn't be described as sound traveling, but more of a feeling reaching me. You used your trump card, Adam, now it's my turn to do the same. Adam C. POV. As the aftereffects of my technique resonated, a certain stillness descended upon Hueco Mundo. The oppressive spiritual pressure that marked Aizen's presence had dissipated, leaving nothing behind. I had won. For all his skill, smarts, and plans, I had killed Aizen, earning my way back home. With Aizen obliterated, my mission here was complete. Meaning my time here was finally over. Taking a deep breath, I deactivated my Bankai as my blade returned to its sealed state. The battle had taken its toll on me, despite how short it had been, both physically and mentally, but there was no time to rest. From afar, I could feel the others were still out there, locked in combat with Aizen's army of Arrancar. And while I had done my part, it was time to shift the focus and ensure our victory. But just as I began to redirect my thoughts and energies, a cold, familiar voice shattered the stillness. Bankai. My heart froze. That voice. It couldn't be. Turning around, my eyes met the very much intact form of Aizen, standing amidst the white sand, his gaze locked onto me. How? How had he survived the Abyssal Void? Abyssal Void is a place where nothing could persist. He had been trapped inside for more than enough time to be destroyed into nothingness. As my thoughts rushed through every possible explanation, I saw it, in his left hand, a small, brilliant orb, vibrating with power. The Hogyoku. Benakumokyo no Ian no Namuri. Chapter 258, Chapter 219, All I Want. Sosuke Aizen. POV. The power Adam wielded was nothing short of impressive, that much I could admit. I watched as his confidence briefly shattered when my voice met his ears. He seemed baffled. As well he should be. The very fabric of his understanding had just been unraveled. It is said, by many, that the most unbreakable prison is one that appears impossible to escape from. But in my eyes, that's a naive thought. True, an imposing cage might discourage some, making them surrender to their fate. But for beings like Adam, with strength and will beyond comprehension, no cage, no matter how resilient, would ever suffice. No. The best prison, the most sinister cage, is not one you cannot break out of, but one you don't want to leave. A world tailored to you, a paradise so intimate and flawless that it beguiles the mind, keeping the prisoner content, docile, blissfully unaware that they are even ensnared. That is the essence of my Bankai. It doesn't just create illusions like Kyoka Suigetsu's Shirkai. My Bankai crafts a reality, an entire world sculpted to perfection for its victim. It delves deep into the psyche of its target, understands their deepest desires, their fears, their hopes, and then shapes a reality so tantalizing that the victim is more than willing to accept it. Why would they question it? Why would they seek to escape from a world that gives them everything they've ever longed for? As the reality of my Bankai took its hold, I observed Adam. He stood still, almost like a statue, his once fierce eyes now glazed and distant. While I've had the privilege of watching many be ensnared by the trap of my Shirkai, the sight of someone as powerful as Adam being rendered so utterly passive by my Bankai was exhilarating. He had been the first to force me into using my Bankai. I could keep him in this state indefinitely. Let him live 1,000 lifetimes within a paradise of my creation. But time was not a luxury I had. Urahara was still a looming threat, and the longer I took here, the less control I would have over the overall situation. Adam, in his immobilized state, was the ideal sacrifice to the Hogyoku. While his power was immense, it was his essence, that fragment of the Soul King, that made him an invaluable offering. Walking slowly toward him, I couldn't help but talk, you know, Adam, in another world, another time, we could have been allies, perhaps even friends. But destiny has a cruel sense of humor. Pausing for a moment to admire his frozen form, I continued, your essence, your very soul, will be the key to unlocking the Hogyoku's full potential. And once I have that power, not even the Zero Squad will stand in my way. Reaching out, I touched his forehead, feeling the overwhelming spiritual pressure beneath the skin. The sensation was like touching a live wire, the power raw and untamed. With a deep breath, I began to channel his energy, siphoning it off, preparing to offer it to the Hogyoku. As I did, I felt the Hogyoku respond, pulsating with excitement, aware of the feast it was about to receive. The very atmosphere of Hueco Mundo trembled in anticipation. Soon, very soon, everything would change. Adam C. POV. A strange weight settled on me as the power of my Bankai receded. Everything seemed to return to normal, or as normal as it could be in this forsaken desert. Yet, the silence around me felt oppressive. Empty. I could have sworn I just saw Aizen. A fleeting image, a momentary glance, but he was gone. Vaporized by the abyss. Or maybe I was just overthinking things. No Ryatsu could be felt in the nearby grounds, save for mine. It was as if the world had been vacuumed clean of every hint of spiritual energy, just as Abyssal Void would have done. The distant echoes of battle were fading, hinting at the conclusion of the skirmishes elsewhere. All of my comrades were winning. Yet, something was off. It was too quiet, too perfect. A sensation akin to déjà vu pricked at the edge of my consciousness, leaving me unsettled. The very atmosphere felt layered, hiding things that I couldn't quite decipher. The victory I felt was clouded by a nagging feeling at the back of my mind, like an itch I couldn't scratch. Perhaps it was the fact that defeating Aizen had been a little too easy. Then again, he had taken the full might of Abyssal Void, which was a very powerful technique. I let out a weary sigh, the weight of the battles bearing down on me. I had survived. I had faced one of the most formidable foes in all of existence, and I had emerged victorious. Regardless of how strange this victory felt, it felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. Either way, I was going home. Dropping to the ground, a slow smile crept onto my lips, the fine sand cold against my skin. A myriad of emotions flooded through me, relief, exhaustion, elation, and yet, a tinge of that unsettling doubt. Just what was wrong with me? I had won and I felt as if I had lost. As I closed my eyes, I took solace in the thought of returning to familiar grounds, to the place I belonged. Whatever doubts and uncertainties loomed over the horizon, they would be dealt with in due time. For now, all I wanted was to bask in this moment, to feel the tranquility that came after the storm. However, deep within, the embers of doubt still smoldered, casting shadows on what should have been a moment of pure, unbridled relief. Data. Aizen's Bankai. Aizen cannot ensnare someone with his Bankai if they are already under Kyoka Suigetsu's spell. Once a person has seen his Shurikai release, they become immune to his Bankai. However, if they haven't seen the release, then the Bankai ritual is straightforward. Aizen presents his Zanpakuto before the victim and they will become fixated on their own reflection on the blade's surface, before being swallowed to a fake world, where everything is just as the target wants it. Primary abilities. Perfect illusory world. Aizen's Bankai has the power to trap its target within an ideal, tailored reality. This realm is so flawlessly constructed to fit the victim's desires, fears, or expectations that it becomes nearly indistinguishable from actual reality. Perpetual stasis. Within this illusory realm, the victim, while aware and conscious, finds themselves immobilized. This paralysis is not just physical but extends to the victim's ability to use spiritual energy or other inherent powers. Inescapable illusion. The illusion is maintained not just by Aizen's will but by the victim's subconscious desire to remain in the ideal world. This dual bind makes it incredibly challenging for the victim to recognize the illusion, let alone break free from it. Feedback loop. The more the victim believes in the illusion, the stronger it becomes. This establishes a feedback loop that solidifies the faux reality. Chapter 259, Read. Hello my sexy readers. I know I've been missing, but that's coming to an end. Family is doing well, mom is healthy, and I am back at it like before. Now. This brings us to today's news. A new novel will start after this one is done. I have 3 options for you. And a poll to decide. https://strawpoll.com/b2zbe0x07gj. So, until next week, that poll will be open to decide what novel will take Fairy Tail's place. Vote, and let me know your thoughts about the options. Chapter 260, New Poll. https://strawpoll.com/poi9w0pl3gj. This poll is to see what world you would like to see me explore. After one of those worlds wins, I will formulate some ideas. Chapter 261, Chapter 220, Distorted Dream. This novel ends in 2 days in Patreon but will continue with daily updates here. That way I will work out some chapters for the next project. Currently on Chapter 241, novel will end on Chapter 252. Adam C. POV. Distorted Reality. The moon hung low in the sky over Hueco Mundo, its pallid light diffused across the vast expanse of the white desert. The battles raged on, but for me, the dust had seemingly settled. A heavy weight lifted off my shoulders, replaced with an elation I hadn't felt in a long time. I was free of this world. I was going home. I smiled, waiting for the others to finish their fights. I had time for a small celebration before leaving this place, one last goodbye. Hours after the destruction of Aizen's forces, most of them scattering after the news of his demise began to spread, a party broke out. Warm laughter, the clinking of glasses, and the low hum of conversation filled the air as the celebratory mood engulfed the Siriidii, for we had won. The weight of our hard-fought victory washed over everybody in waves, a mixture of relief and euphoria, and who could blame them? Aizen was truly gone. Each face around me, once strangers, were now familiar, being the face of friends and comrades who'd faced insurmountable odds with me. I took a moment to let it all sink in, letting my senses be enveloped by the joy and warmth of the celebration. From a distance, Urahara approached, his pace relaxed but his eyes holding a certain seriousness that instantly caught my attention. Adam, he began, drawing me out of my reverie. It's time. Understanding dawned upon me. Our deal. My mission in this world was complete. Meaning it was time to return to Fiori, to the family and friends awaiting me in Fairy Tail. From here, one thing led to another, and before I knew it, the swirling blue of the portal enveloped my vision, and in mere moments, I was back on familiar soil. I was finally home. Fiori, however, did not allow me the luxury of respite. It didn't take me long to figure out from here that my friends were still trapped under the influence of Fairy Sphere, and needless to say every fiber of my being was committed to freeing them as soon as possible. The days melded into nights, time passing in a blur of research, experiments, and failed attempts. Each failure only fueled my determination. 2 years of reading through Mavis research, during that time, I became master of the guild, being the only one strong enough to give the title its true meaning. When I finally managed to shatter the binding spell of Fairy Sphere, the overwhelming sense of relief was palpable. Soon enough, the guild hall was once again filled with joyful tears, raucous laughter, and heartfelt reunions. Fairy Tail was whole once more. And yet, amidst this joy, an unsettling sensation gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. Something here wasn't right. Trying to shake off that eerie feeling, I joined the ongoing celebration. As the night wore on, a familiar voice called out to me. Urza, resplendent in her scarlet hair and armored dress, extended her hand. Dance with me, she whispered, a smile on her face. I accepted. And as we swayed to the rhythm, the world around me blurred. All that mattered in that moment was her radiant smile and the warmth of her touch. Had she always been this beautiful? From that point, it didn't take me long to figure out what was happening to me. I was in love. Time has a peculiar way of moving when one is lost in love. The days with Urza seemed both long and fleeting. Our bond deepened, our souls intertwined, and it wasn't long before I knew I wanted to spend eternity with her. Our wedding was a beautiful blur of joy, laughter, and love, marking the beginning of our journey together. Life had more surprises in store for us. Urza's pregnancy brought with it a mix of excitement, anticipation, and nervousness. When she finally gave birth, our happiness knew no bounds. 2 strapping boys, Leonidas and Oberon, and our little princess Aura, whose laughter could light up the gloomiest of days. Yet, even in these moments of pure happiness, that nagging sensation persisted, the very same I had felt all those years ago. Something was wrong. And I didn't know what, and that worried me. It wasn't until one evening, as I played with my children, that feeling intensified. The once familiar surroundings seemed distorted, and for a brief, terrifying moment, the faces of my loved ones twisted into grotesque masks. Could it be that I was dreaming? I wanted to deny it, to scream and rebel against the idea. This life, with all its ups and downs, with its moments of sheer joy and heartbreaking sorrow, felt too real to be an illusion. Yet, despite all that, I knew something was wrong. The occasional distortions, the eerie sense of déjà vu, and that persistent static in the back of my mind, like a knife to the skull. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, I tried to push those unsettling thoughts to the back of my mind. Urza and the children were my anchor, the reasons I held on. Every smile, every touch, every shared moment felt too precious to question its authenticity. But as time went on, the distortions became more frequent, more pronounced. Reality seemed to shatter at the edges, and my perception of things became increasingly unreliable. The static grew louder, impossible to ignore. The beautiful world around me, with all its joys and sorrows, was now leaving me on the precipice of a terrifying unknown. I could feel sand in my feet. But there was no sand. And even if it was, it didn't feel like normal sand, it felt like Hueco Mundo. How long has it been since I fought Aizen? Years. Yet, the time didn't feel right. Honey, are you okay? Urza asked, her voice distorted, her face that of a monster. Please, let this be a nightmare. Let this go away in the morning. Sosuke Aizen. POV. The cold touch of the Hogyoku against my skin, its otherworldly pulse synchronizing with the rhythm of my heartbeats, evoked a profound sense of awe even within me. It was the convergence of immeasurable power and unbridled ambition, a dark symphony of dominion and conquest. It was a moment I had envisioned countless times in the silent recesses of my thoughts, a scenario played and replayed within my mind. Yet, as the Hogyoku endeavored to draw Adam's power, to claim the essence of his soul, I perceived an anomaly, a resistance unforeseen, an insurmountable stagnation. Each strand of Adam's potent Ryatsu, imbued with the indomitable essence of the Soul King, seemed to wrestle against the Hogyoku's pull. This wasn't good. The process was painstakingly slow, as if each particle of his spiritual energy was determined to resist, fighting an inexorable war against an invincible force. I studied Adam's motionless form. Suspended between existence and oblivion, as a thought struck me. Could it be that the Hogyoku harbored an innate inclination to preserve a part of the Soul King? Before I could ponder on this, familiar Ryatsu made itself known, a force unmistakable, a presence unforgettable. Urahara Kisuke. You're too late, Urahara, I mused, a smile dancing on my lips. You always think you're so far ahead of everyone, Aizen, Urahara began, his gaze cold. But there's so much you don't know. It would take me hours to explain how much you miscalculated, but let me summarize things for you. Adam isn't just some fragment or part of the Soul King. He's the son of the king. For the briefest of moments, the weight of that revelation made the world tilt on its axis. The implications were enormous. All this time, I believed Adam was just another part of the Soul King, who like all others had gained a sense of self, but he was like Yawatch. Before I could respond, Urahara continued, do you really think that the Hogyoku will work against him? In the face of his child, that what you hold it's but a sacrifice. I gazed at the Hogyoku nestled within my palm, its enigmatic pulsations now taking on a new meaning. Steeling myself, I spoke, the depths of my voice reflecting the storm of thoughts swirling within. Even so, Kisuke, this revelation won't change the outcome that has already been settled. The Hogyoku is mine, and so will be Adam's power, and his connection to the Soul King. Urahara's gaze sharpened. The Hogyoku has a will of its own, you should know it better than anyone. You might think you command it, but its true allegiance might surprise you. It was here when I realized what Urahara meant, the Hogyoku wasn't reacting to my will anymore, it was now reacting to something else. Adam's will. Adam C. POV. The soft glow of the morning sun streamed through the windows, casting a warm hue over the room. My family, Urza, Leonidas, Oberon, and Aura, sat around the breakfast table, their laughter filling the room. It should have been a perfect moment, but the persistent static at the back of my mind had grown louder, more insistent, like every day would. Suddenly, Leonidas turned to me, his innocent face morphing into a grotesque mask, his laughter turning shrill. The same transformation began distorting the faces of my other children and, finally, Urza herself. The room felt as if it were shrinking, darkness clouding the edges of my vision. Enough. I screamed, pushing back from the table. Honey? Urza asked, her voice echoing in my head. I took a deep breath, centering myself. The whispers of my Zanpakuto echoed in my mind, urging me to do something, what I couldn't hear, but she sounded desperate. With each panicked breath, I focused on my spiritual pressure, feeling it rise, pushing against the static inside my head. And then, with a deafening roar, I released it. The world around me shattered like fragile glass, fragments of reality spiraling away into nothingness. The faces of my loved ones, or the monsters that played them, the comfortable surroundings of my home, all vanished in a blinding surge of light. The ground beneath my feet felt unstable, like sand being swept away by waves. As my vision cleared, the desolate landscape of Hueco Mundo stretched out around me, the moon looming large and cold in the sky. The sensation of static in my mind receded, replaced by clarity and a surge of anger. The reality I had been thrust into, the life I thought I'd been living, had all been an illusion, a construct. Aizen. I wonder, what did you see in your perfect world? Aizen asked, taking a step back. I didn't hear his words. For the first time in a long time, I was seeing red. Chapter 262, Chapter 221, Slumbering God. This novel ends in 2 days in Patreon but will continue with daily updates here. That way I will work out some chapters for the next project. Currently on Chapter 241, novel will end on Chapter 252. Adam C. POV. There's a certain agony in the realization that cherished moments, treasured memories, the very fabric of a life believed to be lived, were all a mirage. A cruel, painstakingly crafted illusion. I stood there, in the endless white of Hueco Mundo, grappling with the weight of that revelation. Every laughter shared with Urza, every proud moment as I watched my children grow, every stolen glance and shared secret, all gone, like a dream upon waking. The depth of my fury was a chasm, endless and consuming. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. Every smile, every touch, every word that had meant something was now tainted. It was as if a part of my soul had been ripped out, leaving a void that echoed with rage and grief. The idea that someone would, manipulate my reality in such a manner, it was unfathomable. As these thoughts spiraled within me, my Reiatsu surged, reaching out and rippling through Hueco Mundo, causing the sands to rise and dance in a frenzied whirlwind. The vast emptiness resonated with the rhythm of my heart, amplifying my anger. The memories that had been implanted in me were detailed, vibrant, and felt so real. The love I felt for Urza, the pride for my children, all the emotions associated with those fake memories, they were genuine. It was all too real for me, and it had all been torn away in the blink of an eye, because it had been fake. How could one person possess such audacity? To tamper with the very essence of another's existence, to play with emotions and memories as if they were mere toys. As I raged, my Reiatsu continued to expand, threatening to break the boundaries of Hueco Mundo itself. I felt like a roaring storm, a whirlwind of emotions that would consume everything in its path. I will tear you to shreds. I bellowed as I closed my eyes, my fists clenching at my sides. Aizen took another step back. It seems our little experiment has yielded quite the result, he observed, his voice smooth and unbothered. You will not win, Adam. Die. I moved, swinging my sword with deadly intent. Our blades clashed, meeting one another, sending a shockwave of energy throughout Hueco Mundo. The force of our clash sent sand and stone flying in every direction, carving deep furrows into the ground beneath us. Aizen smiled for a moment, before the force behind my attack forced him to his knees, his sword barely holding against mine. I knew everything I had seen in that world had been fake. I knew that. But that didn't make the pain any less real. I will kill you. I screamed, my fury vibrating through the air as I thrust my blade forward with every ounce of strength I had, every bit of spiritual energy I could muster. His blade buckled under the strain for a few moments, space bending around us, until his sword shattered into 1,000 pieces, much to his shock. Impossible. Aizen gasped, unable to believe what had just happened. Giving him no time to rest, I followed my attack with another, cutting off the hand that used to hold his blade with a swift strike. Blood sprayed across the sand, as Aizen jumped back, a calm, yet bewildered expression dawning on his face. Sosuke Aizen. POV. I jumped back, avoiding what would very well be a lethal blow following the cut in my right hand. The pain was evident, a deep burning sensation coursing through my veins, a stark contrast to the cold, desolate landscape of Hueco Mundo. Every inch of my being screamed in defiance. The intensity of Adam's Ryatsu, that overwhelming power, it was nothing short of catastrophic. This was not the plan. The Hogyoku was supposed to absorb his power, render him weak and defeated, a sacrificial offering to my ascension. Yet, here I lay, bloodied and battered, while he had evolved. Not enough to transcend, but enough. As I tried to ponder what to do, Urahara's figure came into view, his head casting a shadow that obscured his eyes, yet, that ever-present, inscrutable smile was all too visible. It was the smile of a man who had predicted this outcome, the smile of a man whose intricate planning surpassed my every expectation. I told you, didn't I? Kisuke said, his voice barely above a whisper, yet the words were heavy, laden with the kind of foreboding that sends shivers down the spine. The Hogyoku would side with him, if given the choice. Anger coursed through me. It wasn't just Adam's renewed strength that shook me to my core, or the fact my plans seemed to be coming undone. It was the confirmation of what I had suspected, that the Hogyoku, my Hogyoku, had turned its back on me. It had not only protected Adam but had empowered him, given him the tools to mount this insurmountable offense. I grunted, pushing myself up from the ground, blood seeping through my robes, painting the white sand red. In the distance, Adam stood like an avenging deity, his Ryatsu a roaring inferno, eyes ablaze with a fire forged from anger. Impossible. My words, laced with disbelief, escaped into the cold, unforgiving air of Hueco Mundo. Every hypothesis, every calculated move had pointed to this moment being my ultimate triumph. Yet here we stood, roles reversed, power dynamics upended. It's far from impossible, Aizen, Urahara continued, his tone mirthful yet haunting. You aim to manipulate a power much greater, much older than any we've ever encountered. You sought to control the child of the Soul King, but you underestimated the will of the Hogyoku, its innate ability to discern where it belongs. Chapter 263, Chapter 222, Ascension. This novel ends in 2 days in Patreon but will continue with daily updates here. That way I will work out some chapters for the next project. Currently on Chapter 241, novel will end on Chapter 252. Sosuke Aizen. POV. Every step he took towards me resonated like a death bell, echoing throughout the desert as Urahara watched not so far away. With every inch he closed between us, the atmosphere grew denser, the air harder to breathe, and the weight of his very existence bore down upon me. I could barely move. The visible fury in his eyes painted a vivid picture, one of pain, of betrayal, of countless emotions intertwining into a storm that was threatening to consume everything in its path. Yet, somehow, as his rage seemed to crescendo, his Ryatsu, that immense, overwhelming force, simply disappeared. It was almost as if it was disappearing, being swallowed by the void. The void where his Ryatsu once resided was unsettling. It was a blankness, a nothingness, and I couldn't tap into it, couldn't read it. I could breathe again. Yet, I didn't feel anything had changed about my situation. Now that I think about it, something had changed. His eyes were like the ones he had during his Bankai, but now had 4 black irises, and in them, all I could see was death. My death. This was wrong. I had always been the mastermind, the puppeteer pulling the strings from the shadows, but now, standing before him, I felt my control slipping away. Frustration bubbled up within me. No. I wouldn't be bested this way. I had dealt with powerhouses, with beings that defied comprehension. I wasn't going to be overshadowed now. Not by him. Not by Urahara. In anger, in my defiance against the world, I unleashed everything in my arsenal. Kido after Kido, spells that could obliterate mountains and raise the earth, spells that could bind the mightiest of foes. Each one cast with pinpoint precision and unrelenting force. But Adam, he didn't move. He didn't flinch, didn't defend. He merely stood there, allowing every spell to crash upon him. Each attack would hurt him, blood would spill, but none of the wounds would be substantial. Each impact resonated with a hollow emptiness, as if they were being absorbed into that vast void he had become. My attacks, each one lethal on its own, seemed almost inconsequential against him. It can't be, I growled, taking a step forward in anger. Could it be that he had actually done it? Was this what true transcendence looked like? No. I refused to accept such an outcome. I refused to accept someone else standing above me. My mind raced, searching for a strategy, an angle, anything that could give me an edge. Desperation led me to use my ultimate weapon once again. My Bankai. It had trapped him once. It could trap him again. Perhaps just long enough for me to end him. Bankai. I roared, grabbing my Zanpakuto tight. Sosuke Aizen. POV. Triumph filled my heart, replacing the overwhelming dread from moments ago. I believed I had him, truly, right where I wanted. The world around us was mine to shape, a masterful illusion constructed by my Bankai. His stillness, his silence, everything suggested that he was lost within the trap I'd set. And that made me confident. Overconfident, perhaps. Every step I took towards him was heavy, filled with the weight of anticipation, of the sweet victory that lay moments ahead. I had to finish this. One clean slash, and he would be no more. This was the power I held. No matter how powerful one was, no matter how transcendental, my illusions could always find a chink in their armor. But as I neared, poised to deliver the final blow, a whisper, cold and haunting, caressed my ear. You can't fool those eyes anymore, Sosuke Aizen, for now they see reality for what it is. Before I could process the words, reality seemed to shatter around me. Adam moved, but it wasn't just a mere step or a jump, it was a transcendence of space itself. His hand reached out, fingers grazing my throat. I could feel a coldness seeping into me, not just of temperature, but a void, an emptiness. My senses dulled, vision blurred, and I could feel my very existence being erased. The last thing I saw before darkness took me were those eyes, those 4 black irises, seeing me, seeing through me, seeing everything. Yawatch POV. From my throne, I observed the events unfold. The vast sea of spiritual pressure from Hueco Mundo, a flicker in the fabric of the cosmos, hadn't escaped my notice. Aizen versus Adam. It was almost funny, seeing Aizen, a being who always thought himself to be several steps ahead, weaving plots within plots, always so sure of his control over the narrative of fate, lose his composure. As their battle raged on, I sensed the shift in dynamics, the sheer raw power emanating from Adam. My brother was reaching new heights. The very essence of his being was evolving, transcending. I could feel it, his power resonating with mine. His eyes were a show of that. Like I had acquired my Almighty, Adam had acquired something else, another part of the Soul King. The Almighty allowed me to see and alter time if necessary as long as it involved me. But Adam's gift was different, for as long as it involved him, he could see him everything for what it was. The all-seeing eyes. I smiled. There was a poetic beauty in watching Aizen's confidence crumble, piece by piece, as he grappled with an opponent he clearly had underestimated. And in that crucial moment, when Aizen thought he had the upper hand, I decided to intervene, if anything to amuse myself. Whispering into the very winds that carried their Ryatsu, my voice found its way to Aizen. You can't fool those eyes anymore, Aizen, for they see reality for what it is. It was less of a message for him and more of a nudge for Adam, a catalyst to hasten what was to come. Brother, now that your awakening has begun, what will you do? Chapter 264, Author Note. Just a quick note to say a few things. First, this novel ends tomorrow on Korean. I already wrote the last few chapters, but you know how it is, you write something fast because you're in the creative zone, and by the time you are done it looks like the concept of grammar and readability is completely foreign to you. But yeah, the novel ends tomorrow in Patreon. Today we'll have a rank event. If we reach first place, I'll post 3 extra chapters, maybe 4, who knows, maybe even 5, 4. If we reach second place, I'll post 2 extra chapters. If we reach third place, I'll post 1 extra chapters. Other than that, updates are now fully back to normal, so today you'll get a chapter. I'm back to shape, dealt with my problems, medical and familiar and well, ready to finish this project. Currently on Chapter 253. Chapter 265, Chapter 223, Transcendence. This novel ends tomorrow on Patreon. I already wrote the last few chapters, but you know how it is, you write something fast because you're in the creative zone, and by the time you are done it looks like the concept of grammar and readability is completely foreign to you. But yeah, the novel ends tomorrow in Patreon. Now, a quick voting event. If we reach first place, I'll post 3 extra chapters. Maybe 4, probably 4. If we reach second place, I'll post 2 extra chapters. If we reach third place, I'll post 1 extra chapters. Adam C. POV. The gusts of wind in Hueco Mundo carried with them the disintegrating essence of Sosuke Aizen, as my power destroyed his very being into nothingness, using an application of abyssal void. Every particle of his being, every fragment of his formidable spiritual energy, crumbled away, swept up and scattered to the far corners of this desolate realm. The void left by his absence was palpable, a haunting stillness amidst the dunes. I had won. And yet, amidst this dissonance, amidst this victory, an overwhelming sensation washed over me. Intoxication, if one could name it. It was as if a veil I never knew was there had been lifted, and I was seeing the world, feeling the world, for the very first time. I felt awake. There was a profound clarity, a resonance in every grain of sand, every gust of wind. I could perceive the intricate dance of spiritual particles, the very fabric of the universe. It was a state of existence so profound that I struggled to find words to encapsulate it. I felt a deep connection, an understanding of the ebb and flow of life, and my place within it. I smiled. Despite how angry I had been a few moments ago with Aizen, I felt ecstatic. However, amidst this overwhelming sense of euphoria, there was an intrusion, a dot of darkness, a piercing gaze that I could feel on me but couldn't place. I spun around, trying to locate the source, but all I was met with was the vastness of Hueco Mundo. The sensation was fleeting, like a whisper in the wind, but it was undeniable. Someone, something, had observed this moment, this turning point. Someone was watching me. Before I could further ponder upon it, the feeling vanished, leaving me with a lingering sense of unease. Adam, a familiar voice cut through my thoughts. Keisuke Urahara, his ever-present hat casting a shadow over his eyes, I had almost forgotten he was here. Without a word, he moved to my side and bent down, picking up the only reminder of Aizen's existence, the Hogyoku. The item pulsated faintly, as if echoing the remnants of Aizen's ambition. Urahara examined it with a contemplative gaze, his fingers tracing its form, regret in his eyes. Then, in a gesture I hadn't expected, he extended his hand, offering the Hogyoku to me. I stared at him, shock evident in my reaction. Why? I finally managed to ask, my voice betraying my confusion. Why give this to me? Of all the possible outcomes, I didn't expect him giving me the Hogyoku to be one of them. We barely trusted each other as it was, and even if we trusted each other, I wasn't the best candidate to hold the reality marble. He was. He knew what that thing was capable of. He had created the thing. I believe you're one of the few who can resist its allure, its temptation, Urahara began, shifting the Hogyoku in his palm. Moreover, I believe that it will be safest with you. I scoffed at that. Sure, I wasn't a megalomaniac like Aizen, but I was still prone to error. Are you implying that I'm impervious to temptation? Because I can assure you, I'm as flawed as anyone. Urahara chuckled softly, adjusting his hat slightly. I'm not implying you're without flaws, Adam. In fact, it's your understanding of your own limitations, your self-awareness, that makes you a suitable guardian for the Hogyoku. But more than that, after witnessing your confrontation with Aizen, I believe you have the strength to protect it, and the wisdom to never use it. There was something he wasn't telling me. I wasn't sure what, but I knew there was another reason behind this, other than my good character. I looked at the Hogyoku, its swirling depth seeming almost mesmerizing, a small orb that held within it immeasurable potential. A power that could reshape reality, change the very fabric of existence. You are hiding something, I replied. Urahara chuckled. To be fair, I did say it, but you weren't listening at the time, you were focused on killing Aizen. So, it's not my fault you didn't hear. I took a deep breath, and extended my hand, accepting the Hogyoku. Care to repeat what you said then? Urahara's gaze held mine. Well, I said that the Hogyoku would choose you if given the choice, Adam. Why? Well, I'll tell you once you're back home, but let's just say you have an affinity with it. Affinity? My gaze fell upon the small, enigmatic orb resting in my hand. It was cold, yet its presence exuded a strange sense of warmth. Every pulse, every radiant wave of energy it emitted felt familiar, in an unsettling sort of way. I curled my fingers around it, feeling its energy coursing through my veins. Well, I still don't understand, I confessed, my eyes locked onto Urahara for a moment before shrugging. But I'll take your word for it. He tipped his hat slightly, the shadow veiling his expression deepening. Good, the less people are in the know, the better, he said cryptically. For now, holding onto it is the safest course of action. When the time is right, I'll explain everything, I promise. Omnious. Well, ain't that ominous, I replied, taking a deep breath. Urahara smiled, a tired smile, not his usual mischievous one. You have no idea. His words left an unsettling tone with me. An explosion of questions, of uncertainties that danced within the corners of my consciousness. But if he was right, then it was best to believe him. He was the genius in this equation after all. That being said, I didn't trust Urahara completely. Our relationship was built upon necessity, not trust. Perhaps that would change in the future, but in the meantime, that was our status. Like I said, I'll hold you to that, Urahara, I said firmly, pocketing the Hogyoku. Its energy pulsed against my skin, a reminder of the enigma that now lay within my grasp. Urahara simply nodded, his gaze intense yet unreadable, leaving me to wonder, in just what kind of mess I had gotten myself into. By the way, could you try and lower your Ryatsu? Urahara added, a nervous smile dawning on his face. I really don't want to explain why your eyes are like that. Lower my Ryatsu. I echoed, tilting my head. He didn't seem bothered by the level of power I was emitting, and while he was stronger than a lot of the captains around, they were captains, meaning this level of power wasn't enough to harm them. Yes, Urahara nodded. I want you to lower your Ryatsu to a point where I can sense it. He can't sense my Ryatsu. Now that I think about it, I felt very different. I could feel the very currents of energy flowing around me, every shift in the spiritual fabric of this realm. I knew I had gotten stronger. But, not to the point where my spiritual pressure shattered the boundaries of evolution. Okay, I replied. I imagine it works like sealing my Zanpakuto, right? Yes, in a way, Urahara nodded. If my suspicions are correct, sealing your Ryatsu back to normal levels should bring you back to our level of awareness, and fix your eyes. Okay, easy enough. Wait, my eyes. What's wrong with my eyes? I asked, frowning at him. I really needed a pocket mirror. Well, Urahara hesitated, scratching the back of his head, they aren't exactly normal, even by our standards. For irises, all black. It's a bit unsettling, and some might jump to conclusions it's best we prevent. I frowned, for irises. Was I turning into an insect like Eisen had? Oh God, please no. This is a side effect of my new state, I assume. I replied, hoping the change in my eyes wasn't a permanent one. There were many things I could deal with, losing an arm. Sure. Being stabbed. Who hasn't? But having contact lenses. Not in a million years, the process of putting them creeped me the fuck out. Urahara nodded slowly, probably. Your current power and the manifestation of it through your eyes is likely a reflection of the profound change within you. The evolution you underwent, the realization and the breakthrough, all of it has manifested in a way that's visually striking, pun intended. Not funny, Urahara, not funny at all. Taking a deep breath, I tried to do as I was told, focusing on containing the vast wellspring of energy within me. Closing my eyes, I attempted to retract the emanating Ryatsu, to pull it back. The process was akin to trying to restrain a massive ocean with mere hands, but gradually, with effort, I felt the raging torrent begin to calm. Opening my eyes, I met Urahara's gaze, better. He studied me for a moment, then gave a small nod. I'm starting to feel your Ryatsu again, so yeah, it's working, and as for your eyes, they are marginally better. Good. Though I'm kind of disappointed that the feeling of euphoria I was feeling disappeared the moment I sealed my power back in. I didn't feel as awake, or aware as before, just generally weaker. So, now what? I asked. We celebrate, say our goodbyes, and leave this world, Urahara replied, a smile on his face. That almost sounds like you're coming to Earthland with me, I questioned, trying to wrap my head around the idea of Urahara Kasuk roaming freely in my world. The sheer thought of it was a little alarming. Of course. Urahara exclaimed, opening and shutting his fan with a flourish. A new world, filled with undiscovered things. It's a scientist's dream. Besides, he continued with a smirk, I've been cooped up in the Soul Society for too long. A change of scenery is in order. I couldn't help but chuckle. He was a bastard, but at least, he was a tolerable one. Chapter 266, Chapter 224, Goodbye, for now. Now, a quick voting event. For next week. If we reach first place, I'll post 3 extra chapters. Maybe 4, probably 4. If we reach second place, I'll post 2 extra chapters. If we reach third place, I'll post 1 extra chapters. Adam C. POV. After making sure every fight had ended, with more of the Espada surviving in this outcome instead of the canon one, Stark being one of them, seeing Shunsui hadn't killed him by the time Urahara and I returned, we regrouped to return back to the Soul Society. The journey back to the Soul Society was a quiet one to say something, the silence only punctuated by the soft hum of the garganta Urahara had opened. As we stepped through, I was immediately met with the familiar sights of the Siriidii. From that point on, it didn't take long before we were summoned to report back to Captain Commander Yamamoto. And seeing I wanted to go home as soon as possible, I obliged to the summons as fast as possible. Adam, he began, his deep voice resonating through the room, you have done a great service to the Soul Society today. Aizen's ambition was a threat to the balance of all worlds. With his demise, that threat has been neutralized. I nodded, taking a moment before replying. I did what I said I would. Yamamoto nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. And for that, we are all in your debt. There was a brief pause, the weight of his gaze assessing, measuring. But there is one matter that remains. The Hogyoku. What became of it? Before I could answer, Urahara stepped forward. It was destroyed in the battle, Captain Commander. The combined forces and the sheer intensity of the clash led to its annihilation. So that's the avenue he's gonna take on this. A flicker of doubt crossed Yamamoto's eyes, but he simply nodded. Very well. It's a dangerous artifact, and it's best that it's no longer in existence. As the conversation continued, I couldn't help but mull over Urahara's words. Why had he lied about the Hogyoku? They couldn't feel it, but I had it, tucked safely away. Perhaps he feared others would use it as Aizen had, others more corrupt than Aizen himself. Eventually, as I zoned out, the meeting concluded with Yamamoto expressing his gratitude once again, emphasizing the importance of the unity between worlds and things like that. As we left the room, I glanced at Urahara, a question burning in my eyes. Why did you lie, and why didn't you tell me you would? He met my gaze, a small, cryptic smile playing on his lips. All in good time, Adam, he whispered. All in good time. I swear to God, I'm 1 second away from slapping him. A few hours later. The vibrant hues of twilight painted the skies of Siriidii, signaling the onset of evening, as lanterns began to glow and illuminate the courtyards and streets. After the news of Aizen's demise had spread out, the Soul Society erupted in happiness, and with it a massive party that expanded across the divisions broke out, a party I had been invited to as my farewell party. And despite all things, I had to admit, things felt very familiar, fairy tale-like. I mean, and how could it not? After all. Laughter, song, and the clinking of glasses filled the air as the Shinigami rejoiced over their hard-fought victory. It was like watching my guild, but through a different lens. In the midst of all this, I found myself seated at the edge of the festivities, a cup of sake in hand, lost in thought. The intoxication from the drink was mild, but my mind was heavily burdened by the memories of my fight with Aizen, specifically the part where he had trapped me inside his bankai. Adam, a deep voice resonated next to me, pulling me from my reverie. I looked up to find Captain Commander Yamamoto standing there, a rare, soft expression on his aged face. Old man, I greeted with a nod, taking another sip from my cup. He took a moment, surveying the celebrations around us before turning his gaze back to me. You seem distant. Despite the victory, there's a weight on your shoulders. I chuckled, just processing everything, I suppose. It's been a lot. That was an understatement. It would take me a while to deal with what I had seen. Yamamoto nodded, understanding evident in his eyes. War has a way of leaving scars, not all of them visible. But we must stand strong, that is the duty of those born with strength. I smiled, appreciating his words. Thank you, sir. He paused for a moment, the weight of his next words apparent even before he spoke them. Have you thought about staying, Adam? The Soul Society could benefit from someone of your caliber. You have proven your worth, time and time again. Ha. As if. I miss my world way too much to even consider such an offer. I'm honored by the offer, I began, choosing my words carefully. The old man had been kind to me, in his way, and I didn't want to offend him. But I have my own world to return to, my own duties to fulfill. Yamamoto nodded, accepting my answer. I had a feeling you might say that. Nevertheless, the offer stands, should you ever change your mind. With nothing more to say, we shared a moment of silence, taking in the festivities around us. A few hours later. Once the party ended, I asked Urahara a small favor, which was to open a path back to Hueco Mundo for a few minutes. Using the Garganta provided by Urahara, I found myself back in the familiar desolation of Hueco Mundo. The pale moonlight casting long shadows on the endless white sands, but my focus was on a particular silhouette waiting in the distance. Her frame was graceful, with long, flowing hair that mirrored the color of the sands around her, and her very presence seemed to harmonize with the world of Hueco Mundo. She looked up as I approached, a soft tired smile gracing her features. Didn't expect to see you here again so soon, she remarked, her voice gentle. I chuckled. Well, we have a lot to talk about, don't we? She tilted her head, studying me for a moment. I suppose we do. There was a brief pause as we shared a comfortable silence, both lost in our thoughts. It was weird, yet welcomed, from enemies to begrudging allies. Many would say I should hate her, but without her, I wouldn't be here, alive, so despite how much of a shitty ride this adventure had been, I was grateful for what she had done. So, you want to go back to our world? I said, breaking the silence. One of my acquaintances has a working portal back to Earthland, and I really don't mind giving you the lift. Her gaze met mine, a mixture of surprise and contemplation in her eyes. After a moment, she chuckled softly, I appreciate the offer, Adam, but now that Aizen is gone, I can return without any help. Besides, she added with a hint of mischief in her tone, if you wanted, I could easily take you there. Right, she was all about portals, and that kind of magic, and if she was able to reach this world then, going back should be a piece of cake for her, especially now that she was vastly stronger. I smiled, shaking my head. Thanks, but I've got my ticket home with Urahara. Celine sighed, looking up at the moon. Very well. So, what now? I asked. Her entire reason for coming here was finding the power to destroy Acnologia, however, I had already done that, so the question remained, what was her goal now? She seemed lost in thought for a moment before answering, I had a purpose when I came here, a vendetta, if you will. But now, with Acnologia gone and Aizen defeated, I find myself at a crossroads. I'm free from the chains of revenge and hatred, but also aimless. I looked at her, understanding her plight. It's not easy to move forward when the driving force behind your actions is suddenly gone. Maybe it's time to find a new purpose, Celine. A new beginning, perhaps. She smiled wistfully. A new beginning, that sounds nice. Earthland is vast, with countless opportunities and adventures awaiting. Maybe it's time you explore it, this time being nothing but Celine, discovering the world and herself along the way. Celine chuckled softly. You make it sound so simple. It's only as complicated as you make it, I replied, with a shrug. She pondered on my words, her eyes reflecting the myriad of thoughts running through her mind. Perhaps you're right, she finally said. Maybe it's time for me to truly live, not just exist. I nodded, smiling. That's the spirit. And who knows, our paths might cross again. Celine chuckled, walking towards me with a mischievous glint in her eye. I wouldn't mind that at all. I raised an eyebrow. Oh. She leaned in, her lips brushing against my ear. You know, I think I need something to unwind. I felt a shiver run down my spine as her warm breath caressed my ear. Sleeping with me won't win you any favors, Celine. Celine laughed, clearly amused by my reply, her breath hot against my skin. Who said anything about favors? I just want to have a good memory of this place, and a way to thank you for everything you did, so let me be a good girl. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I wanted to pursue this. I might not hate her, but fuck, she crossed me many times. Not only that, but I was also struggling with my memories of Aizen's Bankai, memories where I had a life with Urza. But before I could protest or think on it more, Celine's lips were on mine, her tongue demanding entrance. I hesitated for a moment longer, but the temptation was too much to resist, showing me I also needed this, a good time without any expectations. I succumbed to her kiss, my hands finding their way to her waist, pulling her closer to me. She smiled, and started to undo the buttons of my shirt, her hands trailing over my chest. I reciprocated in kind, my fingers tracing the curves and arches of her body, feeling the heat radiating from her skin. We broke away from the kiss, gasping for air, our eyes locked in a silent agreement. We both knew it was just a way for us to forget, even if just for a moment, our troubled thoughts and realities, and that it wouldn't mean anything more than that. Carnal desires overriding all logic, I pushed her into the sand, ripping the rest of her dress off, her breasts free from their constraint. She gasped as I kissed her neck, my hands exploring her naked body. I could feel her trembling beneath me, a sign of pleasure and anticipation, her breath shallow and quick. I felt her nails digging into my skin, her soft moans echoing in my ears as I continued to touch her. Just for tonight, tell me I'm yours, Celine whispered breathlessly. I leaned in and kissed her hungrily, my words a mere whisper against her lips. Just for tonight. Kasuke Urahara. POV. It had been a little while since Adam had stepped through the Garganta. Given the events of the day, I didn't expect him to take too long, but sometimes the unexpected could happen in Hueco Mundo. Still, it wasn't like him to be this tardy, especially when the thing he was being tardy to was going back home. Shrugging my shoulders, I decided to take a peek, thinking perhaps he was caught up in another unnecessary skirmish. I activated the Garganta, my senses immediately attuning to the stark and desolate atmosphere of Hueco Mundo. Barely a few steps in, my hat shadowing my eyes, I could make out two silhouettes in the distance. Squinting a little and adjusting my hat, the outlines became clearer. Adam and Celine, face to face, engaged in what looked to be an intense moment. Curiosity piqued, I took another step, preparing to intervene if necessary. However, just as I was about to call out, the space between the two began to close, their lips moving slowly towards each other. That quickly escalated to them ripping their clothes apart, like animals. A blush painted my face, my eyes widening in surprise. Well, that's unexpected, I mumbled to myself, immediately realizing that my timing, as impeccable as it usually was, had, in this instance, utterly failed me. A strangled noise escaped my throat. Hoping they hadn't noticed me, I quickly but silently backtracked into the Garganta, shutting it behind me. I guess I can wait a few hours, I chuckled softly, hoping Yoruchi didn't ask what I had seen. Chapter 267, Chapter 225, finally. Adam C. POV. The cold sensation of Ryatsu enveloped me as I made my way back from Hueco Mundo through Urahara's artificial Garganta, after a long night with Celine. Emerging from the Garganta, I found myself back in the heart of the Soul Society, and Urahara was there, leaning against a nearby wall, looking as nonchalant as ever. His ever-present fan was missing, replaced by a small knowing smirk on his lips. He's not gonna let me live this one down. You took your time, he remarked, raising an eyebrow in amusement, that smirk never leaving his face. One can only wonder why. I coughed awkwardly, trying to brush off his insinuation. Drop it. Urahara chuckled, of course, of course. Well, I'm ready whenever you are. There was a teasing glint in his eyes, making it clear he knew, much to my dismay. I sighed, give me a minute. Before leaving, I had one more thing to do. Without waiting for his response, I used Shumenpa, dashing through the Siri-IDI. My destination, Mayuri Kuratsuchi's lab. There were a few things I wanted to discuss before departing from this world. Reaching Mayuri's lab, I didn't even knock. Instead just burst through the doors, startling the 12th Division members working within. Their shocked expressions were soon replaced by recognition and a hint of fear. I didn't blame them. In the center of the main hall stood Mayuri, his face adorned with that usual unsettling makeup, his eyes widened slightly in surprise. You could knock, he remarked dryly. Then again, I don't know what I expect from the likes of you. Not in the mood, I shot back. I'll go straight to the point, I want the piece of my soul you have. Now. Mayuri raised an eyebrow, his face twisting into a smirk. And why should I just hand it over? I felt the anger bubbling up inside me, my fingers flexing instinctively. Because I'm asking nicely, Mayuri, I replied, trying to keep the edge out of my voice. Then again, if you want to die in the void, I'm more than happy to oblige. For a few moments, we locked eyes. Then he chuckled, his laughter echoing eerily in the vast room. You threaten me in my own lab. Bold. Though I must admit, the offer of examining the void you wield is tempting. That's not an offer, I snapped. It's a promise. You give back what you took, or I'll make sure you become nothingness. Mayuri studied me for a long moment, the weight of his gaze making me even more uncomfortable. Then, slowly, he approached a console to his right and started fiddling with it. A drawer slid open, and he carefully took out a small crystal vial. Inside it shimmered a tiny wisp of blue energy, a piece of my soul. Without a word, he handed it to me. I snatched it from his grasp, feeling the cool crystal against my skin. The connection was instant, a rush of memories and emotions flooding back. It felt like a missing piece of a puzzle finally clicking into place. Sadly, most of said piece was nothing but pain, the pain of Mayuri's experiments. Without another word, I turned and left the lab, making my way back to Urahara. It was time to go home. There had been a reason why I hadn't recovered the piece of my soul earlier, well, a few. One, because it wouldn't have amounted to nothing. The piece Celine had stolen had already recovered. Souls do that, they recover as long as most of the soul is intact. 2. The echoes of Mayuri's experiments. I had no idea how much reabsorbing the piece would affect me, and seeing my mission was to kill Aizen, I didn't want the possibility of dealing with trauma. Fortunately, most of the memories the piece had brought with it were nothing but weak echoes that would in time fade into nothingness. Now that was out of the way, the only thing left to do was to return back home to my world. Snapping out of my thoughts, I quickly made my way through the Siriidii, reaching the same courtyard where I had left Urahara. Finding the man leaning on his cane, waiting patiently. Got everything sorted, he asked, casting a sideways glance at me. I nodded. Let's go. As I took a step forward, a familiar voice called out, hold on a minute. I turned to see Yoruchi, sprinting towards us with a backpack slung over her shoulder. Her cat-like eyes gleamed with excitement. Yoruchi. I raised an eyebrow, surprised to see her. What are you doing here? She skidded to a stop beside us, shooting me a playful grin. You didn't think you could have all the fun in another world without me, did you? Urahara chuckled, you just want bragging rights. She winked, adjusting her backpack. You know me too well. I looked between the two, trying to mask my amusement. Are you sure you want to come? Yoruchi nodded, her expression turning serious. Heck yeah. It's been ages since I had a proper adventure. I'm not letting this chance pass me by. Urahara chuckled, well, more the merrier, I suppose. Ready to go. That's for me to decide, but I suppose that if I'm letting him come, Yoruchi can come as well, she's way more tolerable than him. I glanced at Yoruchi, a smile forming on my face. Yeah, let's do this. Back at Karakura town, we made our way to Urahara's shop. Ah, home sweet home, Urahara mused, stretching his arms wide as he inhaled the familiar air of his place. Yoruchi rolled her eyes. Hurry up. He simply chuckled in response, guiding us through the main floor of his shop. Come, the portal is ready. As we descended the staircase leading to Urahara's underground basement, the walls echoed with the hum of machinery and soft glows of various monitors. The entire place was filled with a myriad of devices, their purpose a mystery to everyone, save for their creator. In the center of the room stood a machine unlike any other. It had a massive cylindrical structure, lined with intricate patterns and glyphs. Large tubes branched out from its base, connecting to various terminals scattered across the room. This, Urahara announced with a flourish, is the device that'll get you to Earthland. I raised an eyebrow, examining the machine. It looked quite complicated to operate. Urahara grinned, tapping the side of the machine proudly. I know, I'm amazing. So, now what? I asked, turning my gaze to him. Now we travel with style, Urahara replied, an excited smile on his face. Taking a deep breath, I nodded. Let's do this. Yoruchi and I positioned ourselves in front of the portal machine, as Urahara started the initialization sequence. As the machine powered up, a whirlwind of energy began to swirl, forming a vortex that beckoned us. With one last look at the world I'd been thrown at without a warning, I stepped forward, ready to go back home with a few new friends. Chapter 268, Chapter 226, Earthland. Voting event. If we reach top 3, you'll post more chapters today. Adam C. POV. The whirlwind of colors and sensations subsided, giving way to the monotonous patter of rain against the ground. I opened my eyes, taking in my surroundings. I was back. I was finally back. The steady cadence of raindrops hitting the cobblestone underfoot, the gray skies painted with swirling clouds, and the misty air that clung to my skin. The atmosphere was somber, yet there was an undeniable sense of serenity woven into the landscape. The familiarity of the world around me invoked a mixture of relief and nostalgia. Earthland. I whispered, almost disbelieving. Every drop of rain that touched my skin, every gust of wind, was a confirmation of my return. The odyssey that took me to worlds unknown, battles unimaginable, was at its end. If I remember correctly, I was standing in Amafurushi village, a place permanently kissed by rain. The droplets traced lines down the facades of buildings, weaving pathways on the streets, their constant presence a testament to the village's name, which literally meant rain shower, or rain slugs. A smile traced my lips. I had returned, not to Magnolia, but to a place still within the kingdom of Fiori, a place within my world. I reckon the reason behind why we hadn't landed in Magnolia was because Urahara's portal didn't have the precise data to transport us directly to my hometown. But that was a minor inconvenience, one I was more than willing to overlook. Urahara and Yoruichi stood beside me, their eyes scanning the surroundings with a mixture of curiosity and appreciation. It was a new world for them, a stark contrast to the world they were used to. The rain is different here, Yoruichi remarked, her hand extended, palm up, collecting the gentle rain. It didn't take a genius to know she was referring to the magic properties behind everything in this world. I'd say everything is different here, Urahara added, his ever-present fan absent, allowing me a rare glimpse of his contemplative expression. There was a spark of excitement in his eyes, an insatiable curiosity that I had come to associate with the enigmatic shopkeeper. I chuckled. You'll find no shortage of wonders in this world, Urahara. Earthland might not be the place where the strongest of beasts reside, but it's a place where an eternal adventure can be lived. So, is this your town? Yoruichi asked, her gaze meeting mine. I shook my head. No, this is Amafurushi village. My hometown is a few miles away, in Magnolia. I still couldn't believe it. I was in Fiori. We were in Fiori. And Magnolia was but a short journey away. The anticipation was killing me. My guild, my family, the people I left behind, were finally within reach. The joy of reunion and the trepidation of the changes that might have occurred during my absence wrestled within me. I took a deep breath, the wet air filling my lungs. This moment was surreal, dreamlike even. My apologies then. I didn't gather data for a direct portal to Magnolia, Urahara apologized, although the twinkle in his eye suggested he was far from sorry about the oversight. In short, he was basically saying, you gave me little to no information, and I still managed to make this work. It doesn't matter, I replied, the rain tracing paths down my face, indistinguishable from the tears of relief threatening to spill. We can travel to Magnolia in a matter of minutes. Right now, just let me have this moment. Urahara nodded, stepping back to give me space, his gaze taking in the architecture, the rain, the very essence of a world unknown. Yoruichi's gaze, however, remained on me, her eyes showing both concern and happiness. As the rain poured, weaving its silent song of return, I couldn't help but cry in silence. And how could I not? I was finally home. The warmth of the memories of my guildmates enveloped me, and the thought of seeing them again brought a smile to my lips. Eventually, after an unknown amount of time, I wiped away my tears, took a deep breath, and turned to Urahara and Yoruichi. All right, let's go. Urahara halted me with a gesture, his ever-calm demeanor shifting to a more serious tone. Before we proceed, there's something we need to take care of. I raised an eyebrow. What's that? He reached into his coat, producing 3 small, doll-like figures. Jiggies. Needless to say, our power could harm those around us, he began, choosing his words carefully, so, it would be wise for all of us to inhabit a jigai for now. Unless, of course, you're planning on inadvertently killing those around you with your spiritual pressure. I blinked, realization dawning on me. In the midst of my overwhelming joy and relief at returning home, I'd completely forgotten the potential danger my sheer Ryatsu could pose to others, especially now. I was far stronger now. You're right, I conceded, taking the jigai from Urahara. I hadn't considered that. Yoruichi chuckled. How big is the limiter in these? Urahara nodded, handing Yoruichi her own jigai. Why spoil the surprise, he grinned. All you need to know is that using these we can travel without causing a commotion. At least, not until we intend to. Nodding, I channeled my Ryatsu, guiding my spirit into the jigai. The sensation was peculiar, to say the least. It was like slipping into a pair of well-worn shoes, comfortable but distinctly foreign. Like before, it made everything feel muted to a certain extent. My new form felt grounded. Tethered to Earthland in a way my spirit alone wasn't. We good? I asked, flexing the fingers of the Jigai and testing its mobility. My powers felt heavily limited in this current state. If I had to eyeball my power, I would say I was about as strong as I was the last time I was here. Maybe a little bit less. I really wasn't sure. The only thing I was sure of is that I was weaker than I had been as a human. Urahara smiled, already in his Jigai, looking distinctly normal. All set. Let's proceed. Yoruchi, now also in her Jigai, stretched luxuriously, a grin on her face. Like stretching a new pair of shoes. That's quite the analogy. How do you feel? Urahara asked, eyeing me with a hint of curiosity. Good, I replied, cracking my neck. My body felt a bit stiff. I guess like Yoruchi said, I had to break it in. Though, in terms of power, I feel weaker, compared to the power I had with a human body. Urahara nodded, almost as if expecting this. Why yes, that to be expected, Adam. The Jigai was designed to limit your spiritual pressure, after all. Any more power, and your Jigai would burst open like a balloon. I nodded in understanding, though I had to admit that a small part of me was disappointed. I had grown used to the immense power I wielded in my spiritual form, and the thought of being limited was a bit unnerving. Enough chit-chat, lead the way hot stuff, Yoruchi teased, nudging me with her elbow. I rolled my eyes but couldn't help but smirk at her playful demeanor. All right, let's go. Chapter 269, Chapter 227, Fairy Tale. Adam C. POV. The journey to Magnolia was swift, the familiar landscape a comforting balm to my senses. Yoruchi and Urahara followed closely behind me, their eyes taking in the bustling town with keen interest. Upon our approach, the towering face of Fairy Tale's guild building greeted us. Its emblem, a representation of the family I'd been missing, evoked a wave of emotion. It was a symbol of resilience, unity, and, most importantly, home. My steps quickened as the building's entrance neared, the comforting hum of familiar voices echoing from within. My heart swelled with anticipation. I knew most of my family wasn't here, a part of me knew that, because I couldn't feel them, and because Mavis had used Fairy Sphere, but still, I was happy. Without hesitation, I pushed open the guild's ornate doors, ready to be embraced by the warmth of my family, their loud behavior. But instead, the scene that met my eyes was far from the heartwarming reunion I'd expected. In the center of the guild, a tall, somewhat fat man, with a scar running diagonally across his left cheek, held Macau by the throat, his feet barely touching the ground. The guild members, though visibly tense and angry, kept their distance, a sense of fear and hesitation palpable in the air. Where's the money, Macau? The man sneered, his voice dripping with malevolence. You've delayed long enough. Pay up now, or say goodbye to your precious guild building. Macau, face reddening from the lack of air, managed to gasp out, we need more time. The intruder's laughter was cold, void of any mirth. Time's up. My blood boiled. This man dared threaten my family in our home. No outsider had ever come into the guild and manhandled one of our own, and those that had dared, wished they hadn't. Hey! I bellowed, channeling just enough power to make my presence known without causing harm to the guild members. Put him down, or die. The tall man turned to me, a smirk forming on his lips as he assessed the new player in this game. And who might you be? Before I could kill the man, Yoruchi stepped forward, the air around her crackling with barely restrained energy. She was excited. Does it matter? You're clearly in the wrong place, causing trouble. He scoffed, his grip on Macau tightening. Stay out of this, woman. My patience snapped. Last warning. Put him down. The man's smirk widened as he threw Macau to the side, the guild master crumpling to the floor, gasping for breath. Come on then, he taunted, gesturing for me to approach. Urahara chuckled. Well, this ought to be a fast event. Snorting at Urahara's comment, I moved forward with a burst of speed, closing the distance between us, landing a swift punch on the man's jaw, sending him flying out of the guild through the ceiling. You didn't kill him, Yoruchi commented, her voice laced with disappointment. I turned to face her, my chest heaving with anger. Believe me, I wanted to. That being said, the legal repercussions to the guild would have been way too much trouble for that piece of crap. She chuckled. Fair enough. Macau, still on the ground, looked at me, his eyes going wide as a shaky smile spread across his face. You're alive. A murmur went through the guild, a mixture of astonishment and relief. Adam, a voice called out hesitantly from the back, soon followed by another and another. Is that really you? The whispers grew louder, becoming a chorus of excitement and disbelief. Guild members began to converge, rushing towards me, their faces painted with joy and shock. Many couldn't believe their eyes, tears forming as they reached out, almost as if they needed to physically touch me to confirm my presence. Macau pulled himself up with the assistance of Wakaba, visibly still catching his breath, he came forward and enveloped me in a tight hug, one I eagerly returned. "It's good to have you back," he whispered, his voice choked with emotion as tears dropped down his face. The guild hall, which a few moments ago had been filled with tension and apprehension, was now bustling with laughter, tears, and a multitude of emotions. Urahara and Yoruchi watched the scene with smiles, leaning against a pillar. Yoruchi gave a wink in my direction, while Urahara simply tilted his hat, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Among the crowd, a small kid, Macau's kid, Romeo rushed towards me, his big eyes filled with wonder. "Adam!" he cried out, flying straight into my arms. "I knew you guys would come back. Where are the others?" Wakaba asked, his eyes scanning the room. Right, for all they knew, everyone had disappeared during the last trials. "They aren't here," I replied, my voice heavy. That was a matter I needed to attend to, rescuing everyone from Mavis' spell. Macau's face fell, his grip on my shoulder tightening. "What? But you came back. What happened to them?" "Don't worry, I will bring them back," I replied, before turning to the rest of the guild. "In the meantime, would you guys care to explain why you allowed such weaklings to bully our family?" Macau turned white, his grip loosening as he stepped back, his eyes filled with shame. I thought that it would be best to avoid violence until the others came back. I took a step forward, smiling at him in a dark way. "Let me rephrase that question. Why was that bug here?" Macau gulped. He lent us some money to continue our operations." I blinked. "But, why?" "I had more than enough money in my account to keep the guild floating for a while, and that's me alone, and that's with my account alone. Imagine if you had tapped into everyone else's accounts." Macau gulped again, sweat beading on his forehead. "Now that you mention it, it's funny really, because we used the money in your guild accounts, all of it." "He did what?" "I had enough money to retire 20 times over there." "I will kill him." "You did what?" I asked, a vein popping in my head. "And how?" "I had millions saved up." "I will raise Romeo in your stead, don't worry Macau," Wakaba said with a grin, patting the kid on the shoulder. "I used the money to try and rescue you guys," Macau said, taking a few steps back. "We hired the best of the best, but nothing worked, I swear." I clenched my fists, before letting out a sigh. At least he had used the money for something good. "You're lucky I have another account with the Royal Bank." Macau sighed in relief. "Now, before we celebrate, I need a detailed report of what has happened since my disappearance." Chapter 270, Chapter 228, Guildmaster. Adam C. POV. Apparently, it had been almost a year since we all disappeared. And since that happened, things hadn't gone well for Fairy Tail. With the news of the strongest wizards in our guild disappearing without a trace, spreading like wildfire, it didn't take long for customers to move their business to other guilds, leaving Fairy Tail dry. That, along with the fact that everyone stopped taking jobs in order to try and find us, put Fairy Tail in a complicated situation, economically speaking. Because of this situation, Macau had even considered the option of taking the guildmaster position, if anything to have access to the tools guildmasters are given, and their social network. That being said, he had decided to wait for all other options to fail before trying that. But that was neither here nor there. Now that I was here, things would soon go back to normal. "I didn't hear much of it, but it seems some of your friends are trapped somewhere, right?" Yoruchi asked, breaking me out of my thoughts. "In a manner of speaking, yes," I replied. "They are trapped in time, or a time bubble, not entirely sure of the details behind the spell." "Time bubble you said?" Urahara interjected, stroking his chin thoughtfully, as a knowledge-thirsty grin spread across his face. "That sounds like a fun little puzzle to crack." Of course, he would enjoy this. Oh well, having him do the research on how to dispel Mavis' spell saves me a lot of time. Before that, however, there was another matter to attend to. "Before you get on that," I said, raising a hand. "Would you two like to join our family?" Urahara blinked, pulling out his fan to hide his totally not fake blush. "I knew you loved me." "No I don't, but who says we have to love every family member?" I replied, a grin spreading across my face. "Besides, if you guys are going to stay here, you might as well earn some fame for Fairy Tail." I knew having them in the guild was a dangerous prospect, considering how eccentric they were. I mean, we had enough with guild arts. That being said, those two were bound to do unbelievable shit, in turn making Fairy Tail rise to the top and cement said position for a long time. "I'm in," Yoruchi replied, stretching. "This place looks like fun. I mean, they have a bar, so why not?" I don't know why, but I feel like I should keep her away from Kana." "Alright, can't argue with that," Urahara shrugged. Adam C. POV. The party due to Urahara's and Yoruchi's joining the guild was still echoing in my ears as I made my way to the guild master's office. The large wooden door felt familiar. Slowly, I pushed it open, revealing a room that held countless memories. The office was dimly lit, the large window allowing the moon's soft glow to seep through. The room was filled with an aura of nostalgia and responsibility. The large desk at the center, where Gramps would often sit, reviewing paperwork, giving out missions, or simply offering guidance, now lay empty, dirty, a testament to his absence. I took a deep breath, my mind flashing back to the many times I had been in this very room, either seeking advice or, more often than not, getting scolded by the old man for some reckless stunt. His absence weighed heavy in the room, and I couldn't help but feel the void left behind. Before I could lose myself in the wave of memories, the door creaked open. Macau and Wakaba stepped in, their faces a mix of determination and sorrow. They exchanged a glance before Wakaba cleared his throat. "Adam," Macau began, his voice laced with emotion, "I know this might not be the best time, however in Master Makarov's will, he named a few potential successors for the position of Guild Master. Given everything that's happened and the current state of affairs, we believe the Guild needs a new master." I had a feeling I knew where this was going. A sense of déjà vu, Wakaba nodded, taking out a folded piece of paper from his pocket, handing it over to me. It was old, the edges slightly frayed. I opened it slowly, recognizing Gramps' handwriting. As I read, his voice seemed to echo in my mind, guiding me through the words. "Among the candidates, your name was mentioned," Wakaba continued, his voice steady. Macau sighed. "We need a leader, Adam. Someone who can represent the guild, protect it. We need a guild master." I looked up from the paper, meeting their eyes. I remembered the days when I was just another mage in the guild, taking on missions, hanging out with my friends, without the burden of leadership. The thought of stepping into Gramps' shoes had never crossed my mind before. "Master believed in you," Macau added softly. "He saw something in you, a potential, a strength that the guild needs right now." Wakaba nodded in agreement. "The question is, are you ready to take up that mantle?" I smiled. The memory of Makarov's guidance, his wisdom, and the legacy he left behind loomed large. After a moment of reflection, I took a deep breath. Fuck, sure, why not? Just when I thought I could catch a break, they want to slap that master title on me. This is just like that time I accidentally agreed to that eating contest and had to down 20 plates of Guildart's grilled delicacies. Ugh, my poor stomach. Why didn't I read the fine print on that being a awesome brochure? Probably would have said, warning, excessive awesome acts might result in involuntary promotions and ridiculous responsibilities. Side effects might include an overwhelming amount of paperwork, no weekends, and the occasional existential crisis. I could already imagine the guild's reaction. Lucy would probably burst into her enthusiastic reporter mode, jotting down every single reaction. Gray would most likely challenge me to a master duel that would probably involve him stripping midway, for reasons known only to him. Juvia, on the other hand, would probably gush about how Gray would make a sexier master. And let's not even get started on Natsu. Heaven help me, being master means being the parent to all these misfits. Maybe I should start practicing my serious master face in the mirror or grow a beard like Makarov. Do masters get beards as a rite of passage? Chapter 271, Chapter 229, Time and Space. Third person. POV. The guild's library, which was located in the only quiet corner of Fairy Tale's guild building, was a repository of countless tomes, scrolls, and manuscripts the guild masters had collected and stored over the years. In Mavis' words, it was a wonderful treasure full of knowledge and mysteries, and for Kisuke Urahara, well, it was the perfect place to dig deeper into the nuances of Earthland's magic. As a scientist and inventor, understanding the fundamental workings of this world's magic was of paramount importance. Especially if he wanted to be of any help. Seated at a sturdy wooden table, the former shopkeeper was engrossed in a massive tome titled, Ether Nano, The Essence of Magic. His usual fan was replaced by a quill, which he used to jot down notes in a small journal. To the casual observer, he looked every inch the scholarly mage, save for his rather distinct green and white striped hat that was still very much a part of his ensemble. After all, according to him, it was hard to improve on perfection. As he continued his reading, the day turning into night, the soft creak of the library's entrance door interrupted his study session. Yoruchi, her hair flowing gracefully down her back, stepped into the library, her eyes scanning the room before finally landing on Urahara. "Well, look who it is," Urahara remarked with a comedic grin, his eyes not lifting from the book. "The dazzling princess graces the humble scholar with her divine presence. How can this mere mortal be of service?" Yoruchi rolled her eyes, her trademark smirk evident. "Very funny, Kisuke. But if you must know, I was looking for you." Urahara feigned surprise, pressing a hand to his chest dramatically as he gasped in fake shock. "For me? Oh my, am I about to be swept off my feet? Should I prepare myself for a passionate, R-rated confession?" Before Yoruchi could respond with a likely sarcastic retort, he waved her over, patting the seat next to him. "Come, sit. To what do I owe this unexpected visit?" Yoruchi took the offered seat, her eyes locking onto Urahara's. I've been meaning to ask you something, and I think it's time we talked. Urahara raised an eyebrow. Sounds serious. Do tell. She hesitated for a moment, choosing her words carefully. Why did you give Adam the Hogyoku? I have known you for a long time, and well. It's not like you to just hand over something so powerful, especially not without a good reason. Urahara paused, placing the quill on the table. He looked at her, his usually playful eyes carrying a hint of solemnity. That's a good question, and to be honest, I had a feeling you'd ask that sooner or later. Yoruchi leaned in, waiting for an answer. Well. Urahara sighed, adjusting his hat. Remember our last talk about our friend? Well, the truth is, Adam isn't just any other soul. He's special, to say something. Yoruchi frowned. Yeah, I know that, so elaborate, dumbass. Urahara leaned closer, lowering his voice. Well, let's cut to the chase. Adam is the son of the Soul King. Yoruchi's eyes widened in shock, her calm, overly confident facade crumbling. What? How? Why didn't you tell me this before? Urahara sighed. Many reasons. The Zero Squad, the Godii 13, if they had known who he was, well, there was a possibility they would have tried to kill him. You really think the Zero Squad doesn't know? Yoruchi asked, a snort escaping her. Oh no, I'm pretty sure they know, Urahara chuckled. The only reason they didn't interfere was because Adam didn't aim his sword at the throne, that being said. I'm pretty sure the reason they didn't apprehend him was because as long as he's alive, they have a replacement ready. Yoruchi shook her head, trying to process everything. Okay, I get that. But why give him the Hogyoku? Even if he is the Soul King's brat, it's still a dangerous artifact, wouldn't it have been better to try and destroy it? Urahara sighed. Yes and no. The Hogyoku, in the hands of someone else, might be a tool of pure chaos. But with Adam, its potential is a bit different. As a part of the Soul King, he might be the only one capable of harnessing its true power, without letting it harness him, in turn destroying my biggest mistake. In other words, Urahara wanted Adam to passively absorb the power of the Hogyoku, so that it would eventually become nothing but a nice piece of jewelry. Yoruchi mulled over his words. You took quite a gamble. Urahara smiled, his usual jovial self returning. A bad habit I have, I know. But this time, I have a good feeling about it. The two sat in silence for a moment, the only sound being the soft rustling of pages being turned by other patrons in the library. Finally, Yoruchi stood up. You always keep things interesting, don't you? Urahara chuckled. It's a talent. She rolled her eyes, a smirk playing on her lips. Just make sure this doesn't come back to bite us. He grinned, tipping his hat. Trust me. Third person. POV. Adam's new office as guild master was spacious, furnished with a large desk and plush chairs. The room was dimly lit, save for the light filtering through the slightly parted curtains. The place had an air of authority. On the wall behind the desk was the emblem of Fairy Tale, proudly watching over him. Right now. Adam was going through some paperwork, his fingers tracing lines of text when a gentle knock on the door drew his attention. The door creaked open to reveal Urahara, his ever-present hat casting a shadow over his eyes. His posture was relaxed, but there was a certain seriousness in his demeanor, something that didn't go unnoticed by Adam. We need to talk, Urahara began, entering the room and closing the door behind him. His tone was sober, devoid of his usual playful flair, another thing that Adam noticed almost right away. Adam looked up, his brow furrowing in slight confusion. What's this about? Urahara paused for a moment, his gaze drifting to the window before settling back on Adam. Remember when you asked why I handed the Hogyoku over to you? Adam nodded, leaning back in his chair. I do, and you said we would talk later. Urahara sighed, removing his hat and setting it on the table, revealing his earnest expression. Well, there's a reason beyond your character and potential. A truth that has been hidden from you, but you deserve to know. Adam's eyes narrowed. Go on. You are the son of the Soul King, Urahara finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. Adam froze, his eyes spelling one single message. This didn't make any sense. Urahara continued, taking his shock as a sign to continue. Your essence, your very existence, resonates with the core of our universe. You possess a power and potential that very few can fathom. Adam took a deep breath. Why does it sound like there's a but waiting to come? Urahara sighed. Well, because you're not the only son our king has sired. Let me tell you the story of Yawach, the king of the Quincy. Chapter 272, Chapter 230, An Old Tale. The Tale of the Blind King. In ancient times, before the world found a semblance of stability, there existed a group of humans with unparalleled spiritual prowess, known as the Quincy's, and amidst them stood one, destined for greatness and burdened with prophecy, Yawach. Yawatch was not an ordinary being, he was born without sight, speech, or the ability to move. Yet, his power was evident from the moment of his birth. Anyone who touched him was healed of their maladies. However, this gift came at a cost. With each touch, Yawatch would inherit a fragment of that individual's soul. Upon their death, that fragment, along with all the individual's experiences and abilities, would return to him, making him stronger. With time, Yawatch's influence grew. He could bestow parts of his soul to others, granting them power and purpose. These recipients were known as the Sternritter, the elite warriors of the Quincies. With them at his side, Yawatch aimed to reshape the world according to his vision. To end the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. But his rise to power was no mere ambition. Prophecy spoke of a child born in darkness, one who would bridge the worlds of the living and the dead, bringing order and unification. Yawatch believed himself to be this child. It was his destiny to merge the realms, ending the cycle of life and death. As Yawatch's power grew, so did his desire to fulfill this prophecy he had foresaw. He waged war against the Soul Society, seeking to obliterate it and create a singular unified world. The battles were fierce, with losses on both sides, but Yawatch's might was unparalleled. Yet, every tale of power has its twists. Unknown to Yawatch, the very fragments of souls he had bestowed carried seeds of rebellion. Not all were content under his rule, and in the shadows, a resistance was brewing. It was during the pinnacle of his campaign against the Soul Society that Yawatch failed to see his own hubris, allowing Ichibai to seal his sight, his greatest power. From there, it didn't take long for everything he had built to crumble back to the darkness he came from. A group of Shinigami, backed by some Quincy defectors, fought the weakened Yawatch, and there the king of Quincy faced his downfall. Many thought him to be dead. But legends never truly fade. The prophecy of the sealed king's return. In the hallowed halls of ancient scrolls and scriptures, where whispers of past events echoed with truths, there lay a prophecy, cloaked in mystery, awaiting the dawn of a new age. It spoke of the sealed king of the Quincy, Yawatch, and his inevitable return. When the world has turned 900 times around the sun, the sealed king's heart, cold and still, shall beat once more. A rhythm lost to time, its cadence will mark the beginning of his awakening. When the world has witnessed 9 decades pass since the heartbeat's resurgence, the king's mind, once a vast expanse of void, shall stir with thoughts anew. Intellect, sharp and clear, will pierce through the fog of forgetfulness. And when the short span of 9 years dwindles after intellect's rebirth, might and magic, dormant within, will surge like a tempestuous storm. The sealed king's power, boundless and fierce, will be reclaimed in its entirety. Woe to those who stand against his wrath, against his path. For the sealed king of the Quincy, once awoken, will seek to reshape the world's path, into a new era. Whispers of this prophecy traveled through the realms, igniting fear and awe. And while many believed it to be mere tales of old, there were those who prepared, for the signs foretold were undeniable. The return of the sealed king was not a question of if, but when. Adam C. POV. I had a hard time processing what I had just been told. I knew very well my existence was one shrouded in mysteries. I had died, just to open my eyes in this world. I never once humored the possibility of being related to the Soul King, not that I knew much of him to begin with. Had it been the Soul King, the one who gave me a second chance at life? Or was the one behind my rebirth the reason I was connected to the Soul King at all? I didn't know what to think. Or what this would mean for me. Based on what Urahara had shared with me about the Soul King, and my supposed brother, Yawatch, I had reason to believe the king of the Quincy would return. The sealed king of the Quincy, after 900 years, he shall recover his heartbeat. After 90 years, he shall recover his intellect. After 9 years, he shall recover his power, and over 9 days, he shall recover the world. Going by that prophecy alone, I had a strong feeling the Soul Society hadn't seen the last of him, something Urahara had pretty much confirmed without saying anything. I sighed. If the prophecy was true, I would have to face him. If anything to keep my world safe from him. The funny thing was, it wasn't him the only one I had to be wary of. Urahara had shared a lot of things. Things that honestly, made me feel little more than disgusted. It seemed my chapter with the Soul Society was far from over. In a time long before memory, where myths and reality intertwined, there existed a being of unparalleled power, the Soul King. A deity who held dominion over the souls of both the living and the departed. The Soul King's reign was absolute. His power was said to balance the realms, keeping the worlds of the living, the dead, and the in-between in harmony. Yet, power, as it often does, draws envy and fear. The noble families, powerful beings in their own right, grew wary of the Soul King's uncontested dominion over the spiritual realms. They believed that such power should be distributed, controlled, and not left in the hands of a single entity, no matter how benevolent. They believed that they could bring order into the world, something they thought the Soul King would never bring. The noble families and the first monk, Ichibai, conspired to seal the Soul King away. They devised a plan that would tap into Ichibay's unique abilities and the collective strength of the noble families. However, unbeknownst to them, the Soul King had already foreseen this event, years before it happened. When the day of reckoning arrived, the Soul King did not resist. He allowed the noble families and Ichibai to enact their plan. With ancient incantations and rituals that tapped into the very fabric of the universe, they bound the Soul King, sealing his power and essence. Sadly, this story didn't end here. Most of the noble families, save for the Shiba clan, who had come to regret their involvement, believed, in their hubris, that they could harness the Soul King's vast power for themselves. Greed and desire clouded their judgment as they mutilated the mighty being, taking his heart, brain, legs, and arms. They believed that by fragmenting the Soul King, they could prevent his reawakening and harness some of his power. But such power, even when divided, couldn't be contained or diminished, not forever at least. Each fragment of the Soul King became sentient in time, morphing into unique beings with time, each holding a fraction of the Soul King's immense power and purpose. His brain. Imagination, embodying creativity and potentiality. His heart. Miracles, symbolizing hope and the extraordinary. His left hand. Evolution, driving change and progress. His right hand. Stagnation, ensuring that things maintain their current course. His right leg. Judgment, a testament to the immutable laws of the universe. It stands for the consequences one faces for their actions, the balance of right and wrong, and the unwavering rules that dictate this. His left leg. Mercy, signifying compassion, understanding, and forgiveness. Even in a world where actions have consequences, there is always room for leniency, for a second chance. At the time, the noble families didn't think their plan would backfire or fail. They thought they had won. Little did they realize that the Soul King's willing submission was a part of a larger, more intricate design, one that spanned eons and had ramifications beyond their understanding. Chapter 273, Author Note. The End. I just wanted to make a quick note. To say a few things. Nothing big. 1. Officially speaking, today, the novel of fairy tale, Shinigami has come to an end. Running for a long 263 chapters. It took longer than I expected to end this project, many problems held me back. Family deaths, sickness, etc. But against all odds, I managed to finish it. The novel will have an epilogue. A ribbon on the cake if you may, to finish all the plot holes. It will be a small chapter. But enough about that. Now, onto the next point of my note. I will start posting daily. This time for real. Meaning that in 31 days the ending will arrive here. Now that will give me the time I need to work on my next project. Making some chapters, making some stacks, hopefully, the next project should be hitting web novel in March the 15th. You might be asking. Korn, what about your other projects? And my answer is simple, I will finish them, once things go back to normal. Right now I can't focus on writing semi-dark things, which is why, my next project will be like my Percy Jackson one, comedy, some adventure and fun. You'll see. Anyway, see you guys later. When I post today's chapter. Chapter 274, Chapter 231, Routine. This novel is already done in Patreon. Adam C. POV. And so, the months passed. Not much to say about it, other than I had come to learn that being a guild master was quite the annoying endeavor. Paperwork alone was the bane of my existence. As far as the progress in saving my friends. Well, things were going well all things considered. Urahara had taken the first few months in Earthland to familiarize himself with magic as a whole, before trying to tamper with one of the most advanced spells around. That being said, being the genius he is, it didn't take him long to fully grasp magic as a whole, it literally took him 4 months to go from a novice to mavis level. Dark Ekriture, letter magic, and rune magic were some of the few he had learned and mastered during this time. Needless to say, he was fascinated with how things worked here, like a kid in a candy shop, he was enjoying himself to the fullest. Anywho. After Urahara had gotten a handle on the basics as he said, even though that was far more than just the basics, he began his research in order to shatter Mavis' spell. He was confident that he could crack the spell soon enough, but for that he needed time and resources. So, I left him to it, trusting in his abilities and intelligence. In the meantime, I focused on rebuilding the guild. With the help of my fellow guild members, we renovated the destroyed guild hall, did some marketing to recover some of the clients we lost, and reported to the royal family to let them know I was alive. Beyond that, well, there was Yoruchi. She was having a blast, taking on jobs and partying with the guild, it was almost as if she had always been a part of the family. As far as magic goes, she had mastered too. Animal spirit / animal possession. And combo star. Animal possession allowed her to confine the souls of animals into her body, or specific parts of her body, in order to use them in battle. When using the soul of a confined animal into one of her body parts, said animal's soul covers the certain body part in an aura in the shape of that animal. It was funny how well that power fit her. As for her other magic, combo star. Well, this magic was pretty straightforward. As long as Yorichi continues attacking her opponent without interruption, each consecutive blow doubles in force compared to the previous one. Though said bonus chain breaks if the chain of attacks is interrupted. Things were getting better for Fairy Tail. As for me, personally that is. Well. I was still dealing with the fact I was the son of a supposed deity, though in my opinion I considered the Soul King more of an ascended being than a deity. But that was beyond the point. I was still trying to come to terms with this, and what it meant for me. Other than that, well, I was growing a beard. To look more master-like. I was going for a rugged style, so there was that. I was also training, though nowadays it was less training and more meditation. My battle with Aizen had changed a lot within me, or perhaps it had awakened a lot within me. I was still on the fence about that. The point was, I was getting used to the change. Yo Adam, Yorichi called out, interrupting my thoughts. Got any good jobs? I looked up at her, noticing the mischievous glint in her eyes. Depends on what you're looking for, I replied, crossing my arms over my chest. Yorichi grinned, her excitement palpable. Something challenging, she said. I'm itching for a good fight. I raised an eyebrow, considering her request. Well, there's a job from the Magic Council. They're looking for someone to investigate a string of disappearances in a nearby town. The mission is ranked SS, so there's a chance you might get a good fight there. Yorichi's grin widened. Perfect. I'll take it. I chuckled, tossing the job request her way. See you later, Yorichi winked before blurring out of sight. If her previous jobs are anything to go by, she will come back in a month or so. Not because the job will take her that long, no, she will finish that today or tomorrow, she's quite the detective. The real reason it will take her a month to come back is because she usually spends all her reward money having fun afterwards. Drinks. Spas. Food. She's the embodiment of living paycheck to paycheck. I still remember the day I promoted her and Urahara to S-class. It had been but a week since they had joined the guild, so needless to say they hadn't passed any test. Nevertheless, I decided to give them the rank. Why? Multiple reasons. Most of the guild reacted in a shocked manner to this. It took me saying that they were as strong as me to silence them. A statement that was both accurate and a lie. I was stronger than them in terms of power, yes, but that was only true as an unbound soul. With a Jigai, the absolute maximum I could output was the same as they could. The only difference was that for me that absolute maximum was a lower percentage to my overall power than it was to them. As for my reasons to promote them. Well, 1, it would have been pointless to test them. I knew how strong they were and capable they were. 2, it would have been wasteful. At the time I had promoted them, the guild had no S-class mages, meaning the best jobs would go to waste. And while I could have technically taken any S-rank job or higher and done it, it would have gotten in the way of restoring the guild. So, I took the best possible option I had. One that benefited me, the guild, and Urahara and Yorichi. By promoting them, I would have members capable of dealing with the big jobs, which in turn would restore Fairy Tail's fallen fame. What did Urahara and Yorichi get out of this? Well, the chance to explore, and have some fun. They both wanted to do that in one way or another, I was just making sure to milk that for the guild's benefit. Master. I blinked, snapping out of my train of thoughts as a tsunami of ravens entered the office. Right, I had forgotten I had a familiar. I wonder what took him so long to find me.